Chapter 141 Breakthrough. In Swamp Town. In a villa that looks relatively high-end. Layson is making love with his lover on the bed. Nobles can only have one wife at the same time. This was the rule of the imperial law. If it is passed down, however, nobles can have many lovers. Layson has lovers in several places, including one in Swamp Town. He comes to play with her when he feels like it. After a short charge, he entered a rapid cooling stage. Lying on the bed, he held the beauty in his arms. But his heart was always lingering with uneasiness. Didn't the Skull and Bone Society send assassins to assassinate Ronan? Why has there been no news from Shanlin Town for so long? The letter was delivered by Knight Ferridan himself. And the message was also brought back by Ferridan. Could it be that the assassination failed? As soon as he thought of this possibility, Layson rejected it. If the Skull and Bone Society really wanted to assassinate Ronan, the one they sent would definitely be a core member. As far as Layson knows, although the number of core members of the Skull and Bone Society is small, each of them has strong strength. Once the core members take action, the success rate of assassination is very high. Not to mention that the target is a rookie like Ronan, a junior knight. Layson couldn't think of any reason for failure. Well, it's been snowy recently, and Shanlin Town is remote. It's possible that the Skull and Bone Society didn't choose this time to act. Layson thought of a more reasonable possibility. After all, the message brought back by Ferridan only said that the Skull and Bone Society would act, but did not say the specific time of action. Master, what are you thinking about? The woman in his arms arched against his chest, calling tenderly, and the small hands reached down again, drawing Layson's attention back. He grabbed a handful with his big hand and laughed. Why? More? I want to play something else this time. While Layson was being cool, Ronan leaned against the bed and quietly waited for the arrival of midnight. Today is the 14th of December. According to the monthly sign-in rules, he can receive the second warm gift package of this month today. As the subtitles appeared in front of him, Ronan knew that the time had come. He couldn't wait to open the attribute panel. Level 3 Advanced Knight, 280/300. 3 Advanced Magician, 400 out of 400. Attribute points, 31 Energy Essence, 1187. The second warm gift package brought 25 attribute points. With the accumulation of the past few days, Ronan's current attribute points have reached 31 points, which is enough for a breakthrough. Finally, I can break through. Ronan was a little excited. Bronze Knight and Great Magician. Any one of them is not small. Just like Wiggins, who was originally stuck at the high-level knight with little hope of breaking through. And now he has a broken leg. There is no hope for him in this life. And now, the 17-year-old Ronan has reached it. He no longer hesitated and invested all 20 attribute points in the knight level. As the progress was full, the text on the attribute panel changed first. Level 4 Bronze Knight, 0/800. For Great Magician, 0 out of 1200. Then a bronze light flashed across his skin, which was the sign of the knight's breakthrough from high level to bronze. Through this light, Ronan seemed to be able to see through his skin, flesh, internal organs and bones. At the same time, Ronan felt that his physical strength had been greatly improved, and his skin and muscles seemed to have been strengthened. At this moment, the impact brought by the breakthrough of the big stage invaded his senses. From the flesh to the spirit, all rushed to the clouds, as if he could overlook the whole earth. And he felt relaxed and happy. It is said that the Bronze Knight's skin defense is very strong. Ronan raised his hand and looked at the flesh on his palm. There seemed to be no difference in appearance. He took out the knife on the table and gently scratched his finger. But it did not bleed. The defense is indeed a little stronger. But this strength is still very limited and cannot resist the sword. The knife can't scratch the skin lightly, but it can still be scratched as long as the force is increased. Not to mention the intensity in the battle. The recovery ability of both physical strength and spirit is true. Since the knight entered the advanced peak, it is necessary to use fighting spirit to temper the flesh and blood to complete the breakthrough. From bronze to silver, it is necessary to use fighting spirit to temper the internal organs to complete the breakthrough. From silver to gold, it is necessary to temper the bones. Therefore, these 3 stages are called cast iron strengthening. When practicing Do Chi secret book can speed up the tempering speed. Lu Lan's added the Do Chi secret book of Wuxian family. But Luo Ning didn't need it. All he needed to do was to add some points, and Do Chi veins would automatically form in his body and flesh. internal organs, and bones would automatically absorb energy to complete the strengthening. Luo Ning sensed the mana space. Although the breakthrough to the great magician did not have the bronze light like the knight, Luo Ning could clearly feel that his mana space had expanded by more than half compared to before. Now he can refine more magic power. And the number of times he casts magic has also increased greatly. He outlined the spell pattern of the 3rd level Pyroblast in the void, and found that after the breakthrough, the speed of casting the spell also increased a little bit, which was much easier than before. After a while, when Ronan mastered all the 4th level fighting skills and magic, the means he could use in battle would be significantly improved. At that time, he would definitely be able to quickly defeat the assassin named Shadow. It's just that the attribute points required next are a bit too much. If he wants to break through again, he has to accumulate a full 2,000 attribute points. According to the calculation that he can get 139 points per month, he needs 15 months to break through to the silver level. Well, more than a year. It doesn't seem slow? Ronan scratched his head. It takes 2 or 3 years for a bronze knight to break through to the silver level at the fastest. His breakthrough speed is already a genius among geniuses. This is still too slow. If others know it, they will probably want to kill him. The attribute points required for the knight level are only 800, which is 400 less than the great magician. It is more appropriate to give priority to the knight now. Of course, this is not absolute. Ronan can increase his magician level when needed, such as when learning a certain magic that consumes more mana or mental power. Now that I have broken through, I wonder how is the situation of Ruidaire in Huetu village. Ruidaire was a high-level peak knight when he was summoned, and he was restricted by Ronan's level because he could not break through. At this moment, the restriction no longer exists. Huetu village. Ruidaire was ready to rest, but he did not expect a bronze glow to bloom on his body. He was slightly surprised, and then he reacted. It seems that the master has made a breakthrough. At this moment, his ability was strengthened. At the same time, some memory fragments began to emerge and flash quickly in his mind. There were Dochi secret books, new fighting skills, and some fragments of certain things in the past. Yensha? He only remembered that he was the commander of the fiery expeditionary force. But now there are some more battle scenes, and his enemy seems to be a being called Yensha. This name is a bit too strange. In addition to these new memory fragments, there are some scenes of leading troops to fight, but not too many. After digesting it, Real took advantage of his full energy to operate the Dochi secret book and began to practice. Chapter 142 on the road. Since the 10th, Grey Earth Village has ushered in a lively day. The first night and guard competition in Shanlin Town hosted by Elrin officially began. According to the rules set by Elrin, this competition is divided into preliminaries and finals. Those who defeat their opponents in the preliminaries enter the next round until the top 8, top 4, and champion are selected, in order to take care of the daily patrol and defense of the territory. The schedule of the preliminaries is not tight, so 2 or 3 competitions are held in the square every evening. According to Elrin's arrangement, the final will be held on the morning of the 28th as a performance prepared by the Lord for the annual celebration. Ronan also brought news to Elrin through Rydar. He allowed all the people in the territory except the guards, whether they were free people, serfs or slaves, to enjoy a day off on the day of the annual celebration and come to watch the game. Doing so can not only raise their expectations, but also Ronan can use this collective activity to enhance the cohesion between the people and Shanlin Castle. In addition, when people are watching the game, some people will always imagine that they can also stand on the stage to participate in the competition and receive a generous bounty, which can stimulate their fighting spirit. Having a few more fighting spirits is still a little good for Ronan, not to mention the lively atmosphere in the territory. Ronan, after everything was arranged, only brought Macken and Tom to Wishon Fort. In fact, with his current strength, even if he travels alone, he basically does not worry about being threatened by wild beasts or monsters in the wilderness. However, considering the possible dangers of going to Wishon Fort this time, Ronan still chose to bring Macken and strengthen his strength. Therefore, Shanlin Town had its first silver night. From around October 8th to mid-December, Macken relied on his own practice to improve his level from 285 to 294/300. In nearly 2 months, he only increased by 9 points, which was not fast, and it was also a reflection of his low qualifications. But it didn't matter. After Ronin consumed 806 energy essences, Mackin directly changed from a high-level knight to a silver knight. At this time, Mackin's panel, Mackin Salatin, Silver Knight Earth, 0/1500, plus after this breakthrough. In addition to obtaining new fighting skills and mastering the secret book of fighting spirit, he also obtained some memory fragments. However, these memory fragments are just some daily life and fighting scenes, and there is nothing special about them. Ronin did not learn too much after a simple inquiry. After using 806 energy essences, Ronin still had 381 points left. He did not continue to invest these energy essences in Mackin. After all, the level progress of 1,500 points was too long. He planned to use them on Retta or Elrin next. The former could help him enter the silver level soon, while the latter could be promoted to a 4th level Great Magician. Although the combat ability of a light magician is relatively limited, having a Great Magician in the territory is also a kind of foundation. When Elrin really needs to help, the stronger the better. The three of them galloped all the way, and soon came to a 3-way intersection. Ronin pulled the reins and looked at the road to the east. Unfortunately, his sight was blocked by the uplifted hillside on the road, and he could not see the situation over there. However, Ronin had already learned what the place was from the map that Hallward had given him. "We should be able to reach Shan territory soon after crossing the mountain ahead," Ronin said. "I think we will go there when we have time. But Baron Layson may not be very welcome." Mackin smiled. Ronin's mouth curled up slightly. Maybe he is not the master of Shan territory at that time? Tom sat on the horse and listened to the Lord and the guard. Although he was not qualified to participate in the discussion of many things, the purpose of the Lord taking him to Wushan Castle this time was clear and definite. So he was sure that the Lord also wanted to become the master of Shan territory. For other barons, annexing the territories of other barons might be a very difficult thing. But Tom didn't know why he believed that as long as Lord Ronin did something, it would always be successful. "Let's go!" Ronin pulled the reins, and the cloud-stepping horse neighed happily and set off again. Traveling lightly, they only needed 4 or 5 days to reach Wushan Castle. But before that, Ronin first went to the horse farm. He arranged for Tom to go to the castle of Viscount Ironhoof to hand in a visiting card. And he took Tom to 2 other places. Viper Exchange. When Steward Anthony heard that the Baron of Shanlin Town was visiting, he immediately trotted out. "Long time no see. Lord Baron, your arrival really makes our Viper Exchange shine." Anthony was sharp-eyed and saw Ronin's mount at a glance. He was secretly shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that Ronin could own such a valuable cloud-stepping horse. "Long time no see, Mr. Anthony. You still look very energetic and smart as last time." Ronin handed the horse to Mackin, and he entered the slave exchange under the guidance of the steward. Anthony's eyes raised. The last time the Baron entered the Viper Exchange, he was accompanied by many guards. Today was different. Not only was there only one guard, but he didn't let this guard accompany him. Is this trust in the Viper Exchange? Thinking of this, Anthony smiled. Is Baron Ronin coming here to buy another batch of slaves this time? Ronin nodded. Anthony was even more enthusiastic. To be honest, I have just trained a batch of slaves here recently, and they all meet your requirements last time. Do you want me to take you to check the goods? Merchants are like this. Whenever customers come, they always like to say that a new batch of goods has arrived. Ronin shook his head. No need to look at it. I just want to ask you, how many slaves do you have now? Anthony's heart skipped a beat. If he asked this question, he might have to buy a lot. To be honest, sir, I have more than 300 slaves here. If you need more, I can get you 500 or 600 within a month. Ronin has money now, and he needs to convert part of the money into labor. 500 or 600 is still too few. I need at least 1,000 slaves. He directly stated his expectations. I require that there are 2 to 3 craftsmen for every 100 slaves, and the overall ratio of men and women should not be too different. Can you do it? Anthony was stunned. He was shocked by the demand figures reported by Ronin. 1,000 slaves. This is a rare large order for the Viper Exchange. Many branches don't have the opportunity to receive one in a year. Unexpectedly, this lucky thing fell on him. If he won this order, Anthony's position in the Viper Exchange would be more secure. And the annual celebration is coming soon. He can completely rely on this order to ask for some bonuses from the higher-ups. Ronin looked at Anthony, who was slightly stunned. It seemed that such a large demand was not easy to handle. Why? Is it difficult? Anthony shuddered and immediately returned to normal. He couldn't let the customer feel that he couldn't take this order. No. No! He firmly denied, sir. You must believe in the strength of my Viper exchange. Not to mention 1,000 people. Even if you want 10,000 people, I can get them for you. Salesmen always have to brag. And Roning is not surprised. When can you prepare these 1,000 people? Roning smiled and said, this time I won't take the slaves back. Your exchange will escort them to Shanlin Town. I require them to arrive alive. Okay. No problem. Anthony pondered and said, sir, it is easy to die when transporting slaves in winter. I suggest that I wait until April next year to send them to you. You can escort them in batches to ensure that the 1,000 people can be gathered before April. Roning gave a suggestion. It would be easier for him to arrange if they were sent in batches. It would be a bit too much for Wilson and Chahar to stuff 1,000 people at one time. Your idea is very clever. Anthony agreed immediately. After confirming the possibility of the transaction, the next thing to discuss was the price. Roning was ready to have a good chat with the other party at the Viper Exchange about long-term cooperation. Chapter 143, the motto of the Ironhoof family. This is Tom's second visit to the horse rancher city. He doesn't know the exact location of the Ironhoof family's castle. But that's not a problem. Residents and vendors on the street see Tom, who is dressed as a knight riding a tall horse. And they are also happy to tell him information. The Ironhoof family's castle is located on the hillside in the northwest corner. The castle is tall and majestic, occupying the entire mountaintop like a giant beast. When Tom approached, he found that there were deep marks on the outer wall of the castle. The bluestone walls revealed traces of time, which made people feel the weight of history. Stop! In front of the avenue leading to the castle. The guards who saw strangers approaching immediately stepped forward to stop them. Tom turned over and dismounted, and politely took out the visiting card. Sir, I am a subordinate of Baron Ronan of Shanlin Town. My Baron wants to visit Mr. Viscount. This is a visiting card. Baron of Shanlin Town? The guard didn't know who this Baron was. But as a guard of the Viscount's family, he had basic courtesy. Mr. Knight, please wait a moment. I will report it now. Deep in the castle, Viscount Marvin was reviewing his cargo list, which listed a lot of items, including jade, crystal carvings, gems, etc., all of which were relatively expensive. This was his birthday gift for Rollans. In fact, many nobles in Wushan territory will bring all kinds of things to Wushan Castle today. One is to celebrate Roland's birthday, and the other is to pay tribute and taxes. Master, the butler outside the door called softly. Marvin looked up and said, Alphonse, what do you want to talk to me about? Alphonse came in and handed over the parchment. Master, there is a masked knight outside the castle, claiming to be the follower of Baron Ronan of Shanlin Town, and he has brought a visiting card from his master. Oh! Marvin was stunned for a moment, then took the parchment and opened it to read. The content on it was very simple, just saying that he wanted to visit, and the signature was Ronan Wushan. Marvin pondered for a moment, then asked, where is Roner? Master Roner should be at the horse farm, and he is confirming the accompanying horses for this team. Alphonse replied, let Roner go with the knight who delivered the card to pick up Ronan, and prepare a dinner, according to the standards for receiving a viscount. Alphonse was a little surprised. This kind of reception with higher standards is not common. As you wish, Master. He retreated respectfully. At this time, Ronan had finished the negotiation with the Viper Exchange. For the 1,000 slaves this time, Anthony proposed to pay 160 gold coins per 100 people according to the price of the last transaction. A total of 1,600 gold coins. Ronan started friendly negotiations under the pretext of long-term cooperation. Unfortunately, the price had been lowered last time, and this time it couldn't be reduced too much after a long negotiation. After all, the other party had to escort these people to Shanlin Town, which also cost money. In the end, the two sides reached a deal at a price of 1,499 gold coins. Through this transaction, Ronan also saw how straightforward it was for Lulans to give 3,000 gold coins at one time. After leaving the Viper Exchange, Ronan went to the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce again to sell the spell scroll made by Elrin. Last time, he bought a total of materials from Hook that could make 55 healing spell scrolls. In the past 2 months, Elrin has successfully made a full 50 scrolls. Ronan left half of them in Shanlin town and Huetu village for backup, and sold the remaining half for 425 gold coins. At the same time, he purchased the same amount of goods as last time and spent 495 gold coins. This means that he only spent 70 gold coins this time at the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce. If all the prepared healing scrolls are sold, it can make money. But leaving so many backups is also to prepare for the next battle. If there are too many wounded, Elrond's magic power can't support him to cast healing spells many times. Ronan also thought about whether he could buy some materials for making third-level spell scrolls. After considering that the strength level of the Territorial magician increased too quickly, it would easily cause unnecessary speculation from the outside world. He gave up this idea. And if he wants to buy, he won't buy it here. After all, there are similar chambers of commerce in slightly larger cities. With Hook's warm farewell, Ronan left the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce and came to the tavern where he had dinner last time, waiting for Tom to come. This wait lasted for an hour, and Ronan didn't expect that there was someone following Tom. Ronan. Long time no see. Long time no see. Ragna. Ronan smiled and shook hands with the other party. Why did you follow Tom here? My father asked me to come to greet you. Ragna made a warm invitation. Come on. Come on. Ironhoof Castle is preparing a dinner. Let's have a few drinks tonight. Okay. Ronan also smiled. Marvin Tidy was introduced to Ronan by Lullins himself, saying that he could sell him the armor and weapons made by the Ironwood workshop. So Ronan came here this time. In addition to buying the horses needed to form a knight team, he also wanted to discuss cooperation. After all, in the future, not only the things produced by the Ironwood workshop, but also silk and porcelain will be sold to the outside world. There are no caravans in Ronan's territory, and the horse-selling industry of the Irani family is spread across Wushan territory and many cities in the kingdom. With a mature business system, he can completely use the channels of the Irani family for sales. But he didn't expect that Viscount Marvin was more enthusiastic than he thought, and actually asked Roner to come and greet him in person. It was Roner who sent the Cloud Horse to Shanlin town last time, and it was Roner who came to greet him this time. Viscount Marvin always sent Roner. Could it be because he thought the initial sounds of their names were similar? Ronan took a tour of the horse-herding city under the guidance of the other party. Compared to the barren Shanlin town, there are more places to play here, such as gambling houses, brothels, circuses, dance halls, racecourses, arenas, etc. Faced with Ragna's enthusiastic invitation, Ronan only verbally agreed. To be honest, these things are not very attractive to him. If he is really bored, he can go to the following places to have a look. Not long after, the group entered the Ironhoof Castle. Compared with Wushan Castle, this castle feels older to Ronan. He believes that the Ironhoof family must have enough funds to repair it. The reason why they did not do so is probably a reflection of the family history. However, after entering the inner castle, the environment inside is much more advanced. Ronan, please wait a moment. I will go and inform my father. After Roner took people to the reception room, he went to the backyard to find Viscount Marvin. Ronan looked around. Compared with the ancient outside, this living room is not shabby at all. On the contrary, it is similar to Wushan Castle, and there are many magic crystals. In the backyard, Viscount Marvin's study. Father, I have arranged for Ronan to stay in the reception room. Marvin put down the stack of documents in his hand. How do you feel about meeting him this time? It's similar to the feeling last time. He is not like the legend. I took him to the door of the brothel and introduced several beauties, but he didn't seem to be interested. Ragna replied, but there are some differences. Compared with last time, I feel that Ronan seems to be stronger? Haha. He is growing after all. Marvin laughed and joked. According to the information from Sean, Layson was defeated by another knight named Retta under Ronan in the Wild Tribe this time. Is he here today? No. He is still accompanied by the guard named McKin. Guard. I have also seen that masked knight. His name is Tom. That's a pity. I wanted to see the strength of Retta. To see how strong the senior knight, who can defeat the bronze knight is. Marvin looked regretful, and then turned his eyes to his second son. Ragna. What is the motto of our family? Ragna was startled, not knowing why his father suddenly asked him this question. But he still answered seriously. Choice is sometimes more important than strength. Marvin nodded. Our family has experienced a lot of ups and downs, and once even faced the crisis of extinction. But now it still exists. Many times, we rely on this motto to make the right choice. He looked at his son. How about I let you follow Ronan? Chapter 144 Viscount Marvin's Plan. Ragnar didn't quite understand why his father suddenly told him to follow Ronan. Father, you are optimistic about Ronan? But he is not too special. Defeating Layson was only done by his followers. He expressed his opinion, although Ronan can make such a strong follower follow him. This is indeed a bit of a skill. But we don't know what happened between them. Maybe Ronan just gave a little money when that Rydar was desperate? It is common for a powerful knight to follow an ordinary nobleman, because he wants to repay his gratitude. For Ragnar, the development of Shanlin town did surprise him. He didn't expect Ronan to do this. But he didn't want to follow him. Marvin tapped his fingers on the table, and thought secretly. He has 2 sons. The eldest son Moss, and the second son Ragnar. According to the rules, Moss will inherit the title of the Ironhoof family. Roder could either stay at home and help his brother manage the business, or join the knights or become a squire of a great noble. In the past 2 years, Marvin has already found several nobles, but he has not officially announced them. Now Ronan has also entered his sight. It is not that he is optimistic about Ronan's personal strength or charm. In fact, he values Ronan's identity more, as the eldest grandson of Wushan territory. Ever since Roland's handed over the affairs of Wushan territory to Wiggins, the Ironhoof family began to be targeted by the High family, and their caravans there were repeatedly beaten and harassed without reason. At first, Marvin wanted to use Wiggins to show his goodwill to the other party and maintain the business operation there. But after repeated setbacks, he knew that the other party had no intention of improving relations with him. Now that Breton has obtained the right of inheritance, one day in the future, Roland will die and Wiggins will inherit the marquisate. To be honest, he can't count on this person. So by that time, the situation of the Ironhoof family will be even worse. The other party can even create some friction, push the Ironhoof family to the forefront, and then encircle and suppress it. Marvin needs to prepare in advance. He really hopes that Ronan will be stronger, so that once the Wushan territory is in chaos in the future, as the direct bloodline of the Wushan family, Ronan can stand up and compete with the other party. By then, his Muma city can also use the name of the despicable Hyde family betrayed the feudal lord and use conspiracy to force the legal heir to give up the throne to cheer for Ronan. In this way, he has a reason to unite other nobles to fight against the Hyde family, thereby pulling out a living space for the Ironhoof family. So, when Marvin heard that Layson suffered a loss from Ronan in the savage tribe, he was very happy. But the current situation is just as Ragnar said. Ronan has nothing special except that his subordinates are stronger and his personality is different from the legend. You are right. I will consider it again. After a while, Marvin said, but you have to understand that the Ironhoof family will fall on your brother's shoulders. If you don't want to follow those nobles, then at most I will let your brother give you a small territory, and there will not be much wealth left for you. That's enough. Father, Ragnar said, I like to walk around and see. And so does Karami. I will help my brother manage the family business when the time comes. Marvin nodded. Ragnar is stronger. He is a senior knight at the age of 21. He is also very suitable to lead the development and maintenance of the family's business routes in the future. Okay. Come with me to meet Ronan. Marvin stood up. It's not polite to keep the guests waiting for too long. Soon, Viscount Marvin strode into the reception room and saw Ronan at a glance. He laughed and opened his arms and gave him a warm hug. Ha. Long time no see. Ronan, you have grown taller than last time. Strong and powerful. This is Ronan's intuitive feeling when he was hugged. It is hard to believe that the slightly shorter black-haired flat-headed man in front of him is a silver-level knight. Long time no see. Mr. Viscount, you are still as enthusiastic and powerful as usual. Ronan behaved very politely. Come on. Sit down. Sit down. Marvin gestured enthusiastically. Calling me Mr. Viscount is too formal. I am your grandfather's apprentice. And I have a good relationship with your father. Just call me uncle. He said, the Marquis' birthday is coming soon. You should go this time. Right. Last time when Wiggins broke his leg, Marvin invited Ronan to go with him. But the latter insisted on delaying for a month before going to Wushan Fort alone, which he did not expect. It would be too unreasonable to delay the birthday for another month this time. Yes, uncle. Ronan was not polite either. This time when I went out of the mountains, I passed by the horse-herding city. So I thought of coming here to buy some things and visit you at the same time. Uh-huh. Next time you can just come directly. No need to send any visiting cards. Ironhoof Fort welcomes you at any time. Marvin said, it just so happens that my team is about to set off. This time we can travel together and go to Wushan Fort together. It's my honor. Ronan did not refuse this time. Anyway, it was not a big deal for him to go to Wushan Fort too early. And there was nothing wrong with going with the Ironhoof family's caravan. The conversation between the two was very harmonious. Next, Marvin asked about Retta's victory over Layson. Ronan was not surprised that the other party knew about what happened in the Grey Earth village. After all, Layson was carrying a whole team of knights at the time. More than 100 people. After returning to the Shan territory after the defeat, it was difficult not to leak any news. He did not hide and told the situation of the battle. Uncle Marvin, Baron Layson's knight squad has given me a great shock. So I also want to form a knight squad. But there are not enough war horses and riding horses in the territory. Ronan said one of the purposes of this visit. So I want to buy some horses from you. Buying horses is very common. Many nobles and knights will come to the horse farm city to buy horses. Marvin has long been accustomed to it. But what surprised him was that Ronan actually wanted to form a knight squad. A qualified baron does need to arm a knight squad. But the core of the knight squad is professional knights. There are so many professional knights in Shanlin town? Ragna also showed a surprised look. Ronan has 12 knight followers around him. Ronan smiled and nodded. To be honest, I already have 12 professional knights. As for the cavalry, infantry, and archers, they are all selected from the people of the territory and are still in training. In fact, he already has 16 extraordinary people under his command. Where did you get so many knights? Ragna couldn't help asking. Ronan did not hide it. 4 of them are guards brought from Wushan Fort. They were lucky enough to awaken their fighting spirit seeds in the past 2 months. The rest were conquered by the savage tribe. They are all newly awakened knights. They are a little stronger than ordinary people, but much weaker than the standard knight squads of other nobles. Ragna suddenly realized. Generally speaking, a primary knight can defeat 3 elite soldiers at the same time. And the well-trained knights in the knight squad can deal with 2 or 3 ordinary primary knights at the same time. Using knights who have just awakened their fighting spirit seeds to form a knight squad can only look scary. But the actual combat effectiveness must be questioned. Viscount Marvin smiled and affirmed the combat effectiveness of Ronan's future squad. With Rydar and the Knight McKin behind you leading the team, your knight squad will not be too weak once it is formed. He looked at Ronan and ordered, take Ronan to the stable to choose a warhorse tomorrow. With the relationship between Tidy and Wushan, give Ronan more discounts. This can be regarded as a gift from me, an elder, to Ronan at the end of the year. Uncle Marvin, you are so generous. Ronan quickly stood up and bowed to thank him. The Tidy family was really polite to him. Chapter 145 Dinner. The dinner at Ironhoof Castle was very lively. In addition to Viscount Marvin and his family, he also invited some vassals and knights from the horse herder city. Among them, the one that caught Ronan's attention the most was Baron Terran Snow. According to Ragna's introduction, Terran is a silver knight, and his strength is one of the best in the horse herder city. Terran has a son and a daughter. His son is the captain of the 9th Knight Squad of Ironhoof Castle, and his daughter, Cromie, whom Ronan has met, is Ragna's girlfriend. In addition to these people, there are also music and song and dance performances from the horse herder city. After traveling through time for so long, Ronan heard the music played by instruments such as organs and recorders from other worlds for the first time, which has a different charm. It was also the first time for him to see so many beauties swaying in front of him. Although he didn't know anyone here, as a guest of the Ironhoof Castle today, he received a grand care. Nobles, knights, and ladies all came up to clink glasses with him, so that Ronan didn't know how many glasses he drank. If he wasn't a bronze knight and a great magician now, he would be drunk. Mr. Ronan, may I invite you to dance? A cheerful voice sounded beside his ears. Ronan looked over and saw a noble lady of about 17 or 18 years old. She was wearing a gorgeous long dress, and the hem of the dress swayed gently with her steps, like a blooming lily. The color of the dress was deep sea blue, with delicate patterns embroidered on it. She wore a string of pearl necklaces around her neck, and each pearl was as white and flawless as the bright moon. This girl's appearance should be considered the best among all the noble ladies tonight. Although Luo Ning didn't know the other party's identity information, he would not refuse the other party's invitation. It's my honor. Beautiful lady. He naturally took the other party's small hand, hugged her waist, and began to dance on the dance floor. Luo Ning couldn't dance. The only thing he had done related to dancing in his 20s on Earth might be radio gymnastics. However, he was a dancing expert in his previous life, and this kind of social dance was not complicated. So Luo Ning could imitate it while recalling. The dance partner couldn't help but chuckle. Your dancing level doesn't seem to be very good? Sniffing the faint perfume on the tip of his nose, Luo Ning was a little embarrassed. I haven't danced for a long time, and my movements are a little rusty. I don't know what the beautiful lady's name is. Just call me Ginny. The girl and Luo Ning hugged each other's waists and walked slowly to the soothing music. Soon Luo Ning's dancing skills gradually improved, which made the other party believe it, thinking that Luo Ning really hadn't danced for a long time and became rusty. I heard that your men defeated Baron Layson. Is this true? Ginny danced while talking to Ronan. It's hard to imagine how a high-level knight could defeat a stronger opponent. Is this news widely known? How come even you know about it? My father is a knight of Ironhoof Castle. He would definitely not miss such an exciting event. Can you tell me about the battle? We are all very curious. The two of them exchanged politely. As the dance ended, Ronan politely separated from the other party. He picked up the wine glass again and wanted to find a quiet corner to sit for a while. At this time, Viscount Marvin came over, and some noble ladies, who wanted to invite Ronan to dance again, gave up the idea after seeing this scene. Ronan, how do you feel? The two clinked glasses and took a sip of beer. Ronan smiled and responded, very good. Thank you, uncle, for your hospitality. Let's go to the rooftop to chat. The rooftop is very large, and you can overlook most of the Ironhoof Castle by holding the guardrail. Far away, Ronan saw a lot of fire in the horse-herding city. The horse-herding city is still prosperous, at least many times more prosperous than Ronan Shanlin Town. In the night of Shanlin Town, only a few people can light candles. Every night when Ronan looked over from the castle, it was pitch black. How is Jenny? Marvin looked Ronan up and down. In fact, he looked at Ronan from time to time during the whole banquet. Her father, Sori Hartel, is the captain of the 4th Knight Squad of Ironhoof Castle. His strength is relatively high among the Bronze Knights. I heard that Ginny doesn't have a boyfriend yet. If you like him, I can introduce you to someone. It will definitely work out. Ronan laughed. Uncle Marvin, stop joking. It is said that marriage is a man's cage. I am only 17 years old now, and I don't want to enter the cage so early. Ha ha ha. Where did you see this weird talk? Well, but you have to say, it really makes sense. Viscount Marvin shook his glass. I heard that you like to make friends with beautiful ladies. Why did you change your hobbies after becoming the Baron of Hillwood Town? That must be your illusion. Beautiful ladies will attract people's attention wherever they go, and this naturally includes me. The two chatted for several sentences, and Marvin did feel that Ronan was different from the rumors. After tonight, he will throw away the inherent perception of Ronan in his mind. As far as I know, Baron Layson of Shan Territory is a narrow-minded person. You have greatly damaged his reputation this time. I guess he will target you in the future. Marvin's topic finally came to the territory and nobles. The overall strength of Shan Territory is much stronger than your Shanlin Town. If he and you consume for a long time, you may be dragged down by the other party. I don't know how you plan to deal with him. Long-term consumption? Ronan shook his head secretly in his heart. Baron Layson might not have that opportunity. However, before exposing Shan's crimes, Ronan did not intend to tell the situation in his hands. Ronan pondered slightly and said, I have signed an agreement with the other party. The middle line is the boundary, and both parties are not allowed to cross it. Hearing this, Marvin couldn't help laughing. In his opinion, although Ronan has changed, he is still just a child after all. And some things are too simple. Sometimes, it's enough to just read an agreement. It may work for a period of time, but as long as the other party's ambition exists and the strength is sufficient, it will not count. Marvin took a sip of wine and patted Ronan on the shoulder. As a vassal of Lord Lulin's, the Tidy family will always be loyal to the Wushan family. If you encounter any difficulties, you can come to me. Then I won't be polite. Ronan smiled and said, I do have something I want to ask you for help with. Uncle. Viscount Marvin was about to leave after saying that, but he didn't expect Ronan to really come. Just tell me if you have anything. There is a kind of black iron tree in Shanlin town, which is very hard. I use it to make armor and weapons. I have been recognized and purchased a batch when I went to Washenbeo last time. Roning said this. After the scale expands and the production capacity increases, I should sell it to the outside. But you know, Shanlin town does not have a caravan. So I want to borrow the caravan of Territorial. He immediately added, of course. I will pay a certain fee to Territorial. Marvin pondered for a moment. He had heard about this matter, but he was not very interested in armor made of wood. He thought it was just a support from Washenbeo to Roning. But since Roning mentioned this matter to him, he could learn more about it. Yes, that's totally fine. Marvin agreed immediately. When you are ready, you can find Roner. He will arrange for the business officer of Ironhoof to discuss with you and confirm the details. After saying that, he paused for a moment and still raised his doubts. But Roning, does your ironwood armor really work? If the effect is not good, I can't guarantee the sales. Don't worry. Roning smiled and said, I brought a set this time. I can show you tomorrow when I have time. Okay. Marvin clinked glasses with Roning again, and then took Roning back to the banquet hall. Have fun, Roning, Marvin said with a smile, and then left the banquet early. The dance was still going on. Without the host present, the nobles seemed to have a more relaxed time. Roning also saw that in the dim corner, it seemed that there were men and women hugging and kissing each other. And there were also people sticking together on the dance floor expressing their love to each other. But fortunately, there were no other actions. He just found a sofa to sit down when a pleasant voice rang in his ears. Hey Luo Ning, would you like to dance with me again? It was Ginny who invited him again. Chapter 146 Horse Farm. The banquet didn't end until very late. Ronan didn't remember how many dances he had danced or how many glasses of wine he had drunk. In the end, he was so tired that he could only pretend to be drunk and let Mackin and Tom help him leave the hall and go back to his room to sleep. The guest room of Ironhoof Castle was very comfortable, much more spacious and magnificent than the room in Shanlin town. Ronan fell asleep quickly as he lay on the soft bed. The next day, after enjoying the breakfast carefully prepared by Ironhoof Castle, Ronan first greeted Viscount Marvin and showed him the effects of ironwood armor and other protective gear and weapons. Viscount Marvin was not interested in these things at first, but after seeing the effect with his own eyes, his opinion changed immediately. Let's not talk about the power of weapons made of this wood, but this set of armor, chest guard, and shield can at least meet the armament needs of infantry and even junior knights. He believed that these things produced by the Ironwood Workshop in Shanlin town must have a large market. Viscount Marvin did not lower the price, and directly purchased the equipment at the price when Wuxian Fort ordered it. As for how Ironhoof Fort can make a profit, it is nothing more than selling it at a higher price. Roning did not ask how much the other party was prepared to increase the price, which was not something he needed to consider. Roning left the equipment he brought with him to Viscount Marvin for the other party to study and promote, and he himself went to one of the horse farms in Ironhoof Fort under the leadership of Roner. According to Ragner's introduction, the area of this horse farm is not large, and there are probably only about 100 horses raised. But there are war horses, riding horses, and pack horses. Roning rode on the cloud horse and looked out. The terrain of the horse farm is relatively flat, but there are also undulating hills. In addition to planting tall trees at the border, there are also artificial fences. There are stables and places for horse herders to live on the east side of the horse farm. There are also houses on the other side. I don't know if they are used to store feed or deal with horse manure. Why don't I see horses? Ronan asked in surprise. Ragnar smiled. You are coming here today, so we asked the managers here to lock up all the horses in advance. As he spoke, he took Ronan into the horse farm. As soon as he entered the horse farm, to be precise, when Ronan approached the horse farm, he could smell a faint pungent smell. This should be the smell of horse manure and grass mixed together, which is not a good smell. Ragnar, how does Territorial deal with horse manure? Ronan thought of this question. He was indeed very curious. With such a large-scale horse breeding in the horse-herding city, a large amount of horse manure must be produced every day. If it is not handled properly, it will not only pollute the city's air, but also bring plague and disease. I don't know how it's handled, but I've learned about it. To be precise, handling horse manure is indeed one of the problems in the horse ranch city, Roner said, generally speaking. The horse farm manager will collect the horse manure and then pull it to the idle grass and spread it flat. In this way, although there will be no grass growing on the grass that year, the grass will grow well next year. However, this treatment is really a waste of manpower. Many horse farm owners prefer to pull the manure into the uninhabited mountains and forests and throw it away. Some people even choose to pile it directly in the city to save trouble and money. He shrugged. Ironhoof Castle is very opposed to this last behavior. Every time it is discovered, a high fine will be given. This is barely controlled, but there will still be people who secretly release it. Ronan nodded slightly. I don't know if it's an illusion, but at this moment, he feels that the air in the horse ranch city is a bit unpleasant. If I am willing to buy it, I wonder if the owners of these horse farms are willing to sell it, he said thoughtfully. What? Ragnar's eyes widened in surprise. Did I hear it wrong? You said you want to buy these horse manure? Ronan nodded seriously. Why? Is it not possible? Hearing such a certain word, Ragnar was even more surprised. And his eyes seemed to say, is this person crazy? Why do you buy this useless thing? And how much manpower, time and money do you have to arrange to transport it from the horse ranch city to Shanlin town? Also, if you really plan to buy it, how much will it cost? Since it was too difficult to understand Ronan's idea, Ragnar asked 3 questions in a row. Ronan had his own considerations. The manure collection team in Shanlin town has basically collected all the manure on the streets of the town, and is fermenting them together with dead branches and leaves. Although there are a lot of manure piles now, it is enough to meet the needs of Luo Ning's experimental fields and some land for organic fertilizer. But in the long run, it is obviously not enough. After all, there are only so many people in Shanlin town. Even if everyone is a shit master, they can't produce much manure in a day. As for livestock and poultry such as horses, cattle, and sheep, they are small in scale and don't produce much manure. And more importantly, the town's residents have learned it well. They saw that the Lord not only collected feces, but also built toilets, and gradually understood the fertilizer. One by one, they regarded the feces as treasures, and did not deal with them casually. So if Ronan wanted to get more fertilizer, buying it from outside might be a good choice. And there are so many horse farmers in the horse herding city, and the output of horse manure is also a lot, which is a good choice. Since you are going to waste it anyway, you might as well sell it to me. Ronan did not say how he would use the horse manure, but directly answered the other party's third doubt. If you are willing to sell it, I am willing to pay 1 copper coin per. He hesitated for a moment. The price was not easy to determine. He thought for a while, and said, 1 copper coin for 100 kilograms of horse manure. What do you think? Of course, I will be responsible for the manure. Are you sure? Ragnar was shocked again, and immediately pulled a horse farm manager over to ask about the situation. When he learned that an adult horse produces about 13 kilograms of feces per day, he smiled and looked at Ronan. Even if there are only 100 horses on this horse farm, you have to spend 13 gold coins every year to collect their horse manure. There are at least 100 horse farms like this in Numa City. You have to spend hundreds of gold coins every year to buy horse manure? And you have to send people and labor to haul it away and deal with it. Oh, my God. I don't know how to describe your behavior. Ronan touched his nose to hide his slightly raised mouth. How much more food and vegetables can be grown by buying so much fertilizer with less than 500 gold coins every year? He estimated that this should be a good thing. Right? Ragnar, if there is anyone selling it, please help me contact them. After returning from Washenbeo this time, I can start to deal with this matter. Ronan smiled and said, Of course. Please help me lower the price. If possible, 1 copper coin for 200 or 300 kilograms is best. Ragnar shook his head helplessly. It's not that he didn't help Ronan, but he didn't quite understand Ronan's intention of doing this. What benefit can he get? Okay, I can help you contact, he said. I think there will definitely be a lot of horse farm owners lining up to ask you to help deal with the manure. By then, there will be so much dirty stuff that will bury your Shanlin castle. Ha ha ha. Thank you very much. There is a lot of manure to be dealt with. So Ronan will naturally not set up a fertilizer base in the town. He will open up an area in the mountains to deal with these things. Anyway, the forest in the north is so big and uninhabited. So where can it be set up? After processing into fertilizer, it will be used in Shanlin town and the following villages. And the excess can be sold. The horse manure bought back may not be valuable, but the fertilizer sold. As long as people are aware of the role of fertilizer, the price of selling it will not be like this. He didn't expect that when he came to buy a horse today, he would also discover a business opportunity. Chapter 147, Get the Best. Ronan wants to form a knight squad, so he needs to buy at least 6 war horses and 20 riding horses this time. War horses are for professional knights, while riding horses are for cavalry. The quality of horses in the horse farm is well known in the entire Wushan territory and its surrounding areas. The horse farm that Ragna brought Ronan to today is a high-quality horse farm, so the quality of each horse here is very good. The price of horses with good quality is naturally higher, and the gold coins that horse buyers need to pay are naturally indispensable. Through Ragna's detailed introduction, Ronan has figured out the approximate price range of war horses of various qualities in the horse farm. Ordinary quality war horses are 40-60 gold each. Excellent quality are 100-150 gold. And excellent quality are 300 plus gold coins. The riding horses prepared for cavalry also have price ranges and grades, which fluctuate between 320 gold coins according to the quality of the horses. When Ronan looked at the horses in the stable, he felt that they were no longer flesh and blood animals, but golden coins. It is unknown how much money can be made if these more than 100 horses are sold at the market price. However, Viscount Marvin has already told Ronan to give Ronan the biggest discount. So the war horses Ronan bought today were at the lowest price of each type, and the riding horses were at the middle price. With such a good opportunity, Ronan would naturally not miss it. He still has 1,562 gold coins in his hand, so he has to buy more. As the saying goes, if you miss this village, you will miss the shop. He can't expect Viscount Marvin to give him discounts every time. After all, he has to make money by running a horse farm. However, he couldn't buy too much, as the conditions in Shanlin town didn't allow it. You know, it takes a lot of feed to raise these horses, in addition to grass. In order to keep the war horses in shape, you also need to prepare corn, oats, alfalfa, bran, soybeans, etc. The crops in Shanlin town are too monotonous, and oats are rare, let alone corn and alfalfa. The only soybean planting area is not large, barely enough for Ronan's expenses. Where is the surplus for the horses? Most of these horses should only eat grass. After some calculations, Ronan made a decision. He needed to buy 2 excellent war horses, 12 ordinary war horses, and 30 riding horses. He calculated a little bit, and only these 44 horses cost him a full 980 gold coins. You know, this is still the price after the discount. If it is a normal transaction, Ronan might not be able to pay all his savings. After paying the deposit, Ronan got the purchase contract and agreed to take these horses away after returning from Wushanbao. There are still more than 500 gold coins left. I will buy some feed, seeds, and wrought iron later. Ronan sighed secretly. The 3,000 gold coins he earned from Wushanbao last time were basically spent. Purchasing is only the first step. Raising is the second step, and arming is the third step. War horses must be protected with some protective gear, right? Putting iron armor on horses will cost a lot of money. Ronan can only think of the black iron tree. There were rattan armor soldiers in the 3 Kingdoms period, and he now has iron with soldiers. It is not impossible to get an iron with cavalry. But no matter what, this is a considerable expense. Ronan now understands why it is said that a true baron must have a complete knight squad. Forming a knight squad is not only a reflection of the baron's strength, but also a reflection of his financial strength. Only nobles with both strength and financial strength can be considered true nobles. After Ronan finalized the matter of horses, he had completed all the things he had to do in the horse-herding city this time. When Viscount Marvin got the list in the evening, his mouth twitched. This kid. When I asked him how many horses he needed before, he didn't say so much. Yesterday Ronan only mentioned ordinary war horses and riding horses, and didn't mention fine war horses. Now there are 2 more fine war horses on the list, which are obviously added temporarily. Ragna also laughed and said, I think he should be running out of money. Otherwise he will definitely buy more. He really knows how to take advantage. Marvin put the list aside and no longer paid attention to it. At the beginning, he even gave away the cloud horse. So giving away a few more horses is nothing. Moreover, he could see that Ronan was no longer the same as before, and it was completely profitable to sponsor him. Since the Ironhoof fort's convoy still needed a few days to prepare, Ronan had a rare few days of rest. Originally, Ragna and his girlfriend, Knight Kurami, wanted to invite him to visit the Horse City and visit places like the Colosseum and the arena. But Ronan politely declined with the excuse of being tired from running around. He said to others that he needed to rest. But in fact, he was practicing level 4 fighting skills and magic in his own courtyard. After the promotion, he could learn the Storm Blade fighting skills. Rip. Wind Tentacles magic in terms of wind attribute. At the same time, he could master the Flame Cyclone fighting skills used by Layson at the beginning, as well as the Flame Light Pillar magic in terms of fire attribute. Except for the tearing magic that he obtained from the magic core of the Storm Wolf. The rest were given to him by Lulans. Through learning, Ronan discovered that fighting skills and magic are actually very similar in form, both of which are the use of extraordinary power. For example, the Storm Blade is actually formed by attaching fighting spirit to the mist, and forming more than a dozen wind blades through clever condensation, control, and differentiation. And the tear is formed by drawing spell patterns to mobilize the wind elements between heaven and earth to form an attack. If there is a difference, the range of the Storm Blade is wider, and the damage of the tearing magic is stronger. Storm Blade, Ronan shouted softly, and the flowing flame sword drew a bright arc in the air, and the sharp wind blade whistled like a sickle and attacked McKen in front. McKen did not use fighting skills, but only condensed fighting spirit armor on his body, and used fighting spirit to shoot palm wind to dissolve Ronan's attack. With a violent collision, the power of Ronan's sword was basically neutralized by McKen, leaving only a few scattered wind blades that passed through the palm wind and hit the opponent's Dochi armor. The Dochi armor just trembled slightly, and then returned to its original state. The power is okay, but it is a little weaker than the tearing power. Ronan touched his chin, and those fighting skills and magic flashed through his mind. It's a pity that the power of the same magic cannot be increased as the magician's strength increases. If it can be increased by injecting more Dochi like fighting skills, then in terms of single attack, the power of wind blade magic is the greatest. It is said that only when the strength reaches the level of wizard can the power of ordinary magic be enhanced. But unfortunately Ronan does not know the principle. He might need to consult a magic mentor, or improve Auron's strength so that he can gain more memories and knowledge about magic. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Ronan has mastered the second magic of wind attribute, Wind Tentacle. This magic is to manipulate the wind to form a thread to bind the opponent's limbs in the air, to control the opponent's actions. Its effect is basically similar to Elrond's light binding, but as a wind attribute magic. It is also a 4th level magic, and its binding power is much stronger than the light binding. Ronan has tried it on McKen and Tom. The former needs to burst out all his strength to break free. Otherwise he can be trapped for at least 3 to 5 seconds. As for Tom, poor Tom was bound for 3 minutes, and couldn't move at all. In the end, he was able to break free because the power of the magic slowly weakened over time. My lord, Alphonse, the butler of Ironhoof Castle, is here. Tom walked into the yard and said. Ronan's heart moved. It should be that the convoy of Ironhoof Castle is ready, and they need to set off for Wushan Castle. This time, Wushanbeo will be more lively than last time. Chapter 148 Sowing Discord. This time, besides himself, Ronan only brought Macken and Tom with him to Wushan Castle. But the caravan of Ironhoof Castle was different. There were 10 carriages alone, all pulled by 2 horses. In addition, there was a team of knights escorting them, and there were 7 or 8 male and female servants accompanying them. It was very grand. In the words of Viscount Marvin, if the nobles did not pay attention to the pomp when traveling, how could they show their nobility? Ronan could only smile and say nothing. He wanted to be noble, but his financial strength did not allow it. The speed of the caravan was not slow. According to the plan of Ironhoof Castle, it would arrive at Wushan Castle on the 26th, which was enough time. It was boring to travel, especially when following other teams. Ronan felt restrained, and it was not convenient to learn magic and fighting skills. Ragna, on the other hand, always wanted to spar with Macken when he was bored. He thought that both of them were senior knights. But in fact Macken had already reached the silver level, and he had to control his strength when sparring. Sir, there is a convoy ahead, McKen reported as they were moving. Ronan raised his head and looked past the team ahead. Sure enough, he saw a team not far away. Although the scale was not as large as that of Ironhoof Castle, it should also be a noble team. Haha. It's the convoy led by Sean. Viscount Marvin laughed and said, "Let's go, Roning. Let's go and say hello to him." It stands to reason that as a Viscount, he would not condescend to take the initiative to say hello to Layson. But Marvin's personality is like this. He would feel uncomfortable if he didn't make a few sarcastic remarks. What's more, Roning was still by his side. He couldn't wait to see what expression Layson would have on his face. So, Marvin led Ronan forward. And several professional knights including Mackin and Roner followed behind. Layson on the other side naturally noticed the convoy behind. He originally wanted to move forward as usual, but he didn't expect the people behind to follow him. When he saw that it was Marvin and Ronan, his face immediately darkened. "Oh my! Isn't this Baron Layson from Sean?" Before the horse stopped, Marvin's mocking voice had already reached Layson's ears. "I heard that you lost to a high-level knight in Wubei Forest. I want to ask a few questions for my son. Is that high-level knight really that strong?" Ronan looked at him sideways. He was provoking him so directly. He really didn't give him any face. Layson's face was very ugly. If the other party was not stronger, he really wanted to tear up this mocking mouth. "Uh-huh. Your mouth is still as sharp as before. Marvin, I remember someone lost to a bronze knight when he was at the silver level. Right? Now others have become gold knights. And you are still just a silver knight. How can you be qualified to mock me?" Ronan couldn't help but look at Marvin. There is such a thing? Sure enough, Marvin's face also fell. "I at least lost in the same major level. But you are one major level ahead of others. Who can't afford to lose face? When advancing to a major level, the knight's body will be strengthened. Generally speaking, bronze will be much ahead of high-level peak knights. And the gap between bronze peak knights and silver early knights at the same major level is not very large. So there is some truth in what Marvin said. In comparison, Layson is more embarrassing." Layson sneered, stopped arguing with Marvin, and turned to look at Roning. "I thought the heavy snow would lock you in the mountains and prevent you from coming out. Now it seems that Baron Roning is safe and sound, and should not be affected by the heavy snow. What he cares about very much is whether the Skeleton Society has tried to assassinate Roning." "Thank you, Baron Layson, for your concern." There was no hatred on Roning's face, and he looked no different from usual. As the grandson of the Marquis and a vassal of Wushan Fort, I have no reason not to come out even if the snow is heavy. Layson felt relieved. Whether the Skeleton Society tried to assassinate Roning or not, at least this matter had nothing to do with him. Otherwise, Roning would not have been so calm to him. Ronan's eyes passed Layson and fell on the burly knight behind him. "Why? You brought Knight Joffrey with you this time. Where is Ferretin?" Layson looked back at Joffrey. "Baron Ronan seems to be very concerned about my subordinates?" Ronan deliberately did not answer the other party's words, and did not even look at Layson. He raised his hand and greeted the leader of the Black Collar tribe. "Knight Joffrey, what Rydar said to you is always valid. The door of my Hill Forest castle is always open to you. As long as you are willing, you can join my army at any time." This made Joffrey unable to do anything. He didn't know whether to greet Ronan or explain to Layson that he had no intention of betraying. "Ha ha ha." Viscount Marvin laughed up to the sky. He didn't know Joffrey, but he could make a fuss. "Yes, Joffrey. What's the future of following a lord who is defeated by a senior knight? It's better to change your allegiance. Ronan is the blood of the Wushan family. He is many times more noble than Layson. Following him is definitely better than your current situation." Joffrey felt bitter. He was originally the leader of the Black Collar tribe. After he defected to the Shan territory, he was gradually sidelined. Moreover, he could feel the vigilance and exclusion of the Shan territory people led by Knight Ferretin. The reason was that Joffrey was stronger than Ferretin and others. It was okay to be excluded. At least he could live freely in the Black Collar tribe. But he never expected that what Rydar said was reported to Ferretin by Knight Unai. And then, he was transferred by Baron Layson. He really didn't think of switching to Ronan. After all, a professional knight couldn't change his allegiance at will. This would only make him cheap. Even if he changed too much, it was very likely that no nobles would be willing to accept his allegiance. "My lord, He was about to explain, but was interrupted by Layson's cold snort. "Ronan, you are now a vassal of Wushan Castle like me. Don't do anything too much. Don't think I dare not deal with you." Of course he dared. And even the assassin had come to the door. Anyway, after the New Year celebration, Ronan will attack the Black Collar tribe. And he is too lazy to maintain any friendly relations with them. As for provoking the relationship between Joffrey and Layson, it was because Ronan saw that the other party was very suspicious. Layson took action after Rydell said only one sentence, which was obviously unfair to Joffrey, and his loyalty was questioned. As mentioned before, Ronan is very interested in knights like Joffrey, who have a simple background, and it is a good thing to be able to pull them over for his use. Layson, how dare you compare yourself to Ronan? No matter what. He also has the blood of the Wushan family flowing in his body. Marvin's eyes were cold and deep, and his tone was slightly threatening. Or do you want to replace the Wushan family and become the new owner of Wushan territory? Bullshit! Layson shouted angrily. I, saying territory, am absolutely loyal to Wushan Castle. Marvin, watch your mouth. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Go! Saying territory's convoy quickly continued to move. Ronan followed 2 steps and shouted, Joffrey, remember my words. Layson on horseback gritted his teeth. His face flushed with anger, and he kept roaring in his heart. Damn it! Damn it! Why hasn't the Skeleton Society made a move yet? I want him dead. My lord, I won't be loyal. Shut up! Layson shouted angrily. If you dare, don't blame me for killing your whole family. Joffrey lowered his head and stepped aside, feeling very uncomfortable. Do you really want to accept that, Joffrey? Viscount Marvin looked at Sane Territory's convoy and asked. Ronan nodded seriously. Joffrey should be a high-level peak knight. If we can get his following and loyalty, it will be equivalent to getting another fierce general for our Shanlin town. Can you, a small baron, afford so many high-level knights? The annual salary of a high-level knight requires more than 30 gold coins. If a few more are raised, the general baronies cannot afford it. But for Ronan, this is not a difficult task. The spell scrolls made by Elrond are enough to pay these salaries. The only thing that makes him feel stressed is the bronze and silver knights, especially the latter, who need to pay 336 gold coins every year. Fortunately, McKen does not require high gold coins. At present, he and Rydell have a daily salary of 5 silver coins. Maintaining the bronze level, it should be no problem to raise a few more. Right? Ronan led the cloud horse back to the caravan. Marvin looked at the other party's back. Today's encounter with Layson made him understand Ronan more deeply. The other party wants to win over high-level knights, which means that there is an intention to expand. The key point is that Marvin didn't quite understand where Luo Ning got the confidence to not be afraid of offending Layson. Was he confident? Or was he just a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger? Chapter 149 Gift Giving. Grey Earth Village. With the end of the first night and guards competition in Shanlin town, Rydell began to plan the relevant matters of attacking the Black Collar tribe. As the most powerful place in the Wild tribe, the Black Collar tribe has much stronger fortifications than the Grey Earth Village. If it is attacked directly, it will probably cause heavy casualties. However, Rydell has a way. Starting from the 24th, he arranged for the cavalry to cross the middle line and head straight to the center of the Black Collar tribe. When the other side reacted and sent cavalry to intercept, he asked the cavalry to turn around and return immediately. Captain, look, they are coming again. On a hillside, Knight Unai, a subordinate of Philoton, pointed at the cavalry galloping on the mountain road and shouted indignantly, Are the people in Grey Earth Village sick? They have nothing to do every day after eating and running around here? Philoton sneered. Their blatant crossing of the border violates the agreement. Wait, when the Baron comes back from Wushan Castle, we will settle accounts with Naranon. So now, let them cross the line like this every day? A knight asked. Faradin hesitated for a moment. He didn't know what the enemy was doing, but he would never allow the enemy to cross the border so recklessly and come to the land of the Shan territory. Go. Find a few cavalrymen and intercept them for me. Faradin decided, since we have nothing to do, let's play with them and see what tricks they can play. So, a funny scene of chasing each other and running and chasing each other occurred on the border. Retta and Elrond rode on the hillside where the scout camp was located and looked at the two groups of people. Will this really work? Elrond was a little unsure. Rydell was non-committal. He was originally planning to lure Joffrey out to talk, but he didn't expect that the Black Collar tribe had changed people. Let's let these cavalrymen practice their riding skills now, and wait for the big one on the first, and then provoke them a few more times, and lure out as many people as possible, which is better than attacking directly. It's still a bit difficult for these professional knights to resist the enemy with fortifications. Shanlin town has finally trained so many cavalrymen. And the less losses, the better. While Rydar was preparing, Ronan and his party finally arrived at Wushan Castle in the afternoon of the 26th. Lilin's birthday is a major event in Wushan territory. The number of nobles who came this time is very large. The vehicles and supplies they carry to block the square in front of Wushan Castle. Fortunately, this side has been prepared for a long time. A large number of servants, grooms, and inventory officers have been in place, and they quickly carried the gifts brought by the nobles down. Ronan shrugged his nose. The smell of horse sweat and manure in the square was not very pungent. After handing the cloud horse to Tom, he took Mackin into the castle. Master Ronan, welcome. Butler Hallward received him respectfully at the door. Greetings, Mr. Viscount. Long time no see. Hallward. Viscount Marvin greeted casually. How many nobles are here? Basically, almost all of them are here. Hallward smiled and led the two into the castle. Master Ronan will stay in the same place as before. We have already arranged Mr. Viscount's place. Please follow me. Although Ronan left Wushan Castle and became a baron outside, he was still a little different from other nobles. At least he still had a fixed small building and yard in Wushan Castle. Then you stay with Uncle Marvin first. I'll go see Grandpa, Ronan said. Okay, young master. Hallward smiled and said. Oh, by the way, Miss McKinney should also be with the Marquis. If you go there now, you may meet her. Ronan was slightly startled, and a beautiful woman with silver hair flashed through his mind. McKinney, his biological sister, with the same father and mother. After his mother passed away, Ronan received a lot of love and care from McKinney, and the two had a very good relationship. However, McKinney got married 6 years ago and married Sir Kabir of Brilliant City. Kabir is the leader of the Second Knights of Wushan Castle. He has the strength comparable to that of the Golden Knights, and has made considerable military exploits in many wars. It's a pity that his parents are just free people, with a very ordinary background and no background. Even though they are powerful, they are still just canonized knights. The main reason why McKinney married him was that they were in a free love relationship, and both Rollins and Wiggins valued each other's potential. But no matter what, McKinney was considered to be marrying down, and there were many people who opposed it openly or secretly at the beginning. Ronan came to the backyard with ease. The guards along the way knew the identity of this gentleman and did not stop him. While waiting for the guards to report, a young lady in a gorgeous long dress walked out quickly. She wore a light blue long dress, a corset on the outside, a gorgeous belt around her waist, and jewels at the neckline. In addition, the small hat on her head was decorated with various gems and feathers, and matched with a sparkling necklace on her white neck, showing her luxurious and noble temperament. Ronan. McKinney strode forward and hugged Ronan in her arms. Long time no see. Long time no see. Sister. The two separated, and Ronan smiled and greeted each other. McKinney looked Ronan up and down, and said with relief, You have grown taller, and your body has become much stronger. She looked up at Ronan, with mist and worry in her eyes. It's just that Shanlin town is too hard. Can you get used to living there? After crossing over, Ronan felt cared for so truly for the first time. McKinney is different from Lu Lans. The latter's emotions are always restrained, but she is more direct. Perhaps, although the character of the previous life is not very good. As siblings, this did not affect the relationship between the two. Don't worry, sister. The situation in Shanlin town is not that bad. Everything is fine there, he said, looking at the handsome blonde man behind McKinney, smiling and greeting. Long time no see. Kabir, you still look as handsome as before. Kabir walked up. He looked a little elegant, not as burly and tall as the average knight. You are the same, Ronan. You give me a completely different feeling now. To be honest, Kabir used to think little of Ronan. The other party did not behave like a qualified heir, especially after losing the inheritance. Kabir could not help but be angry. After all, as McKinney's husband, he would definitely stand on Ronan's side in the future to a certain extent. But now the heir has changed to Breton, and there is Earl High behind him, which makes him a little worried. However, Ronan has done some good things recently, which has changed his impression of Ronan a little. The three of them exchanged a few words outside. It was basically McKinney who was concerned about Ronan's eating, drinking, defecating and urinating. She looked like a half-mother. After a while, The three of them entered the house under the guidance of Most. The fireplace was lit in the house, which was very warm. At this time, there was no one else except Lulins. Roning is here. Lulin's face was flushed, and he looked much better than before. I just don't know if it was because his body has recovered a little or because he was in a good mood. Grandpa. Happy birthday. Roning blessed and took out the package in McKinn's hand. This is a gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it. Oh! Lulin's eyes revealed surprise. Let me see what this is. McKinney and Kabir also looked at him. Roning took out the coat and put it on Roland's. There is a storm wolf in the territory. This is a coat made for you with its skin. Roland stroked the coat, which felt very good, and it immediately brought him warmth when he put it on. Not bad. You can kill the storm wolf, and I don't have to worry about your safety in Shanlin Town. McKinney came up and looked at Roland's from front to back, while sighing at the good texture of the coat. He also sighed about the danger of Roning's territory. After all, there are territories invaded by monsters. No wonder no one wanted to become the lord there in the early years. Roning took out a light blue scarf again. This is a scarf I made with special silk thread from Shanlin Town. You should like it. Special silk thread? This sentence immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall, and they all looked over curiously. It's so thin and soft. Lou Lands took the scarf in his hand and stroked it, and couldn't help but exclaimed. The feeling it gave him was completely different from scarves made of other materials. And as he put it on, the warmth was not worse than scarves such as wool or goose down. McKinney couldn't help but touch it, and showed his love as soon as he touched it. Although this scarf was not embroidered with any complicated patterns, she could still feel its specialness. With a little processing, it would definitely bring elegance and noble temperament. What kind of silk thread is this? Luo Ning smiled and introduced. This is a fabric made of silk. I named it silk. Compared with traditional linen and woolen cloth, it has extremely strong softness, comfort, breathability, and moisture absorption. At the same time, it has a bright gloss and delicate touch. If it weren't for the lack of time, this scarf would be more gorgeous and elegant. Luo Ning said this professionally, sounding like an introduction, but actually promoting it. After listening to his introduction, several people have defined silk as a high-end textile material. McKinney's eyes lit up. Roning, I also want a scarf like this. No, I want a skirt like this. It must be very cool to wear in summer. Of course, the promotion of silk fabrics depends on the nobles, so Roning naturally doesn't mind giving McKinney one. But I have to wait until August or September today to have new materials in my hands. By then, I will definitely make a beautiful skirt for you. Sister, what kind of material is it? Can I produce it? McKinney asked. I don't think so. Maybe it's a specialty of Shanlin Town? Ronan was not sure if there were silkworms in other places. But even if there were, they couldn't handle it without mastering the technical means of reeling silk. I didn't realize that Shanlin Town is really a blessed place. Lolins tied the silk scarf around his neck with a smile, and then laid down again wearing a stormwolf coat. Although the two things given by Ronan were a little lower in value compared to the gifts of other nobles, they were enough for him. Sometimes people care more about the person who gives the gift than the type of gift. I heard that you have a follower who can defeat the Bronze Knight. How many things are you hiding from me? To be honest, when he heard that Knight Retta under Ronan defeated Layson, Lolins couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect that Ronan had a powerful knight besides McKinn. If the messenger bird hadn't connected Wushan Castle and Shanlin Town, he would have wanted to ask Ronan a long time ago. Kabir on the side also said, although Layson's strength is not strong, he is not something that ordinary senior knights can defeat. Did the knight named Retta come this time? Retta has other things to do, so I didn't bring him this time. Ronan added, however, his fighting skills and strength are indeed strong, and I have learned a lot from him. That's a pity. Lolin suddenly laughed. If he came, maybe he would be the champion of this tournament. There is also a tournament in the birthday party? Ronan was surprised. Isn't this to make Grandpa's birthday party more lively? McKinney smiled and introduced, as long as anyone under the age of 30 can participate. The champion can get 1,000 gold coins at a time. Many knights have been preparing after knowing the news these 2 days. Ronan's eyes lit up. Why did he feel that Grandpa Lolins was giving him money on purpose? Chapter 150 McKinney's Attitude. Ronan stayed with Lolins for a long time. During this time, he told some things that happened in Shanlin Town, such as how to eliminate the Storm Wolf, how to defeat Layson, etc. At the same time, he also learned about some recent events in Washenbeo. When Ronan came last time, Lilans asked him whether he wanted to attack the Black Gold Brotherhood. At that time, his advice was that it was not appropriate to take action before spring plowing. And Wiggins was assassinated on the land of Earlhide. This matter should be explained by Orson to Washenbeo, rather than Washenbeo sending troops. I don't know whether Lilans intended to do so, or whether Ronan's advice worked. Washenbeo passed the order to Orson to let the other party take action to avenge Wiggins. Now that nearly 2 months have passed, Orson is said to have won 2 wars, but did not kill the main figures of the Black Gold Brotherhood. And it seems that there has been no great results. After leaving Lilans, Ronan went to visit Wiggins accompanied by McKinney. Now in Wushan Castle, Rollins is recuperating in the backyard, and it is almost always guests who visit him, and he rarely shows up on his own initiative. Wiggins lost a leg and is unable to move, so the reception of guests in Wushan Castle fell on the castle hostess Diane and Breton. Fortunately, they have experience over the years, and with the assistance of Hallwart and others, the reception is carried out in an orderly manner. "Hi, Brother Ronan." Breton came up to greet him enthusiastically. He was wearing a well-fitting tuxedo today, with a golden mountain pattern embroidered on his shoulders, which was the emblem of the Wushan family. "I heard from Hallward that you're back a long time ago, but unfortunately I couldn't leave and didn't go to see you. It's more important to receive guests, and not let Wushan Castle lose courtesy." Ronan remembered what Breton said to him that day. The young man in front of him still looked very innocent. "You performed very well today." Breton smiled, then nodded slightly to McKinney, and called her sister. McKinney's attitude towards Breton was not very good. Just a bland hum. "Where's father?" Ronan asked. "Father is in the study. This Count Marvin came over just now, and they chatted for a while." Ronan nodded, said goodbye to Breton, and walked towards the study. "Ronan, why are you so polite to Breton?" McKinney's tone was not very good, obviously not satisfied with Ronan's attitude towards Breton just now. "Is there anything wrong?" Ronan asked with a smile. McKinney looked around and saw that there was no one in the corridor. So he leaned over to Ronan and whispered, "I heard from Kabir that Selena's suicide was a conspiracy. They used despicable means to frame you. And the one who benefited was Breton." Ronan had no memory of how Selena committed suicide. To be precise, he couldn't remember what happened that day. He absolutely didn't believe that there was no conspiracy. It was just that when he first crossed over and faced that situation, Ronan had no way to break the situation. So the matter was done. Ronan didn't want to reveal his thoughts, but just said casually, "Breton may not know the truth behind this matter. He is just a child." McKinney glared. "You are still as naive as before." Ronan spread his hands and joked, "What do you want me to do to Breton? Go up and slap him twice? Take back the inheritance rights? It should belong to you." McKinney said seriously, "Don't worry. We will support you." Ronan was stunned. McKinney said we? Obviously not just her. There should be Kabir. Or even more people. Perhaps. This group of people don't want to see Breton take over after Lilans and Wiggins die. As long as Ronan takes the lead, someone will definitely stand up to support. There's still a lot of time. "Sister," Ronan smiled and said, "our grandfather is still in good health. Although father lost a leg, if there is no accident, he can live for at least 20 to 30 years. Maybe by then, Breton and I will have died unexpectedly." He shrugged. "What's the point of arguing about these things? You really can't even speak? Who would curse themselves to die early at such a young age?" After hearing this, McKinney reached out and grabbed Ronan's ear, just like when he was a child. The two talked for a while, and then went to the study to meet Wiggins. Compared to the last time, although Wiggins was still sitting in a wheelchair, his mental state was much better, and he also smiled during the conversation. According to McKinney, Wiggins' temper was much less irritable after the leg was broken, and the atmosphere was much more harmonious during the conversation. Ronan was also deeply touched. At the beginning, Wiggins wanted to kill him at every turn, but now, he really looks much better. People say that when you lose something, you gain something else. Could it be that Wiggins lost a leg and gained a relatively quiet personality? After coming out of Wiggins' study, McKinney went to communicate with her friends. Ronan didn't know many nobles, and his former friends were not very good either. He was too lazy to visit them, so he thought about going back to his residence to rest. But just after leaving the hall, he was called. "Hi, Ronan." A slightly fat boy called Roning's name enthusiastically. When did you arrive? Roning looked at the person in confusion. And he didn't recognize him until he got closer. It was Malik from the Green family in Lake Town. Roning saved his life on the road when he went to Shanlin Town. He remembered that Malik was not fat at that time. How come he gained a lot of weight after 4 or 5 months? And he was wearing thick clothes, so he couldn't recognize him from a distance. Just arrived not long ago. Roning greeted with a smile. Why are you alone? My parents took Marina to see Viscount Dennis. And I was bored, so I went for a walk. While speaking, he also looked Ronan up and down. I haven't seen you for half a year, and you are in much better condition than before. But aren't you cold wearing only these few clothes? Ronan looked at himself. He was only wearing 2 underwear and a coat on the outside. And he didn't feel cold at all. He couldn't help but think of his middle school days, when there were always classmates who wanted to be graceful instead of warm, and would not bother to wear 1 or 2 more clothes even if they were so cold that their teeth chattered. He couldn't help but joked, Malik, how can you not stand this little cold at such a young age? You know, wearing less clothes will make more girls think you are strong and make them fall in love with you. Ah, really? There is such a thing? Malik believed it. After all, Roning was very good at pursuing girls. He was thinking, should he take off this goose-down coat and change into some light and figure-hugging ones? Roning laughed. He just said it casually, but he didn't expect the other party to really listen to it. He couldn't help but change the subject. Last time you and your sister were assassinated, did your father find any clues about the murderer behind the scenes? Roning now held the confession of the shadow assassin in his hand, which mentioned that Lei Sin's assassination was Malik's brother and sister's business. Malik's thoughts were pulled back. No, the Earl's assassination has not been investigated. Let alone us. He shook his head and said in annoyance, those people hiding behind the scenes are damned. My sister and I need at least 4 or 5 knights to follow us whenever we go out. It's too uncomfortable. That's because your father cares about your safety. You should understand his feelings. Herman has experienced the pain of losing a son and a daughter, now that he is middle-aged. If his children make any mistakes, the Green family will have no heirs. Naturally, he will not allow this to happen. I think Herman will definitely hate the murderer. Once Roning reveals that all this was done by Lei Sin, it stands to reason that he will get Herman's support. Do you need to disclose it in advance? Disclosing it in advance is nothing more than building a good relationship. When Roning makes a request, the other party will help to say a few words. However, thinking of the other party's attitude when he went to Lake Town, Roning gave up this idea. Perhaps I should say hello to Grandpa in advance, Roning said in his heart. Chapter 151 Marriage. The atmosphere of Wushanbeo's annual celebration and the atmosphere of celebrating Lu Lance's birthday have risen. A large number of flags and colorful banners have been hung around the castle, showing the emblem and status of Wushanbeo. The gardeners have already taken care of the flowers and plants, tapestries and murals, and the invited music and dance teams are also in place and rehearsing. There are also many nobles walking around Lu Lancey, but they don't stay for long. Most of them just say hello, then say a few polite words and leave. Seeing Roning coming alone, Rolancy sat on the soft chair wearing a magic wolf coat. I was going to let Master wait a while to find you, but I didn't expect you to come on your own initiative. It just so happens that I have something to tell you. Roning was a little surprised. He came here to reveal a little bit that he wanted to lead Sean, but he didn't expect that Lu Lancey also had something to find him. Grandpa, you tell me. According to the time, Princess Blanche will arrive at Wushan Castle tomorrow morning. You will take people to receive her then. Ronan was stunned. He never thought it would be this. Blanche is the youngest daughter of King Bruno. Alduin V. Ronan recalled that she seemed to be 18 years old this year. I didn't expect the royal family to send someone to attend your birthday. Why? Do you look down on your grandfather? Lulancy smiled and said, after all, I am also a top noble of the Alduin royal family. It's okay for His Majesty to arrange a princess to come and say a few words of blessing to me. Right? Ronan certainly did not doubt Lulance's status. But in previous years, it seemed that few royal family members came to Lulance's birthday. So he had doubts. What puzzled him even more was why Rolance designated him to receive the guests. The reception at the castle seems to be hosted by Diane and Breton. It seems inappropriate for a baron from Shanlin Town to receive the princess. Right? Don't worry. I've already told your father and Diane. and they will cooperate with you. Roland smiled mysteriously. Blanche is 18 years old this year. She should have been married for 2 years at her age. But unfortunately her two marriage partners, Camelot and Oleg, both died of illness. Roning raised his eyebrows. Good guy. 2 consecutive marriage partners died. If this happened in ancient Xia, he would definitely be known as a husband killer. Who are Camelot and Oleg? Roning was very curious about the origins of these 2 marriage partners, but he didn't have any information about them in his mind. But it seems that if he can marry a royal princess, his identity and background must be very good. They are the eldest and second eldest grandsons of Grand Duke Varghese. Sure enough, they are very powerful. There are 3 principalities in the kingdom of Alduin: the Principality of Justana, the Principality of Ferensburg, and the Principality of Vera, which was established only 30 years ago. Varghese is the owner of the Principality of Justana, the westernmost of the kingdom. The only thing that Ronan didn't expect was that the 2 dead marriage partners were actually brothers from the same family. Roland sighed. The marriage failed, and both men died unexpectedly. Logically, Blanche could have married other noble sons smoothly. Even His Majesty was ready to marry her to Grand Duke Varghese's 3rd grandson, Ganul. It's a pity that some rumor circulating in the outside world prevented this marriage from happening. Roning's mouth twitched. Good man. His Majesty the King is at odds with Grand Duke Varghese, and he actually gave his daughter to the other's 3 grandsons one after another. If this arranged marriage is successful, and then the man called Gano dies again, will Grand Duke Varghese hate the king to death? Do you want to know what the rumors are outside? Lu Lanz asked. Roning thought about it, and said tentatively, Isn't it rumored that Princess Blanche is a murderer? Ha! Although it's not that. It's almost the same. Lu Lanz laughed and said, Those rumors say that whoever marries Blanche will die. Sure enough, there are such sayings in the other world. The main reason is that these 2 arranged marriages are too magical. Varghese lost 2 grandsons, and I'm afraid he is not willing to continue to take risks with the 3rd grandson. If something goes wrong, won't the family be extinct? To be honest, under the system of monogamy, it is very rare for the Justana family to have 3 grandsons. However, Ronan didn't believe this kind of thing. He preferred to believe that someone secretly didn't want this marriage to go smoothly. Of course, there is another possibility that Camelot and Oleg really died of an accidental disease. Wait! Ronan suddenly realized a very serious problem. He looked at Lu Lanz with more trepidation. That? Grandpa. Princess Blanche came to Wushan to celebrate your birthday. Could it be that she wants to marry me? It's really possible. Otherwise why would Lu Lanz tell him so much? And even specially arrange for him to receive him? Ha ha! Lu Lanz laughed. Why? Are you scared? Hearing the definite answer, Ronan was completely stunned. Although marriage is a very common phenomenon among the nobles, he really didn't expect it to happen to him. And it was so sudden that he was not prepared at all. This joke is not funny at all. Ronan had a bitter expression on his face. Princess Blanche has already had 2 marriages. It's not appropriate to point it to me again. Right? Don't worry about this. Whether it's Camelot or Oleg, Princess Blanche hasn't even met them a few times, let alone fall in love. Lulan said, As for the phenomenon of husband killing you just mentioned, you don't have to worry about it. Before the marriage, their health was not very good, and their short lifespan had nothing to do with Blanche. Obviously, Lulan's was serious. Ronan frowned. Was he arranged to marry? Lulan's noticed Ronan's expression. You don't seem to be willing? Ronan didn't answer directly, but said, This matter was too sudden. I was not prepared. Lulan's nodded. It's a bit sudden indeed. I only sent a message to His Majesty Bruno after you came to Wushan Castle last time. The time was very short. He changed the subject. But it is very necessary, both for the Wushan family and for your future. Ronan showed a thoughtful look. In the past 2 months, Roland will be teleported to the royal court. It is estimated that Bruno sent Blanche here without much thought. Is the other party worried that his daughter can't get married? Ronan's first feeling was the same. But after thinking carefully, the possibility of this situation should not be great. And Lolans also said that marrying Princess Blanche was necessary for the Wushan family, and for Ronan himself. That person was preparing for the future, in which Lolans might not be around anymore. Although nobles can change their heirs, they can change it once, but they will definitely be interfered with the second time. Lolans said, I can't do the same thing in just a few years. that would only be rejected by His Majesty, and the heir would not get a legal identity. Ronan suddenly realized that Llewellyn's words had already indicated that after Wigan's death, Breton might inherit the title of Marquis. Orson is ambitious, and his son is even more ambitious. Llewellyn's narrowed his eyes slightly. I don't know if he will deal with you after I die, so letting you marry Princess Blanche is also for this purpose. Ronan understood that this was to bring in the royal family. As the son-in-law of His Majesty the King, Ronan's status would naturally be improved. Even if someone wanted to deal with him, they had to find a reasonable reason and take the face of the royal family into consideration. As for His Majesty Bruno, he can take this opportunity to enhance his control over Wuxian territory. Otherwise, why would a princess marry a baron who has lost his inheritance rights? Is Ronan so handsome that he subverts everyone? I'm afraid His Majesty King Bruno also has his plans. As for Ronan, if he puts aside personal feelings and considers everything from the perspective of interests, he will indeed have a lot of benefits by marrying Blanche. And if he wants to conquer this continent in the future, he will have an opportunity. After all, the Kingdom of Alduin and the Kingdom of Tricia have still claimed to be descendants of the Orlan Empire, and have the legal right to inherit the empire. Then, do his descendants also have the legal right to inherit the kingdom? This marriage seems to be beneficial to all three parties, and Ronan seems to have no reason to refuse. Okay, I understand. Although Ronan still resisted in his heart, he did not find a reasonable excuse to refuse for the time being, so he could only take it one step at a time. Will this be announced at the banquet the day after tomorrow? Lu Lanz breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Ronan would be willful and throw a tantrum like before, and it seemed that the child's personality had also changed greatly. That won't happen. He smiled and said, this time I just came here to let you get to know each other, and the official announcement needs to be made by His Majesty the King. Ronan breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 152 Wubei Territory. Since Luo Ning left Wuxianbao last time, Lu Lanz discovered the changes in his eldest grandson. So he had the idea of marriage. If Luo Ning was still unlearned in the past, he would not have these thoughts. Since his grandson has made changes, he, as a grandfather, will try his best to gain some space for him. In the final analysis, Lu Lanz is still worried about Luo Ning. He is worried that after his death, his grandson will die first. Lu Ning understands that the other party is thinking about himself. Although he is disgusted that his path has been changed by others, he has no reason to blame the other party. Okay, I've finished my business. Lu Lanz smiled and said, now it's time to talk about your business. Lu Ning came back to his senses. He had been thinking about the marriage just now, but he forgot the purpose of coming to Lu Lanz this time. He thought for a moment, looked into the other's eyes, and acted serious enough. Grandpa, I want the land in Shan territory. Just as Ronan was surprised by the sudden mention of marriage, Ronan's words also surprised Lu Lanz, and it was obvious that the other party had not expected this. Why do you suddenly have this idea? Lu Lanz frowned slightly. Did Marvin tell you to say that? He knew that Ronan came to Wuxian Castle with Viscount Marvin's convoy, and he also felt that Ronan should not have the idea and ambition to annex other noble territories for the time being. So he thought it was Marvin who proposed it. After all, the latter had that motive. To the northwest of Muma City is Shan territory, and to the southeast is a small piece of land bordering Orson, and Layson is close to Barrington. In the future, when Orson or Barrington want to deal with a horse ranching city, they can form a pincer attack. Viscount Marvin has taken good care of me. I bought more than 40 horses from him, but only spent half of the money. Ronan shook his head and said, but he didn't ask me to do this. Grandpa, this is my personal idea. Llewellyn's eyes flashed with surprise. When did his grandson dare to propose the idea of annexing other people's territories? Your idea is very dangerous. He stood up and said seriously, even if you have a conflict with Layson in the savage tribe, it is not serious enough to annex his territory. And the laws of the kingdom stipulate that unless a noble commits a serious crime, his title and territory cannot be deprived. So I can't help you with this matter. He can help Ronan do a lot of things, but he must never deprive a noble of his title and territory for no reason. This is against the noble class. Grandpa, what you just said means that as long as the nobles of Wuxian territory commit a serious crime, you can deprive them of their titles and territories. Ronan smiled and asked, am I right? You mean? Lelancy thought of a possibility, but was a little bit unbelievable. Layson of Sin territory is an old noble. What fatal evidence would he leave when facing a 17-year-old junior. Lalance's tone was still as solemn as before, as if he was teaching Ronan. If you accuse a noble of committing a serious crime without evidence, then you will also commit a serious crime. The punishment may be compensation, imprisonment, or even deprivation of title and territory. Ronan nodded. I know. If there is not enough evidence, I will not bring up this matter. What evidence? Confirm it for me first. Ronan smiled mysteriously and said, Please forgive me for keeping it secret. I want to show the evidence in front of many nobles. Lalance was slightly shocked. Ronan was going to play big. If the evidence is not sufficient, it will be dangerous. If you don't want any accidents, you'd better show it to me, Lalance insisted. The Wushan family finally got a good seedling. He didn't want the other party to have any accidents. Ronan was confident enough in his evidence. After all, he had both physical and human evidence. Even the assassin was imprisoned in Shanlin Castle. What accidents could there be? And once Wiggins knew that Layson was related to the Skeleton Society, with his character, he would definitely skin Layson alive. He didn't even need to find the shadow assassin. He would convict Layson, in order to prevent Lu Lance from asking further questions. He changed the subject and said, I want to tell you in the second half of Grandpa's birthday party. Grandpa won't blame me for disrupting this happy event. Right? Lu Lance knew that Luo Ning was determined not to tell you. He sighed and leaned back on the sofa again. It doesn't matter. I've had birthday parties many times. It's fun to have something different. He complained a little. But you are hiding something from me now. It's also because Washenbeo hasn't managed Shanlin Town in recent years. It seems that the town is isolated from the world, and no news has been transmitted. Otherwise, he could have guessed something. Don't worry, Grandpa. I never do things without preparation. Luo Ning continued, if you really take down Layson, can you give me Shan territory? Lu Lanci no longer entangled in the issue of evidence. If your evidence is enough to bring down Layson, it should be regarded as a great contribution to Wushan Castle. I can not only give you Shan territory, but also give you the northern part, and make you the Viscount of Wubei territory. A baron going to marry a princess is still a bit cheap after all. According to Lu Lanci's own plan, he had planned to increase Luo Ning's title and territory area, but he just couldn't find a suitable reason. Rewarding for no reason. And Luo Ning is not the legal heir. This will be criticized. Hearing this, Luo Ning's eyes lit up. He originally just wanted a piece of land, but he didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Viscount title. This is a good thing. The high title is only secondary. The key is that the title is upgraded, and his monthly sign-in reward will double, which is the most important thing. The area in the north is very large, plus the area of Shan territory. I feel like I can be an earl. Ronan said shamelessly, why don't you just make me an earl? It will be more prestigious. Currently, there are only 2 earls in Wushan territory, and Wiggins's earldom is temporary. Go away. Lalance glared at him and scolded him with a smile. Your father is only an earl, and you become an earl. So where will his face be? Father is very thick-skinned. He probably won't care, Ronan argued. Lalance waved his hand with a smile. If you have nothing to do, leave quickly. You can be promoted to Viscount without military merit, but you need at least a little to be an earl. Ronan sighed helplessly. It seemed that he would not be able to get the title of earl, but this was also reasonable. If he could not only obtain the territory of Thane, but also be promoted to Viscount, and also include the entire north in his territory, Ronan would be very satisfied. As for the earl, where is he going to get military merits? He won't also go to wipe out the Black Gold Brotherhood. Right? So the meaning of the existence of this organization is to let the nobles earn military honors? Ronan stood up. Thank you for your care, Grandpa. I'll go down now. Go. Go! After Ronan left, Lu Lan sighed. Most. Why do you think Ronan has changed so much in the past 6 months? I heard that great fortune will come after great disasters. Maybe it's the same reason. Master Ronan has experienced too many ups and downs in life and has matured in his heart. Maybe? Lu Lance couldn't help but think of his eldest son. Grimace was also very meticulous in his thinking when he was 17 or 18 years old. Now Ronan is very similar to his uncle. But it's a pity that he is too far behind in strength. Grimace. His eternal pain in his heart. Master comforted him. Master. Sometimes a wise ruler does not need to be too powerful to be followed by strong people. The same is true for Master Ronin. He already has followers who can defeat the Bronze Knight. Huh. You really know how to comfort people. Chapter 153 Orson arrives. After Rollins told Ronin that Princess Blanche would come to Wushan Castle, this matter spread like a gust of wind throughout the castle. Although Blanche's reputation outside was not good, she had the blood of the royal family of Alduin flowing in her body, and she represented the royal family wherever she went. So after the nobles were exposed to this information for the first time, in addition to their expectations, they also speculated on the intentions of the royal family and His Majesty Bruno. Father, welcome to Wushan Castle. At the front of a luxurious convoy, Earl Orson Hyde of Black Python City arrived at Wushan Castle in the evening of the 26th. After receiving the report, Lady Diane immediately went forward to greet him with Breton. Grandpa, welcome to Wushan Castle. Breton also followed. Haha. Long time no see. Dear. Orson strode over and stroked Breton's head affectionately. Compared to last time, you seem to have grown taller. Your growth is a continuation of the glory of the Wushan family. Not bad. He is actually already 70 years old this year. But unlike Rollins, he is in very good spirits and looks no different from a middle-aged man. Diane, Wiggins is now inconvenient to move. As his wife, you must do your best to host this banquet. You must not lose the face of the Hyde family, let alone the etiquette of Wushan Castle. He walked up to his daughter and gave her a simple hug, patting her on the back. You've worked hard. Diane smiled and said, Don't worry. Father, everything is arranged here. It's getting dark. Please follow me into the castle. With the arrival of the heavyweight Earl Orson, basically all the nobles in Wushan City who were supposed to come had already arrived. My lord, Knight Loran, who had been following Breton, walked to Orson's side. Not long ago, the Marquis revealed that Princess Blanche would arrive at Wushan Castle tomorrow, and Ronin would be responsible for the reception. Thank you for informing Sir Loran. I already know about this. Orson's expression did not change. The Marquis's reputation is far-reaching, and this birthday has attracted much attention. It can be predicted that Wushan Castle will be very grand and lively the day after tomorrow. I am looking forward to it like everyone else. Led by Diane, Orson first went to pay a visit to Rollins, which was the etiquette that a vassal should have. He then stayed in an independent small courtyard, which was Wushan Castle's courtesy to Earl Orson. Here, Orson had friendly greetings and exchanges with many nobles, which was very lively. Ronin, why don't you go see Count Orson? It's very lively there. McKinney sat on the swing in the yard, swaying gently as a maid pushed slowly. She couldn't quite understand her brother now. Wushan Castle was so lively, but Ronin was waving his sword alone in the yard. Even if he didn't go to see Orson, he should at least communicate with other nobles. Why should I go to see him? Ronin simply swung his sword and practiced basic steps. If McKinney hadn't insisted on chatting with him more, he should be learning those fighting skills and magic now. He and I are both vassals of my grandfather. Without interests and exchanges, I don't need to take the initiative to visit him. Ronin thrust his sword fiercely, and the speed was so fast that it made a sound of breaking through the air. McKinney was startled by this sword. Your swordsmanship seems to be very good. Who did you learn from? From my knights? McKen and Rydell. McKinney couldn't help but look at the tall knight, who had been standing not far away on the opposite side. Kabir said that this McKen seemed to be extraordinary. She had been with Kabir for many years, and rarely heard him make such comments about others. It was rare for her brother to have two very unusual knight followers at once. You are right. I can't stand that old man either. McKinney tilted her head to explain to Ronin, as if she was worried that her brother didn't know what happened in the past. In the early years, Orson was not Grandpa's follower. It was just that before the Battle of Misty City, he lost to Grandpa in the Knights tournament. According to the bet, the loser will be loyal to the winner. So he became Grandpa's follower. Ronin stopped. Is there such a thing? He carefully searched the memory in his mind, and found that the memory of this matter was vague. He didn't know whether his predecessor had never understood it, or the memory of his predecessor in his mind had become increasingly faint. He still didn't accept it in his heart. McKinney complained. Many times he wanted to find Grandpa to compete again, saying that he must decide the winner again. Ronin nodded secretly. This is possible. If it weren't for the reputation issue, the other party might be able to directly become a kingdom earl. And McKinney had already told him a lot about Earl Orson. Although he didn't say it explicitly, he was conveying a message to Ronin. The other party is an enemy, and we must always be on guard and be prepared to deal with it. The brother-sister relationship between McKinney and Ronan is real and good. But there is also a purpose in their words and deeds. Sir, Butler Most is here. Tom came in to report. McKinney was a little curious. Why was this knight still wearing a mask on his face? Could it be that there was a scar underneath that was too hideous and affected his image? Come in. Most walked in, followed by a male servant and a female servant. Master Ronan, this is the dress that the master prepared for you in advance. You can wear it to receive Princess Blanche tomorrow. Wow. McKinney jumped off the swing, ran over in surprise, and looked at the clothes with envy. This fabric, this jewel, this pattern. It seems that Grandpa spent a lot of time on this dress? Most smiled and said, the master did spend a lot of time preparing it. Just like Master Ronan prepared a silk scarf for the master. Ronan threw the sword to Mackin and walked over to take a look. This dress should be made of Warcraft leather. It feels full and delicate. Probably not inferior to the fur coat of the Storm Wolf. Thank Grandpa for me, he said. Most handed Ronan another piece of parchment. This is the itinerary planned by the master for you. You can take the princess around to play in the next few days. Lowlands prepared it very carefully, even arranging the itinerary. Ronan took it and looked at it. It mentioned parks, lakes and other attractions, as well as elegant places such as opera houses and concert halls. What caught his attention most was that there would be a wonderful beast fight in the Wushan City Coliseum tomorrow afternoon. It is said that the target is a third-level Warcraft. I understand. Ronan folded the paper and handed it to McKinney. You have to work hard. McKinney encouraged. Try to win the princess and capture her heart. Ronan smiled and said, Sister, this is a marriage, not a free love like you and Kabir. After calming down his initial resistance to the marriage, Ronan's mentality has calmed down. And he even has some expectations now. It's not that he expects a wonderful love affair. He is looking forward to seeing Princess Blanche as soon as possible and see what she looks like. Time passed quickly, and when the sun rose the next day, a black dot appeared on the southwest horizon. The black dot grew bigger and bigger, and when it approached Wushan City, a loud cry penetrated the sky and reached Wushan Fort, attracting everyone's attention. Ronan walked out quickly and came to the square in front of Wushan Fort. At this time, the black dot in the sky has revealed its shape. It is a huge flying bird. It is swooping down at a very fast speed, and suddenly spread its wings when it is only 10 meters above the ground. In an instant, a huge airflow spreads in all directions, and its speed drops to the minimum, and it slowly falls. Ronan's eyes have been on this giant beast. It has a lion's body and powerful wings, as well as an eagle's head and sharp claws. The feathers of this creature are shining with golden light, exuding an irresistible majesty. Griffin. It is an extremely brave and proud creature. It has powerful strength and excellent flying ability, which made it once the invincible overlord in the sky. At this moment, Ronan was moved by this griffin. He also wanted to have a flying mount like this. But it is said that the number of nobles who own griffins is extremely limited, and only the royal family and some grand dukes are well known. Most reminded, Master, this is the Vanguard Griffin Knight of the Royal Sky Guard. His arrival means that the princess's team will arrive soon. Let all the nobles prepare to come out to greet him, Ronan said. Ronan looked down at his clothes, and McKinney helped him adjust the position of his collar and bow tie. He strode forward. Every Griffin Knight has an extraordinary status, and Wushan Castle also needs to treat them with courtesy. Chapter 154. The princess arrives. When Ronan stood close to the griffin, he could feel the power of this flying mount even more. Although it was tamed since childhood and looked docile, no one should doubt its strength. It is said that most adult griffins are level 4 monsters, and some of them can reach level 5 or even level 6. Thinking about the injured Storm Wolf that left Elrin and others helpless, you can see how difficult it is to deal with this flying monster. When Ronan came to the griffin, the knight on it jumped off the 2-meter-high griffin's back and landed steadily on the ground. He was wearing silver-white armor, and his face was covered by a silver helmet, so his face could not be seen clearly. But this special silver armor outlines a female body. Ronan was surprised. Could the Griffin Knight be a woman? He didn't think too much and went forward to salute. Hello, Honorable Griffin Knight. I am Ronan, the eldest grandson of Marquis Roland, waiting for Her Royal Highness the Princess. The Griffin Knight saluted Ronan and introduced himself, Missy Cox, a member of the Royal Griffin Knights, and the escort of Her Royal Highness Princess Blanche. It's nice to meet you, Your Excellency Ronan. This crisp female voice proved that the other party was indeed a female knight. Ronan was a little surprised. It is said that the knights of the Royal Griffin Knights are at least bronze knights. Could it be that the female knight in front of him also has such a high strength? I am also very happy to meet you, beautiful female knight. Ronan greeted again. I wonder when Her Royal Highness the Princess will arrive. Knight Missy looked up at the sky, estimated the time, and replied, Her Royal Highness the Princess should arrive in 10 minutes. Please be ready. Lord Ronan. Please rest assured. Everything is ready. Although Ronan was asked to receive her, he only needed to accompany and greet her. And he didn't need to worry about other trivial matters. Under the arrangement of Diane, the housekeeper, and Captain Toru, the guards of the First Knights had surrounded the square and prepared for defense. The servants had also laid out the red carpet, extending all the way to Wushan Castle. And those nobles who came to watch the excitement also stayed in the distance. They did not go forward directly, but stood on both sides while communicating and waiting. 10 minutes was a short time, and soon several black spots appeared in the distant sky. Here they come, Knight Missy reminded in a low voice. And Ronan was ready. The black spots in the sky became bigger and bigger, and soon appeared above Wushan Castle. Ronan looked up and saw that there were 11 griffins in the sky, except for the one in the middle with 2 people sitting on it. The remaining griffins only had 1 person on them. Ronan also discovered that there was a light blue energy on the griffins that wrapped around the riders, like a safety shield covering them, protecting them from the severe cold and strong wind. I don't know if this shield was cast by the griffins themselves, or if it was some ability used by the riders. With a loud cry, the griffin team seemed to have heard the order and swooped down, rushing down with a strong airflow. The huge sense of oppression changed the faces of the guards around them. Ronan, who was in the center, also changed his face slightly. He could imagine what the scene would be like if this group of griffins and their knights launched an attack. He secretly praised in his heart, worthy of being a royal family. What a grand scene. If he hadn't been mentally strong, he would have been so scared that he would have sat down on the ground. Knight Missy beside him also showed a surprised look. She had heard rumors about Ronan from the outside world, but she didn't expect this person to have such determination. When she was selected to become a Griffin Knight, she also faced such a scene. This was a test from the leader. Although she didn't collapse on the ground at that time, she also took 2 steps back, not as calm as Ronan. 11 griffins landed neatly on the ground, and the knights on them jumped down one after another. Only the lady on the back of the griffin in the middle slowly came down on the white ladder temporarily built by the passengers. Ronan could tell at a glance that the other party was the famous Princess Blanche, and he walked over quickly. Although Blanche's reputation outside was not very good, it had to be admitted that as the daughter of the royal family of Alduin, her appearance was impeccable. At least she was the best among all the women Ronan had ever seen. Blanche has the golden brown hair and lavender pupils of the Alduin family. Her lively eyes, in particular, do not look weird at all, but make her fair skin look more delicate. The only flaw may be that after approaching, Ronan discovered a few freckles on her nose, but the number is very small and has no effect on her beauty. The appearance of this marriage partner is really not bad at all. Ronan sighed in his heart and walked forward enthusiastically, touching his chest with his left hand, and greeted, Dear Princess Blanche, I am Ronan, the eldest grandson of the Marquis of Wushanling, and I welcome you on behalf of the entire Wushan Castle. Blanche knew her father's intention of arranging her to come to Wushan Castle, but she didn't expect that the person who received her was Ronan. She couldn't help but flash a trace of panic in her eyes. However, as a proper royal princess, she quickly calmed down. She bent her knees slightly and lifted the sides of her skirt with both hands, nodding. I am also very happy to meet you, Ronan. Her voice was soft and pleasant, and she sounded like a gentle and friendly person. Next, the princess introduced the members of the accompanying team. In short, the escort team of Her Royal Highness was led by Sir Brol Geller, the deputy commander of the Royal Griffin Knights, and accompanied by 11 other members of the Griffin Knights. Without exception, they were all powerful Lord Knights. Ronan greeted them one by one, shook hands and said hello. Your Highness, please follow me into the castle. Ronan stood up straight, raised his right hand in front of him, and stretched out his arm. Thank you. Blanche took his arm, and the two walked slowly along the red carpet into the castle. Only Knight Missy and Deputy Captain Brawl followed behind them. while the other Griffin knights stayed behind to lead their mounts to the resettlement area. The nobles who had been waiting for a long time stood on both sides, cheering and greeting Her Royal Highness enthusiastically. Ronan could see that Her Royal Highness was not nervous at all in the face of such a scene. While she was holding his arm, she nodded and waved enthusiastically to the nobles around her. But before they entered the gate of Wushan Castle, a loud cry suppressed the cheers of the crowd and interrupted the lively scene. Ronan and everyone else turned their heads to look up at the sky, only to see 3 more griffins flying in the distance. According to Brawl, their griffin team only had 12 griffins in total. So how could there be more griffins? What is this? Ronan looked at Blanche in surprise. The latter frowned slightly and shook her head imperceptibly, indicating that she didn't know what was going on. Brawl looked up and said, "The white griffins should be Count Jesus and his griffin knights." Jesus? Ronan soon had an impression. Jesus Ajuin, the younger brother of His Majesty Bruno, the Earl of Moonlight Valley. His territory is located in the southeast corner of Wushan Territory. So he had an impression of the previous one. Ronan narrowed his eyes slightly and watched the 3 griffins fly down at a high speed and land steadily on the square. Did the Earl of the Kingdom also come to celebrate Roland's birthday? He had never heard of it before. Chapter 155 Jesus. 3 griffins stopped opposite the Royal Griffin team. They spread their wings to each other and made low chirping sounds, which seemed to reveal threats and warnings. Fortunately, these griffins are professionally trained mounts. They are not like buffaloes who have the urge to fight when they meet. A tall man jumped down from the back of the leading white griffin. He was not wearing armor like the 2 knights behind him, but a well-fitting and gorgeous dress, with golden brown hair and lavender pupils. There is no doubt that this man is Jesus, the younger brother of His Majesty Bruno. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect it to be so lively here. Jesus strode forward, his voice extremely loud and hearty. I thought everyone was here to welcome me when I looked up in the sky just now. But now it seems that everyone is welcoming my niece. Ronan took a step forward, and Blanche also let go of her hand at the right time. Wushan Castle also welcomes you, Lord Earl of Moonlight Valley. Jesus glanced at Ronan, and the smile on his face turned unhappy. I say, Wushan Castle is a marquis family after all. It's too rude to arrange a young man like you to welcome Her Royal Highness the Princess on such a big occasion. Isn't it? Jesus actually questioned Ronan in a lecture tone in front of all the nobles. Not only did Ronan not expect this, but even many nobles did not expect it. You know, in many occasions, especially large public occasions, the nobles maintain etiquette. However, as the saying goes, it doesn't concern you. And most people, in addition to being surprised, also looked at Ronan with playful eyes, as if watching a play. How would this baron from the mountains respond to such a situation? In fact, Roland could come forward to welcome the princess. Or not. Although Blanche was a princess, Roland was a marquis, and there was not much difference in their status. It was okay to accept or not. Ronan smiled slightly and explained in a leisurely tone. Grandpa said that young people can talk about more things together, so he arranged for me to receive them. If there is any inadequate hospitality, please forgive me, Lord Earl. Even if a young person is arranged, it should be Breton who has the right of inheritance. Right? Jesus followed Ronan's words and said, Is Roland going to violate the laws passed down by the Empire and establish 2 heirs at the same time? Suddenly, an inexplicable tense atmosphere spread, and many nobles looked sideways, wondering what Count Jesus was doing here. In the crowd, Breton wanted to rush up to defend Ronan, but was stopped by Diane. You can't help Ronan in this situation. She didn't know what was going on. In the past, Jesus would not come specially for Roland's birthday party. After all, he was the younger brother of His Majesty the King. Even if he didn't go to the palace on the day of the new year, there were many things to take care of in his territory. Jesus' arrival here really surprised her. Luo Ning was naturally unhappy. If he were on Earth, he would have started to fight back. But he couldn't do that now. He now represented Wushan Fort and Lu lands. Even if he was provoked, he had to try his best to maintain his proper demeanor and etiquette. Breton is still young, so it is more appropriate for me, who is about the same age as the princess, to greet him. He looked at him straight in the eyes, without any tension or fear on his face, and said in a low voice, Count Jesus, you and my grandfather are both vassals of the kingdom, and there are some things that cannot be said even if it is a joke. Jesus' eyes were slightly cold. What did this kid mean by this? Threatening him? I heard that you have changed a lot, and today I see that it is true. At this time, Princess Blanche spoke at the right time. Uncle Jesus, come with me into the castle. The atmosphere relaxed. Jesus laughed and walked past Ronan. Dear Blanche, I didn't expect to see you here, he said, and gently hugged Blanche. The last time I saw you was 6 years ago. At that time, you were only as tall as my shoulders. Now you are almost as tall as me. The two of them exchanged a few cheerful greetings. And then Jesus said hello to the nobles on both sides of the road, and entered Wushan Castle surrounded by a group of people. Ronan still stood beside Blanche, but this time he paid more attention to Jesus. His intuition told him that this person came here to cause trouble. From the moment he landed, Jesus had a kind of attitude of usurping the throne. Not only was he arrogant in his attitude towards Ronan, but he also gradually took over Blanche's limelight, as if he had become the protagonist of the day. Those who didn't know would think that this welcome banquet was hosted by Jesus. Ronan thought about the possibility of the other party coming here. The Moonlight Valley, the territory of Count Jesus, is located in the southwest of Wushan Territory. To the west is the Qing Territory. To the north is the Howling Sea. To the south is a relatively chaotic area. And to the east is adjacent to the pointed city of Wushan Territory. King Bruno has 2 younger brothers, Jesus and Ferenz. Surprisingly, Ferenz is the master of the Principality of Ferensburg and the Grand Duke. Jesus is not only not a duke, but he has not even become a marquis, and is only a count. Although the scenery of Moonlight Valley is very nice, it is hard to believe that there is no explanation behind such an arrangement. In addition to this information, Ronan also noticed that the Polish bandit group that seems to be troubling Wushan Territory is active in the southwest area. Is there a shadow of Count Jesus behind this bandit group? After the unexpected episode, the team successfully arrived at the newly decorated auditorium. Here, Roland personally met with Her Royal Highness the Princess and announced that Wushan Castle would hold a banquet tonight to welcome Blanche. As for Jesus, since entering the auditorium and seeing Roland, this guy has been very restrained, and has completely lost his previous aggressive posture. After the excitement, Roland took the other nobles away, leaving only Ronan and Blanche in the huge hall. And even the guard stayed outside. In his 2 lives, Ronan had never experienced a blind date, let alone a marriage. To be honest, he was a little nervous and embarrassed. He didn't want the atmosphere to be awkward. So he took the initiative to say, "Let me introduce myself again. The eldest grandson of the Marquis of Wushan, the Baron of Shanlin Town. Ronan, I know about you." Blanche's mouth raised the right arc. Her smile was neither too ostentatious nor too restrained, and people could relax at a glance. In fact, only she knew that she was embarrassed and uneasy at the moment. Since the 2 marriage partners died of illness, rumors about her being a jinx spread, and no one came to her house to propose marriage in recent years. She fell into anxiety and inferiority. She was obviously a princess of the kingdom. Why did she end up being despised? So this time, when she heard her father say that he was going to marry her to a baron who was deprived of the right to inherit the marquisate, although she was resistant in her heart, she agreed to come and see. What she didn't expect was that the young baron in front of her was much better than she thought. His demeanor, bearing, and on-the-spot reaction were all very good. Shanlin Town. What kind of place is that? She asked. Luo Ning thought about it seriously and replied with a smile. It is a remote, barren place, but it has great potential. This seems to be a well-behaved statement, but it actually explains Luo Ning's situation. What is the value of a baron in a remote and barren area? As for the huge development potential, people with normal judgment know how much water this statement has. He thought that Blanche would be surprised or even unhappy when he heard this, but the expression on her face did not change at all. I believe that with your wisdom, you will definitely bring great changes to the place. Blanche smiled. Chapter 156 Diane's Problem. After Earl Orson received Princess Blanche in the courtyard of Wushan Castle, Diane followed her father here. Her intuition told her that Earl Jesus' arrival might be related to her father Orson. Father, did you invite Jesus to Wushan Castle? Orson looked at his daughter, then nodded slowly. Diane, your intuition is still as accurate as usual. Yes, I did invite Jesus here. Why? Diane asked puzzledly. You know, the relationship between the Marquis and the other party is not very good, and Wiggins hates him even more. In the early years, when the territory was divided, Rollins and Jesus had some disputes. And 13 years ago, when the Polani bandits group was just starting to rise, they invaded the small town of Sari in Wishan territory, resulting in the death of Baron Amos Sari in that war. It is said that Amos had sent a distress signal to Earl Moonlight Valley at that time, but Jesus did not take any action. After Amos's death, sad news reached Wishan Castle. His daughter, Fatima, Wiggins' first wife, died of depression soon after. Therefore, Wiggins hated Jesus very much, and even hated him. In order to confirm Breton's status as the heir, Orson said. Diane shook her head slightly. I don't think Breton's position is unstable, Father. Although Ronan has performed very well recently, I believe the Marquis will not change the heir at will without sufficient reason. There is nothing that Rollans dare not do. Orson smiled and said, I know more about Rollans than you do, even if there is no change in the next 3 to 5 years. If Ronan shows enough ability in governance, he is likely to make a decision to change it. Diane was hard to be convinced by this sentence. What Washenbeo needs most now is a powerful heir. Ronan can't do it, but Breton can. What outsiders don't know is that with Breton's practice speed, he can become a mid-level knight at the age of 14. By the time he reaches adulthood, he should have become a senior knight. Such a talent for practice is rare. Diane wants her son to inherit Wushan territory, but she wants a complete Wushan territory, not a Wushan territory with many contradictions and fragmentation. She is indeed relying on her mother's family, but she doesn't want her mother's family to offend the entire Wushan fort and many nobles. What are you going to do? She asked. Orson laughed and shook the tall crystal glass in his hand. You also saw that Jesus has conveyed his intention in the square, even if Lowlands wants to change it. No. Jesus and others have a reason to intervene. The question of establishing 2 heirs at the same time in the square before. In fact, no matter how Roning answered, it would not change the result. Diane, this Blanche is going to marry Roning, with an identity related to the royal family. Even if he wants to do something in the future, we can't deal with it too much. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. So, we must make Lowlands have more scruples and considerations when he wants to change the heir again, instead of him being able to decide alone. At the beginning, Lowlands only needed to make the decision to abolish Ronan. Now, if Breton wants to be abolished, besides Orson's disagreement, there will be more people, especially those from the royal family who question it, which is enough. So, this is one of the purposes of Orson inviting Jesus to come. Diane wanted to say something else, but she had to admit that this was indeed a way, which was good for Breton. She sighed. Father, I hope you can notify me first next time something like this happens. I'm sorry, Diane. This happened so hastily that I didn't have time to tell you, Orson said sullenly, but I promise that it will never happen next time. The two chatted for a while, and Diane left the courtyard. Whether it was Blanche's sudden arrival or Jesus behind, these were beyond her expectations. Perhaps she could assist Breton in governing the territory, but she wanted to think about problems and make arrangements from the perspective of Lowlands and Orson. And she didn't have that ability or foundation. Over the years, she has not been able to cultivate her own power in Wishan Castle, because most people are loyal to Rollans. Once Rollans dies, Wiggins can only maintain the status quo of Wishan territory. She is not sure how many vassals will sincerely pledge loyalty to him. So for Diane, Rollans can live another 10 years in peace, and her son Breton can grow up in peace as the 3rd-generation heir. This is the best situation. In 10 years, Breton's strength should be able to reach the gold level or even higher. At that time, there will definitely be more nobles in Wishan territory who are willing to follow him than Wiggins. Even her family will have to weigh their actions before doing anything, instead of asking for their opinions as they do now. Maybe I need to find a suitable marriage partner for Breton. Diane thought so. At the same time, Princess Blanche's residence, which was a reception courtyard restricted by the Marquis's mansion, had been cleaned up in advance. At this time, Blanche was changing clothes in front of the mirror and talking to her guards. Missy, what do you think of that Ronan? Much better than we thought when we set out. Missy remembered Ronan's reaction when the Griffin team pounced on him. Your Highness, he is braver than me, and his appearance and manners are more decent. Apart from his lack of strength, I haven't found any shortcomings yet. Yes. Huh? Missy tilted her head, very confused. Blanche put on a fur coat and tied a corset, and her figure looked smoother. I found that he is not very good at talking in private, when she came back just now? She asked Ronan a few questions about Shanlin Town. He said that there was not even a solid castle. And then, the population was only over 4,000. And then he said that the knight's wages were almost unpayable. In short, there was nothing good to say. Generally speaking, shouldn't the man describe his image better in this situation? Blanche looked at herself in the mirror with resentment. I think he just said that because he dislikes me. Missy couldn't help but laugh. Your Highness, you only make people look up to you. Who would dislike you? Those rumors are just rumors after all. You don't have to worry about them. Blanche sighed. She raised her hand and quickly carved a spell pattern. And a black mist appeared on her palm. This scene was like the white mist made of dry ice constantly surging on the stage. But the mist in her palm was black. It's because of those rumors that I dare not tell others that I am a magician. Dark attribute. She shook her hands, dispelled the spell, and revealed her white, slender hands. Let's go. Ronan is still waiting outside. Blanche adjusted to a natural state. I heard that there is a lively competition in the Colosseum of Wushan City today, and Ronan is going to invite us to watch it. Chapter 157, Traveling with the Princess. Ronan selected 2 places to visit from the list Master gave him yesterday. In the morning, he traveled around Wushan Lake and then took a walk in the forest park by the lake, which was a relatively leisurely and relaxing entertainment activity. In the afternoon, he chose to take the princess to the Colosseum, which was a more exciting entertainment activity. The princess's trip was very grand. Although she only brought the knight Missy with her, Wushan Castle sent a knight team led by Gal to escort her all the way. And there were also more than a dozen servants. These people were either responsible for vigilance or for building temporary sun umbrella-style sheds, setting up tables and chairs, and preparing snacks and food. When Ronan first patrolled Shanlin Town, he ate dry food and cold water outside at noon. How could there be such a grand show now? On the Wushan Lake, a large ship quietly stopped on the water. Luo Ning was fishing with a fishing rod. In just 3 or 5 minutes, he had already pulled up 7 or 8 fish, which attracted the applause of Princess Blanche, making him feel like a great angler. He decided to make a fishing rod when he returned to Shanlin Town and try his hand at Shanlin Lake. I heard that there is a very large library in the capital, which has all kinds of books. While fishing, Luo Ning chatted with Blanche. After all, he was a guest, and he couldn't just leave the main guest alone and focus on fishing. I wonder if there are any books specifically introducing the Orlan Empire and the relevant books before the establishment of the empire. Although Lu Lands also had some books, they were not detailed enough, and many years were broken. As for the history books before the empire, there is none. The empire calendar has only been around for 968 years, and he doesn't believe that this world has less than 1,000 years of history. There are quite a few books about the history of the empire. The period before the empire is said to be too chaotic, and as you know, books have always been expensive. Not many were made, and even fewer have been preserved. Blanche sighed softly, with an unspeakable sadness on her face. I have also tried to understand many times, but I have gained very little. Ronan was a little surprised. Even the library in the capital doesn't have such books? There are some. Blanche smiled and said, if you want to read it, you can come to the capital to find me at any time, and I will take you to the library for a few weeks. It seems that the other party is quite satisfied with Ronan, and such invitations have been issued 3 times. Of course, it may also be that the other party said this out of politeness. While talking, Ronan pulled up another herring. Come on, princess. Don't just look at it. Come and try it. Me? Blanche pointed at herself, a little surprised, and a little at a loss. To be honest, she had been invited to go fishing many times, and it was also the first time she was asked to hold a fishing rod. I have never fished before. I am afraid I am not very good at it. It's okay. I will teach you. Ronan handed the fishing rod to the other party. If the fish situation is good, you just need to maintain enough patience and concentration to succeed. Well, okay then. Blanche took the fishing rod a little awkwardly, and then tried to cast the line. But she was really not familiar with it, so she didn't cast it well twice in a row. Maybe the fishing rod is too heavy. Ronan stood behind Blanche, put his hands around her body, and held the fishing rod. I'll help you. Listening to the voice next to her ear and feeling the heat coming to her ears when she spoke, Blanche felt her cheeks flushed and her heartbeat quickened. A princess of the royal family should have experienced all kinds of occasions, but because of her bad reputation, She has not had much contact with the opposite sex in recent years, because those people are afraid that if they get close, they will be caught by Bruno and given marriage, and then killed. So in these years, she has never had such an intimate action with anyone, and for a while, she forgot how to throw the fishing rod. She only remembered that she threw it well this time. And soon a fish bit the hook. And soon the first fish in her life was caught. Great. She laughed, hiding her strange emotions. The two of them fished a few more times, and then took a boat back to the shore. After handing the fish they caught to the servants to prepare lunch, the two of them took a walk. After a few hours of getting along, the two sides became more familiar with each other, and it was not so awkward to be alone together. After having lunch in the lakeside woods, the two rested for a while, and then started to rush to the Wushan City Coliseum. Their best seats had been reserved long ago, and even the start time of the Coliseum had been adjusted. The Coliseum of Wushan City stands in the center of the city. This huge building is like a mountain, solid and stable, giving people a sense of majestic momentum. The center of the Coliseum is a huge performance stage, where gladiators and monsters will fight for life and death on the stage, bringing thrilling scenes to the audience. The stage was surrounded by high walls, which were more than 10 meters high, enough to prevent the monsters inside from harming the audience on the top of the stands. This time, Ronan only brought Mackin, and Missy was still with Blanche. The four of them sat down in the best position in front of the stands, and looked down a little, and the entire performance stage was in full view. At this time, the stands were already full of spectators, including nobles, knights, merchants, etc. Anyone could come as long as they could pay at least 3 silver coins for each show. There is also a Coliseum in the capital, and it is bigger than this one. After the close contact during fishing, Blanche obviously talked a lot more. I have also watched it a few times. The scene of the bees fighting is very spectacular, but also very tragic. It is indeed tragic, especially the defeated gladiators, whose end is very miserable, and some are even eaten by monsters on the spot. But people still flock to the beast fighting, because it is bloody, violent, and exciting enough. Boom! A dull drum sound slowed the heartbeats of all the audience. The host in gorgeous clothes was already standing on the stands. He introduced loudly, "Welcome everyone to the Coliseum of Wushan City. Today our Coliseum welcomes an unprecedented heavyweight audience." As he spoke, a beam of light shone on the position where Ronan was, illuminating both him and Princess Blanche. "That is the beautiful Princess Blanche from the noble Aljuan royal family. Please allow me to invite everyone to welcome the arrival of Her Highness with the warmest applause. Princess, this is a big figure that many people have never had the opportunity to see in their lives. And under the light, Blanche looks extremely beautiful." This immediately attracted thunderous applause, and many people shouted the name of Her Royal Highness the Princess, expressing their enthusiasm. Blanche was quite accustomed to such a scene. She stood up and walked to the front of the stands, waving to the surroundings with a smile, looking like a star responding to the cheers of fans. Ronan looked at the other side of the stands unexpectedly. The magic crystal lamp beside the host. Is this the spotlight of this world? He frowned slightly. In the itinerary submitted by most, it did not say that there would be a special introduction to Her Royal Highness Princess Blanche in the Wushan City Coliseum. You know, one of the builders of this Coliseum is Wushan Castle. In addition to sharing the profits with Wushan Castle, the operators of the Coliseum must also obey the orders of Wushan Castle. If there was an introduction session early in the morning, it should have been explained in advance, so that the princess could be prepared. Ronan glanced at the people standing behind, in order to give Ronan and Blanche enough space. Knight Missy and McKen stood a few meters behind them. McKen understood and immediately stepped forward. "Sir?" Ronan said softly, "Be careful." Chapter 158 The Bloody and Cruel Coliseum. Although Ronan did not participate in every aspect of Princess Blanche's itinerary, as an escort, he still knew what the specific content of each aspect would be. Watching the gladiator performance in the Coliseum, they were just pure spectators, and there was no special introduction to the segment. The sudden spotlight made Ronan secretly alert, so he reminded Mackin to be careful around to avoid any emergencies. However, he seemed to be overthinking. The host on the opposite side of the stands turned off the spotlight, and after the atmosphere on the scene cooled down a little, he began to introduce today's bees fighting project again, gradually drawing the audience's attention back. This bees fighting program has been promoted for a long time, and almost all the audience who came know that the gladiator needs to defeat the third-level Warcraft green troll this time. This Warcraft has the appearance of a primate, but it has long arms and huge feet, and webbed feet between its fingers and toes. It is very good at climbing and swimming. According to reports, the green-skinned troll has a pair of sharp horns on its head, long fangs in its mouth, red eyes, and looks very ugly. Many people come to watch with a curious attitude. After all, some people living in the city rarely have the opportunity to see the monsters with their own eyes. Now, let's welcome the protagonist tonight with the warmest applause and exclamations, accompanied by the host's loud shouts. The huge stone door on the east wall of the Colosseum slowly opened, and the huge iron cage was exposed in front of everyone. Suddenly, everyone who saw the monster in the cage couldn't help but gasp, and some timid women couldn't help but scream in fear. The cage contained a huge monster that was nearly 3 meters tall. Its angry roaring fangs and the basin-like palm that grabbed the iron cage fiercely made people feel cold. This kind of creature should be rare in the Wushan Mountains. Perhaps it was caught from the Misty Mountains. Blanche had obviously seen the green troll before. It seems that the organizers spent a lot of effort on this performance at the end of the year. No wonder the price of watching is so expensive. Do you know this creature? Ronan asked in surprise. He didn't remember much about Warcraft. Blanche nodded. This kind of creature usually moves in groups of 3 or 5. The strongest individual can be compared with the Bronze Knight of humans. They have a certain amount of wisdom, but it is not high. As he spoke, the door in front of the iron cage was slowly pulled up from the gap above the stone door, and the trapped green troll rushed out like crazy. It roared to the sky, and its red eyes became extremely bloodthirsty due to anger, especially after it saw the audience on the stands. It roared angrily and rushed to the wall, leaped up 2 or 3 meters, and then climbed 2 meters along the wall, scaring the audience above to scream and retreat. Fortunately, the stands were more than 10 meters higher than the stage, and even if the green-skinned troll was good at climbing, it could only fall back to the stage helplessly. The frightened audience recovered. This scene did not make them timid, but more excited. They were more looking forward to the next beast fighting competition, and many people cheered. Blanche looked at the troll that fell back and continued, "This creature is irritable, bloodthirsty, and likes to feed on humans. There seems to be a time in history when trolls were rampant, and there were many cases of humans being eaten." Ronan nodded slowly and gave the other party a thumbs up. "Live and learn. Blanche, you are really a polymath." Blanche was a little embarrassed. "It's okay. I just read a lot of books." While the two were talking, the host had already appeased and ignited the emotions of the audience. "Now, please welcome our first gladiator. He is the God of War Wolf King, who has been undefeated in 100 games in the intermediate field." Clang, a small door on the west wall slowly opened, and a burly knight wearing heavy armor and holding a knight's sword walked in slowly. The identity and background of the gladiators are relatively complicated. Some are free knights, and some are captured professional knights who are sold to the Colosseum by slave owners for special performances. The former gets money if they win, and the latter gets money if they win the slave owner. However, whether it is a free knight or a slave knight, dying in the Colosseum is a waste of death, and their families or slave owners will not get any compensation. As the gladiator entered the arena, the angry green-skinned troll seemed to have found an object to vent his anger. It roared angrily at the human gladiator nicknamed Wolf King, and then rushed over like crazy. The Wolf King roared, and a powerful fighting spirit burst out of his body, condensing a dazzling sword light on the knight's sword. He slashed with a sword, and the sword light shot out, and the whole person rushed towards the troll, ready to finish off the knife. Regardless of the power of this move, at least the Wolf King's momentum was released. This naturally attracted the ordinary audience in the stands to exclaim repeatedly, thinking that the green-skinned troll was going to be killed by this sword. And some people even shouted the name of the Wolf King. But the ending is always unexpected. The green-skinned troll did not dodge, but raised his palm, and a yellow light flashed on his palm. Then he slapped it down, and the sword light was shattered. Then he stretched out his thick and long arm, and directly crossed 2 or 3 meters to grab the Wolf King's neck. Crack! The harsh breaking sound made the entire Colosseum silent. When the long sword in the knight's hand fell to the ground with a snap, everyone reacted. Some people jumped up in fear like a stress reaction. The troll killed the human, and his anger seemed to be vented. The bloodthirsty light in his eyes dissipated a little. It made a gurgling sound in its mouth, and then sat on the ground. pulled the Wolf King's body over, and in front of all the audience, bit the skull, took out the brain inside, and began to enjoy it. This scene made people's scalps numb, and there was a cry of surprise on the stands. Roning couldn't help frowning. He had never seen a monster eat people in front of him. This scene looked too cruel and bloody. But looking at the audience around, they were exclaiming, and their eyes were extremely stimulated. At this time, the host's voice sounded just right. It seems that a mid-level knight can't defeat this crazy monster. He paused, and then said loudly, then next, we will invite 3 mid-level gladiators to challenge this monster at the same time. Sure enough, these words immediately attracted applause and cheers from the audience. These 3 gladiators have an amazing record of winning 10 consecutive games in the arena. Their physical strength and their strength have reached an amazing level. Let's applaud and welcome. The small door on the west side was opened again, and 3 gladiators dressed the same as the Wolf King just walked in. They looked at each other, then carefully separated their positions, ready to attack from 3 directions to kill the monster. Roning held the railing of the stands and looked at the scene below. This troll is obviously a level 3 monster. Why let the intermediate knight challenge it? Blanche said, because this will make the beast fight more exciting. In fact, Roning knew it even if she didn't say it. It's just that this answer is too bloody. And Roning once again experienced another corner of the darkness and cruelty of this world. Human life here is just a prop to please others, and it is not respected at all. He glanced at Blanche, and there seemed to be excitement in the other's eyes. Sure enough, people in this world are all influenced by this atmosphere. She may feel cruel in her heart, or she may feel kind, but that's it. Although Ronan would not betray his own interests, he was a person who had been influenced by socialism. After coming to this strange world, he still had some ideas of his own, and some things he wanted to do. What do I want to do? Ronan held the guardrail, and watched the 3 knights below attack the green-skinned troll from 3 directions. The green monster threw away the headless body of the previous gladiator, and began to howl excitedly. Facing the 3 people, it still did not show any fear. Chapter 159, Another Assassination. In the Wushan City Coliseum, the audience in the stands were shouting and howling, cheering for the 3 brave gladiators. But the outcome of the battle will not change because of the number of people. The green-skinned troll is a 3rd-level monster. It moves very fast. In addition, it should have the extraordinary ability of Earth attribute, and it is very good at defense and attack. The key is that this guy also knows how to borrow weapons to enhance his own abilities. The knight's long sword left by the last gladiator after his death is now in his hand, as the first knight of the 3 was cut into 2 pieces by a sword. The second knight was violently smashed on the wall, and his life or death was unknown. The 3rd knight was also strangled by the throat, and his neck was broken soon. The green-skinned troll sat on the ground again. The fierce battle also injured it, and consumed a lot of physical energy. It needs to eat to replenish energy. It digs its head like digging a honey pot. The sound of crunching is so crisp that it makes people's scalps numb. There was a brief silence in the Colosseum, but soon, the audience was boiling. While discussing the green-skinned giant beast's fierce fighting, they were unwilling to accept such a result, and shouted to the organizer to quickly arrange a new gladiator to end the life of this demon. But the organizer seemed to be waiting for everyone's discussion and shouting, and even saw many people throwing copper coins, silver coins, and even gold coins from the stands to hit the monster on the stage. And the green-skinned troll ate half of the first corpse, threw it away, and turned to the second one. It's waiting for it to recover its strength. Roning didn't feel the stimulation at all. He just felt a little cold, which might not be the performance he should have. You don't seem to be interested in the beast fighting show? Blanche tilted her head, her big lavender eyes flickering. She found that Roning's face was not right. Very solemn. And he did not show any joy or exclamation from beginning to end. Maybe, Roning said ambiguously, if these 4 intermediate knights are given to me, they should be more useful. After all, my Shanlin town is short of people. Blanche thought about it, and expressed her understanding. But she said, as long as you have a reputation and become an excellent lord, you will not lack followers. I believe you can definitely do it in the future. Yes, fame. Roning couldn't help thinking, if he really married Blanche in the future, would he have a strong reputation and attract many followers? But he knew that fame alone was not enough. He also needed to have strength to shock all followers. If he wanted to achieve I come, I see, I conquer, I transform, He must have the strength to break everything. While thinking, the host's voice rang again, and the halftime time was finally over. Since everyone wants this demon to die so much, let's invite today's senior gladiator. He paused, then pointed at Simon. Welcome our warrior Mondo to enter. Clang. Simon opened again, and a burly giant with a height of 2 meters entered. He was not wearing armor, perhaps because he was too big to create such a huge armor. As this senior gladiator entered, the audience became even crazier. Many nobles and wealthy businessmen couldn't help but throw money, hoping that this senior gladiator could defeat the troll. The green-skinned troll seemed to sense that this time the opponent was different. He immediately dropped the food and picked up the knight's sword to prepare for battle. This time, the gladiator did not rush forward directly. He took out a scroll from his waist. Roning's eyes condensed. It was obvious that the opponent took out a spell scroll. Can the Colosseum still use such props? Obviously. There was no time to ask. The gladiator directly opened the scroll and poured in the fighting spirit. In an instant, white mist filled the scroll. The mist expanded very quickly, covering the stage in almost 3 or 5 seconds, and quickly drifted towards the stands. What's going on? What are we watching like this? Soon, the audience in the stands questioned. They didn't care whether it was illegal to use the spell scroll. What they cared about most was that they couldn't miss the wonderful battle process. Even if they killed the green-skinned troll in the mist, they couldn't see what the use was. Is this the 3rd level water attribute magic fog condensation technique? Roning was puzzled and didn't understand the intention of doing so. Blanche shook her head, looking at its explosion speed. It should be a stronger 4th level water attribute magic mist explosion. Swish at this moment, a cloud of mist suddenly rose above the stands, and soon merged with the stage below. Suddenly, the area was hazy, and the audience's figures were all covered by the mist. Only the curses coming from it could be heard. Almost at the same time, the 2nd and 3rd clouds of mist rose above the stands. In an instant, these fogs merged into one, covering the entire stands and the fighting space below, and covering everyone in it. No! Ronan had sensed the approach of danger, and he immediately used the wind of detection. In the vision of the wind element, he saw several figures on the left and right rushing towards the exclusive stand where they were. Assassination? Aiming at me? Or at Blanche? There was no answer, because those people had already made a plan. 3 of them rushed at Knight Missy, 2 rushed at McKin, and the remaining 2 rushed at Ronan and Blanche respectively. However, the assassin who rushed at Blanche was the closest. Swoosh! 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 The extremely fast shuttle sound drove the flow of fog. But because the fog covered a wide enough area, the flow in a small area would not be dispersed. Be careful! Ronan took a step forward and held Blanche in his arms, holding the Luyen sword in his hand. With a sharp sound, his sword blocked the assassin's sneak attack on Blanche. If the princess was assassinated here, his Wuxian territory would definitely be in an extremely disadvantageous position. And he, as an escort, would be even more to blame. You? Blanche looked at Ronan in surprise. She didn't expect that the junior knight beside her would react so quickly, and actually helped her block the fatal assassination. But she didn't have time to think about it. The 2nd assassination method tore through the fog and came with a violent sound of breaking through the air. It's a wind blade. Ronan no longer saved his strength. His fighting spirit burst out and covered himself in Blanche, forming a protective armor. Blanche's heartbeat accelerated and her eyes widened. Fighting spirit armor. This is the symbol of a senior knight. She looked at Ronan with wide eyes. This young man was actually a senior knight? If she remembered correctly, Ronan was only 17 years old this year. Oh my god! A 17-year-old senior knight? She suddenly felt that her head was a little confused. The wind blade whistled and Ronan accurately caught its rules. A huge flame slash directly cut the wind blade in half. McKin, deal with the assassin, and then go to help Missy. In the eyes of the outside world, Missy was the strongest, so she was also the one who was taken care of the most by the assassin. At this time, she was trapped and couldn't get away. While Ronan was talking, he held Blanche in one hand and jumped away easily. Magic power and mental power gathered on the tip of the sword, engraving the spell pattern of the 1st level wind attribute magic Qi Feng. With his strength, he cast the 1st level magic very quickly, almost in a breath. The magic that he always regarded as useless finally worked. As the breeze blew, the thick fog around was blown away, and the figures of the assassins were exposed. Chapter 160 Fire Dragon Swallows the Sky. There are 7 assassins in total. No. To be more precise, there are 7 people around the exclusive stand where Ronan is. And Ronan is not sure about the number of assassins in the fog. Their arrangement is perfect. The 3 knights led by the Bronze Knight hold Missy. And then 2 senior knights trap McKinn. And the last 2 assassinate Blanche and Ronan respectively. From the previous fight, Ronan judged that the 2 people who assassinated him and Blanche should also have high-level strength, in addition to the wind blade magic that shuttled through the fog. This assassination can be said to be quite impressive. Quick kill. The wind magic blew away the surrounding fog and exposed these people, which made them stunned for a moment. But they are all well-trained killers, and they reacted almost instantly, wanting to end the assassination at a faster speed. Be careful. Blanche in her arms reminded softly. She didn't expect Ronan to have such strength. And she didn't expect that the other party was a magician in addition to having fighting spirit. This is something that the outside world doesn't know. Facing the attacks of 2 assassins at the same time, Ronan held the sword in one hand without any fear. Before the wind technique lost its effect and the thick fog was about to spread again, Ronan repelled one of the assassins with a sword. Then took a big step forward, blocked the attack of the second assassin with the flowing flame sword, and pressed towards the other party. Your power. The assassin was panicked. He felt the unshakable power from the other party's sword. But according to the intelligence, shouldn't the other party be just a junior knight? He no longer had the opportunity to find out the truth. Ronan did not explain. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and the long sword in his hand cut across the opponent's throat, bringing a string of blood. When the assassin fell in a pool of blood, the 2 assassins who besieged McKinn had also fallen to the ground, their necks twisted by huge forces, and they were obviously dead. Now McKinn is a real silver level, and his fighting skills have always been good. Letting 2 high-level knights to restrain him is undoubtedly seeking death. After dealing with the 2 assassins, McKinn rushed to Missy on the side, and the moment he arrived, he opened up the situation forcefully. Missy was quite flustered at first, not because she was besieged, but because she was worried about Blanche's safety. Blanche is just an intermediate magician. Once she is approached and assassinated by a knight, it is difficult for her to survive. What she didn't expect was that Ronan, who was said to have poor cultivation qualifications, actually showed shocking strength. In addition, Missy found that the guards around Ronan were also very powerful. They could even force back the strongest of the 3 besiegers with one sword. It seemed that they also hid their strength. Go save the princess. Leave this to me, Missy shouted hurriedly. Although she was at a disadvantage, she could still barely hold on. Ensuring the safety of Princess Blanche was the top priority. Mackin did not obey Knight Missy's command. After all, this was contrary to Ronan's order. At the same time, he also noticed that Ronan had no pressure on his side. So he fought with the bronze assassin. The battle between bronze-level knights was very fierce, and the venue required was very large. Although Missy and Mackin avoided the area where Ronan and Blanche were, the exclusive stand was only so big. And soon, the battle spread outward. The colliding fighting spirit formed an extremely sharp blade that cut into the spectators, who were in the thick fog, and could not evacuate at all. The aftermath of the battle alone killed many people. Some people were even more unlucky. They were blown away by the shock wave and fell from the stands to the stage. At a height of more than 10 meters, ordinary people would probably fall to death. Suddenly, screams, curses, and crying resounded throughout the Colosseum, and there was no excitement when watching the gladiator competition just now. Ronan took the opportunity to solve the other assassin who assassinated him and Blanche, and he pulled Blanche back to stand. Are you okay? Ronan asked. No. It's okay. Blanche's heart was pounding. She was just held by Ronan with one hand, and when she saw him killing people without any fluctuations, she found that she seemed to be fascinated by the scene. Thinking about it now, her heartbeat accelerated. At the same time, she didn't understand why such an excellent Ronan was deprived of his inheritance rights. She didn't believe that Marquis Lowlands would do such an absurd thing. There must be a reason. Could it be that the grandfather and grandson joined forces to use a strategy? Blanche was about to ask, but saw Ronan staring at the front, where the fog was surging and a tall figure slowly appeared. Interesting. I didn't expect the information we got was false. The voice revealed a playful tone. Ronan, you are so strong, and your fighting skills are not low. As he spoke, the man showed his face. It was the gladiator Mondo, who had just entered the arena. In Roning's perception just now, this guy jumped directly onto the more than 10-meter stand, which shows that the opponent's strength is very strong. At least, the Bronze Knight can't do this. Sure enough, the assassination plan for the princess would definitely not be so small. Who are you? The Skull Society? Ronin asked. What is the purpose of assassinating the princess? You don't need to worry about these. Now you still have Princess Blanche. You can prepare to go to hell for marriage, the man said, and drew out the slender sword at his waist. He was going to deal with Ronin first, and then kill Blanche. But at this moment, the roar of the dragon shook the surrounding fog. Ronin was holding a scroll in his hand at some point, and endless fire elements gathered on it, forming a clearly visible red vortex. Then, accompanied by the sound of dragon roars, a huge fire dragon phantom rushed out of the spell scroll and pounced on Mondo. It opened its bloody mouth, and endless flames rushed out like a flood that broke the dam, burning the front stand directly. This is the 6th level spell scroll fire dragon swallowing the sky prepared by Liu Lands for Ronin. Ronin took it out without any hesitation at this moment. The main reason was that this Mondo brought him too much danger, and it was a trump card arranged to assassinate the princess. So his strength was definitely extraordinary. You actually have a level 6 spell scroll on you. Mondo obviously didn't expect this to happen, and immediately changed his offensive strategy and switched to a defensive state. His fighting spirit condensed into a beautiful golden armor on his body, and the huge sword light gushed out from his long sword as if to cut off the flaming dragon. Boom! The impact and collision of the two forces erupted with a deafening roar, and the entire stand was shaking, and the area in front was cracked inch by inch, turning into large and small stones rolling down. Mondo's hasty sword obviously failed to defend against the power of Ronin's fire dragon devouring the sky spell scroll. He was hit by the huge flame and turned to the fighting stage of the Colosseum. The green-skinned troll, who was looking around in the fog, was dragged down and was directly crushed by the impact. The soaring temperature and violent shock wave dispersed all the thick fog covering the Colosseum, and the audience whose vision was blocked by the thick fog could finally see clearly again. But when they saw the surrounding scenes clearly, some people were scared to pee on the spot and stood there as if they had lost their souls. At this time, there were countless people lying in the stands. Some of them were injured by the residual force of the battle between McKen, Missy and others, and some were injured by the shock wave of the collision between Mondo and the fire dragon just now. Those who were lucky were only slightly injured, and those who were unlucky died on the spot. My lord, how are you? Princess, are you injured? McKen and Knight Missy, who had finished the battle, ran over quickly. Blanche shook her head slightly. Thanks to Ronin's protection, I'm fine. I'm fine too. Ronin was not injured, but the use of the 6th level spell scroll just now consumed a lot of his mental power, and he was very tired at this time. He forced himself to ask, are there any survivors? McKen shook his head. I was going to capture someone alive, but I didn't expect that person to commit suicide by taking poison. Ronin frowned. It seemed that this group of assassins was different from the shadows, and they were determined to die if they didn't succeed. He looked at the arena, where a big pit had been smashed, but there was only the body of the green-skinned troll in the center of the pit, but not Mondo's body. Obviously, the Golden Knight escaped the battlefield successfully. Chapter 161 Strength Exposed. As the fog covering the Wuhan City Coliseum was dispersed, the defense personnel led by Knight Gallo quickly took over the place. To be honest, Gallo realized that something was wrong when he was just shrouded in the thick fog. While notifying his father, Toru, the leader of the first knights of Wuhan Castle, he arranged for the knights and guards to block the entrances and exits of the arena. At the same time, he led the team into the thick fog to find out what was going on inside. But the arena was too big, and they couldn't tell the direction at all. Gallo was at least a knight who had experienced the battlefield. Faced with such a situation, his heart fell into a basin of cold water. There was not only Ronin in the arena, but also the princess of the kingdom. If anything happened to them, especially the latter, not to mention Gallo, even Wuhan Castle would have a hard time explaining it. Fortunately, with the blessing of the 7 gods, although the situation in the Colosseum was chaotic and there were many corpses, Ronin and the princess were not in serious trouble. Gallo knelt on one knee. I'm sorry, Princess, Baron. I didn't protect your safety. It's my fault. Blanche, who was frightened, has regained her composure. She stepped forward and helped Gallo up. This has nothing to do with you. None of us expected such a thing. But fortunately, everything went well, and we were not injured. Ronan's eyes were still vigilantly observing the surroundings. After confirming that there were no suspicious people, he was relieved. The Mondo assassin should not come for a second wave of assassination. Gallo, arrange for people to check today's audience one by one to see if there are any assassins hiding among them. Ronan ordered. Also, tell your father that the staff of the Colosseum should also be checked. Yes, sir. Gallo didn't expect Ronan to be so clear in his thoughts. He almost subconsciously accepted the order. And even he didn't react. There is one thing to pay attention to. Ronan reminded, there is a Golden Knight level assassin who may have entered the Colosseum disguised as a high-level gladiator. Although he was hit by the spell scroll, he did not die. I don't know if he has escaped from the Colosseum now. Golden level? Gallo's heartbeat slowed down. This assassination actually used the Golden Knight. The key is that the assassination failed even with the use of the Golden Knight? But he didn't have time to ask more questions. If such an assassin escaped, it would still be a threat to Ronan and Blanche. I think maybe I should escort you back to Wushan Castle first, Gallo said quickly. Gold-level assassins are too dangerous. Ronan nodded, took Blanche's hand and walked around the gravel, seats and corpses on the stands, and left the Colosseum. In the carriage, Ronan leaned on the cushion and closed his eyes to rest. The battle with the two assassins was not too exhausting, mainly because the huge amount of mental power consumed by using the 6th level spell scroll across levels made him a little tired. Blanche sat there quietly, her lavender pupils focused on Ronan's face, and she felt that the boy in front of her, who was a few months younger than her, was becoming more and more attractive. Ronan, she called softly, I really want to thank you this time. If you weren't here, I'm afraid I would be killed by the assassin. Luo Ning opened his eyes and smiled faintly. It is my duty to protect your safety. Princess. Call me Blanche. I prefer you to call me that. Luo Ning was startled, then smiled. He had just closed his eyes and was thinking about who would want to assassinate the princess. But he ignored what impression this incident would leave on Blanche. In fact, the two of them got along well during the morning play. If there were no other problems, he guessed that the marriage would be successful. Now the two of them have another adventure together. Although Blanche is a princess and has more knowledge than her peers, she is still just an 18-year-old girl after all. Luo Ning knew from the look in her eyes that she was probably moved. Okay, Blanche. Luo Ning restrained his smile and said apologetically, I'm sorry that the itinerary of Wushanbao was not planned well this time. So this happened and frightened you. Blanche shook her head. To be honest, this matter has nothing to do with Wushanbao. If there is any responsibility, perhaps it is that there was not enough defense force around when arranging to watch the beast fight. If the assassins want to kill people, they will always find a way to appear next to you. Blanche shook her head, indicating that Ronan did not need to apologize. Let's not talk about this matter. In fact, I am more curious about you. She blinked her big eyes, full of curiosity, wanting to find out the truth. The outside world says that you are a junior knight who awakened not long ago. But your performance just now is too strong. Blanche didn't know how many times she had seen the fighting armor, but she could not forget the scene when Ronan's fighting armor covered her whole body just now. So, you are not only a powerful high-level knight, but also a mysterious magician? Blanche, as a magician, naturally saw that Ronan used the wind spell to blow away the fog, although it was a bit strange for the latter to use a long sword to draw spell patterns in the air. No one seemed to say that it was not possible. Many magicians could not do it, probably because the knight's sword was too heavy, and it was too difficult to hold it steadily to draw spell patterns. Ronan laughed. He couldn't hide this matter. After all, the other party was not a fool. At that time, Blanche was caught in his arms, and saw it clearly. Yes, I am indeed a knight and a magician. He spread his hands. But compared to the magician, my knight's strength is a little stronger. After experiencing this Colosseum incident, Ronan can hide some of his strength. But there is no need to hide all his strength. After all, in this world where extraordinary power exists, Ronan wants more people to follow him. In addition to showing the ability to manage the territory, he also needs to show enough strength. Those knights who died tragically in the mouths of green-skinned trolls, and those who were excited when they saw their own kind being eaten, made Ronan unable to let go, since he decided to bring a little change to the world. He couldn't keep a low profile. Moreover, he, who was at the bronze level, could indeed reveal some strength. You are so awesome. Blanche couldn't help but admire. It's been a long time since I saw a dual professional extraordinary person who mastered fighting spirit and magic. You are the first young person I have seen. Have you seen other people like this, who practiced both magic and martial arts? Ronan asked. Yes, but they are all very old. But without exception, they are all very strong. Blanche's mood seemed to improve as the conversation progressed. She talked a lot more, and no longer maintained the princess's practiced tone. Now she was more like communicating with a friend. Do you know Count Bellola, the founder of the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce? She asked. Ronan nodded. I've heard of him. He is said to be an 8th-level magician? Blanche shook her head. That was said a long time ago. As far as I know, Count Bellola is now a 9th-level great magician and a senior knight. Ronan was secretly shocked. 9th-level extraordinary people. What a powerful existence. In a chaotic era, a great magician can easily form a king. He also understood why the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce could be spread across cities of all sizes across the country. Its founder represented authority. Ronan was very confident that although Lord Bolaro was only the Earl of the kingdom, no one would go after the Earl for no reason. Then again, it doesn't seem difficult for a 9th-level great magician to have the strength of a high-level knight. Right? After all, his body has been immersed in extraordinary power for many years. So there should be some difference between him and ordinary people who awaken their fighting spirit seeds? Ronan, can you tell me your specific level of strength? The curious light in Blanche's eyes still did not dissipate. Of course, Ronan said without hesitation. I am a junior magician. A high-level peak knight. After saying this, he moved closer and whispered, but I have never told anyone about my identity as a magician. So please keep it secret for me, Your Highness. Okay. Blanche agreed with a smile. Chapter 162 Speculation. What happened in the Wushan City Coliseum was like a gust of wind sweeping across the entire Wushan city. The nobles were all shocked after hearing about this incident. Her Royal Highness Princess Blanche arrived at Wushan Castle this morning and was assassinated in the Coliseum in the afternoon. And judging from the entire assassination process, the other party had obviously arranged it in advance, let alone anything else. The assassin who became a gladiator Mondo in advance was not an assassin that could be found in a short time. In addition to this incident, there was another thing that was beyond the expectations of all the nobles. That is, Ronan's strength. This eldest grandson of Wushan Castle, who was deprived of his inheritance rights by Rollans, turned out to be a hero in this assassination of the princess. He not only repelled the assassin, but also showed his strength to the outside world. This is impossible. In a suite in Wushan Castle, Baron Layson's face changed immediately after hearing the news. If the outside world told him that Ronan was a mid-level knight, he could barely accept it. But now he was told that he was a high-level knight? It can be predicted that Ronan with such strength will definitely be valued by Wushan Castle. And the possibility of becoming a big knight in the future is very high. And such a person is now the neighbor of Sun territory. More importantly, the two sides are still in a state of dispute and hostility. How can a junior knight, who has just activated the fighting spirit seed, become a high level in such a short time? Layson thought it was impossible. Is this supposed to be Wushan Castle's momentum for the marriage with Princess Blanche? He frowned, unable to figure out the reason. However, Layson was very clear about one thing. That Ronan could not stay for long. Otherwise it would bring endless troubles. He knew this. And so should Count Orson. So, could this assassination be the work of Count Orson? Although Layson was on good terms with Barrington and stood on the same front as the High family, he was not aware of every move of Count Orson. Knight Joffrey, who was guarding outside the door, looked at the Baron pacing back and forth in the room, and his heart was in turmoil. He now felt more and more that following Layson was not a good choice. But when there was a choice, Ronan had not yet become the Lord of Shanlin Town. Some people were sad, and naturally some were happy. Especially those Wushan territory nobles, who were not used to the High family. They were more willing to see Ronan rise, because Ronan did not have a complex power background like Breton. The relationship in the future would be very easy to handle. At this time, people also began to speculate why Rollans deprived Ronan of his inheritance. Was it just a bad relationship between grandfather and grandson? It didn't seem likely. After all, if the relationship between the two was really bad, Lu Lanzi would not have given such a high-value spell scroll, let alone let Roning receive Her Royal Highness the Princess. After thinking about it, everyone could only conclude that the Marquis must have some other deep meaning for doing this. I don't have any deep meaning. Listening to Master's report on the discussion of the nobles, Lu Lanzi rubbed his eyebrows hard. He was angry and happy at the same time. He was angry that the murderer dared to assassinate the princess in Wushan City and almost succeeded. He was happy about the performance of his grandson Roning. Although he relied on the spell scroll he gave to Roning to repel the gold-level assassin, he did not faint after using this scroll. This was at least something that only a high-level knight could do. So he was sure that Ronin had become a senior knight. A 17-year-old senior knight. A genius finally emerged among the descendants of Wushan Castle. Lulins was happy about this. But when he thought that his grandfather, like others, only knew about it now, he felt a little unhappy. How is Ronin now? Lulins asked. After Galil sent them back to the castle, the young master left to rest on the pretext of feeling dizzy. Most replied, he should have gone to bed now. He really needs a good rest because of his high mental consumption. Don't let him attend the banquet in the evening. And save him some energy from socializing. Lulins turned and asked, where is Her Royal Highness? Her Royal Highness is in good condition. But I have asked someone to prepare a tranquilizing soup and send it over. I guess she should be resting now. Although this incident was dangerous, the two key people were unharmed, which was a blessing in disguise. How did Count Jesus and Deputy Captain Brohl of the Griffin Knights perform? Lulins asked. They are very angry and are now discussing this matter fiercely with Lord Wiggins, Earl Orson, Viscount Marvin, and other nobles in Wushan Fortress. Master answered with some seriousness and distress. Especially Earl Jesus, the uncle of Her Royal Highness the Princess, who believes that this assassination is a provocation to the royal family of Alduin and requires Wushan Fortress to give a satisfactory explanation as soon as possible. An explanation must be given. Roland stroked the top of his cane and then stood up. In the final analysis, this matter is due to our inconsideration and caused Her Royal Highness the Princess to be frightened. We should apologize and take responsibility. As he said that, he walked towards Wushan Fortress. Neither Wiggins, Orson, nor any other nobles could represent Wushan Fortress in this matter, so he had to come forward. But the question that Lu Lanz thought about most was not where the assassin came from or who ordered him. He was always thinking about Roning. Most. How did Roning practice? Why didn't we find that he had awakened his Do Chi seeds before? If Roning activated his Do Chi seeds in August, and now has advanced strength in December, he would never believe it. Lu Lanz has been traveling across the continent for decades, and has never heard of anyone who can become a high-level knight from an ordinary person in just 5 months. Therefore, the only possible explanation is that Roning awakened very early. But they have not discovered it. According to the general practice time speculation, this awakening time point is likely to be 3 or 4 years ago. That is, when Roning was 13 or 14 years old. At this awakening age, Roning's talent is no less than Breton. If he had known that Roning had such a talent, why would Lulins worry about it? Most had no idea the answer to this question, so he could only make up an excuse, perhaps. Master Roning was more playful at that time, and didn't want others to know his strength. Lulin shook his head. This statement was too absurd, but he couldn't think of any other more reasonable explanation. At the same time, Roning was lying on the bed to rest. What kept coming to his mind was the Golden Knight Mondo who jumped in front of him. Who was behind this person? If the assassin's primary target was him, Roning could guess that the people behind the scenes were people like Layson or Count Orson. But the other party's primary target was not him, but Princess Blanche. To assassinate a princess. There are many identities of the mastermind behind the scenes. After all, the identity of a royal princess is very complicated. There are too many people who want to use the killing of Blanche to cause a conflict between the royal family and Wushan territory, or even more bloodshed. Among them, there may be forces from the kingdom of Trisha, or some big families, nobles, or even royal members in the kingdom of Alduin. Is it possible that Count Jesus, who came uninvited and was venting his anger at Wushan Castle at this time? Is there no possibility? Obviously there is. How can Moonlight Valley satisfy the appetite of a royal earl? He should have a wider land and population and become a Grand Duke like Farron's. Knock. Knock. Tom knocked on the door. My lord, Princess Blanche wants to see you. Chapter 163 Investigation Results. Blanche was invited in by Tom. This was the first time in her life that she had walked into the bedroom of a person of the opposite sex of the same age. Compared with ordinary noble bedrooms, Roning's bedroom did not seem to be very luxurious. There were no valuable carvings and calligraphy and paintings, nor rare collections. It was ordinary and simple. What she didn't know was that many things in the room were packed up and taken to Shanlin town by Roning. Roning, how do you feel now? Blanche sat on the bed and asked with concern. In the 2 hours after returning to Wushan Fort, she couldn't calm down. As long as she closed her eyes, her mind would emerge with the experience of the assassination. And she thought of the scene of being held by Roning to kill the 2 assassins. Even if she drank a bowl of soothing soup, it didn't work. In desperation, Blanche had to visit Roning under the pretext of sending soothing soup to Roning. I'm fine. Ronan leaned against the bed and smiled. I just heard my spirit when using the 6th level spell scroll. You don't have to worry too much. Thinking of the current situation of Wushan Castle, Ronan pondered for a moment, and then said, Blanche, there is one thing I need to ask you for help. Blanche's eyes lit up, and it seemed that after hearing this, she felt much better. You said, as long as I can help, I will definitely do my best. Ronan thanked him, and then said, your experience this time is due to the poor protection of Wushan Castle. Count Jesus and Sir Brawl are understandably angry with us. But now we should focus on investigating the identity of the assassin. Others, I understand. Blanche interrupted Ronan. This assassination has nothing to do with Wushan Fort. On the contrary, it was your desperate rescue that saved me from danger. The Alduin family will not let go of any enemy, but will not wrongly accuse any meritorious minister. She paused and smiled. You have a good rest. I will go to Uncle Jesus and Brawl, and tell them not to embarrass Wushan Fort because of my experience. Blanche is the princess of the kingdom after all. Even if Ronan's words are euphemistic, they are enough for her to understand. Although Ronan and the other party have only been together for less than a day, he can feel that the princess's personality is still relatively gentle, and he has not discovered any special habits of the other party for the time being. Overall, Ronan feels pretty good. At the same time, he also feels that the other party should have a very good impression of him. Otherwise, he would not be so active to visit him, and be willing to come forward to resolve the embarrassing situation of Wushan Fort. If it were on Earth, if both parties of the blind date were so satisfied, this matter would definitely succeed. But in this world, before His Majesty Bruno officially announced it, there were still many uncertainties. Tom, Ronan called out. My lord, what do you want? Ronan said, when Mackin comes back. Let him come to me directly. For others, just say I'm not feeling well and need to rest. If there's nothing important, we can talk later. As you wish. My lord. Mackin was a witness to the assassination and also helped Knight Missy repel the assassin. Naturally, he had to cooperate with Sir Toru in the investigation. Ronan also hoped that McKin could convey the results of the investigation to him as soon as possible. At the same time, the Wushan fortress had become a mess. On one side was the royal escort team led by Jesus and Brower, and on the other side was Wushan Castle led by Wiggins, Orson, and Marvin. There was only one topic for the quarrel. Jesus felt that the assassination was too carefully planned, and the nobles of Wushan territory were definitely involved. They asked Wushan Castle to investigate all the vassal nobles, catch the mastermind behind the scenes, and give Princess Blanche a satisfactory explanation. Wiggins said that he would find out the murderer and give an explanation. But this assassination had absolutely nothing to do with the nobles of Wushan territory, and it was completely unreasonable to investigate all the nobles. Voila! The door of Wushan fortress was pushed open, and Lu Lanz walked in with a cane, making the noisy hall quiet immediately. Sir Brawl, we at Wushan Castle have heard your request clearly. Rollans walked slowly to Wiggins' side and stood, facing the deputy leader of the Griffin Knights. The first knights of Wushan Castle are now investigating everyone in the Colosseum and all the spectators today. I believe there will be results soon. Those assassins challenged the dignity of the royal family. Our Wushan family is a vassal of Alduin and will never allow such a thing to happen. Brawl saluted Rollans with a knight's salute. My lord Marquis, I naturally believe in your loyalty. But Princess Blanche just arrived at Wushan Castle, and such a meticulous assassination happened right after. It is hard to believe how this matter was planned and organized without the cooperation of the nobles of Wushan City. Roland shook his head. I only revealed the news about Blanche's coming yesterday afternoon. Do you think I will arrange someone to assassinate Her Royal Highness the Princess? This. Brawl was speechless for a moment. Rollins had originally mentioned the marriage, so the other party naturally had no reason to do such a thing. That's not necessarily the case. At this time, a very unfriendly voice sounded. Rollins, you have been hiding in Wushan Castle for so many years. Who knows what you are thinking in your heart? Jesus, don't go too far. Jesus, keep your mouth shut. The vassals of the Wushan family were angry and began to curse. They were vassals of Rollins, and naturally they would not allow Zhu Jun to be questioned and insulted like this, even if the other party's surname was Ajuan. He was not their lord. Rollins laughed. This situation was a bit like 30 years ago, when his vassals were basically absolutely loyal. And now I don't know how many of them are just talking nonsense. Jesus, long time no see. Your mouth is still as vicious as before. Lulanzi asked. Then I want to ask you, when did you know that Blanche would come to Washenbao? Me? Jesus sneered. I am a member of the royal family. I must have known about this earlier than you guys. At this point, Jesus' face changed, and he said angrily, Lulanzi, what do you mean by this? Could it be that I would arrange someone to assassinate my niece? That's not necessarily true. Lulanzi said lightly, while slowly ascending his main seat. It's not uncommon for uncles to assassinate nieces, and younger brothers to assassinate older brothers in history. You're looking for death. Jesus narrowed his eyes and punched out. His fighting spirit formed a huge fist shadow with full power and hit Lullins, who was sitting above him. This man's strength was not strong, but he had reached the bronze level. Although this attack was done with bare hands, it was not something that ordinary people could take. Lullins snorted, raised his cane suddenly, and poked it on the floor. In an instant, a fierce power was released from him. When the fist shadow was about to hit him, a red barrier appeared in front of Lullins. With a bang, the fist shadow hit the barrier, and it was blown into pieces. The aftermath of the impact turned into a whirlwind that stirred in the fortress hall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many figures rushed out at the same time and blocked Lullins, including Viscount Marvin, Sir Capel, Baron German, Viscount Dennis, and even Earl Orson and Baron Layson. For a time, the hall was tense. You don't have to do this. A crisp voice came from the entrance. It was Princess Blanche who arrived with Missy. Chapter 164. The investigation is in trouble. The tense atmosphere in Wushan Fortress was dispersed with the arrival of Princess Blanche. As a person who experienced this incident firsthand, and a key figure in the protection of Brawl and Jesus, her words determine the direction of the whole thing. As long as she wants, she can hold Wushan Castle responsible and bring great trouble to Lullins and others. At the same time, as long as she speaks a word for Wushan Castle, this matter can be easily ended. In fact, her position has been shown in the first sentence she said when she entered the fortress. This matter has no direct relationship with Wushan Castle. Not only that, she also praised Wushan Castle's handling speed and highly praised Ronin's fearlessness in the face of danger. Although the princess did not pursue it, Lullin still apologized for his poor consideration of the trip, and also expressed his gratitude to Her Royal Highness for her generosity. A dispute ended in such an atmosphere of communication. Of course, the investigation still needs to be investigated. This matter cannot be ended so easily. Now it depends on the result of the tour nights. Night. When night falls, Washenbao welcomes the moment of celebration. In the luxurious hall, the golden murals shine brightly under the light, reflecting a luxurious and solemn atmosphere. The air is filled with a faint scent of incense, which interweaves with the music played by professional pianists and musicians into a gorgeous movement. The nobles, dressed in various exquisite dresses, shuttled among the crowd, and enjoyed the lively atmosphere brought by the banquet under the service of those well-dressed waiters. The dinner arranged by Washenbao for Her Royal Highness the Princess was neither cancelled nor postponed. Everyone, including the host of the dinner, Princess Blanche, showed no abnormal behavior, as if the assassination incident during the day had not happened. Ronin did not attend the banquet. According to Lullin's instructions, he was lying on the bed, recuperating and listening to McKen's report. After the Washenbao Knights took over the Colosseum in the afternoon, Toru led people to conduct detailed interrogations and investigations on all the staff of the Colosseum and the audience who came to watch today. However, no valuable intelligence was obtained. First of all all the assassins in this incident, except for the Golden Knight, who escaped successfully, died. Even the assassins of the Skull and Bone Society had the symbol of the Skull and Bone Society on their bodies. But this time Toru did not find any valuable clues from the bodies or clothes of these assassins. As for the identities of these people, they were registered, but the Colosseum could enter as long as they could pay. So it was impossible to expect it to establish a strict real name system. The most important thing is the gladiator Mondo. Ronan proposed his own idea. Have you started investigating this person? McKen nodded, but shook his head. According to the records of the Colosseum, this gladiator Mondo had appeared in the Wushan City Colosseum a year ago, and has won many games so far. Many viewers have an impression of this gladiator. Ronan raised his eyebrows. The other party was there more than a year ago? At that time, the predecessor was not dead yet, and Lu Lance had no idea of marriage. The other party could not have predicted that Princess Blanche would come to the Colosseum in Wushan City. Ronan thought of a possibility. That is, this Mondo was originally an assassin who was in Wushan City as a gladiator. His purpose here was to wait for the right time to assassinate a certain person. And this person was not Blanche. However, due to Blanche's sudden visit, the other party's target was changed. How did he join the Colosseum? Ronan asked. If you can find clues such as introducers, you can also check. According to the Colosseum manager, Mondo was a down-and-out knight at the beginning. He heard that as long as he completed a performance in the Colosseum, he would have a good income. So he signed up. McKen replied, at that time, in order to enter the Colosseum, Mondo bribed the auditor and was willing to give 10% of his income to the other party for free. So he became a gladiator. This is like a rootless duckweed. No matter how much you check its surface, it is impossible to find the root if there is no bottom. Have you investigated the green-skinned trolls? Ronan pondered for a while, and then asked, I heard from Blanche that this kind of green-skinned trolls are not common in the Wushan Monster Mountain range, but more in the Misty Mountains. Did Toru investigate where the green-skinned trolls were transported from? Although the distance from Wushan Castle to the Misty Mountains is shorter than the distance to Shanlin Town, it costs a lot to transport a level 3 monster from there. The Wushan City Colosseum is ultimately a commercial activity, and as long as it is a business, it must pursue profits, knowing that it will cost a huge price. They still insist on transporting the green-skinned trolls. Is there some other purpose? McKen was stunned and shook his head. It seems that this has not been investigated. Ronan hurriedly said, then go and inform Toru, and ask him to check from this angle to see if there will be any gains. Yes, sir. McKen obeyed and walked out immediately. Ronan couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. It would be too embarrassing if the assassination ended without finding anything. No matter how biased Blanche was, Washinbeo had to give an explanation anyway. Will the auditor of the Colosseum be blamed in the end? When he was distressed, an unexpected figure appeared in the room. Ronan looked up and saw Lu Lan standing in front of the bed. Huh? He looked at the door in surprise, wondering why Tom didn't report it. Tom spread his hands, looking helpless. It wasn't that he didn't want to report it, but Lu Lan signaled him not to move. I thought you were asleep. Lu Lan pulled a chair over and sat down beside the bed. If you use up too much mental energy, your head will hurt badly. How do you feel now? Luo Ning didn't expect the old man to come over to ask about his condition. Thank you for your concern, Grandpa. I slept for 2 hours in the afternoon, and now I feel well recovered. Ronan asked with a smile, how was the banquet tonight? It was very grand and lively. Princess Blanche got the reception she deserved. Lolans tightened the scarf around his neck and sighed faintly. It's a pity that this banquet is still missing a protagonist. Ronan's heart jumped. Oh, who is it? Lolans smiled. Of course, it's the brave knight who saved Her Royal Highness and killed 2 high-level knight assassins with one hand. At this point, he looked directly into Ronan's eyes. My grandson, Ronan Wushan. Ronan smiled awkwardly but politely. Grandpa, the outside saying is too exaggerated. I didn't kill 2 people so easily. That's not what I said. Lolans emphasized. This is what Her Royal Highness, the witness of everything, said. Ronan felt helpless. He only cared about asking the other party to conceal the fact that he was a magician. But he forgot to mention the battle. Tell me, kid, what is your current strength? Advanced peak? Lu Lancy shook his head. It's unlikely. Chapter 165 Frankness. A Wushan bloodline with great cultivation talent and pure identity is too important to Lu Lanci. So after he finished the main things, he came to Luo Ning and asked in person. For Luo Ning, he knew that once his strength was exposed, it would definitely attract everyone's attention, including Lu Lanci. However, the question of how to explain strength has always been a problem that has troubled him. The only thing that made him feel relieved was that the person who asked this question was Lu Lanci, and the other party would not think of him as a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Grandpa. In fact, my strength was still at the peak of the advanced level a few days ago. Luo Ning thought about it and still told the actual situation. But now, I am a real bronze level knight. He directly operated his fighting spirit while speaking. Lu Lanci knew roughly that the strength of this fighting spirit exceeded that of ordinary advanced knights, and it was completely in line with the bronze level. Very good. He seemed to be a little nervous and clenched the crutches, raised it, and put it down again. Perhaps because he was too excited. He didn't control his strength well, and the cane hit the floor heavily, making a sound of wood squeezing. Very good. Very good. Lu Lanci couldn't hide his excitement after all, and laughed out loud. After 30 years of silence, my Wushan family finally has the possibility of rising strongly again. He was radiant at this moment, sweeping away the state of fatigue and illness. Ronan, I see the shadow of your Berber Grimace in you. Lu Lanci paused for a moment and continued, however. You are better than your uncle now. Luo Ning still underestimated the impact and joy that his strength brought to the other party. Thank you for the compliment, Grandpa. Luo Ning smiled and said, in fact, if Blanche had not been assassinated this time, I would not want to expose my strength so early. After all, Wushan territory seems to be unstable now. Lu Lanci took 2 deep breaths and calmed down his excitement. Now Wushan territory has vassal misconduct and powerful enemies outside. It is indeed unstable as you said. He is very familiar with the situation in Wushan territory, and his tone is also a little decadent. However, if you had shown your talent earlier, even if you only revealed it to me a little, I would not have driven you to Shanlin Town. There is nothing wrong with Shanlin Town, Ronan defended. Becoming the Baron of Shanlin Town has at least made me disappear from the public eye for the past 6 months. Otherwise, I might have experienced an assassination like my father. At this point, he shook his head. I don't want to lose a leg like my father, or lose an arm like Baron German. Lu Lanci was stunned. He seemed to understand why Ronan had to hide his strength silently, and even willingly went to Shanlin Town, just for the sake of peace before becoming strong. You are wiser than I thought. Lu Lanci's eyes flashed, as if there were bad memories surging. In the past, if Grimace had not shown so much edge, perhaps he would not have been assassinated. 30 years ago, the 24-year-old Grimace's combat power was comparable to that of a bronze-level peak knight. Many people believe that in a few years, a knight stronger than Lu Lanci will appear in Wushan territory, and it is possible that he will be of Silver Moon or Prideful Sun level. For any kingdom or great lord, they can ignore low-level knights. But high-level knights, especially those above meteor level, cannot be underestimated anywhere. And people like Silver Moon level are known as the enemy of 10,000 people. A Silver Moon level is equivalent to an army. Unless there is a transcendent of the same level, it is almost difficult to take down such an existence. It can be said that Graham's performance has put pressure on many nobles, who are reluctant to see Wushan territory do well. That calculation may also have this reason. Lu Lanci did not continue to ask when Ronan awakened his Doqi seed, and when he became a high-level knight, because these questions are not important. What is important is that his grandson is now at the bronze level. What are you going to do next? Lu Lanci changed the subject. I see that Blanche has a very good attitude towards you. Maybe this marriage can be successful. By then, His Majesty the King may reward you, and you can take the opportunity to be loyal to His Majesty Bruno, become a noble of the kingdom, and have the opportunity to obtain a larger territory. Although the barons of Wushan territory and the barons of the kingdom of Aljuan are both barons, they are loyal to different objects. Becoming a vassal of the king, does it mean that I have to give up Shanlin Town? Ronan asked. Lu Lanci nodded. Of course. Ronan has already regarded Shanlin Town as his second home, and he has also discovered sericulture in Kaelin. How could he be willing to give up Shanlin Town? What's more, the territory awarded by the king also has a lot of uncertainties. If the territory is set in a more chaotic area, it is better to be stable in the north of Wushan territory. Then I would rather be loyal to you, Grandpa. Luoning smiled. That's fine. Lu Lanzi laughed. Beside Shanlin Town, there is only Sane Territory in the north of Wushan Territory. When the time comes, it will be assigned to you, which is enough for you to operate and develop. At this point, he thought of Luoning's previous proposal on Sane Territory. What kind of handle do you have on Lei Sin? Do you have absolute confidence to take him down? After experiencing this incident, Lu Lanzi was more assured of Luoning. The reason why he asked this question was mainly out of curiosity. He guessed that there should be some things that he didn't know about Luoning. Luoning pondered for a moment, and Lu Lanzi didn't urge him. After a long while, he finally spoke. Grandpa, do you think this assassination is related to the Skull and Bone Society that assassinated my father? Lu Lanzi shook his head. I listened to Toru's report, and there is no evidence pointing to the Skull and Bone Society. To be precise, the investigation of this assassination is likely to find no results. If we can only attribute the assassination of the princess to the auditors of the Colosseum, it will only make Wushanbeo look too incompetent. Roning said, we need a stronger scapegoat. Scapegoat? The person who takes the blame. Lu Lanzi suddenly realized and had a more vivid understanding of this new word. You want Lei Sin from Shan to be the scapegoat? Roning nodded. On the 7th of this month, I was assassinated by the Skull and Bone Society in Shanlin Town. But the assassin knew too little about me. Not only did the assassination fail, but I also captured him alive. As he said that, he took out the testimony from Shadow and handed it to Lulanzi. Lulanzi's eyes flashed with anger towards the Skull and Bone Society. He didn't expect that this organization would not only attack his son, but also his grandson. This is really to make him extinct. When he saw the contents of the letter clearly, his anger was even greater. The Shan family has followed Wushan for 2 or 3 generations. I didn't expect Lei Sin to do such a disloyal thing. Lulanzi handed the testimony back to Roning. Where is the assassin? Did you bring him? No. He is still being held in Shanlin Castle by me. Roning folded the testimony again and put it away. However, I brought another witness, who can also prove that Lei Sin wanted to kill me and took action. Oh! Who is it? Roning glanced at the door. Tom. Come in. Chapter 166 Good Brother. The conversation between Roning and Lulans lasted for a long time. In addition to the things about Sin Territory, the conversation was more about Lulans imparting some cultivation experience to Roning. For example, when the Bronze Knight uses fighting spirit to temper the internal organs, it can cooperate with external blows to assist in cultivation. At the same time, after each practice, you can buy some potions from the Magic Energy Chamber of Commerce for medicinal baths to strengthen your body. Roning didn't expect that there was also a medicinal bath in the other world. This was the first time he heard of it. Fortunately, he had the attribute panel. Otherwise he would have another expense. As the night deepened, when it was past 12 o'clock in the morning, Roning opened the monthly sign-in interface and received a warm gift box on it. This was the 5th end-of-month warm gift box he received after crossing here. As the gift box was opened, the attribute points and energy essence were greatly improved. Sign in successfully. Attribute points plus 40. Energy essence plus 40. Ronin added all the attribute points he got to the night level. The invisible energy strengthened his internal organs, and his physique was rapidly improved. Level 4 Bronze Knight, 93/800. For Great Magician, 0 out of 1200. Attribute points, 0 energy essence, 451. This time, he chose to upgrade the night level first. After all, after experiencing these 2 assassinations, he understood that some battles happened too suddenly, and upgrading the night level would be beneficial in dealing with emergencies. Moreover, his fighting style in the future will mainly be reflected in the night and fighting spirit, so it is reasonable to upgrade the night level first. If I can successfully obtain the title of Viscount this time, I will be able to obtain 278 attribute points every month in the future. It will take me 7 months to break through to the silver level through natural growth. 7 months can be long, but it can also be short. After all, Ronin has lived here for 5 months without much feeling. No one spoke for the whole night. When the sun rose again, it was the last day of the 968th year of the imperial calendar. The nobles gathered in Wushan Castle were still communicating and chatting in groups of 3 or 5. The servants were still busy preparing for today's dinner. The first knights of Wushan Castle were nervously responsible for the security and defense of the castle. Ronan got up early and moved his body. After a night's rest, his current state has been fully restored. And due to the improvement of his strength yesterday, his whole spirit has reached a new level. While he was enjoying breakfast, the first guest of the day came to his courtyard. "Brother, there were too many things to do last night, and I didn't have time to come to see you." Breton came to Ronan's dining table and sat down, and asked excitedly and concernedly, "I heard that you were mentally injured. How are you recovering now?" Ronan ate a piece of cake and drank a sip of milk. He didn't expect that the first guest to come today would be this cheap brother. "It's nothing serious. I'm fully recovered." Ronan smiled and said, "I should be very busy today. How come you still have time to come to me?" "I want to come and see you." Breton moved closer and asked in disbelief. "Her Royal Highness said you are a senior knight. Is this true?" At present, only Roland knows that Ronan is a bronze knight. And after last night's communication, his specific strength will be expressed as vaguely as possible in the future. Therefore, what the outside world knows now is that he is still just a senior knight. "Really?" Ronan smiled and opened his palm, and the fighting spirit immediately covered his palm like a gauze, forming a fighting spirit armor. Breton's eyes widened. "Wow, this is true. I couldn't believe it last night." He stood up and paced back and forth excitedly. "Brother, you are already a senior knight at the age of 17. It's really amazing. Too amazing. You are not bad either." Ronan encouraged, "When you reach my age, you may be able to reach the bronze level." Breton shook his head. Unlike Ronan, he has received more professional education and knows the difficulty of becoming a bronze knight. "I am very satisfied to have the strength of my brother at the age of 17. Breton is simple, but his background is complicated. This is Lu Lan's evaluation. When Luo Ning thought of this, he was moved and couldn't help saying, "Whether we can become bronze level or not, you and I are destined to surpass our father and become the pillars of the Wushan family." He pointed to the chair next to him and showed his aura as the eldest brother. "Sit down, Breton. I have something to say to you." Breton sensed Luo Ning's seriousness, and he walked over and sat down very obediently. "Brother, you say it. I know that this time my strength is exposed, and many people will say some rumors around you. For example, my strong rise will threaten your right to inherit the title of Marquis, and some people even say that I will kill you to seize power. Time and space are dislocated." And Breton said the same thing when he took the initiative to talk to Luo Ning. "But as you once said to me, we belong to Wushan. We have the same silver hair and black pupils. We are brothers. I can't do anything to you." He paused and continued, "Our rise and strength are all for the purpose of making the Wushan family stronger, which is also your wish." Breton's eyes flickered, as if he was moved by Roning's sincere words. He grinned and said, "Brother, you are right. This is my wish. At the beginning, I thought I was more suitable because you were not strong enough. But now it's different. You are better than me in cultivation. I think the inheritance should return to you, and I will just assist you with peace of mind like before." Sure enough, Breton didn't have complicated thoughts. He just simply thought that whoever was stronger was more suitable. Such people are easy to get along with, but they are also easy to be used by others. However, if Roning really lets the other party assist him sincerely, he will have a very powerful and loyal general under his command in the future. Breton's qualifications are probably not inferior to Rydar. The key is that he still has the ambition to become a strong man. What Luo Ning needs to do is to eliminate the possibility of brothers turning against each other, and wait until the other party is older and mature and not being used by those with ulterior motives. "No, I don't need that thing." Luo Ning smiled and said, "In the future, you will be the Marquis of Wushan territory. Roland's is still alive. Wiggins is still alive. And it will be a long time before they, the third generation, inherit the title of Marquis. At that time, what heights will Luo Ning and his subordinates reach? You don't want it?" Breton was shocked by this sentence. Since last night, Diane has been emphasizing that Roning will come to seize power from him, and described the relationship between the two as very dangerous. He secretly thanked that he came to talk to Roning in the morning. Otherwise he would really be misled. "Breton, sometimes people need to raise their horizons a little bit." Roning made a magnifying gesture. "If you stick to one thing, it will often become something that constrains you. Take the swordsmanship of knights as an example. When your swordsmanship level reaches a certain level, you often cannot get a breakthrough if you stick to a certain posture or a certain sword move. At this time, what you should do is to raise your perspective. Start from the overall swordsmanship, and examine and feel it from more angles. He said so much, mainly to establish a good image of his brother in Breden's heart. And this example, first of all, it is naturally correct. But it is more like talking about the truth. Whether you can understand it depends on your personal comprehension ability. Breden's eyes lit up. He felt that this was his brother imparting extraordinary experience to her. And he listened very seriously. Brother, your words have given me a lot of insights. I think I understand. Ronan coughed lightly and changed the subject. Did you bring the sword? Breden stood up excitedly, knowing that Ronan was going to test him. I'll go back and get it now. No need. Ronan stood up and walked into the yard. Tom, give your sword to Breden. I'll teach him some swordsmanship. Chapter 167. The grand event is coming. During the competition with Breden, Ronan felt the boy's extraordinary talent. This guy is only 13 years old, and the strength and swordsmanship he showed are already very good. Fortunately, thanks to the fact that Ronan has been learning swordsmanship from McKin and Rydell these days, he has made great achievements in both defense and fast attack. So during the competition, he completely suppressed Breden. He could see that Breden was very enthusiastic about practice. Even though the opponent was suppressed, he did not show any regret or anger. On the contrary, after the competition, he also took out the poor performance separately for advice. Ronan did not hide his shortcomings in giving advice, and he was not worried that he would cultivate a strong opponent for himself in the future. It was for this reason that Breden felt the real guidance and care from Ronan, and his understanding, gratitude and recognition of Ronan were rapidly improved during this competition. Hi, Ronan. Good morning. Blanche appeared outside the gate and saw Ronan and Breden holding swords and talking. What are you two doing here? Good morning. Blanche. Good morning. Princess. The two brothers greeted each other, and Breden quickly responded, Ronan is teaching me to practice swords. Princess. My brother's strength is really very strong. I admire him very much. Blanche was a little surprised. She didn't expect that the relationship between the brothers seemed good. After learning about Ronan's experience, she thought that he hated Breden. Ronan is indeed the most powerful knight of the younger generation I have ever seen, she said sincerely. Breden probably knew that he should not stay here to be a hindrance. He scratched his head and said, Your Highness, brother, you guys chat. I have something to do. I will leave first. He handed the sword back to Tom, and then quickly left the yard. Tom also stood outside the door. Missy Knight secretly looked at the masked knight and guessed Tom's strength. He felt that this figure should not be simple. The McKin yesterday was like this. In the yard, Ronan invited Blanche into the house and asked the servant who served him to bring a cup of morning tea to the princess. How do you feel today? Blanche asked with concern. Being able to let a princess come to care and greet in person early in the morning shows the weight of Ronan in her heart. I have recovered a long time ago, and I am refreshed now. Ronan looked at her. Blanche changed into a relatively fresh long dress today. She looked less solemn and more youthful than yesterday. Blanche, this dress is nice. You look more attractive than yesterday. Faced with such straightforward praise, Blanche's cheeks blushed. She stood up and turned around holding the hem of her skirt. Really? Do you like this style? Ronan nodded. I prefer a relaxed and casual style. It looks more energetic. Blanche wrote this down. When she returns to the palace, she needs to prepare more clothes of this style. The two chatted for a while. As the host, Ronan still had to accompany Blanche to play around today. But the other party had no plans to play today, and just wanted to walk around the castle with Ronan. After all, Wushan Castle has mountains and water, and covers a large area. While the two were talking, other people came over. Ragna, Marina and Malik, Sister McKinney, and Jamie, son of Viscount Dennis of Pointed City, etc. There were many people that Ronan had never seen before, but they all came to Ronan in the name of visiting the hero and exchanged a few words with Ronan, which was considered to be showing their faces. In fact, after Ronan's strength was exposed, many people were speculating about the future direction of Wushan Castle. They may not have had a good relationship with Ronan in the past, but it did not prevent them from visiting more now. Even if the inheritance of Wushan territory is still in Breden's hands in the future, it does not prevent them from becoming friends with Ronan. This scene gave Ronan a feeling of no one cares about 10 years of hard study, and one-shot fame is known to the world. After sending these people away, Ronan entered a leisure time again. He took Blanche to walk around the back mountain of the castle. But due to the existence of the Thunder Chaser beast, they did not go deep. In the afternoon, McKinn brought back the latest investigation results. Last night, he had brought Ronan's guess about the green-skinned troll to Toru, asking him to investigate along this clue. However, the ending was still unsatisfactory. Every year, the Wushan City Coliseum would bring some strange monsters to attract attention. Although the transportation cost was large, the high admission fee could make up for it. This green-skinned troll had long been set as the finale of the last beast fight at the end of the year. This was decided a long time ago, and Toru did not find anything suspicious after the investigation. This also means that this assassination has now reached a dead end. Unless the escaped gold-level assassin is found, it is unlikely to have any results. Although it sounds incredible, Wushan City does not have strict entry and exit control measures, and the Golden Knights have various ways to leave even if they do not go through the city gate. You don't have to worry so much about investigating this matter. Blanche on the side comforted. In fact, there have been many cases of royal families being assassinated in history, and more than half of them have not found the murderer behind them. People at the center of power are more or less involved in the interests of all parties. Take Blanche for example. Although she is not a prince and rarely participates in political affairs, this does not prevent someone from using her identity to achieve certain goals. You are very open-minded. In more exchanges, Ronan felt the other party's peace. But it is not that Blanche does not pay attention to this matter. So no one pays attention to it. Jesus and others are still watching. If Wushan Castle cannot give a satisfactory explanation, he will still stir up waves. At least he can use this matter to disrupt the marriage between Rollins and Bruno. Ronan couldn't help but think of the treatment of Sean leader Layson during the discussion with Lowlands last night. The scapegoat of the other party is probably not going to get away. It is reasonable to blame the Skull and Bone Society for the assassination and then involve Layson. As for how Layson got in touch with the Skull and Bone Society, this matter requires professional personnel from Wushan Castle and the royal family of Alduin to investigate and interrogate. Ronan couldn't help but think of the Grey Earth Village and the Black Collar Tribe. Once Layson is finished, Faradin and others who followed him will definitely be implicated, and jail is inevitable. In order to survive, this group of people may also go into the woods and become a new wild tribe. So the battle with the Black Collar Tribe will continue. This battle is also Ronan's test of the combat effectiveness of the soldiers in Shanlin Town. An army that is won without blood and fire, and won all the way cannot have strong combat capabilities. It's almost over. In the next 2 days, Shan Territory will be finished. It is said that Shan Territory has a population of nearly 10,000. If Ronan swallows it all, he will probably become a fat man. Chapter 168 Night Competition. It is unknown when the annual celebration custom of this world was passed down. According to Blanche, it seems that such a festival existed in the early days of the Empire, and it also has the meaning of bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new. Lillian's birthday happened to be on this day, so December 28th was a double celebration for the nobles of Wushan Territory. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, before the night fell, the banquet had already begun. Lowlands was dressed formally today. He welcomed the nobles as the host and toasted to celebrate. The nobles, even the Count Jesus who had always been finding faults, raised his glass and said birthday wishes. Ronan, who was dressed in a formal dress, would naturally not miss this banquet. Here, in addition to Lowlands and Blanche, he has become the third focus of the scene. Ronan, will you participate in the night competition to be held later? This Count Vittorino Dinis of the Pointed Horn City, who was talking to Ronan at this time. The Pointed Horn City faces the Howling Sea and is a port connecting Wushan Territory and the capital. It is much faster to go to the capital from the Pointed City than by land. If Blanche did not ride the Griffin, she would come through the Pointed City. Although Viscount Dinis looks bloated now, he is a professional knight with silver-level strength. When he was young, he was a good fighter on the battlefield. Yes, Viscount Dinis. Ronan clinked glasses with the other party and took a small sip. Ah, then maybe I can congratulate you in advance, Viscount Dinis said exaggeratedly. Today's champion must be you. While the two were talking, the one-armed lone wolf Baron German also came over. Ronan, please forgive me for my disrespect due to my injury last time. On the way to Shanlin Town for the first time, Ronan escorted Marina and her brother home. At that time, Herman claimed to be injured and did not receive them personally, and even did not take care of lunch, which was indeed impolite. Herman's idea at that time was also very simple. He did not want to show that he was close to Ronan and thus cause trouble for the High family. But he never expected that 5 months later, Ronan would change his appearance. Baron Herman, I always remember your gift. Although Herman did not show up at that time, Lady Flavia gave Ronan money, food, horses and other supplies, which was still helpful to him in the early stage. He clinked glasses with the other party. Maybe tonight, I can bring you a little unexpected gift to thank you for the gift that day. Oh! Herman looked suspicious. Gift? He and Ronan did not have much intersection. Lake Town and Shanlin Town were not adjacent to each other, and there was no business dealings. He really couldn't think of where this gift came from. I am looking forward to what kind of gift it will be, Herman said. Ronan's eyes passed through the crowd and fell on Baron Layson, who was talking and toasting with the nobles. He didn't feel that his good days were over. I believe it will never let you down. Ronan was not good at attending such banquets, although he would not be idle. It was also very tiring to communicate with so many people. Fortunately, after the banquet host Breton loudly announced the night competition has officially begun, the attention of the nobles turned to the competition. At this time, night had fallen, but the square outside the banquet hall was as bright as day under the illumination of 6 magic crystal lamps. Wushan Castle seems to be in its twilight years, but a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. These 6 large magic crystal lamps alone can make many nobles envious. Ronan couldn't help but look at the white-bearded grandfather sitting next to Lulans at the moment. The other party is Lulans' good friend, the Dean of Wushan Supernatural Academy, the Honorary Earl of Wushan Territory, the Honorary Viscount of the Kingdom of Aljuan, the manager of the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce in Wushan Territory, and the 7th-level Earth-based Great Magician Miroslav Tur. It is said that half of these 6 large magic crystal lamps are birthday gifts brought by the other party. Miroslav seemed to feel Ronan's gaze. He smiled slightly, stroked his white beard, and nodded slightly. Ronan was a little embarrassed. Is the great magician's mental power so strong that he can sense this? Helplessly, he could only smile and raise his glass to toast from afar. Miroslav raised his glass, took a sip, and said to Rollans beside him, "Your grandson is very good, and his spirit is very full. His future achievements will definitely not be inferior to yours." Rollans laughed and glanced at Ronan in the crowd below. Although he was very satisfied, he had to be modest. This kid has a very bad character. If he can't persevere, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to even reach the gold level. While talking, most of the nobles have moved to the terrace and corridor on the 2nd floor, looking down at the illuminated square. At this time, the square has been surrounded by knights of the first knights, who will ensure that the aftermath of the battle will not be leaked. This night competition has only one requirement for the participants. No matter where you come from, as long as you are a professional knight under the age of 30, you can participate. Ronan didn't go upstairs because he was going to participate. He walked to the door of the banquet hall and asked a knight beside him, "Gallo, are you participating?" Gallo was a bronze-level knight. If he participated, Ronan could not guarantee that he could win the opponent 100%. Gallo saluted. "Lord Ronan, according to the rules, I can't participate." "Why? I remember you seem to be 30 years old?" Ronan was puzzled. Gallo explained, "The rules of the night competition are under 30 years old, and 30 years old is not included." Ronan suddenly realized, "That's a pity. If you participate, maybe you will be the champion of this competition. Thank you for your recognition." Gallo was grateful. Ronan didn't know if it was his illusion, but Gallo's attitude towards him seemed to be more respectful today. As he spoke, the night competition had begun. The first to play were 2 encouragement-level junior knights. Although their strength was a little weak, it was also an opportunity for these knights to compete under the watchful eyes of so many nobles. If they performed well and were appreciated by a noble, their life would be more comfortable. Although there were no gorgeous fighting skills, the competition in strength, body movement, and swordsmanship still attracted the cheers of the nobles, especially when the winner won. Some nobles took out gold coins and gave them to the waiter, which was a reward for the winner. The nobles were never stingy in things that could please themselves. The knights' games were played one after another, and the identity of the winner in the square kept changing. So far, someone has won 3 games in a row. At the same time, The strength of the knights on the field is getting stronger and stronger. From elementary to intermediate. From intermediate to advanced. The scene of the competition is getting more and more gorgeous. The light raised by the collision of fighting skills sometimes even dims the light of the magic crystal lamp. The rewards from the nobles are also increasing. And the winner who can win the next game will earn at least dozens of gold coins. The winner is Sir Ragnar Ironhoof of the Horse City, Breton announced excitedly. He was very interested in such a fierce battle. If he was not the host, he would also want to go down to the field to compete. Of course, he belongs to the enjoyment level. On the wide terrace on the second floor, Viscount Marvin was full of red light. And the nobles around him were toasting him and praising him for having a good son. He only needs to win one more game. And Ragnar will be the first knight to win 3 games in a row tonight. And he can go down to rest and directly participate in the final championship competition. Lord Ronan, are you not ready to go on stage? Gallo said with a smile. Ronan shook his head. He and Ronar had some friendship. The other party had consumed a lot of energy in the previous battle. It would be better to let him win the 3rd game and take a rest. At this time, a figure jumped down from the 2nd floor and landed in the center of the venue. James Monson from Black Python City is here to challenge. Ronan raised his eyebrows. This was the first professional knight from Black Python City to play. It is said that the knights of Black Python City are strong. Do you know this person? Ronan asked. Gallo nodded slightly. Monson territory is a barren territory under Earl Hyde. The land was once called Jinlin Town and belonged to Wushan territory. However, Jinlin Town was later occupied by the Black Gold Brotherhood. Although it was taken back in several encirclement and suppression wars, it was eventually given to the other party because of the outstanding military exploits of the Hyde family. Ronan understood. It is very common for nobles to reward territories to knights who have made military exploits. I think the owner of Ma Song territory obtained Orson's reward in this way, completing the transformation from a knight to a true noble. However, as far as Ronan knows, every time the crusade against the Black Gold Brotherhood is successful, a piece of the land recovered is rewarded to Earl Orson. The other party has obtained several pieces of land from Wushan territory in this way. Chapter 169 Champion. While Ronan and Gallo were talking, the contest on the square had already begun. James drew out his knight's sword, and the fiery red fighting spirit exploded. The huge energy generated made him turn into a cannonball and rush towards his opponent at a staggering speed. Ronan raised his eyebrows. With just one opening move, he could see that this man's fighting style was very wild, and his strength might be above Ragnar. Sure enough, the following battle confirmed his guess. James's swordsmanship was very sharp, and his strength and speed were slightly better than Ragnar. After each collision of the long swords, Ragnar's figure became a little unstable. When a series of close attacks arrived one after another, his disadvantage was gradually magnified. Soon, after a bombardment, James raised his leg and stepped on Ragnar's breastplate, and the latter was kicked away and fell heavily to the ground. I'm sorry. You lost, James said condescendingly. Ragnar rubbed his chest, picked up the sword and stood up. Congratulations. You won. On the terrace, Viscount Marvin, who was just excited, looked cold and gloomily in the direction of Orson, knowing that the other party did not want Ragnar to win the 3rd game before sending people to the field. I didn't expect Ragnar to lose so quickly. Gallo sighed. Baron Bernardo Monson is said to be bronze level, and this James should be his son. I didn't expect him to be so talented. Ronan nodded. Since James participated in the competition, it means that he is under 30 years old. He is so young but has the ability to easily defeat Ragnar, so his talent is naturally not weak. But Ronar is only 21 years old, so he should be much younger than James. It's hard to say who is better in terms of talent. While the two were talking, James in the center of the square looked in the direction of Ronan. He respectfully performed a knight's salute and said loudly, Baron Ronan, can I challenge you? After the words fell, the nobles on the terrace and corridor suddenly quieted down. None of them expected that someone would designate a challenger. Even Ronan didn't expect such a scene. He was still eating melons at ease. Sir James? The night competition did not take the initiative to challenge this link. As the host, Breton reminded him to help Ronan out. But facing such a challenge, it was impossible for Ronan not to respond directly. There were so many nobles watching on the terrace, including Princess Blanche. If Ronan chose not to accept it, wouldn't it make others think he was afraid? Ronan had already decided to participate in the night competition to win the championship prize. And his strength had been exposed. It was the same thing whether he played in the morning or in the evening. Of course. Ronan extended his hand. And Tom, who was waiting beside him, came up and handed over the flowing flame sword respectfully. He held the hilt of the sword and walked towards the square, saying, "The Wushan family is never afraid of any challenge." In an instant, thunderous applause and cheers broke out around them. The eyes of the noble ladies were full of little stars. "Malik, Ronan is more handsome than last time," Marina from Lake Town said to her brother beside her. She was a little annoyed when she remembered that she wanted to get into Ronan's tent that night. If she had insisted a little longer, would it have worked? Malik coughed. "Sister, be careful with your words. Jamie will misunderstand." Beside Marina stood a fat man with dead eyes. This was the second son of Viscount Dennis, the person Marina was going to marry. Jamie laughed and said very gentlemanly, "Marina is right. Ronan is really handsome. In fact, not only them, but even Blanche's hands under her long skirt were clenched. Her heart was pounding, and she silently shouted Ronan to cheer up. Lilith, who was sitting in the front center, smiled. The Wushan family never feared any challenge, and this sentence made him feel very comfortable. "Thank you, Mr. Ronan, for giving me this opportunity." James still maintained etiquette. "Please, come on." Ronan raised his hand and used a fire cloud, and a range-type flame impact rushed towards the other party. James was not panicked and used the same move. Boom! Two fan-shaped flames collided in the middle of the collision, erupting with a violent roar, and the heat waves turned into strong winds that swept around. Ronan's fighting skills are more powerful. Many people saw that Ronan's fire cloud devoured the opponent's fighting skills and swept towards James with the remaining power. Ronan's attribute affinity is strong, so the power of his fire attribute fighting skills is naturally high, and the Luyan sword in his hand has an amplification effect. The same fighting skill will naturally be stronger when used. There is something wrong with his sword. James keenly caught the difference in the long sword in Ronan's hand, and knew that he might not be able to gain the upper hand in the fighting skills competition. He put on the fighting spirit armor all over his body, slashed the air wave with a sword to separate the remaining power of the fire cloud, and then rushed up, trying to defeat Ronan with the fast attack method that defeated Ragna. Unfortunately, he picked the wrong person this time. Ronan's swordsmanship combines the strengths of McKen and Rydell, and he is good at defense and quick attack. Facing James' quick attack, Ronan defended flawlessly. His swordsmanship is fast, but his strength is not enough. During the collision of long swords, Ronan analyzed James' swordsmanship level, and the accuracy of the long sword is not good, and there are more flaws when changing attacks and defenses. These were all mentioned by Rydell when he was instructing him on swordsmanship. Now he found his own shadow in James. On the terrace, Lowlands was more and more relieved, and the more he looked, the more he smiled, and at the same time, he was more and more amazed at Ronan. He couldn't understand why this kid's defensive swordsmanship level was so high. The same was true for other nobles. They originally thought that Ronan's strength was exaggerated in the Colosseum incident, but they didn't expect that what the outside world said was true. Orson frowned. He didn't understand why Ronan had become so outrageous in just half a year. "It's my turn." In the square, Ronan, who had been fighting, chose not to defend anymore. His strength burst out, and he directly picked up the opponent's sword with a sword. He rushed forward, and the right half of his body hit the opponent's body like a weapon. The two people's fighting armor was twisted and deformed under the huge impact. The sudden change, coupled with the huge impact, made James completely unable to react. As he retreated, he slashed with a sword, and the huge flame slash was to delay Ronan's attack time. But Ronan's speed burst out completely, not only avoiding the attack, but also directly catching up with the opponent's flying figure. Gale palm. Ronan slapped down with his palm, and the wind-attributed fighting spirit in his palm condensed into a violent wind, hitting James. Boom! The other party's armor was completely disintegrated, and the whole person hit the ground heavily like a sandbag with a broken rope. The coat was torn open, revealing the soft armor inside. James only felt the blood in his chest surging, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out. "You lost," Ronan said condescendingly. James seemed to be about to admit it, but he didn't expect that the blood in his throat confused his voice, and he couldn't speak, so he could only nod silently. Ronan turned his head to look at Breton, who was still shocked by the sudden end of the game just now. It seemed that the two sides were evenly matched. But how could it be like this in an instant? Breton, don't stand there stupidly. Announce the result. And let the waiter carry the injured Ginny down for treatment. Oh, okay. Breton came back to his senses. The winner is Ronan. Good. On the terrace, Viscount Marvin cheered loudly, as if he was happier that Ronan won than Roner. Others also began to applaud and cheer. Blanche applauded and said, Missy, give 500 gold coins to the brave knight. As you wish, Princess. As Her Royal Highness gave the reward. Other nobles also gave gold coins one after another. Of course, the amount they gave was far behind 500. The reason why Blanche only gave 500 was actually to take care of the face of Wushan Castle. After all, the reward for the champion of the night competition was only 1,000 gold coins. Ronan didn't expect to make an extra profit, and he couldn't help but be very grateful to Blanche. This girl is sensible. With Ronan's strong victory over James, the following game was a bit more monotonous, because everyone knew who would win the championship this time. However, in order to warm up the audience, knights from various families still came up and challenged in the name of asking for swordsmanship. Ronan defeated the opponents one by one. More than 10 minutes later, after Breton called 3 times, no knight continued to challenge. Since there are no challengers continuing to participate, I can announce that this Wushanbao night competition has ended successfully. He looked at Ronan in the field. The champion of this competition is... Wait! Breton subconsciously thought there was another challenger. But when he saw the identity of the speaker, he was stunned. Brother, is there anything else? Ronan nodded. He looked up at the terrace. I want to invite Baron Layson from Shan to come down here in the name of the champion of the night competition, the Baron of Shanlin Town, and the eldest grandson of the Wushan family. Chapter 170 Trial. Ronan's words were very abrupt, which made the nobles and knights present very surprised and puzzled. They didn't understand what this night competition had to do with Baron Layson of the Shan territory. Even Breton, the host of the night competition, couldn't help but walk to Ronan and remind him softly, Brother, Baron Layson should be 50 years old. According to the rules of the night competition, he is not eligible to participate. At this time, Layson, who was watching the competition on the terrace with great interest, also walked to the front. He thought Ronan wanted to challenge him in front of many nobles. Ronan, I admit that your strength is very strong, far beyond my expectations. This is a blessing for Wushan Castle. Layson held a railing on the edge of the terrace and said, but today is a festive day. If you and I fight, someone will definitely get hurt. So please forgive me for not accepting your challenge. Although he refused with a smile, he despised Ronan's behavior in his heart. In Layson's view, Ronan was clearly taking revenge for personal gain. Yes, Shanlin Town and Sun Territory were not on good terms, and Layson had even been defeated by Ronan's follower knights. But one thing is one thing, and Ronan was too low-minded to bring up the past in an occasion like today. No, 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 you misunderstood me. Lay Senior. Ronan said no 3 times in a row, and raised the flowing flame sword in his hand, and pointed it directly at the other party. As the fighting spirit was poured in, the flowing flame sword flashed with a fiery light, and Ronan's expression changed from indifferent to very serious, and even a bit of murderous intent. I'm not challenging you, but judging you. Judgment? After Ronan said this word, the nobles present were even more stunned, and many people whispered, it was too rude to use the word judgment on a noble. When Ronan said this, it meant that his relationship with Layson had reached an irreconcilable point. Many nobles who were not on good terms with Layson watched all this with a mentality of watching the fun, such as Viscount Marvin, who was not afraid of trouble, said with a chuckle, Layson, no matter how Ronan wants to judge you, since he has publicly pointed it out, I think you should not stand on the terrace, and hurry down. There were also nobles who, for unknown reasons, based on the principle of harmony brings wealth, began to persuade Ronan to temporarily put aside the dispute between Shanlin Town and Sun County, and celebrate the festival with peace of mind. Interesting. Interesting. Jesus' voice sounded out of place. I didn't expect that in Wushan Castle. In order to prevent Her Royal Highness the Princess from being bored, such a program was arranged. It was really wonderful. Wonderful. And it opened my eyes. Count Jesus, Wushan Castle has arranged a comfortable bedroom for you. If you are tired, Please go down and rest early. Wiggins, who was sitting in a wheelchair, had long been unhappy with Jesus. As the younger brother of His Majesty Bruno, he was only the Earl of Moonlight Valley. This shows that Jesus' status in the Alduin royal family is not important at all. As the second master of Wushan Castle, Wiggins could not do anything to him even if he said something impolite. However, Wiggins was also puzzled by Ronan's behavior, and he was quite unhappy. Jesus sneered. I just want to remind you that publicly launching a trial against a nobleman is a felony according to the laws of the kingdom, if it is slander. Not to mention the discussions and whispers of these people. Layson, who was brought into the sight of everyone by Ronan, began to panic. Could it be that Ronan had evidence against him? This is impossible, as the other party had never shown any signs before. Layson was nervous, but his expression remained calm. Ronan, you want to judge me? In what name are you judging me? He jumped to the center of the square. The fighting spirit in his body surged, representing his anger. Slandering a noble, even if you are the eldest grandson of the Marquis, I will challenge you to a life and death duel. A life and death duel is an extreme way for nobles to resolve disputes. But this method is very common and is considered a symbol of honor and courage. I admire your courage, Baron Layson. Ronan smiled and said, if I lose to a senior knight, I will definitely not challenge anyone else to a duel. At least not for 3 to 5 years. Ronan's words immediately attracted a lot of laughter. You? Layson's face was flushed with anger, and he roared, and took the lead. However, McKin, who had been standing aside for a long time, stood in front of Ronan and blocked the opponent's fierce punch. Layson was shocked to find that the guard beside Ronan seemed to be no weaker than Retta. When did this Shanlin town and this Ronan have so many cutting-edge forces? Layson, don't worry. Ronan took 2 steps back and said loudly, I believe everyone is very concerned about the assassination of Her Royal Highness the Princess yesterday. Now I want to publicly point out that the shadow of Baron Layson Sean of Swamp Town is behind this incident. Suddenly, there was an uproar. On the terrace, all the nobles were shocked by Ronan's words. Even Jesus, who was just teasing and sarcastic, now showed a serious expression. Even Viscount Marvin, who likes to watch the fun, put away his smile. Even the thick-skinned Wiggins was a little anxious. Ronan, what are you talking about? Accusing a nobleman for assassinating a nobleman is a big deal. And accusing a nobleman for assassinating a princess is a big deal. What is Ronan going to do? Orson's expression was serious and cold. He couldn't help but glance at Lou Lanz, who was sitting in front of him. The other party was still calm at this time. Did Lou Lanz know about this in advance? He should know. Orson thought to himself. So, he was going to use Ronan to kill Layson? But this assassination of the princess couldn't be related to Layson. Right? Layson was just a baron. And Swamp Town was not a rich place. He didn't have the ability to hire a gold-level assassin. And he didn't dare to assassinate the princess. Faced with this accusation, Layson's hanging heart was put down. Ridiculous. He seemed to be angry and laughed. You want to frame me for assassinating other nobles? Which is a bit credible. Saying that I assassinated Her Royal Highness the Princess. Do I have the ability to do that? As everyone knows, my father was assassinated by the killer organization Skull and Bones a few months ago. Ronan looked around, and his eyes finally fell on Wiggins. In that assassination, although my father saved his life, he lost a leg. He can only be accompanied by a wheelchair in this life. And there is no possibility of charging into battle. Wiggins looked unhappy. The trial is the trial. Why should he be pulled out as an example to rub salt into his wounds? At this time, Ronan shouted, and on the 7th of this month, I, Ronan, was also assassinated in the castle of Shanlin Town in my territory. This sentence was like a boulder falling into the lake, causing a big wave. Lezin's face changed drastically. He always thought that the Skull and Bones Society had not yet attacked Ronan, and even thought that the assassination of Princess Blanche should have been aimed at Ronan. He never expected that the Skull and Bones Society had already taken action, and the location of the action was still in Shanlin Town. That means the assassination failed. Chapter 171 Identification. Ronan's words immediately caused a heated discussion among the nobles, and the one who reacted the most was his father Wiggins. People who have not experienced the assassination and broken legs cannot understand how deep Wiggins' hatred for the Skull and Bones Society is. A while ago, he even opposed Lolenza's decision to let Orson attack the Black Gold Brotherhood. because he felt that only if Wishon Castle sent the knights to attack the Black Gold Brotherhood could his anger and hatred be calmed. Ronan, explain your assassination clearly. Wiggins asked loudly. What does this have to do with Layson? Yes, father. So, Ronan told the story of the shadow assassin assassinating him in Shanlin Castle, focusing on the identity of the other party's skull and bone society and being captured by him. At the end, he took out the testimony in his arms, and under the illumination of the magic crystal lamp, the parchment looked particularly dazzling. This is what the assassin shadow said. Ronan said, as long as he kills me successfully, he can go to Baron Layson to collect a reward of 1,000 gold coins. In addition, Baron German on the terrace did not expect Ronan to suddenly call his name, and his heart tightened. He had nothing to do with these assassinations, but he immediately thought of the gift Ronan had told him before. Could it be? Thinking of this, Baron German stepped forward and greeted respectfully, Baron Ronan. Is there anything I can help you with? In August, your son and daughter were also assassinated by Pedro of the Skull and Bone Society when they returned to Lake Town from Wushang College. And the mastermind behind this incident was also Layson. Wow! Such an accusation made the nobles discuss louder. Assassinating nobles is a serious crime. To assassinate nobles repeatedly, and to attack the heirs of noble families is to add crime to crime. Especially Marina and Malik, the siblings involved, directly began to accuse Layson. At the same time, the Dennis family, which was married to the Green family, also began to express their views. German jumped down from the terrace, walked quickly to Ronan, took the parchment and quickly read it. He believed that the evidence in Ronan's hand was absolutely true and reliable. Otherwise, he would not openly accuse in front of so many nobles. And most importantly, from the beginning to now, the Marquis has not made a single statement, which is actually a statement. Layson, it's you? He handed the evidence back to Ronan, his fighting spirit surging, and he punched the other party directly. I want to duel with you. Bang, bang, bang. German and Layson started fighting directly, and the collision of bronze-level fighting spirit was more intense than the previous night competition. Although the former broke his arm, his fighting style was very fierce. Slander. This is slander. Layson was very flustered because of his guilty conscience, and his response was obviously insufficient, and he soon stood at a disadvantage. He could only shout, You and I have no hatred. Why should I assassinate your son and daughter? No hatred. No resentment. German's fist smashed the other party's fighting spirit armor. In the Battle of Misty City 30 years ago, my father risked his life to bring back the seriously injured Grahams. But you said that it was your credit. So you have always been resentful. German once thought that the hatred between the two families would gradually dissipate with the death of the previous generation of barons. Indeed, they had no disputes or open conflicts in recent years. Now it seems that he thought too simply. Layson still hates the Green family and has already taken action. Yes, Layson, if there is a dispute over military merits, you can just challenge German to a duel. Why use the despicable assassination method? Viscount Marvin asked coldly, and then bowed to Rollans and said, For this kind of noble Lord Marquis, I suggest that he be deprived of his title and territory immediately and sentenced to prison. As Marvin pulled Rollans in, everyone's discussion became quieter. They really wanted to know what the Lord Marquis would say about this matter. No hurry. Rollans spoke slowly. German, put away your anger and let Ronan finish the story. He glanced at Layson again. You don't have to be nervous. Wushang Castle will not wrongly accuse any noble. Yes, sir. German saluted respectfully to Rollans on the terrace, and then stepped aside. Ronan handed the parchment in his hand to Breton. Take it up to show Grandpa and the nobles. Okay. Breton took the parchment solemnly, and he walked and read it. Feeling uneasy, he thought of helping Layson to ask Ronan for the management rights of the wild tribe a few days ago. Could it be that he assassinated because he didn't get the management rights? This is too unbelievable. How dare the other party assassinate a noble? And the grandson of a feudal lord? The assassin is still imprisoned in the prison of Shanlin Town. I will hand him over to Wushang Castle. Luo Ning's voice rang out. Layson has long regarded me as a thorn in his side, and has intended to kill me more than once. He snapped his fingers, and Tom, who was on the periphery, came over. Tom, you can take off your mask now. Yes, sir. Tom's voice was trembling. He was nervous and excited to take off his mask on such a grand occasion. Layson squinted his eyes. His face was cold, and he didn't speak. He was in a very dangerous situation now. But fortunately, there was no certification yet. The murderer was left in Shanlin town, and it would take at least 10 days and a half months to transfer him. In other words, it would take some time to really convict him, and there was still room for maneuver. But when Tom took off his mask, his pupils shrank. Layson, do you know this person? Layson had an impression that this person was from Shanlin town, but he couldn't remember his name. You must be curious why I pulled out such a little knight, Ronan said loudly. When I arrived in Shanlin town, the political officer Prince and Baron Layson intercepted me halfway. And he, Tom, was under Prince A's command at the time. Tom knelt on one knee, stroking his chest with his left hand. My lords, I was once a knight who went astray. I listened to the words of Prince A and Layson and drew my sword against the real master of Shanlin town. At this point, he looked at Layson with a firm look. Now, in the name of the glory of the night and the 7 gods, I hereby accuse Baron Layson of openly occupying countless food and resources in Shanlin town several years ago, and also intends to murder Lord Ronan and want to become the real master of Shanlin town. Layson could not escape the 2 charges of assassinating nobles many times and occupying the resources of Wushan Castle for many years. His face suddenly became extremely ugly. At this time, Sir Toru, the first knight of Wushan Fort, who had not appeared, ran into the square from outside. He knelt on one knee like Tom. My lord Marquis, we found this dress in the bedroom of the gold-level assassin named Mondo. Toru spread out the dress, and a golden skull was embroidered on the left side. Chapter 172 Quarrel. When Ronan first pointed out the matter, he said that Layson was involved in the assassination of Blanche at the Colosseum, but he did not produce strong evidence. But when Toru appeared with clothes embroidered with a golden skull, he linked Layson to the assassination of Blanche. The outside world knows very little about the specific members of the Skull and Bone Society, a killer organization, and even Wushanbeo has not determined where the base of this organization is. But Layson was able to get the Skull and Bone Society to issue a mission to assassinate Ronan, which is enough to show that he has a clear channel of contact with the Skull and Bone Society. And it is not ruled out that he himself is a member of the Skull and Bone Society. As the only person who has close contact with the Skull and Bone Society known to everyone present, Layson certainly cannot get rid of the suspicion of participating in the assassination of Blanche. Ronan glanced at Layson, whose face was extremely ugly, and raised his lips slightly. Layson, do you still have any excuses at this point? You occupied the resources that should have belonged to Wushan Castle, assassinated Marina and Malik of the Green family, tried to kill me many times, and are closely related to the assassination of my father and the assassination of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Ronan's eyes were sharp. This is a capital crime. No, you are slandering. Layson roared angrily. Your testimony is false. This Tom is also false. I have nothing to do with the assassination of Earl Wiggins and Her Royal Highness the Princess. All of this is false. I don't admit it. Ronan didn't speak, but another figure jumped down from the terrace. It was Sir Brawl, the deputy commander of the Royal Griffin Knights. Brawl landed directly behind Layson, and his voice was cold, whether you admit it or not. As long as there is suspicion, you are the subject of my investigation. What Brower has been worrying about for the past few hours is that the assassination did not find any valuable suspects. If this result continues, he doesn't know how to report to his superiors after returning. Now, a suspect has finally been exposed. How could he let him go? Brower didn't waste any words and reached out to grab the other party. Layson was immediately furious and punched back. The surging fighting spirit condensed into a huge fist shadow and smashed into the other party. Don't overestimate your ability, Brower snorted coldly, and his right hand formed a claw and directly broke Layson's fist light. He grabbed the other party's fist with unstoppable force and squeezed it hard. Crack! Crack! Layson's fist was directly twisted and deformed. In his heart-wrenching screams, his right hand was directly disabled. Ronan was slightly surprised. Brower's response just now was almost without much momentum. He only saw that the fighting spirit on the other party seemed to burst out. And then he easily broke Layson's attack. And even the fighting spirit armor was not open throughout the whole process, as expected of the deputy leader of the Griffin Knights. What rank of knight is he? At this time, Wiggins, who had been unable to hold back for a long time, also spoke up. Toru, take Layson down for a thorough interrogation to see how much this beast has done to betray Wushan Castle. Toru put away the evidence and gave his son Gal a look, who immediately brought out the knights and firmly controlled Layson. Count Orson, I am innocent. I am innocent. Please, Count Orson, do justice for me. Layson was completely scared and could no longer care about maintaining his noble image, and began to roar for help. Many nobles in the crowd turned their eyes to Orson, who did not have any strange expression, but just frowned slightly. Finally, he said loudly, Sir Toru, please wait. Orson walked to the side of Roland's and said respectfully, My Lord Marquis, among the evidence submitted by Ronan, only this testimony proves that Layson is connected with the Skeleton Society. But the authenticity of the testimony still needs to wait until the assassin is escorted to Wushan Castle for trial to be confirmed. He paused and continued, So I suggest that before the assassin is brought, we still need to treat Layson with noble etiquette. Father-in-law, I don't think there is anything to wait for. Before Roland spoke, Wiggins spoke first. I know Ronan's character. He doesn't have the courage to forge a piece of evidence. So Layson must be a traitor to Wushan Castle. Orson didn't speak, but he had scolded Wiggins several times in his heart. Your son's performance is many times better than your father's. But you still say that the other party has no courage, and that you know his character. This is simply ignorant. In Orson's opinion, he believed that this testimony was forged by Ronan. Orson, whether Layson participated in the assassination of Wiggins and Blanche does need to be tried. Lu Lan spoke slowly. His eyes fell on Ronan in the square. But the other party tried to kill Ronan many times, which is a confirmed fact. Based on this crime alone, I can deprive him of his noble title and territory. At this point, he looked at Orson. So now we don't need to treat such traitors with noble etiquette anymore. Sir, isn't it a little too hasty to make such a decision? Orson's tone was not as respectful as before. We all know Ronan's character. My little granddaughter died because of him. Given his bad past, it's a bit too much of a joke to bring down a nobleman by just producing a testimony and finding a witness. Blanche, who was standing by, couldn't help but say when she heard Ronan being slandered, everyone will grow and change. Count Orson, if it weren't for Ronan's protection yesterday, I'm afraid I would have died under the sword of the Skull and Bone Society. For such a brave and powerful knight, I don't think he would frame a noble. Blanche, Uncle, I want to remind you, Jesus didn't know when he came over. He didn't give the princess any face at all. He actually said in front of everyone in a teaching tone, sometimes don't judge a person's goodness or badness based on just one thing. Ronan saved you, but it doesn't mean that he will never frame others. Blanche frowned slightly. Her face was tight, and she didn't know how to refute this uncle. Watch your words. Jesus. Brawl went back to the terrace. You are not qualified to speak to Her Highness in such a tone. Please pay attention to your attitude. Brawl, you are loyal to the royal family, and my last name is also Ajuin. Sorry. I will always be loyal to His Majesty Bruno, not your Count of Moonlight Valley. Seeing that the quarrel seemed to be getting more and more intense, Roland, who was sitting on the chair, stood up. Okay, everyone, calm down. He looked at Orson. Speaking of which, Wushan Castle has handed over the task of exterminating the Skull and Bone Society to Black Python City. Orson, you have not made any achievements in the past 2 months, and even allowed the members of the Skull and Bone Society to have time and energy to come to Wushan City to cause trouble. You are responsible for this matter. Orson was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the responsibility would fall on his head. The key is that he couldn't refute it. Roland retracted his gaze and looked down again. Toru, take Layson to prison, as well as the knights and servants who came with him. Imprison and interrogate them all, and give me an answer tomorrow morning. Yes, sir. Toru bowed and accepted the order, then left quickly with his men and began to arrest the entourage of Shan. It's a good thing to catch a traitor, and everyone should not be disappointed because of this matter. Roland turned to the nobles behind him and said, Let's go back to the banquet hall and continue this unfinished event. Roland didn't know whether others were happy or not, but he was very happy. Chapter 173 Unexpected Surprise. The banquet hall of Wushan Castle has regained its lively atmosphere. However, compared with before, many nobles have something on their minds. When they talk in groups, They will more or less mention Ronan and Layson. There is no doubt that the Shawn family of Swamp Town is finished this time. Even if Earl Orson wants to plead for them, there is no reason or excuse. If he insists on saying too much, I am afraid that Lou Lands will still hold Black Python City responsible for the failure to eliminate the Skeleton Society. Although Earl Orson's territory is powerful, he is still a vassal of Wushan Castle. He has not reached the point where he cannot execute the punishment made by the feudal lord. Moreover, through this incident tonight, many people have changed their views on the former Ronin. The current lord of Shanlin Town is qualified for them to pay attention. The key is that they saw Lou Land's attitude towards Ronin. Regarding the matter of Layson, if it is said that the grandfather and grandson did not communicate in advance, it is estimated that no one will believe it. Therefore, when Ronin walked into the banquet hall again, he naturally became the protagonist of the night. On the terrace, Orson held a crystal glass in his hand, aimlessly shaking the half-cup of red wine in it. His brows knitted, and his expression was rather solemn under the night sky. Baron Layson and Orson were not very familiar with each other, but he was close to his son Barrington, and must know a lot about the Skull and Bone Society. If Layson could not withstand the pressure during the interrogation and confess something, it would undoubtedly bring a lot of trouble to Black Python City. This Layson is a trouble. Footsteps sounded beside him, and it was Jesus who came over with a glass in his hand. This banquet is really boring. What do you think? The two of them clinked their glasses and took a sip of wine. I don't think so. Tonight's experience is very exciting. Orson smiled and said, if you can immerse yourself in the excitement of the banquet, it will be a different feeling. Hee hee. I guess you are not in a good mood now. Jesus whispered. I look forward to your next action. Action? Orson drank the remaining wine in one gulp. What action can I take? Jesus did not comment, and looked around to see that there was no one else. He whispered, he is so bad that there is a lack of checks and balances over there. Orson snorted lightly. He knew what the other party was talking about. Black Python City really wants to support the Shawn territory to make that land bigger and stronger, so as to prepare for the future capture of the horse-herding city. It's a pity that now that Layson is gone, the previous plan has also gone to waste. Orson's eyes fell on Viscount Marvin, who was in the lively fog in the banquet hall, and the other party's joy made him very unhappy. But he had to admit that no matter who took over the Shawn territory, the land would not fall into the hands of the Black Python City, and the horse-herding city would not pose any threat to the north. Chaos is a ladder, Orson murmured softly. Wushan Castle was getting worse and worse, but Wushan territory still maintained its status as a big but not falling. All thanks to the existence of the Marquis Lou Lands. As long as Lou Lands was still there, even if he lived in Wushan Castle all year round, there would be no major unrest in Wushan territory. This situation was very uncomfortable for Orson, because only when Lou Lands was gone would he have the opportunity to do more things. The banquet lasted until midnight before it gradually ended. Ronin drank so many glasses of wine tonight that he began to feel a little confused. My lord, this is the reward for the champion of the night competition, as well as the reward from Her Royal Highness the Princess and other nobles. Hallward asked me to pass it on to you. In the room, McKen was carrying an exquisite basket filled with golden and silver coins. Ronin used his fighting spirit to disperse the alcohol in his body, making him sober. How much? Ronin took the basket and weighed it lightly. It was not light. It was at this time that a line of text appeared in his sight. Fortune and prosperity achievement achieved. Attribute points plus 250. Energy and spirit plus 500. Huh? Ronin was stunned for a moment. If he remembered correctly, this time the fortune and prosperity achievement required him to get 5,000 gold coins at one time. This number was very large. According to Ronin's previous idea, he needed to get a large order to complete it. But he didn't expect that this night competition would bring him such a big surprise. How can there be so much? The prize for the champion of the night competition is only 1,000 gold coins. Even if Princess Blanche gave 500 gold coins, it was still far from 5,000 gold coins. At this time, McKen handed over a note with a clear list of the people who gave rewards. Princess Blanche 500 gold. Miroslav 480 gold. Jesus 400 gold. Orson 300 gold. Marvin 300 gold. Kabir 300 gold. Dennis 200 gold. German 200 gold. Ronin was surprised. He didn't expect that there were so many nobles giving him rewards. Even those who were causing trouble were not stingy. For example, Jesus and Orson offered very high amounts of money, which was very respectful. They are all good people. Miroslav. Roning thought of the 7th-level Earth magician sitting next to Lilins. But he didn't expect that the other party would also join in the fun. For such a person, 400 or 500 gold coins are nothing. If he was not unwilling to surpass Blanche, this great magician would probably throw out thousands of gold coins at will. After some calculations, Roning earned 5,250 gold coins this time with the championship prize plus the rewards from dozens of nobles and knights. He didn't expect that making money would be so easy. Roning then threw 30 gold coins to McKin and 10 gold coins to Tom, asking the two to go to Wushan City to buy what they wanted when they were free, and then put all the remaining gold coins into the space ring. Lying on the bed, he opened the attribute panel. Attribute points: 251 energy essence, 951. This achievement has made him accumulate a lot of money again. He looked at the achievement interface, and the fortune has been updated. Fortune: get 10,000 gold coins at one time. Rewards: attribute points plus 500. Energy essence plus 1,000. The difficulty has increased a lot. If you want to get 10,000 gold coins at one time, unless there is such a competition, and get more rewards from nobles. Otherwise it can only be achieved through larger business orders. He looked at several other tasks again. If everything goes well, he can become a viscount, and take over the Shan territory at the same time. At that time, if he can complete the 2 tasks, famous and prosperous population, he can accumulate hundreds of attribute points and energy essence. At that time, his strength had a huge leap, and he could even raise Mackin to the gold level in one fell swoop, with a gold level guard, even if the assassin from the Colosseum came to Shanlin town. Roning no longer had to worry. Putting away these thoughts, Roning added all his attribute points to the knight level. After the intense strengthening fluctuations brought about a sense of pleasure, Roning's knight level progress increased from the original 93 out of 800 to 344/800. After strengthening my internal organs, my energy has become more vigorous. Even if I only sleep 4 or 5 hours a day, I don't feel tired at all the next day. Roning punched several times in the room, feeling increase in strength. Now even his breathing has become longer than before. If he could only hold his breath underwater for 3 minutes before, now he can hold his breath for at least 5 times longer than before. At this stage, the lifespan of the knight also began to increase slightly. Normally, it is completely no problem for a knight who enters the bronze level to live to the age of 80. You know, in this world where 50 is considered old, what does 80 mean? Supernatural power is really fascinating. For him, as long as there is enough time, he will definitely be able to witness the style of the peak supernatural. As long as Wushanbao can maintain its current state, he will not lack time for development. Chapter 174, Subjugating Senior Knights. The environment of Wushanbao prison is very bad. It is dark and damp all year round, with mold on the walls and a suffocating stench in the air. Each cell is very small and can only accommodate a simple bed. The prisoners are imprisoned in such an environment, without sunlight all day, isolated from the outside world, and often suffer from hunger and disease. Many criminals become mentally ill and crazy within 2 or 3 months after they come in. According to Lou Lanz, even if Layson did not participate in the assassination of Wiggins and Blanche, his baron title and the territory of Seine would be deprived. So, Toru did not show any leniency or preferential treatment when dealing with such criminals. He imprisoned Layson in the deepest part, with his limbs bound by thick iron chains, so that even the Bronze Knight could not break free. In addition, Toru also arranged for people to watch over him day and night. Although he had not yet used torture, he had already used hunger and exhaustion. If Layson did not reveal something, he would not be able to eat or close his eyes. If the interrogation of Layson stayed at the spiritual level, then the knights and servants of the Shan territory who followed Layson would not be treated in this way. Sticks and whips were already used on them. Some weak maids could not bear it and fainted directly. Whether they could wake up again depended on whether they were strong enough. Under the severe interrogation, these people revealed a lot of things related to Layson in order to reduce the pain, including the large amount of food, vegetables, and fruits transported from Shanlin town every year. In addition, several professional knights who had rushed to Shanlin town with Ferrodin revealed that Layson wanted to kill Ronan. At this point, there is more evidence that Lord Shan had occupied the resources of Wushanbao and killed Ronan, and Layson could not escape the blame. after the New Year celebration. The new day was January 1st, 969 in the imperial calendar. This day is also a festive day for many people. After all, the new year brings new atmosphere, and many people want to have a good omen today. However, Ronan, who got up early, brought Mackin and Tom to the prison of Wushenbao. He wanted to meet someone here. Lord Ronan, the prison is in a bad condition. We can take anyone you want to see out. You don't have to come here in person. Knight Gallo, who was guarding outside the prison, didn't expect Ronan to come to the prison early in the morning. The prison is so dirty. How could this famous man come here? Ronan politely rejected the other party's advice. Please lead the way for me. I can take a look here. Okay then, Gallo said helplessly. Please follow me. He lit a torch and, accompanied by several jailers, took Ronan and the other two out of the prison. The dark environment was filled with the painful groans and shouts of the criminals, which made the atmosphere here creepy. The timid ones might retreat before they took 2 steps. Lord Ronan, do you want to see Layson? Gallo asked as he walked, although the guy didn't sleep all night. The Bronze Knight has strong endurance. He doesn't show much fatigue now, and he hasn't confessed anything. He changed the subject, however. His followers have confessed a lot. Layson can't be cleared of the fact that he killed you. Ronan shook his head. He naturally didn't come down for Layson. To be precise, how to deal with this person later has nothing to do with him. There is a knight named Joffrey among the knights who came with Layson this time. Take me to see him. Joffrey? Gallo showed doubt. He didn't know why Ronan wanted to see this guy, but he had a deep impression of Joffrey. When we arrested them last night, Joffrey resisted the most fiercely. The 2 intermediate knights who went up were directly knocked to the ground by him, and even Captain Garman only fought him to a draw. Ronan smiled slightly. Joffrey should have a strength close to the peak of the advanced level. If you want to easily take him down, you really need a few more people. Gallo agreed deeply. In the end, Garman joined hands with another knight team captain to take down Joffrey. This guy is very tight-lipped. After a whole night of interrogation, he didn't reveal any valuable information. How is he now? Not bad. He won't die, Gallo said. For such a high-ranking knight, we should try not to hurt him too much. It is better to sell him to a slave caravan than to kill him. As they talked, they came to the outside of a cell. The jailer opened the door of the cell, and several people walked in. The torches illuminated the small space. At this time, Joffrey's usual armor had been stripped off, leaving only a set of linen clothes on his body. The linen clothes were whipped into strips and stained red with blood. At this time, Joffrey's breathing was sometimes heavy and sometimes light, and it was obvious that he was not in a good condition. Joffrey, wake up! Gallo walked up and slapped the other man's face. Joffrey shuddered, opened his eyes, and subconsciously curled up. My dear knights, I really don't know a lot about Rayson. A burly man would actually show this side. It seems that he was beaten really hard last night. In fact, for Joffrey, it was like a nightmare from last night to now. He followed Rayson to get rid of his identity as a wild man and create a career. At the beginning, the other party also promised to make it bigger and stronger and turn the Shan County into a Viscount family. But things are unpredictable. He didn't expect Rayson to be thrown into prison so quickly. It is said that he will be deprived of his noble title and territory soon. For Joffrey now, it is impossible to make achievements. Whether he can leave this cell alive is a problem. After all, those who interrogated him saw that he was the strongest and determined that he was Rayson's trusted knight, and kept asking him to confess the crimes committed by Rayson. But he hadn't even entered the core circle of Rayson, so he had no idea what the other party had done. Joffrey felt miserable. If he had known that something like this would happen a few days earlier, he would have agreed to Ronan's recruitment even if it was a betrayal. Perhaps you are unaware. As a senior knight who had just joined the Shan territory, he had neither completely gained Rayson's trust nor been suppressed and excluded by the knights Rayson trusted. It was normal for Joffrey to not know much about Rayson's confidential matters. Joffrey was shocked when he heard this, and he knew very well who the owner of this voice was. When he looked up and saw the face of the speaker clearly, he trembled with excitement. Lord Ronan, please save me! Joffrey struggled to get up and knelt on the bed. After I followed Layson, I was assigned to the black-collar tribe most of the time. Recently, Layson suspected that I would betray him and surrender to you, so I was transferred to escort him to Wishan City. I really don't know about the crime Layson committed. You should be grateful for your not knowing, because it saved your life. Ronan valued Joffrey. On the one hand, he had enough strength and talent. After all, a 31-year-old high-level peak knight would be good anywhere. On the other hand, his background was relatively simple, and such a person would be relatively pure in his loyalty. Rydar told me that you are good. On the way to Wushan Castle, I also invited you. What do you think now? Joffrey trembled all over. He didn't expect Ronan to come to the prison in person to recruit him. This courtesy and appreciation made him tremble with excitement. At the same time, he also understood that only by following Ronan could he have a chance of survival. I do. Sir, I do. From now on, Joffrey's life is yours. Ronan's mouth curled up slightly. It is always better to help someone in need than to add icing on the cake. Shanlan Town already has upper-level combat power, and the vacancy of middle-level combat power should be filled as much as possible. Joffrey's joining is very suitable. Mackin, Tom, take Joffrey out, Ronan said, throwing out 5 healing spell scrolls. Oh, by the way, if the injury is too serious, treat it first. Joffrey heard this and thought of Ronan's repeated recruitment. He was moved to tears for a while. In his eyes, Ronan was as majestic and tall as Wushan, and he would always look up to and follow him. Chapter 175 Launching an Attack. Joffrey's injuries were very serious. Even after consuming 5 healing spell scrolls, he still did not recover. Fortunately, Ronan took him out of prison, with the nutritious food and medicine of Wushan Castle, and relying on his recovery ability as a senior knight, he should be able to get out of bed in 3 to 5 days. Grandpa, you are looking for me. Ronan came to the backyard of Wushan Castle under the leadership of Most. At this time, Lowlands was talking to his good friend Miroslav. Seeing Ronan coming in, the two smiled and stopped talking. Hello, Mr. Dean. Ronan bowed respectfully and greeted. Thank you for your gift last night. In yesterday's reward, the old man gave a full 450 gold coins. It's just a little thing. You don't have to thank me. Miroslav looked at Ronan with great satisfaction. Your performance is very good, and Lowlands finally doesn't have to complain to me that he doesn't have excellent offspring. You are too kind, Ronan said modestly. According to Jishio's report from Yuma City, there is a light magician among your subordinates. How strong and talented is this person? Jishio here is the manager of the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce in Yuma City. Miroslav is the manager of the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce in Wushan Territory, and one of the vice presidents of the Chamber of Commerce. From the perspective of position, Jishio is a subordinate, and naturally has to report to his superiors. Not long ago, Elrin was fortunate enough to break through and become a senior magician. His cultivation talent should be pretty good. Elrin looks to be in his 20s. He has the qualifications to become a 7th level great magician, and has a good cultivation talent. Miroslav nodded slowly, sighed, and looked worried. It's still a little short. Rulon smiled easily. Light attribute magicians are rare, and he already has high-level strength, which is already very good. You don't have to expect too much. Ronan was a little surprised. These two people seemed to have something to say. However, Rulons did not explain. He threw a spell scroll over. This is the spell scroll I just bought from the dean, for you to use for self-defense. Ronan's eyes lit up, and he quickly opened it, and saw that it was another fire dragon swallowing sky spell scroll. He consumed the previous one when fighting against the gold-level assassin, but he didn't expect Rulons to prepare the second one so quickly. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you. Dean, just thank me. Why thank him? Lu Lanzi laughed and scolded. This thing was bought by your grandpa at a cost of thousands of gold coins. You old thing. Others buy this thing for at least 2,000 gold coins. I only charge you 1,200. Giving you such a big discount. You still don't allow your grandson to thank me? It can be seen that the relationship between the two is indeed quite good. And Lu Lanzi seems to be in a much better mood than usual. The two teased each other for a few words. Lu Lanzi restrained his smile and said to Ronan, Toru has collected all the evidence said by Lei Sin's subordinates. I will hold a meeting in Wushan Fortress in the afternoon to formally sentence Lei Sin and confer a title on you at the same time. Ronan was secretly excited. Finally, the things he expected finally progressed steadily, and only the last step was left. His status as a baron was about to become a thing of the past, and soon, he would be the Viscount of Wubei Territory. Thank you, Grandpa. Ronan stood up and saluted. Rollans waved his hand. Go and inform other nobles about the meeting. Yes. Ronan left Roland's study and conveyed the news to all the nobles who were still in Wishon Fort. I believe there will be another grand event in Wishon Fortress this afternoon. At the same time, in Grey Earth Village, Rydar has counted the troops and horses. According to the plan, he will lead the team to attack the Black Collar tribe today. His eyes swept over Elrin, Horn, Jenny, Baburin and other knights, and then fell on the more than 20 cavalrymen, dozens of guards and archers in the back. After this period of training and the influence of the year-end competition, the spirit of this group of people now looks very good. Brothers, these days, we have witnessed Lord Ronan's strength, wisdom, generosity and kindness. Under his leadership, our lives are getting better and better. Rydar began to mobilize before the war. But the weak, stupid, stingy and cruel Baron Layson has always wanted to defeat Lord Ronan, trying to occupy this land and enslave us. These days, Rydar and Elrin have been conveying the ambitions and intentions of the Black Collar tribe to the people below, and have already shaped the image of the enemy. Do you want the current days to be broken? He asked loudly. No. Everyone responded in unison, and some even shouted to overthrow Layson. The improvement in the living standards of ordinary people in the territory may not be obvious, but these guards have really felt Ronan's kindness and generosity, and their lives are much better than before. At least in recent days, they can drink meat soup every day, and even eat meat frequently. They really don't want such days to be broken. Good. Rydar said loudly. Now Lord Ronan is fighting against Baron Layson in Wishon Castle, and we will launch an attack on the Black Collar tribe. The fighting spirit was gradually aroused, and everyone's fear of war gradually decreased. Under the leadership of the knights and the head guards, everyone showed a courageous and unstoppable momentum. However, Rydar knew that momentum was one aspect, and the real combat level depended on the actual effect. In order to reduce casualties and reduce difficulty, he has made a plan. Babylon, today you will lead George, Thomas, Gisli, and 10 cavalrymen to charge at the Black Collar tribe. When they come out, you will turn back immediately. Do you understand? I understand, Babylon said loudly. These days, they have been very skilled in this trick. Every time when Faradin sent people out to drive them away, they turned around and ran away. At first, the other party was very angry. But later, perhaps because they had played too much, they didn't seem to be very enthusiastic about driving them away. Horn, take Warden, Jewett, Sim and 10 cavalrymen, and take the initiative to rush out when the other party chases to the boundary. Don't be too fast, so that the other party has time to return. After the other party returns, you two will join together and provoke them again. No matter whether you insult or use any means, you must do your best to provoke the other party's anger. But don't fight too long. Retreat immediately if there is any movement. Others, follow me and ambush on the mountain. The purpose of Reda's doing this is to make Faradin send more knights and cavalry out of the Black Collar tribe's fortifications. They have a higher chance of winning in the wilderness. Once they win in the wilderness, the Black Collar tribe, which has lost these knights and cavalry, will be easier to take down. After the tasks were assigned, Baburin's first team left first, followed by Horn's second team, and Reda walked at the end with Elrin, Magician Jenny, guards, and archers. When Baburin and others attracted the attention of the sentinels at the boundary, they took advantage of the cover of the woodland to ambush on the nearby mountains. Reda, I wonder if your method will work, Elrin said. In these days of contact, I found that Faradin is not a very patient and cautious person. If we provoke him a few more times today, he may be caught. Reda's eyes were firm. But whether it works or not, the Black Collar tribe must be taken down. This is the trust of the adults in us. Of course. Elrin nodded solemnly. We will not live up to the adults' trust. Chapter 176. Lure the snake out of its hole. The mountain road connecting the Grey Earth village and the Black Collar tribe has been trampled by many people recently, and the road has been widened a lot. Enough for 2 or 3 horses to run side by side. At this moment, Baburin was leading the team along the mountain road towards the Black Collar tribe. Soon, a group of cavalry appeared on the opposite mountain road. Quick! Turn the horses around and retreat. Baburin gave the order without hesitation, and the team retreated directly from the spot. These days, they have long been accustomed to such provocations. and even used the opponent's pursuit to hone the team's riding skills. Knight Unai of the Shan territory led his men and horses to chase all the way. Since he was transferred to the Black Collar tribe, he has not had a peaceful day. If you chase, the opponent will not fight you. If you don't chase, the opponent will even dare to come to your door and hang around. Unai was almost mentally broken by these guys. These damn bastards. Chased them hard today. The two groups of people were galloping on the mountain road. But when they crossed the middle boundary, a second wave of people suddenly rushed out from the woods next to them. Ha ha ha. You idiots from Shan. You are finished. Unai's face changed drastically. There is an ambush. Retreat quickly. He hurriedly led the team to retreat. And Horn and Baburin joined forces to chase the other side. But the speed was not fast enough for the other side to escape. Unai entered the gate of the Black Collar tribe with fear and ran towards Faradin's room. Dong. 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 He knocked hard on the door. My lord. It's bad. My lord. In the room, Faradin was still sleeping soundly at this moment. After being awakened by the rapid knocking on the door, he was obviously very angry. Who is it? He complained angrily. Since Philiton came to the Black Collar tribe, he has regarded himself as the lord here. Although the Black Collar tribe is poor, it has a population of over 1,000, and there are still some young women who are attractive. As for meat, wine and other foods, he brought a batch of them when he left the Sin territory. So there is no problem eating and drinking on weekdays. So Philiton has been living a good life these days. Especially yesterday's New Year celebration. After being awakened, he subconsciously glanced at the women who were sleeping soundly on his left and right. It is estimated that the New Year celebration last night made them too tired. And the knock on the door just now did not wake them up. My lord. The group of knights from the Grey Earth village are here again. Unai's words interrupted Philiton's thoughts. He thought it was something else. But it turned out to be this kind of thing again. To be honest, he was nervous for a while when the other party crossed the border for the first time. But after the other party crossed the border many times and was chased away by them every time, he got used to it. In Faradin's opinion, although the relationship between Shan territory and Shanlin town is not good at present, there should be no bloody conflict in the short term. Moreover, Ronan is still in Wushan Castle. Without the order of the Lord, he does not believe that Reda will rashly attack the Black territory. Unai, didn't I tell you that if they come, you can take people to drive them away? Why do you still bother me? Are you deaf? Or do you not understand what I say? Do you still want to be the deputy captain? Unai was scolded, and he was flustered and angry. But he did not dare to complain verbally. He was really afraid that the deputy captain position would be taken away by Joffrey. Sir, this time is different. He hurriedly explained. This time they have more than 30 people. What? Faradin was shocked. In the past, when crossing the border, there were at most 5 or 6 cavalrymen in Huetu village. Why are there so many this time? What do these guys want to do? Is Reda here? While asking, Faradin circulated his fighting spirit to dispel the remaining alcohol and sleepiness. And the whole person woke up. He jumped off the bed and quickly put on his clothes and armor. Reda is not here, but the members of the wild tribe led by Baburin and Horn. Unai hurriedly said, they didn't fight hard, but insulted us all the way, saying that we are idiots and trash, and that Lord Layson is useless, and a big idiot, and a big trash. Hearing that Reda was not there, Faradin felt a lot more relieved. These provocative things can be dealt with after Baron Layson returns from Wushan Castle. If it is not necessary, he does not want to have a head-on conflict with Reda, now that the enemy has not appeared. Although there are many people in the Grey Earth village today, they are probably here to cause trouble and practice. Fuck. Do you really treat us as sparring partners? Faradin was furious. Let's go. Teach them a lesson today. He didn't want to confront Reda directly, but this didn't mean that he was really afraid of the Grey Earth village. If they really fought, Baron Layson would cover everything. Faradin rode his warhorse and quickly assembled the knights and cavalry of the knight squad. As the gate of the Black Earth tribe was pushed open, they rushed out like a torrent. On the mountain road, Horn and Baburin, who slowed down their pace, were not far from the center line. After hearing the sound of horse hooves, they looked at each other. Their eyes were not panic, but extremely excited. They came out. Look, the leader is still that Faradin. After so many days, this guy finally couldn't help but come out. Ha ha ha. Let's turn around. Brothers, just curse at them if you have any dirty words. When Farad'n saw the people on the opposite side turn around and evacuate, his anger became more and more intense. He drew the long sword at his waist. Everyone, charge. Let's make them pay the price today. With a roar, the fighting spirit condensed into a huge sword light and rushed out. But unfortunately, the distance between the two sides was 300 or 400 meters, and the attack did not hit and dissipated. Horn laughed loudly and roared with all his might, Philoten, you are such a loser. You are only capable of this. Hurry up and change Joffrey back. Balin also echoed. If Joffrey was here, he would never hide in the castle like a turtle. Ha ha ha. Maybe Leysen values Philoten's turtle spirit more, and let him guard the Black Collar tribe. Philoten can still control his temper without mentioning Joffrey. But when Joffrey is mentioned, his anger can no longer be contained. He used to be the second best knight in the Shan territory, but now he can only be ranked third. What he hates most is that someone compares him with Joffrey. Now hearing this, his eyes are red with anger. Philoten whipped the warhorses but hard and sped up suddenly. A bunch of losers. If you are a man, stop and fight me. The quality of this guy's warhorse is still very good. And he quickly shortened the distance between him and Baburin and Horn. And the smile on his face became more and more ferocious. I'll send you to hell today. But just as they were about to attack, the sound of rapid horse hooves and the sound of charging came from the woods next to them. And a black shadow approached quickly in Farad'n's peripheral vision. He couldn't help but look over. And suddenly all the dead souls came out. It's Rydar. A terrible thought emerged in Farad'n's mind. Is the Grey Earth village going to attack the Black Collar tribe? Rydar, what do you want to do? Are you going to tear up the agreement reached by Baron Ronan and Baron Leysen? Rydar ignored him at all. He galloped on his horse and quickly approached Farad'n from the side. Under the wrapping of fighting spirit, the man and the horse were one. He raised the big sword in his hand suddenly, and when the horses of both sides passed by, he chopped at the other's head. Farad'n was horrified, but he did not forget to respond. He raised his sword to meet the enemy. A loud clang. Rydar's strength was stronger than his opponent, and with his speed of charging, he actually threw Farad'n off the warhorse with one blow. Kill! He roared. And Baburin, Horn and others immediately turned their horses and rushed towards the night squad of the Black Collar tribe. At the same time, the archers in the mountains and forests launched a wave of arrows at the other side in advance. The arrows of the archers posed a limited threat to the knights, because the professional knights could react, and they could wave their swords to stop the arrows. But ordinary cavalry suffered. Some people who reacted quickly were able to raise their shields to block the arrows. But many who reacted slowly were shot through the body and fell off their horses and died on the spot. Swoosh! In the rain of arrows, a thick blue water arrow shot towards the Unai knight. This is the water arrow spell cast by Jenny, an intermediate water magician. Knight Unai didn't expect that there was magic hidden in the arrow. When he found out, the water arrow had already arrived. Fuck! He could only chop the water arrow with his sword and burst into fighting spirit. But his hasty reaction obviously couldn't intercept this magic. The water arrow spell hit Unai hard and threw him off his horse. For a moment, the night squad of the Black Collar tribe fell into chaos. Everyone, charge! In the woods, Elrond, riding on horseback, roared loudly. A strong milky white light burst out from his body, which fell on the soldiers, eliminating their fear and pessimism and making them braver. The primary light magic of light attribute, the cheering spell, is a ranged magic. With Elrond's current strength, he is fully capable of casting it a few more times to cheer everyone up. Kill! The inspired cavalrymen rushed out first, ready to break through the night squad of the Black Collar tribe. The infantrymen followed excitedly behind, carrying out the next step of harvesting. The first real battle of Shanlan town started in the wilderness. Chapter 177, Conquering the Black Collar tribe. For the night squad of Territorial, led by Knight Farad'n, they thought that today's situation was the same as the expulsion tricks they had been playing in the past few days. But none of them thought that the people of Grey Earth Village would actually dare to take action. This change came too suddenly and unexpectedly. The bloody smell floated in the wilderness, and knights, cavalry, and horses fell to the ground one after another, turning this place into a bloody battlefield. Farad'n's body was covered with wounds, and blood stained his armor red. Even the bronze-level Leysen couldn't resist Retta's quick sword, let alone this knight, who could only rank third in Sin territory. We are the Knights of Sin territory. Attacking us is attacking the nobles, which is a felony. Reda didn't care. He picked up the opponent's long sword and stabbed it straight forward, like he had done to Layson before. He cut into the opponent's shoulder armor and seriously injured the opponent's arm. Theroden screamed and retreated quickly, trying to distance himself, but was followed by Reda. Reda raised his right leg and stomped heavily on the opponent's chest, and the armor sank instantly. The huge force kicked Theroden and plowed him more than 10 meters away on the ground. Under the chaotic impact, his helmet fell off, and the whole person was in a mess. No. 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 You can't kill me! Theroden panicked. He wanted to stand up, but his body was no longer under his control, especially his injured left arm, which was completely numb and had no strength. Now, he couldn't fight with Reda at all. I am a knight of the Shan territory, a noble, and I have the right to be exempted from death. As long as you don't kill me, I can pay the ransom to you. To Baron Ronan. Rydar laughed. Baron Layson was almost dead. If everything went well, the territory of Sane would be Ronan's territory. Where would Theroden have the assets to pay the ransom by then? However, Rydar still had no intention of killing him directly. After all, Theroden was a senior knight, and how to deal with him was still up to Ronan to decide. Drop your weapons and take off your armor. Rydar's voice was cold. If you want to survive, lie face down on the ground. Theroden endured the severe pain and discomfort and hurriedly did as he was told. There was no point in resisting this situation. He was very regretful now. If he had chosen to stick to the Black Collar tribe's stronghold without being angered, this situation would definitely not be here now. He could completely rely on the Black Collar tribe's defensive fortifications and geographical advantages to keep Rydar and others out. But there is no regret medicine in this world. The ending was doomed from the moment he ran out of the stronghold with his men and horses. With Theroden's surrender, this wilderness encounter gradually came to an end. Rydar scanned the battlefield. The battle lasted only 3 to 5 minutes. But the casualties were not small. Although most of them were from the Shan territory, the people of Hillwood Town were also injured. Fortunately, with Elrond here, the light of the healing spell was always on, greatly reducing the casualties. Tie up the surrendered people. Baburin, Horn, count the casualties. Soon, the casualties of our side were counted. In this battle, no knights from Hillwood Town were killed. Only Dandy was slightly injured, but he was fine after treatment. In addition to the extraordinary, 1 cavalryman was killed, 2 infantrymen were killed, and another 12 were injured, 8 of whom were slightly injured. The Black Collar tribe sent out 8 knights and 24 cavalrymen this time. A total of 32 people. In the previous battle, 6 cavalrymen were directly shot to death by random arrows, and 2 knights and 8 cavalrymen were killed in subsequent battles, including the knight and I who was shot down and dismounted. Another 10 people were seriously injured, and more than half of them were killed or injured. Rydar frowned slightly, took a deep breath, and said, "Remember their names? And after the war is over, bring their bodies back to the Grey Earth village for burial. When the adults come back, pay the pension. In fact, such a record is already very good. Everyone, take a rest here. We will attack the Black Collar tribe's stronghold in 10 minutes. Rydar glanced at Theroden on the ground. If you don't want to die, behave yourself later. Theroden trembled all over. Unexpectedly, it was not enough for Rydar to capture them, but he also wanted to attack the Black Collar tribe, invading the territories of other nobles. Even if Ronan was from the Wushan family, the laws of the kingdom do not allow it. As his follower knight, are you crazy? At this point, he can only bring out these empty things to threaten his opponent. In fact, actively attacking the sphere of influence of other nobles is indeed a felony, and it may lead to the deprivation of the title and territory. But Rydar is confident in Ronan's actions in Wushan Castle. He only needs to do what the Lord tells him to do. Be quiet. Rydar patted the other party's face with his long sword, and the cold touch made the other party quiet down instantly. The Shan family is finished. Do you understand? Finished? What does that mean? Theroden couldn't understand. Baron Layson went to Wushan Castle to celebrate his birthday. How could he be finished for no reason? And even if a noble was going to decline, it would not fall so quickly unless a major crime was exposed. Thinking of this, Theroden's eyes widened and his heart was pounding. Could it be? If the assassination was really exposed, then Layson's going to Wushan Castle would be like a sheep walking into a tiger's den. No way. Faradin's face became extremely ugly. This was more painful than killing him. Rydar obviously wouldn't answer the other party's doubts. After a short rest, he left a few knights and guards to guard the surrendered and the wounded. And he and others escorted Faradin to the Black Collar tribe. This time, Faradin almost came out in full force. There was no professional knight in the Black Collar tribe's mountain stronghold. Only the infantry and archers belonging to the knight squad stayed behind. However, under the intimidation and coercion of Rydal, Faradin had to come out and call out to the remaining personnel, using persuasion and threats to make them surrender. The guards and archers resisted at first, but with Faradin shouting, they lost their will to resist. They laid down their weapons one after another and opened the gate of the mountain stronghold. Rydal led the cavalry and infantry into the mountain stronghold, and soon seized the weapons of the other infantry and archers, and firmly controlled them. In this capture, except for 2 guards, who were accidentally shot by the first wave of arrows, the rest of the people were not hurt. The reason why it was so smooth was mainly because there was no backbone here, and it was impossible to form a strong resistance. If Joffrey was here, or if Fenris was not transferred to Thane to recuperate but stayed in the Black Collar tribe, it would not be so easy for Rydal to capture this place. These 2 people are likely to refuse Faradin's order and take the remaining troops to resist with the fortifications of the mountain stronghold. It can be seen from this that in a war, unless it is considered foolproof, there must be a sufficiently prestigious person in the base camp to command the garrison. Take the current Shanlin town as an example. Although there are only David and Irene, the extraordinary people left behind, they are all people who are deeply trusted by the Lord. In addition, there is Chahar, the castle steward who has followed the Lord for a long time, and Wilson, the political officer of Shanlin town. With them, the guards who stayed in the castle will never let anyone open the door of Shanlin Castle with a few words of scolding and threats. This battle was a great victory, and no one has failed Lord Ronan's trust. Rydar rode on his horse, looking around at the captives and the extraordinary people and soldiers in Shanlin town. But things are not over yet. Baburin, you are responsible for taking people to control all these captives. Yes. Horn, you are responsible for taking the guards to announce Lord Ronan's kindness, and let the people of the Black Collar tribe know that as long as they don't resist, we will not hurt them, nor will we seize any of their supplies. Praise the Lord's kindness. Horn bowed and responded. Elrin, please continue to treat the wounded. Rydar turned over and got off the horse. Jenny, you will complete the census of the Black Collar tribe. Glad to serve you, Jenny said. Things were arranged one by one, and Rydar believed that they could completely take over the Black Collar tribe before Ronan returned to Shanlin town. Chapter 178, conferring the title. With the end of the annual celebration and the birthday party of the Marquis, nobles from all over the country were preparing to return to their respective territories. However, before they officially set off, they were more curious about how Wushan Fort would deal with Baron Layson, and some people even delayed their return to the territory because of this. In the afternoon, nobles of all sizes gathered at Wushan Fortress. Although they were whispering in groups, most of them were discussing the purpose of the Marquis summoning them. Many people speculated that this meeting was either related to Layson or Ronan. Among the people present, Ronan was probably the only one who knew the purpose of the meeting. But he sat in a chair and watched his nose. And even if someone came to ask tentatively, he would not reveal a word in advance. Not long after, Rulons arrived, followed by the great magician Miroslav, as well as Brol, Blanche, and Knight Missy. As they sat down, the hall of the fortress became quiet. Lu Lan smiled slightly. There are 2 main reasons for calling everyone here today. The first thing is to deal with Layson Shan. The old Marquis paused and looked at Toru, who was sitting below. The other party had prepared the testimony of Layson's followers. After last night's interrogation, Layson's encroachment on Wushanbeo's resources and his repeated attempts to kill Ronan have been confirmed. And he is also highly suspected of participating in the assassination of Princess Blanche and Wiggins. With such a crime, the laws of the nobility cannot protect him. Now I officially declare. Everyone concentrated their minds. Although they already knew Layson's fate, they still wanted to hear it with their own ears. Deprive the Shan family of their hereditary baronial title. Deprive the Shan family of their swamp town territory. And put Layson and his family in jail. As for whether he participated in the assassination of Her Royal Highness the Princess and Wiggins, The royal family and Wushan Castle will jointly send people to investigate. But regardless of whether he participated in the latter two events, after the matter is investigated, Wushan Castle will hang Layson to cleanse his crimes. In short, Layson will not escape death. But the specific time of the death penalty will have to wait until the follow-up investigation is completed. Lu Lanz waved his hand, and Sir Toru took 2 steps forward holding some testimonies. This is the result of yesterday's interrogation. Everyone who is interested can take it and have a look. Anyone who has objections to my verdict can raise them. Suddenly, many nobles raised their hands to see the results of these interrogations, including Viscount Marvin and Earl Orson. They did not suspect that Wushan Castle was cheating. In fact, most people were curious. The next step was to check the time. Orson read through the testimony carefully for a long time until he finished reading all the testimonies. I have no objection. Ronan was a little surprised. He thought Orson would defend Layson in an attempt to save his life. But he didn't expect that he would directly and publicly express that he had no objection. At this time, more nobles had also finished reading and expressed that they had no objection to the Marquis's verdict. Since everyone has no objection, the verdict on Layson will take effect, Lu Lanz said, looking at Blanche who was sitting at the bottom. If Layson is found to be related to the assassination in the future, Wushan Castle will hand him over to the royal family for disposal, and will also assist the royal family in hunting down the assassins and the people behind the scenes. Blanche nodded slightly. Brawl, please arrange a night to cooperate with Wushan Castle for follow-up investigation. As you wish, Your Highness, Brawl responded respectfully. The fortress hall was quiet for a while, and then Rollins continued. After the Shan family was deprived of their titles and territories, Swamp Town became a no-man's land. As soon as the voice fell, everyone was in high spirits. The nobles all hope that their territories can be bigger and bigger. No man's land has a lot of appeal to them, especially this kind of territory with a development foundation. Although the various industries in Swamp Town are not very good and the population is not large, it has a specialty: black buffalo. This animal performs very well in farming, and Layson can earn a lot of gold coins every year by selling cattle. Whoever can take over this no man's land means that he can take over the black buffalo industry. Roding noticed that the eyes of many nobles have changed. Even Viscount Marvin has a burning look in his eyes. But Earl Orson is relatively restrained. During the assassination in the Colosseum, it was Ronan's protection that kept Princess Blanche unharmed. Ronan resolved the crisis of Her Royal Highness and made indelible contributions to the Alduin royal family. At the same time, he also avoided a disaster in Wushan Castle, and his contribution to Wushan Castle cannot be concealed. Lilland looked at Ronan. Now, as the Marquis of the Alduin Kingdom and the Lord of Wushan Territory, I will name the Sin Territory and the land to the north as Wubei Territory, and officially confer Ronan Wushan as the Viscount of Wubei Territory. Many nobles held their breath. Wubei Territory. What a huge area it must be. And it all became Ronan's territory? This is too much. However, thinking of Ronan's performance, Ronan's contribution in saving Princess Blanche, and Lilland's mentality, they seemed to understand. Orson frowned slightly. In fact, he had long guessed that Shan territory would become Ronan's territory. But he didn't expect Lilland's to play big enough and actually gave the entire northern area to Ronan. The area of Wubei territory would not be small if it was considered an earldom, let alone a viscount. Of course, these are secondary. After all, Wubei territory is extremely poor and has almost no population. It is extremely difficult and time-consuming to develop and operate it. Orson is more concerned about Lilland's words. If he remembers correctly, Ronan had changed his surname when he became the Baron of Shanlin Town, and it was no longer Wushan. But in the announcement just now, Lilland used the name Ronan Wushan, which means that Ronan used his original surname again. The meaning can be imagined. Orson clenched his fist under his robe and thought, Lulansi, do you really want to abolish my grandson and re-establish Ronan as the heir? It is easy to deprive Ronan of his inheritance rights, because Ronan's maternal line has died out, and he has not received support from other nobles. But depriving Breton of his inheritance rights is not a matter of a word. And he, Orson, will be the first to jump out and oppose it. Lulansi let the discussion in the hall continue for a while, and then he smiled and asked, regarding this canonization, anyone can raise an opinion. Lulansi and even Wiggins can decide whether to confer a baron, or a baron in a remote area like Shanlin Town. because it does not hinder the interests of other nobles. However, the canonization of the Viscount and the area of Wubei territory is so large, may cause dissatisfaction and disgust among other nobles. In the world of nobles, vassals have the obligation of loyalty to the lord, and the lord must also provide protection for the vassal. If the canonization infringes on the interests of other nobles, then the lord has not fulfilled his obligation to protect, and the vassals under his command can naturally raise opinions. So it is reasonable for Lu lands to ask this question. Many nobles looked at each other. Although they coveted the swamp town and even the area as large as Wubei territory, they did not raise any objections to Lu Lands' decision, because anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lu Lands wanted to support Lu Ning. When Lu Ning saw that no one raised any objections for a while, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He did not expect that things would go much more smoothly than he expected. But just as he was about to finish his celebration, an untimely voice sounded. "My Lord Marquis, I have an opinion." Chapter 179 Objection. One sentence shocked everyone. All the nobles in the hall turned their eyes to the opponent, who was none other than Orson Hyde, the border earl of Wushan territory. For a while, discussions were heard one after another. Viscount Marvin sneered. "Orson, your territory has no border with Wubei territory, and there is no business dealings or conflicts. What right do you have to oppose it? Yes, if there is any opposition, it should be Marvin. After all, Taidi territory is adjacent to Wubei territory." "No, no, no!" Marvin waved his hands repeatedly. "German, don't talk nonsense. I have no objection to the canonization of the Marquis." German spread his hands. "Me too." The territories of Marvin and German were the closest to Wubei territory. They both said they had no objection. If others wanted to object, they would naturally give reasonable reasons. Lu Lands remained calm. "Orson, tell me your reasons." Everyone looked at Orson. "Mr. Marquis, as you said, Ronan did make a great contribution to the rescue of Her Royal Highness the Princess. But the key to repelling the gold-level assassin was not Ronan himself, but the 6th-level spell scroll you gave him." Orson slowly stated the reason for his objection. "Ronan has made contributions, but this contribution is not enough for him to become the lord of the entire Wubei territory." Earl Orson is wrong. The speaker was Ronan's brother-in-law Kabir. Although the power of the spell scroll is strong, it also requires the user to seize the opportunity to use it. There are many people in this world who, even if they have a powerful spell scroll in their hands, will never have the opportunity to use it until they die. Kabir is right. Wiggins had his own opinion on this matter. "The last time I was assassinated, the opponent was so fast and decisive that I didn't have time to use my defensive spell scroll." Orson couldn't help but glance at his son-in-law. If it were someone else, he might think that the other party was leaning towards Ronan. But Wiggins was different. He didn't need to understand Wiggins' words too deeply, and the other party would only see what was in front of him. However, Wiggins' words attracted the approval of other nobles. The spell scroll is just a tool after all, and how much effect it can play depends on the person who uses the tool. Blanche looked at the nobles in the hall, who were expressing their opinions one after another. She also wanted to say a few words for Ronan, but it was not suitable for her to speak in such an occasion when it involved territory and titles. However, from her point of view, it was still okay to state certain facts. Everyone's eyes are focused on the gold-level assassin. But before he made his move, 2 other assassins almost killed me. If it weren't for Ronan, I'm afraid I would have fallen in a pool of blood without the gold-level assassin making his move. She took a deep breath. She rarely participated in such occasions, and the rumors over the years made her a little timid. It was already very good that she could show no stage fright and speak so much. Orson nodded slightly to Her Royal Highness. "Maybe I didn't express my meaning clearly just now. Ronan's contribution to rescuing Her Royal Highness is unquestionable. But this contribution is not enough for him to take over the entire Wubei territory." He still insisted on his opinion. Wushan territory is currently threatened by the Black Gold Brotherhood and the Bolant Thieves. In order to eradicate these 2 forces on the border, many nobles and knights have shed their blood and lives on the battlefield. Many knights and barons have made great contributions in battle, even accumulated over the years. Their contributions are comparable to Ronan's this time. Orson changed the subject. "They haven't been rewarded for their contributions yet. But Ronan's reward is so grand. This doesn't seem appropriate." "That's not right. Orson, I remember that in every expedition against the Black Gold Brotherhood, Those nobles who performed well received fiefs or rewards. Viscount Marvin said in a bad tone. As far as I know, your people are the ones who receive the most rewards every time. None of us have raised any objections. But you raised them first? Orson sneered. If you don't reward those with more contributions, will you reward people like you who don't work hard every time? You're talking nonsense. Who doesn't work hard every time? When did the knights of my Ironhoof territory not rush to the front line every time? At the beginning, they could still discuss well. But the atmosphere was not right later. People with bad tempers, like Marvin, started to scold directly. As the person involved, Ronan did not express his opinion. He just watched these people speak quietly. In fact, most nobles recognized his contribution. But there were some opinions on the specific enfeoffment. For example, Baron Corian Hansen of the Stone City in the southwest felt that Orson's point of view was not unreasonable. The nobles in the southwest had resisted the port bandits for many years. But not many knights and nobles were in theft and rewarded. Even Corian Hansen himself is only a baron. Okay. The argument lasted too long. And Rollins finally spoke to calm the noise in the hall. I listened to your opinions, but I don't agree with your views. I have been living in seclusion for many years, and have not paid much attention to the affairs of the territory. But I still know about the Black Gold Brotherhood in the southeast, and the port thieves in the southwest. Rollins' eyes fell on Baron Corian Hansen. Corian, what did I tell you at the beginning? Corian's face became serious. My lord told me to eliminate the port thieves as soon as possible. Have they been eliminated now? No. Rollins laughed. Over the years, Wushan Castle has provided a lot of food and horses to support Boulder City and surrounding nobles. Not only did you fail to eliminate the enemy, you didn't even take back 2 pieces of territory. With such a record, what rewards are you talking about? Corian, lowering his head. Your Excellency is right. As for the Black Gold Brotherhood in the southeast, Lulancy looked at Orson. The same reason. There can be no big rewards if the enemy is not eliminated. But considering that the nobles and knights have taken back some land, Wushan Castle still rewarded those nobles and knights with great merits. Which is enough. Let's talk about Ronan again. Lulancy paused for a moment and grabbed everyone's attention back. His merit is not only in saving Princess Blanche, but also in resolving a huge disaster in Wushan territory. If Blanche was killed, someone would definitely take the opportunity to provoke a conflict between the royal family and Wushan territory. At that time, Wushan territory would definitely be in turmoil, which would not be good for most people. So Lulancy said that Ronan resolved a huge disaster in Wushan territory, and there was nothing wrong with it. You make sense. Orson agreed with some of Roland's remarks. But I still think that it is enough to confer Ronan the title of Viscount and give him the territory of Seine. He emphasized, the territory of Wubei is too large, and it seems inappropriate to give it all to Ronan. Roland shook his head. Although the territory of Wubei is large, most of it is barren land and full of dangers. When Shanlin Town was still an ownerless land, those pioneering knights would rather choose manors in other places than become the lord of Shanlin Town. Okay. Orson showed a helpless look. The Marquis is still the same as before, and it is difficult for us to change your decision. Why don't you have a contest? Count Jesus, who was sitting next to Blanche, had been silent since he came in, but he didn't expect to speak at this time. He had a playful smile on his face, and his eyes looked back and forth between Roland's and Orson. Didn't you follow Lowlands because you lost to him in a competition? And I heard that you had several disagreements later, and you also fought each other. Whoever won had his say. Jesus smiled and said, after so many years, you rarely have such an opportunity. I think it's better to have a competition. And Orson, I heard that your strength has improved recently. Everyone was shocked. Orson has been a gold-level knight for a long time. If his strength improves, wouldn't he be promoted to the meteor level? Many people frowned secretly. This is not a good thing. Roning's face is also more solemn at this moment. This Jesus is obviously here to make trouble. Lowlands has been secluded for many years, and he has never used force publicly due to injuries. This is a well-known fact. Now asking him to fight with Orson is clearly embarrassing him. This competition cannot be agreed. Chapter 180 Unexpected. How strong is Lowlands? As we all know, he was already a meteor-level knight at the age of 45-30 years ago. At that time, Lowlands galloped on the battlefield, full of vigor and glory, and the knights and nobles who followed him were all impressed by his strength. But the Battle of Misty City 30 years ago changed everything. Lullins was seriously injured in that battle, although he seemed to recover later. As long as he used his fighting spirit, he would fall into a state of torment, hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting himself by 2,000. So in the past 30 years, no one has seen Lullins' strength. After hearing Jesus' remarks, everyone had different expressions, although they wanted to see if Lullins still had the style of the past. Most people saw the trick behind this matter. Jesus seemed to be provoking, but in fact, he might have discussed it with Orson. After all, the outside world didn't know that Orson's strength had improved. So how did Jesus know? Just when everyone was expecting how Lullins would respond, Roning, who had been sitting in the chair without saying a word, stood up. Earl Orson is right. Roning said, "It is enough for the Marquis to confer me the title of Viscount and to assign Shanlin Town, the 4 savage tribes and Swamp Town as my territory." This sentence immediately caused the other nobles to be stunned. They didn't expect such words to come out of Roning's mouth. In fact, Roning didn't speak randomly. He thought about it. For him now, the title of Viscount, Swamp Town, and the territory of the 4 savage tribes north of Shanlin Town are the 3 things he needs. With these, he has a more solid foundation for development. On the other hand, since he became the Lord of Shanlin Town, Luo Ning has been preparing to take the route of building high walls, storing food, and slowly becoming king. To take this route, he needs a relatively stable external environment. And if you want the external environment to be relatively stable, Lu Lan's safety is the top priority. As long as the old man lives safely, unless a major change occurs, the current situation of Wushan territory can still be barely maintained. Such a situation is very important for his development. Now Jesus is instigating Lu Lan's and Asen to compete. Once Lu Lan's agrees, what will be the outcome? Although Luo Ning doesn't know what disease Lu Lan's has, he knows that Lu Lan's can't attack at will, and attacking will aggravate the condition. So even if Lu Lan's beats Asen, the price must be very high. To put it another way, if he loses, or even seriously injured in the competition, then Wushan territory will usher in a more turbulent moment. Roning didn't want to see Wushan territory in turmoil, and he didn't want to see Lullins' illness worsen because of his own affairs. So he seized the point that Orson disagreed and temporarily didn't want the newly divided Wubei territory to avoid this dispute. Anyway, except for Shanlin Town, Savage Tribe and Swamp Town, the rest of Wubei territory is deserted mountains and forests. When Roning manages the existing territory, there will be plenty of opportunities to swallow up the entire Wubei territory in the future. Hee. Why did the Wushan family start to show weakness as soon as it came to sparring? Jesus said sarcastically, could it be that Marquis Lullins really can't use force again in this life, as the outside world says? Roning was very disgusted with this tone. But due to the difference in seniority and status, he was not easy to express his displeasure. However, Wiggins was different. As the son of Rollins, he was also very unhappy with Jesus. Count Jesus, please keep your mouth shut. If it weren't for the royal family and Blanche, I would have asked you to leave Wushan Castle long ago. Haha. The broken-legged count is still as domineering as ever. Jesus laughed. Wiggins was directly furious, and immediately broke off the wheelchair armrest and threw the piece of wood fiercely. Get out of here! Jesus snorted coldly, waved one hand, and the wood was directly knocked away under the surging fighting spirit. Wiggins! Rolanza's crutches slammed heavily on the floor. And stopped. Wiggins, pay attention to your etiquette. Wiggins' heavy breathing expressed his displeasure, but he still restrained his anger. Uncle Jesus, please don't do this, Blanche said weakly. Jesus did not respond, but continued, I am just stating a fact. If Count Orson really wants to spar, I, Toru, can accompany him. Kabir can also. It's a pity that my father Malonika didn't come. Otherwise he would definitely be willing to accompany him. Toru, Kabir, and Malonika are the leaders of the first, second, and third knights of Wushan Castle. Except for Kabir, the remaining 2 are real gold-level strength. Even Kabir's combat power is comparable to that of a gold knight. Ozen smiled slightly and shook his head, as if he looked down on these 3 people. Although there is only 1 level difference between the gold level and the meteor level, the combat power has a qualitative leap. You don't understand. He looked at Lullins. Don't worry, Marquis. Count Jesus was just talking nonsense. I'm not. Come on. Orson. Lullins interrupted Orson. He thought of what Ronan said when the Knight of Monson challenged Ronan last night. He smiled and said, "The Wushan family is never afraid of any challenge." "Father!" Wiggins couldn't believe it. Ronan was the same. He took the initiative to agree to Orson's proposal. But he didn't expect Lulins to take the initiative to agree. Marvin, Kabir, Toru and others also frowned. This was not easy to deal with. The Marquis personally agreed. And they couldn't help. Jesus laughed heartily and said, "As expected of Marquis Lulins, I admire your courage." Lulins glanced at him. "Jesus, do you know why you became the Earl of Moonlight Valley?" Jesus' smile was visibly stiff. And his expression darkened, as if some pain had been revealed by Lulins. Austin was surprised at first. Then, there was a flash of surprise. And finally turned into doubtful disbelief. "Marquis, are you really willing? I haven't moved properly for 30 years. While this bone is still not broken, I'll move properly." He slowly raised the cane in his hand, clenched his right hand fiercely, and a thunder flashed from the cane. With a cracking sound, it shed its wooden skin and turned into a long sword. Zizi the electric fox flashed on the blade, exuding a faint pressure. When Luo Ning saw this scene, he immediately thought of his own Lian sword. It seemed that Lulins' sword was also an enchanted extraordinary weapon. "If you win this battle, then follow Ronan's proposal." Lulins pointed his sword at Orson. "If I win, then follow my proposal." Orson was in a trance. After more than 30 years, he was pointed at by Lulins with a sword again. He actually felt great oppression and discomfort. "No, Orson, you are different now." He roared in his heart. "Now you are the same as Lulins. Both are meteor knights. And your body is stronger than the other party. You can't fail again." He took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and his eyes were no longer afraid. "Okay, I agree with your proposal." Chapter 181 Instructions. As Lulins accepted Orson's challenge, the topic in Wushan Fortress changed to discussing when and where to hold the competition. The Battle of Meteor Knights is very destructive, so it is impossible to choose a square, lawn, or yard in the castle. At the same time, considering that the nobles need to watch, the venue should be open. After some discussion, everyone chose an abandoned pasture outside the castle, where the terrain is open and there is no need to worry about destroying any buildings. As for the time of the competition, it was set at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the study, Lulins was wiping his sword. He didn't look impatient at all, but very calm. It was as if this decision was not made on his own spur of the moment. "Grandpa, why did you agree?" Ronan asked puzzledly. "I have already agreed to Orson's proposal." "Yes, Father. Your body can't support high-intensity combat." Wiggins was also complaining and worried. Although he had a bad temper and had no good achievements in all aspects, he had always respected and feared Lulins since he was a child. Compared to his father-in-law Orson, he didn't want his father to get hurt. Lulins put the long sword aside, looked at Ronan and Wiggins, and finally set his eyes on Breton, who didn't speak. "Breton, what are you thinking about?" Lulins asked. Breton's eyes were red, and his situation was very embarrassing. "I don't know why Grandpa challenged you when he knew you were injured, but I also think it might be better for you to directly reject his challenge." Lulins nodded. "I am very relieved that you all care about my safety, but I also have reasons to accept the challenge. Orson has done this more than once or twice. The reason why he is so open today is that his strength has improved. Whether Lu Lands accepts it or not, it is an established fact that Wushan territory has one more meteor-level strongman, which will definitely weaken the influence of Wushan Fort, especially when Wushan Fort is short of talents. At this time, giving Mubei territory to Roning is a small matter, and how to maintain the prestige of Wushan Fort is more important. Lu Lands has his own plans." He glanced at the 3 people in front of him and smiled lightly. "Sometimes, if you consider it from the perspective of the family, you may have different opinions. Especially you, Breton." He looked directly into the other person's eyes, and his solemn expression made Breton look solemn. "I know you have always been thinking about your family and want to cultivate a new strongman for the Wushan family. So you spend most of your energy on cultivation, which also leads to your lack of knowledge in other aspects. But no matter what time, you must remember that your people are only the 3 people standing in front of you now. And your brother is only Roning. No one else." Breton's eyes flashed. He did not fully understand the meaning of this sentence, but he would remember it. "I remember it, Grandpa." Lulins nodded. then looked at Wiggins. Think about it before expressing your opinion. Impotent rage can only make people look like a joke. If it doesn't work, just pretend to be dumb and deaf. Wiggins sat in a wheelchair with his head drooped. I know. Finally, Lowlands looked at Ronan and smiled with relief. He didn't expect that this person who he initially looked down on, and even gave up on, is now the most mature one among the three. Practice well. Luoning sighed. To be honest, I don't like the current atmosphere. It makes you sound like you are telling your last wishes. But since fighting is inevitable, I still hope you can be safe. Ha ha ha. Lu Lans couldn't help but laugh out loud. I just haven't told you like this for a long time. Why do you sound like you are telling me your last wishes? He waved his hand quickly. Okay. Go down. I need to adjust my state. At the same time, in another room. Father, why did you do this? Diane was expressing her confusion and doubts to Orson. You clearly know that the Marquis should not take action. Why did you challenge him? She shook her head in annoyance. I don't understand. What good will this do for you? Diane? You may be mistaken. It was not me who challenged the Marquis, but Count Jesus of Moonlight Valley. Orson leaned back in the soft chair with an innocent expression. 7 gods. After Jesus said that, until the Marquis agreed, I only said one sentence, and it was to find a way out for Wushan Castle to calm the debate in the hall. He spread his hands. Unfortunately, before I finished speaking, Lord Lowlands agreed to Jesus' proposal. What do you want me to do? What he said was really true. Father, do you believe this? Orson's expression was slightly cold. Diane, you shouldn't question your father like this. Don't you know why I do all this? Don't you have a sense of urgency? Diane fell silent. She naturally realized the threat that Ronan posed to Breton, and she could feel Roland's attitude towards Ronan. But the Marquis has said that he will not easily change the heir. Right? In Diane's view, Breton and Ronan are different. As long as the Hyde family remains prosperous and defends the border, her son's heir status will not change. Orson's challenge is completely unnecessary. In addition, Diane actually doesn't want to see Rollins get hurt. She also has her own little thoughts. As long as Rollins is alive and well, Breton will have more room and time to grow. The stronger Breton is, the more important he will be in the future, and he will not easily become a pawn controlled by others. Father, if you really care about Breton, I suggest you cancel the competition this afternoon. Danny said solemnly, I don't want Lowlands to get hurt, and I don't want to see you get hurt. Orson shook his head slowly. Since the Marquis has agreed, this competition is imperative, and I have no reason to cancel it. Danny sighed. She felt powerless. At this time, in Wushan Castle, in addition to these 2 places, other nobles also gathered in groups to discuss this matter. Some people even used the messenger birds they raised in Wushan City to spread the news that Lowlands and Orson were about to compete. I thought that after the New Year celebration, the atmosphere in Wushan Castle would calm down, and no one expected such a thing to happen. Ronan played with the powerful healing scroll in his hand, which was given by Lowlands, and there was only one left in Wushan Castle. McKin, if there is any situation in the afternoon, you rush in and use this scroll. Yes. Ronan handed the spell scroll to McCann. There are other preparations. Ronan frowned. He had to be prepared if Rollins was defeated. At that time, he didn't want to let Orson, the challenger, leave calmly. Although the opponent was a meteor knight, his strength crushed the gold level, but he was not invincible. In addition to Rollins and Orson, there is another meteor knight in Wushan Castle now. That is Brawl, who follows Blanche. In addition, there are several gold and silver knights. We have to see their attitude in advance. Chapter 182 Powerful Clash. Since the battlefield was chosen outside the castle, when the news of the battle between the Marquis and Earl Orson spread, professional knights, wealthy businessmen, civilians, etc. in Wushan City all rushed to the abandoned ranch. Just after noon, there were already thousands of people gathered here, and as the agreed time got closer, more and more people flocked here. As the subjects of Wushan territory, most of them wanted to come and admire the style of the Lord. There are so many people. Ronan brought Blanche, accompanied by McKin, Toru, Kabir, Marvin and others, to the battle site. At this time, there was still half an hour before the battle started, but the place was already crowded. It's good to have more people. Marvin looked like he was watching the excitement and didn't mind the trouble. Today, Let everyone see the strength of the Lord of Wushan territory. He seemed to have a mysterious trust in Lu lands. Where can we watch the battle? McKinney stood on tiptoe, searching for a better place to watch the battle. Don't worry, Mrs. McKinney. We have arranged a viewing spot for you all, Toru said, walking in front. The guards had already separated the crowd and cleared a path leading directly to a small hill, where there were even rows of chairs. This was the viewing spot specially prepared by Wushan Castle for the nobles. A group of intermediate, advanced, and bronze knights were arranged outside this small hill. They would block the impact when the aftermath came and ensure that the nobles watching the battle would not be harmed. Everyone sat down one by one. Ronan, are you nervous? Blanche asked softly. Ronan shook his head. Not nervous, but worried. After all, my grandfather is injured. Blanche could feel that Ronan was much more serious today than the previous 2 days. And she was in a very bad mood. I'm sorry. I didn't know Uncle Jesus would come. Ronan smiled at Blanche. It has nothing to do with you. Even if you don't come, maybe Jesus will come. Perhaps Orson and Jesus have already discussed this contest, and it will be brought to the table sooner or later. He turned his eyes to the center of the ranch. Orson was already standing there waiting quietly, with a huge long sword inserted in the ground beside him. The man and the sword looked very quiet, but it brought great pressure to everyone. Why hasn't Roland's come yet? Jesus, who was sitting not far away, complained, come early and start early. What's the hurry? Wiggins responded in a low voice. But thinking of Roland's previous instructions, he forced the rest of the words back. Time is approaching little by little. Who? A gust of wind blew in the pasture, followed by the excited roar of the monster. In the thunder and wind, a monster that looked like a horse, but not a horse, rushed over. It leaped and actually crossed the crowd of more than 10 meters, and landed accurately in the pasture. It's the Thunder Chaser. I haven't seen it for a long time. This scene is really nostalgic. Praise the Lord. Countless exclamations and exclamations came one after another. Among the nobles, Marvin, German, Kabir and others had a look of reminiscence in their eyes. In the past, they were still young, and looking at Roland's riding on the Thunder Chaser was like looking at a peerless strongman. The people who rarely saw the marquis shouted. They clapped their hands vigorously, and only the overwhelming applause could express their respect for the Lord. Lu Lancy turned over and got off his mount, took off the coat that Ronan gave him, and put it on the back of the Thunder Wind Chaser. He patted its head and said something, and the Thunder Wind Chaser walked towards the edge of the other side in a depressed manner, seeming very unhappy. Obviously, in this contest, Lu Lancy was not going to borrow the power of the monster. Sir, thank you for your teaching today, Orson said respectfully. Sometimes I feel that time flies. I still remember that afternoon more than 30 years ago. It was also a similar environment and scene. But I lost to you that day. Lu Lancy laughed. Yes, time flies. But you must perform well today, and don't lose to me again. Uh-huh. I will try my best. One of them just turned 76, and the other 70 years old. And they should look similar. But Orson looks tall and straight, like a middle-aged man, while Lu Lancy is slightly hunched over and looks like an old man. The two did not communicate much, although there was a brief silence in the center of the ranch. The atmosphere became more and more solemn, so that even the spectators outside became nervous. Who? Who? The two shouted in a deep voice at the same time, and Orson grabbed the big sword stuck in the ground beside him. The cold breath seemed to make the surrounding air drop by more than 10 degrees. The knight's sword in Lulan's hand shone with thunder, and his momentum was like a rainbow. The two rushed towards each other at the same time, and the surging fighting spirit set off a strong wind that blew in all directions. They were so fast that Ronan saw double images. Boom! The two swords collided, and the two people's fighting spirits impacted, forming an unparalleled shock wave. Swish! 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 The grass under the feet of the two was actually blown up by the shock wave, and the soil, weeds, and storms swept towards the audience around. Quick! Protect the nobles! Galil shouted, and the knights guarding the outer perimeter of the audience released their fighting spirits to offset most of the aftermath. But there was still grass, soil, and wind falling on the nobles. If the nobles were not embarrassed, then the people watching on the periphery suffered, in addition to being blown with dirt and grass. Some people were even blown to the ground. But no one cared about this. They were all shocked by this blow. Meteor class? How can it be so strong? Ronan was extremely shocked. This powerful explosive power was completely beyond his expectations. Just one blow. There was such a big aftermath. Uncle Marvin, can you take this move? Ronan asked. Viscount Marvin shook his head solemnly. It seems that Orson has really been promoted to meteor level. Otherwise, even if he is at the gold level, he will not be on par with the Marquis. The Golden Knight breaks through the fallen in the human body and is promoted to meteor. His explosive power will increase unimaginably. Kabir said. Orson said before that we are not his opponents. And it is not without reason. Ronan stared at the two people in the field. In the short time of a few words just now, the two fought more than a dozen times. And each confrontation would bring a deafening collision sound and a powerful residual force. Heavy water explosion. Orson was the first to use fighting skills. His sword slashed down and caused a huge water wave. Moreover, this water wave was extremely heavy. Like a huge stone weighing 10,000 pounds hitting Lalancy from the air. Fire flash. Lalancy thrust his sword upward. And the tip of the sword had a flame compressed to the extreme in an instant. Shooting out like a dragon and snake out of the sea. It not only split the heavy water explosion in half, but also shot at Orson with the remaining power. However, the latter reacted quickly, and quickly crossed the sword to block it in front of him. Sizzle! The remaining power of the fire flash hit the sword, making a sound like electric welding. Although Orson was blown away by the impact, the long sword in his hand was obviously not an ordinary thing, and it perfectly blocked the attack. At this time, the heavy water explosion that was split into two halves deviated from its trajectory and hit the ground not far away. Boom! Suddenly, smoke and dust rose up, and the ground shook. The chair where Luo Ning sat shook violently, and those who didn't know thought it was an earthquake. This is the meteor class. A true powerhouse. Seeing him today, I can see that he is indeed so terrifying. Chapter 183 Black Energy. Bang! Orson landed steadily on the ground. Although the attack just now did not cause any damage, it seemed that he was at a disadvantage. Looking at the calm Lu Lands, Orson looked solemn. You can't underestimate Lu Lands. After all, he had reached the meteor level more than 30 years ago. And I just broke through. In terms of skills, Lu Lands is many times deeper than Orson. But it's not impossible for me to win. Orson narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Lands carefully. He suppressed the injuries in his body while fighting with me. He must want to end the battle quickly. And I only need to attack continuously and closely, so that he can use his fighting spirit violently and find it difficult to suppress the situation in his body. And I can easily win. Swoosh! Orson ran, raised his left hand, and slapped it continuously. The fighting spirit condensed into a huge water wave palm and rushed towards Lu Lands from all directions. Use the water wave palm to confuse the opponent, and then seize the opportunity to attack. Has your fighting style changed over the years? Lulands inserted his long sword into the ground, and the flames surrounded his body, forming a red flame tornado, blocking all the incoming water wave palms. Swish! When water and fire came into contact, mist suddenly filled the air. But with the rapid expansion of the flame whirlwind, all the water vapor was blown away. Swoosh! Lulan seized the opportunity to take the initiative to attack, predicted the opponent's position, and came to the opponent at the fastest speed. This move doesn't work for me. Let's change it. His long sword swept across, and thunder surged out. Orson's face changed, and he tapped the ground with his feet, and quickly escaped from the range of thunder and lightning with the recoil of his fighting spirit. I didn't expect you to be so fast. Orson rushed back and chose close combat. But I know your situation. You want to end the battle quickly. We are both meteor level. Although I can't beat you, it's impossible for you to defeat me in a short time. Oh, really? Lulan's mouth curled up slightly, and the long sword in his hand fell down violently, so fast that even the air whistled. Ding! Under the violent impact, Orson flew backwards. His face changed drastically. Your strength. How? Do you remember what I said to you? Lulan's followed, and the thunder on his left palm turned into a sharp blade and stabbed into the opponent's chest. Never underestimate any opponent, even if he is already injured. Roding's heart was in his throat. Is he going to win like this? And looking at Lulan's posture, it seems that he wants to kill Orson. I will never lose. Orson roared violently, and the fighting spirit in his sea of chi rushed out crazily, condensing into a thick ice armor on his body, and the whole person seemed to be frozen in a thick layer of ice. Humph! Lelance's hand knife turned into a thunder blade and slammed on the ice armor. Thunder rushed and cracked the ice armor with a sizzling sound. Some electric foxes directly passed through the ice armor and slammed into Orson's body. Orson only felt numb all over, and the feeling he hated the most came again. However, it was only a slight paralysis. If he was cut by the thunder blade, he would definitely be seriously injured. Boom! Orson's fighting spirit burst out, directly shattering the ice armor. Under the counter-pushing of the fighting spirit, these fragments turned into shells and stabbed at Lelance, changing their offense and defense. Lelance quickly summoned the fighting spirit armor to resist these attacks, but he was still knocked away by the impact of the close-range attack. For a moment, his blood surged up, and his whole body was in pain, especially his right hand, which was twitching and couldn't even hold the sword. Puff! Roland's in the air spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he finally stood up, he staggered as if he was about to fall. This scene immediately attracted the exclamation of outsiders. People who didn't know would wonder why the Marquis, who had just had the upper hand, suddenly became like this. My lord Marquis. Ronan, including many people, stood up and wanted to rush forward. But at this time, there was an extra person in front of everyone, and the speed was astonishing. Jesus' voice sounded from behind. Roland's didn't surrender voluntarily. According to the rules, you can't interfere with this contest. Ronan looked at the man in front of him solemnly. At noon, Brol revealed that this man was called Ramsay, Jesus' son-in-law, a knight and vassal, and the only meteor star in Moonlight Valley. Let's not talk about Ronan's reaction. Let's talk about the center of the battlefield. When Orson saw Lu Lanz's condition, his pupil shrank sharply and his expression was ecstatic. Opportunity! He ignored the numbness in his body and rushed forward with his sword. He was attacked. I won this battle. After waiting for more than 30 years, he can finally defeat this person and wash away the shame of defeat that year. But at this moment, Lu Lanz suddenly raised his head and rushed forward quickly. Ta! Lu Lanz held the opponent's right hand holding the sword with his left hand, controlling the opponent's wrist. And at the same time, the 5 fingers of his right hand were put together to form a palm knife. Z-Law. The violent lightning energy condensed on the palm, forming a dazzling thunder blade. You? Orson's eyes widened, looking at the old face in front of him in disbelief. You are careless. The thunder blade stabbed up fiercely, directly passing through Orson's fighting spirit armor and body armor, and pierced into his body. Ha! Orson raised his left hand and hit Lu Lanz's chest violently, trying to break free. But the pain from his abdomen had greatly reduced his strength, and at the same time, the feeling of paralysis spread all over his body. Lu Lanz spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood, but opened his mouth and grinned. I'll show you something interesting. Should the purple lightning suddenly had a dark energy. This energy was weird and cold. They flowed into Orson's body along with the power of lightning and instantly traveled all over his body. Ah! Orson couldn't help but howl in pain. The power of thunder and lightning seemed to act on every cell of his body, and the black energy began to erode his skin, internal organs, and even bones. I give up. Orson Hyde. Give up. Sizzle. The thunder and lightning stopped, and the inky black energy disappeared. Lu Lanz loosened his hands, and Orson collapsed at his feet. Ahem. Lu Lanz coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, and his spirit was also sluggish. But the people watching from a distance didn't know this. They only knew that the Marquis had won. So, the shouts and applause of the tsunami came in waves. If there were no guards blocking the way, everyone would be so excited that they would rush forward and cheer around the Marquis. Ramsay. Orson has surrendered. Please move aside. Ronan stood up and said. Ramsay glanced at Jesus, and when he saw the latter nodded slightly, he immediately made way. Ronan winked at McCann, who immediately rushed into the battlefield and opened the spell scroll at the same time. No need. Roland stopped McCann's action. This thing has no effect on me. McCann stopped in confusion. At this time, Ronan, Marvin, Toru and others also surrounded him, and Roland waved his hand. I'm fine. He whistled, and the thunder wind chaser ran over. When it passed by Orson lying on the ground, it exhaled hot air from its nose to express its anger. Roland jumped on his horse. I'll go back and make some adjustments. Wiggins, Diane, Breton, You guys arrange for someone to take care of Orson. Yes. Diane, Breton and the Knights of Black Python City surrounded Orson, who was lying in a pool of blood. At this moment, he had fainted. Laurent flipped open Orson's armor and found that the latter had a deep wound, but no internal injuries. The wound is not fatal, and the bleeding needs to be stopped. James quickly took out the healing scrolls that he had prepared in advance. With the use of several scrolls, the bleeding of Orson's abdominal wound slowly stopped. However, the healing effect of meteor-level physical injuries is limited, and it cannot be healed immediately. It can only be bandaged first and wait for self-recovery. Jesus stood aside with a frown on his face. He did not expect this result. Ramsey, what was that black energy just now? He asked in a low voice. I don't remember that Roland has dark attributes. Ramsey shook his head. It's a very strange energy. It doesn't seem that simple. He glanced at the unconscious Orson. With such a small injury, he shouldn't be so unconscious. Right? I'm afraid we can only figure out the black energy after he wakes up. Chapter 184 Soul-Devouring Surge. Over the years, everyone thought that Lulens was completely unable to fight. But today's fight with Orson changed everyone's perception. Not only can Lulens fight, but he can also fully exert his meteor-level strength. At the same time, even though he hasn't fought much in 30 years, his actual combat level is still as good as it was in the past. And he can even suppress Orson. Of course, it must be admitted that Lulens' hidden injuries still have a huge impact on him. He can't fight for a long time. And if he is hit hard in the battle, he may not be able to suppress his injuries, resulting in a sharp decline in combat power. For example, in the fight that just ended, Lulens' injury broke out and caused him to vomit blood. Although he knew Orson and knew that the other party was eager for success, he caught the other party off guard. If Orson could keep his mind stable at that time, and not rush to send it, but chose to continue to consume it, this fight would not have ended so quickly. Anyway, today's contest made people understand one thing. The owner of Wushan Castle is not completely invulnerable. Even if Lu Lands would not take action unless necessary. If he was really pressed, it might be a little difficult to kill a meteor-level knight, but it would be easy for him to kill a silver-level or gold-level knight. After the contest, the nobles still stayed in Wushan Castle and did not leave. They wanted to determine the specific injuries of Lu Lands and Orson. It was just a pity that the Marquis would not accept visits from others for the time being. Even Orson, who had woken up, stayed at home. Even Diane and others were turned away by him. In the dim room, Orson was panting like a seriously injured lion. The Meteor Knight's physique was very strong. After the wound on his abdomen was less than 5 centimeters, and he had been treated, it was impossible for him to have such a big reaction. Orson's current state was obviously not caused by the superficial injuries. Damn, Lu Lands. What did you do to me? He closed his eyes and felt the situation inside his body. At this moment, he could sense a ball of dense black energy at the wound on his abdomen, radiating around like a burning black flame. At the same time, his limbs and bones also had these black energies. Although the concentration was lower than that at the wound, they lasted for a long time. These black energies were brought to Orson's whole body through Lu Lands' lightning power. Orson turned his fighting spirit and wanted to touch it. But as soon as the fighting spirit came into contact with the black energy, a piercing pain came from the contact point. The more it came into contact, the more painful it became, so that his forehead was covered with sweat, and he had to stop the fighting spirit. Just imagine that the fighting spirit of a knight in battle is much stronger than it is now, and all the fighting spirit in his body will be mobilized, and these black energies will be all over his body. At that time, wouldn't every inch of his skin, every internal organ, and every bone have to endure endless pain? Damn it! Damn it! Orson seemed to know what this black energy was. But the more he knew the truth, the more fear he felt in his heart, and the more panicked he became. He had just become a meteor star, and he was so excited that he didn't sleep well for several nights. He was still waiting to make great plans, and there were many things waiting for him to do. He didn't want to live in the castle for the rest of his life, like Lu Lanzi. Suppress it. Yes, I can definitely suppress it. Orson closed his eyes again, and covered the black energy with a majestic fighting spirit. He wanted to suppress the black energy completely at the cost of enduring the pain for a while. Ah! Diane and other nobles waiting outside the door looked at each other, wondering what happened to Orson. and why he was howling so miserably. But without permission, they didn't dare to go in rashly, so they could only wait anxiously outside. At the same time, in the backyard of Wushan Castle, Lu Lanxi's bedroom. I knew it would be like this. The great magician Miroslav was holding a large crystal test tube in his hand, which contained an unknown blood-red magic potion. There are not many materials left. I will buy some for you after I go back this time. Lu Lanxi took the test tube and drank the magic potion in it in one breath. Suddenly, a warm current flowed along the mouth, throat, and directly to the stomach, and then spread from the stomach to the limbs, greatly improving his cold condition. Thank you, Lu Lan said. It's charged. What are you thanking me for? Miroslav laughed and put the test tube away again. I won't stay here for long. I will leave early tomorrow morning. Your condition has worsened a lot, and you should try not to do it in the future. Don't worry. I know my situation. Lu Lan smiled and said, I believe that after this competition, those meteor-level guys will not easily target me. You are so sinister. Orson will probably hate you to death. Miroslav put away his toolbox and handed it to the assistant beside him. Don't worry. I won't sell this magic potion to him. After saying this, Miroslav stood up and said goodbye. Most. Lilins called. The old butler appeared at the door of the room. Master, please give me your orders. Go and call Roning over. Master bowed and responded. Not long after, Roning appeared in the room. Since Roland's avoided seeing guests in the afternoon and Diane and others had to take care of Orson, he became the receptionist in the castle and prepared the dinner with Hallwart. At this time, he was summoned by Roland, and he was also looking forward to it and nervous. Grandpa, how are you? Roning walked to the bed, and after seeing Roland's appearance clearly, he was stunned there. At this moment, Roland's hair became grayer, and he seemed to be 10 years older, and his body became more hunched. Roning didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. In just half a day, Roland's changes were heartbreaking. How could this happen? He asked tremblingly. Roland pointed to the chair next to him and asked Roning to sit down. Over the years, I have been suffering from the erosion of a dark attribute magic called soul-devouring surge. The old man began to talk about his physical condition. This magic is very special. After it flows into my body, it will be accompanied by flesh and blood, and fighting spirit. As long as your fighting spirit touches it, it will become stronger and stronger. The more you use fighting spirit to suppress it and clear it, it will not only become stronger, but also bring you bone-eroding pain and extreme coldness, and eventually force you to no longer be able to use fighting spirit like a normal knight. Soul-devouring surge. Roning murmured the name softly. It turned out that this dark attribute magic tortured Lilins like this. What kind of perverted magic is this? Looking at the other party's obviously old and decadent state, Roning felt very heavy. Is there no way to cure it? Roning asked. Lilin shook his head. Miroslav has helped me find many ways over the years, but they are basically ineffective. However, he also made a magic potion that can relieve my pain and dispel the coldness in my body. It was with the help of the potion that I was able to control my injuries a little, and unexpectedly I was able to use these dark energies for a short time. Roning immediately thought of the last scene of the afternoon battle. Grandpa, did you infuse this dark energy into Orson's body in the afternoon? Ha ha ha. Not bad. Lilins forced a smile and said, challenges always have to pay a price. With Orson's personality, he must be thinking of using fighting spirit to suppress the soul-devouring surge in his body. But he doesn't know that random suppression will only bring more serious rebounds. This news really surprised Roning. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid Lilins was ready to do this when he accepted the challenge. Then Orson will. Like me, Lu Lan said, he can only try not to attack in the future. Once he attacks, he will suffer even greater torture like me. Lu Ning's eyes widened. I didn't expect that this time Lu Lan's attack would directly destroy Orson, who was promoted to meteor level. Chapter 185 Viscount of Wubei Territory. Orson's promotion to meteor rank has brought great pressure to many nobles in Wushan Territory. Even Roning felt uneasy after seeing the strength of meteor rank. But he didn't expect that Lilins would cripple Orson. This kind of cripple is not like Wiggins or German's broken legs and hands. On the contrary, after Orson's injury healed, he could move like a normal person, at most with a cane. But from now on, he can't use his fighting spirit to fight like a normal knight. Although Black Python City has high-end combat power like meteor rank, it can't play a role and can only stare blankly. And through Lillian's means this time, the increasingly arrogant arrogance of the Hyde family will definitely be suppressed, and their behavior will be restrained a lot. Orson is ambitious, and his son Barrington is even more so. Lillian said, they will not come to Wushan Castle at the same time. After this incident, Barrington will probably not come. Ronan suddenly realized that the father and son did not come at the same time to prevent being caught in one fell swoop. And this time, not only did Barrington not come, but even the gold-level knight Nikan Golden Lion from Black Python City did not come. It doesn't matter whether they come or not. Without Orson, the high-end combat power of Wushan Castle and Black Python City has not only reached a balance, but can even suppress each other. Ronan nodded slowly. Wushan has 5 knight groups, among which the leaders of the first and third knight groups, Toru and Malonica, are both gold level. Although Kabir of the second knight group is silver level, his combat power is not inferior to gold. As for the leaders of the fourth and fifth knights, Sandro Levi and Corian Hansen, they are also veteran silver level knights with strong combat capabilities. Ronan understood that Lillian said before that he had reasons to take action, and he probably wanted to take this opportunity to destroy Orson openly and restore the strength of Wushan territory to balance. Grandpa, how long can you last with this injury? Ronan couldn't help asking this question. A large family often gradually disintegrates after the death of the elderly, regardless of whether Orson is disabled or not. Lillian's existence is the key to maintaining superficial harmony. But this contest definitely damaged Lillian's lifespan. How long can you live? Lillian looked up at the emblem on the top of the bed, then shook his head slowly. I don't know about that. If I just grow old naturally, maybe I can last another 7 or 8 years. But who can say for sure about these things? He changed the subject. However, as long as I see you little guys grow up and become independent people, it doesn't matter to me how long you can live. Ronan took a deep breath. He was really moved by the spirit of the old man in front of him. The other party took care of the younger generation and the family in every aspect and was very thoughtful. Don't worry. I will work hard, Ronan promised. Lillian nodded and straightened his expression. Then now, Ronan Wushan, as the master of Wushan territory, I officially confer you the title of Viscount of Wubei territory. I hope you will manage the territory with your heart in the future and build a new prosperous city for the north of Wushan territory. As he said, he picked up a scroll of appointment letter from his hand and handed it over. Lillian won the contest, and his proposal was the basis for the canonization of Ronin, taking Sane territory as the boundary. The entire northern part of Wushan territory was named Wubei territory, which would all become Ronin's territory, and Ronin would be the master of Wubei territory. Ronin knelt on one knee. Thank you for your trust. I will do my best to fulfill my duties and obligations. He stood up and walked forward to take the appointment letter in his hand. Compared to the feeling when he received the Baron's appointment letter when he just crossed over, the appointment letter in Ronin's hand seemed much heavier. When the appointment letter was in hand, 2 lines of text appeared in Ronin's sight. Famous in the world achievement achieved. Attribute points plus 200. Energy essence plus 400. Monthly sign-in mechanism updated. Reward multiplier plus 1. Ronin was pleasantly surprised. This famous in the world achievement is about the title, and it can be completed by upgrading the title. Now that he has completed the achievements of the Viscount stage, the next advanced achievement must require him to become an Earl. As for the update of the monthly sign-in mechanism, this is what Ronin is looking forward to more. Achievements are uncertain, but sign-in is very stable. During the Baron period, he could get a total of 139 attribute points and 115 energy essences by signing in every month. Now that he has become a Viscount, the reward multiplier he gets every month is plus 1. That is, he gets 278 attribute points and 230 energy essences every month. In this way, his strength will improve faster. The Shan family has managed the swamp town for many years, and the results have been good, with improvements in territory construction, industry and population. It stands to reason that after being abolished, these resources will be returned to Washenbao, and then you can take over. Lason's title and territory were deprived, and his property and resources naturally returned to Washenbao. This is a very natural thing. However, Lu Lanz changed the subject when he said this. Your series of performances this time are very good. I am very pleased. These things can be regarded as my reward to you. Wushanbao will not charge extra. Roding's eyes lit up. When Layson compensated him, he spent hundreds of gold coins at once without blinking an eye. How much property does this Shan territory have? Although it is hard to say in cash. There must be a lot of black buffalo. Thank you for your generous gift. Roding hurriedly thanked him. Lu Lan smiled and nodded. Okay. The matter of Wushanbao is almost over. After sending Blanche away, you can prepare to go back and take over Shan territory. I had a conversation with Blanche in the afternoon, and she is going to set off to return to the capital tomorrow, Ronan said. Lulansi nodded. The main purpose of inviting Blanche to come here this time was to let the royal family and Wushan meet. Several large noble territories bordering Wushan, including the Principality of Vera, the Earldom of Moonlight Valley, and the Earldom of Screaming Island, all have relations with the royal family, either as members of the royal family or through marriage with the royal family. Only our Wushan territory has not intermarried with the royal family, which has something to do with the fact that our Wushan family has prospered too quickly, Lulansi said, although Blanche has a bad reputation outside. Those are just rumors. Of course, you can consider this matter on your own. If you really don't want to, I can also explain it to His Majesty Bruno. Blanche came here mainly to represent the royal family to attend Roland's birthday, and did not disclose to the outside world the intention of the two parties to get married. Therefore, Roland's attitude of not wanting to continue the marriage was not considered to publicly damage the face of the royal family. Of course, this would definitely make His Majesty Bruno unhappy. After all, he was an insider. I don't really believe in those rumors. After getting to know her in the past few days, Her Royal Highness's personality is quite good. Roland nodded. Although Blanche is a princess, the things that happened in these years have also had a great impact on her, resulting in her personality being different from other princesses. She is relatively approachable, and her network of relationships is also very simple. You still have time to consider this matter. I will ask you when necessary. Roning replied, I will seriously consider it. Chapter 186 Possibility of Treatment. After Roning came out of Lulan's residence, he was surrounded by the nobles outside. How is Grandpa? McKinney asked with concern. Roning looked around and saw many nobles here, such as Kabir, Marvin, Toru, the eldest son of the Levi family, etc. They were all concerned about Lulan's safety, but they were not summoned, so they could only wait for Roning's news. Don't worry. The Marquis is fine. Roning looked relaxed and did not tell the specific situation of Lulan's. It's just that after the battle, he needs to rest for a few days to recover. If you don't have urgent matters, don't bother him. After hearing Roning's words, everyone felt a little relieved. Sir Toru, I need to trouble you with something. Toru's expression became serious, and he subconsciously thought that this was Lulan's instructions. Please speak. During the Marquis's recuperation, the safety of the castle is very important. Lulan's did not explain this matter. Perhaps the other party felt that the safety of the castle was not a problem with the contracted monsters in the backyard of the castle. But Roning still felt that it was better to be careful. The gold-level assassin has not been caught yet, and his specific situation is unknown. Therefore, you should pay more attention to the safety of Wushan Castle in the near future, especially the safety near the Marquis residence. I understand. Toru nodded solemnly. I will personally guard here in the near future, as the leader of the first knights stationed in Wushan Castle. Toru is definitely a person that Lulan's can trust. Cabell on the side said, McKinney and I will stay in Wushan Castle for a while, and I will also be responsible for the safety of the Marquis. Kabir is Wigan's son-in-law, so it's normal for him to stay here for a while. Roning said a few more words to other nobles, then walked out, calling Viscount Marvin as he walked. What does the Marquis have to tell me? Marvin couldn't help but be curious. Roning smiled and said, No, I need your help with something. Uncle. Oh, you say. Roning took out the appointment letter. The Marquis has already appointed me as the Viscount of Hubei territory, and I will also take over Seine territory, in order to prevent the knights in Seine territory from getting the news and transferring their assets in advance. I would like to ask you to send a team of knights to guard the entrance and exit of Swamp Town. Layson must have knights and family members in Seine territory, and he may also have spies and messengers in Wushan Fort. Once the news is passed back to Swamp Town, it is impossible for these people to escape with their assets. The messenger bird channel between Shanlin Town and Wushan Fort has not been built yet, and Ronan cannot get in touch with Rydell, so he can only ask Viscount Marvin for help. It's easy to talk about this, Marvin promised. I will let Ronan use the messenger bird to inform the knights of the horse-herding city. Ronan said gratefully, Thank you, Uncle Marvin. Please let me know the cost of this support, and I will pay it. When a noble asks another noble to send troops for assistance, there must be a price to pay. Marvin is a vassal of Llewellyn's, not Ronan. Theoretically speaking, the other party does not need to obey Ronan's orders, nor is he obliged to help Ronan. Such a small matter. What price is it? Marvin waved his hand quickly. My knights usually have nothing to do, so it's just right to let them go to the swamp town to get some fresh air and practice. Besides, I haven't sent you a gift to celebrate your becoming a viscount yet, so just treat this as a gift. Well, the Tidy family is always so enthusiastic, and there are all kinds of reasons for giving gifts that others can't refuse. Others also smiled and congratulated Ronan, congratulating him on his successful promotion, and at the same time discussed giving gifts. Ronan responded one by one with a smile on his face, and declined their proposal to give gifts. But he also said that Shanlin Town and Sun County are in a state of disrepair, and what they lack is labor and various talents. If they can send some of these resources, Ronan would be very welcome. After communicating with the nobles, Ronan came to the courtyard of Miroslav. Perhaps because of his old age, this great earth magician rarely attends the banquet of Wushan Castle. On weekdays, he talks to Liu Lands and spends the rest of the time in his own courtyard. My Lord Viscount, please come in. The assistant who informed invited Ronan into the courtyard. There are many courtyards like this in Wushan Castle for receiving foreign guests, and the layout of each one is very similar. Under the guidance of the assistant, Ronan came to Miroslav's study, and the other party seemed to be reading some books at this time. Hello, Mr. Great Magician. Ronan saluted respectfully. It was a rare opportunity to meet such a great man alone. Sit down, Ronan. Miroslav pointed to the chair next to him. What do you want to talk to me about? The other party spoke very directly, without any politeness. Ronan did not drag his feet. Sir, I came here to ask if you can treat my grandfather's injuries. Soul-devouring surge is magic, and Ronan's understanding of magic is definitely not as clear as the great magician in front of him. Miroslav shook his head, put down the book in his hand, and said slowly, Roland's asked me to do this a long time ago. I have consulted various magic books and consulted Bellola, but there is no effective way. Bellola Silva is the founder of the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce. It is rumored that he is an 8th-level magician, higher than Miroslav. Such a person must have the top magic knowledge on the continent. If they can't do it, it seems really difficult. Luo Ning continued to ask, I heard from Grandpa that he was injured by the dark attribute magic soul-devouring surge. Is there any light attribute magic that can specifically dispel the effect of this magic? The name soul-devouring surge was chosen by Bellola and me. No one knows the real name of this magic. Miroslav sighed. The one who injured Llewellyn's was not a dark attribute magician, but a wizard from the kingdom of Trisha, who used a spell scroll that he didn't know where he got it from. That wizard, killed by your grandpa. Miroslav continued, I know you have a light attribute magician under your command. Indeed, there are many light and dark attribute magics that have restraining effects. But Bellola and I estimate that this soul-devouring surge is an 8th-level magic. Can your subordinates become 8th-level magicians? It is almost impossible for low-level magic to dispel the effects of high-level magic. So Miroslav said that in order to dispel the soul-devouring surge, at least an 8th-level light attribute magician is needed. He sighed. Even if he has that potential, it will be decades later. Son, your grandfather won't be able to wait until then. Llewellyn's can only live for 7 or 8 years without any disease or disaster. How can he wait that long? But after hearing this, Ronan's eyes lit up with hope. If there's an 8th-level light attribute mage, can Grandpa be saved? Maybe. Miroslav nodded, but shook his head. That also requires the mage to master the magic of dispelling the soul-devouring surge. But I'm not sure there is such light attribute magic. Also, I don't want to discourage you. As far as I know, there seems to be no 8th-level light attribute mage in either the kingdom of Alduin or the kingdom of Trisha. Ronan didn't care about this. If there was no such magician, he could train one. He stood up and bowed deeply to Miroslav. I also asked Mr. Great Magician to help me keep an eye out for the magic that can dispel the soul-devouring surge, no matter how much it costs. Ronan will definitely buy it in the future. Miroslav stared at Ronan seriously, then smiled faintly. I didn't expect that when Lullins was about to die, he would suddenly have a grandson like you who is so proud of him. Even if he died, he can rest in peace. I don't want him to die. Sir. Miroslav nodded. Okay. I will help you keep an eye out for this magic. And you should also prepare money. Maybe one day I will really find it. I hope we can pay for it, and get it for it. Unlike Marmontai, he didn't need to show kindness to Ronan. Even with Lullins, it was a brotherly account. And it was even more so with Ronan. Thank you. Sir. For Ronan, there was nothing wrong with this. Others didn't owe him anything. On the contrary, he was asking for help. Chapter 187, Sneak Attack. The news that Ronan became the Viscount of Wubei territory was quickly spread among the nobles. I believe that the entire Wushan territory will soon know the news. This is a happy event for Ronan. So he accidentally became the protagonist at the dinner. And it was inevitable to toast. Some people are happy. And naturally some are sad. The banquet hall is bustling. But the people of Black Python City are not happy. And they didn't even come to attend today's dinner. As a temporary host, Ronan had to let Hallward bring the servants to deliver the food. At the same time, he personally went to the courtyard to visit Orson. The border earl, who had been in high spirits for the past 2 days, was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. His face was extremely pale, and his face seemed to have aged a lot. Orson now gave people the feeling of a cat that had just been castrated. Without the mischievous energy of the usual day, Ronan learned from Breton that in the evening, Orson locked himself in the room and did not let anyone in. But screams kept coming out of the room, making the people waiting outside even feel a little cold. Just before the dinner, they heard no sound in the room, and no one responded when they knocked on the door. They were so worried that they broke into the room and helped Orson to the bed to rest. No one knew what Orson did in the room, but it seemed that Lullins's guess was right. Orson must have used his fighting spirit to suppress the soul-devouring surge crazily, which led to the fierce counterattack of the black energy, so that he fainted directly in the room. After the dinner, Ronan accompanied Blanche for a walk in the castle park. Although the two have not known each other for a long time, they seem to have a good understanding of each other, especially for Blanche. Ronan's figure is almost the only thing she can see when she closes her eyes these 2 days. It's not that she is crazy about him, but the scene of Ronan holding her in his arms and killing the enemy in the Colosseum is too impressive for her. Ronan, Brawl has made arrangements. We will set off to return to the capital tomorrow morning. Thank you for your company and care over the past 2 days. This is what I should do, Ronan said. How long will it take you to go back? He was very curious about how fast the griffins were. Blanche thought for a while and said, about 2 days. Tomorrow afternoon we will stop at Pointed City. Rest for a night before setting off again. And we will probably arrive at the capital at noon the day after tomorrow. It can be heard that the princess's traveling team is not in a hurry to travel, and it is estimated that they will fly in the sky for at most 6 hours a day. The distance from Wushan Fort to the capital is not close. It can arrive in most of the day, which means that the griffins are very fast, and the estimated speed should be more than 100 kilometers per hour. Then it's very fast. I wish you a safe journey. Blanche tilted her head and looked at the handsome man beside her. When His Majesty Bruno asked her to come to Wushan Castle at the beginning, she was a little resistant in her heart. But now this resistance is gone. Instead, she feels a sense of gain and loss. If it really wants to be a marriage, she will not refuse. But until now, she has not seen a clear statement from Ronan's face. She plucked up the courage to ask, if I have a chance to invite you to the capital to play, will you come? Ronan thought seriously and answered seriously, I have just become the Viscount of Wubei territory and took over the Shan territory. There must be many affairs waiting for me to deal with in the territory. I guess it will be very busy. Oh, so that's it. The light in Blanche's eyes dimmed. She lowered her head silently, and her voice became smaller. She had countless thoughts in her mind at this moment, and even suspected that Ronan was afraid to contact her because of those rumors, and was afraid of being killed by her. Although Ronan had never been in a relationship, she had seen a lot of strategies. Of course, she knew that when a girl invited you and asked if you would come, she must want to get a positive response. He smiled wickedly. But I will definitely go to the invitation of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Even if the affairs of the territory are busy, I will make time. Blanche looked up suddenly, and her lavender eyes flashed with surprise. Really? Of course. Roning looked directly into the other person's eyes. But you have to notify me in advance. I need to arrange it in advance. I will. Blanche smiled with her eyelashes curved. I'm really happy that you agreed to come. It's my honor to receive the invitation from Her Royal Highness the Princess. Roning smiled. The lights in the park were not bright. But in Blanche's eyes, Roning seemed to be emitting endless light, which attracted her deeply. Blanche didn't know where she got the courage from. She suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed Roning's lips like a dragonfly touching the water. It should be because of the cold weather. Blanche's lips were relatively cold. However, this also made Roning stunned. He didn't expect the other party to have such a bold move. In the moment after the reaction, his heartbeat was inevitably accelerated. At this moment, Blanche's cheeks were hot, and she quickly fled with her skirt lifted. Good night, Roning. I am very happy tonight. Ronan touched her lips and looked at Blanche, who quickly reunited with Missy in the distance and left. She couldn't help but laugh. Is this considered a stolen kiss? After returning to his residence, Ronan visited Joffrey. After changing the environment and receiving dual treatments of healing and medicine, Joffrey spent a good day and his complexion improved significantly. Joffrey felt Ronan's appreciation for him and was extremely grateful. He still couldn't believe that he was favored by such a lord. McKin, Tom, we will leave for the territory in a few days. In Joffrey's bedroom, Ronan began to plan his return trip. I need you to go to Wishon City to buy something for me in the next 2 days. Please tell me. Sir. First, Ronan needs to purchase a batch of level 3 and 4 Warcraft leather and corresponding level spell ink to make spell scrolls. At present, the 3rd level magic of Wind of Detection, Speed, and Pyroblast are all very useful. The 4th level magic of Wind Tentacles and Flame Light Pillar are also very good, especially the latter, which has a great impact if it is a group battle. This kind of thing can be kept for personal use even if it is not sold. In this world, spell scrolls can be regarded as weapons and ammunition. If a war really breaks out, there will never be too many of these things. In addition, Ronan needs to buy some books. When he left Shanlin town, he promised to bring a lot of books to Irene. Now that he has returned with a lot of fruits, he can't forget the other party's small gift. As for other things, such as corn, oats, alfalfa and other seeds, Ronan is not in a hurry to buy them. He can take a look at what is missing after taking over the Shan territory, and then go to the Horseherder City to buy it. Now it is much more convenient to go from Shan territory to the Horseherder City than from Shanlin town to the Horseherder City. Ronan is even considering whether to move his permanent residence from Shanlin town to Swamp Town. After all, Baron Lason's castle must be more luxurious and solid than his Shanlin castle. Anyway, with the Cloud Horse, it won't take much time to go back and forth between several places. A new territory still needs the Lord to be in charge in order to stabilize quickly. After explaining some trivial matters to McKin and Tom, Ronan finally had his rest time. With the arrival of 12 o'clock in the morning, familiar words popped up. But this time, the content was different from before. Sign in successfully. Attribute points +2. Ronan couldn't help but laugh. The new year is off to a good start. Chapter 188. Each one's own calculations. In a suite in Wushan Castle, the father and son of the Ironhoof family were talking to each other. Have you arranged for someone to notify Luo Ning? Yes. I have asked someone to send the information back to the Horseherder City by messenger bird overnight. If everything goes well, Moss will receive the news tomorrow afternoon. I have conveyed your intention and asked him to immediately let Uncle Terran lead 2 night teams to block the Sin territory after receiving the news. Moss Ironhoof is Ragnar's brother and the first heir of the Ironhoof family. Terran Snow is a vassal of the Ironhoof family, and his daughter Karami has been to Shanlin town. Roner added, in order to prevent accidents with the messenger bird. I will ask them to release 2 more at dawn tomorrow. Marvin nodded. His son's work can still make him feel at ease. Ronan is now the Viscount of Wubei territory. Although the territory is large, it is sparsely populated and has rolling hills. It is not easy to develop. Although there is the addition of Sane territory, the predecessor of Sane territory was just a pioneering barren territory, which cannot be compared with a territory with a solid foundation like Numa City. Everyone knows the plight of Wubei territory. Marvin changed the subject again, but we should also note that Ronan's status in Lord Lolan's heart is no longer the same as before. Wubei territory is difficult to develop, but Lord Marquis will definitely provide a lot of help. It is very likely that a new city with a population of tens of thousands will be built in a few years or more than 10 years. Tens of thousands of people have reached the population level of ordinary Viscount territories. Viscount territories with a population of more than 100,000, such as tidy territory, are very rare after all. This is why Orson regarded the horse-herding city as an unstable factor and targeted it everywhere. Although Marvin was short and ugly, he was very clear about his situation. It was definitely impossible for him to surrender to Orson. After all, he still remembered the experience of being beaten for showing weakness. As for abandoning the Wushon family, that was something he would never think of. Marvin asked, "Do you remember what I said to you that night?" Roner quickly reacted. "Father, are you talking about the last time you asked me to follow Ronan?" The night before leaving for Wushon Castle, Marvin said the motto of the Ironhoof family in Ironhoof Castle, "Choice is sometimes more important than strength." At that time, he asked Roner if he was willing to follow Ronan as the Lord. In this era, it is normal for the second son of a family who has no inheritance rights to follow other great lords. But Roner refused that night. Of course, he also had his reasons. Firstly, Ragna felt that Ronan's victory over Layson was entirely due to the knight named Retta. Perhaps Ronan had a good eye for talent, but he did not see how much potential he had. Secondly, Ragna himself had plans for his future and did not give up easily. However, things change with time. The experience of just a few days in Wushon Castle has fundamentally changed Ragna's perception of Ronan. First of all, in terms of strength, Ragna almost easily lost to James Monson of Black Python City in the night competition. But the opponent was easily defeated by Ronan. Secondly, in the Wushon City Coliseum, Ronan was able to protect Princess Blanche while killing 2 assassins, and successfully used a spell scroll to repel the gold-level assassin. These 2 things are enough to show that Ronan's actual combat ability is far superior to Ragna's. In addition, Ronan also took advantage of the situation to abolish Layson, seized the Shan territory, and became the Viscount of Wubei territory in one fell swoop, and won the favor of Her Royal Highness the Princess. If this series of things happened 5 or 6 days ago, Ragna would never believe it. But now it has really happened. "Father, you have a good eye," Ragna said very sincerely. "I am not as good as you. It's good that you know." Marvin smiled proudly. "But you are still young. Watch carefully and learn well." He slowly put away his smile. "So what is your choice now?" "I am willing to follow Ronan." Ragna said this without hesitation. In fact, he knew that his father would definitely ask such questions in the near future, so he had already anticipated it in his heart. Moreover, Ronan is indeed a lord who can be followed now. Marvin nodded with relief. Although the Marquis did not hold a ceremony to confer the title of Lord Ronan in front of everyone today, he has followed him for many years and has a good understanding of him. Ronan performed so well this time. Although it is impossible to restore his eldest grandson's inheritance rights in a short period of time, Lord Lowlands will definitely help him again. And Her Royal Highness Princess probably came here not just to celebrate her birthday. What will happen in the future? None of us know. But I am still very optimistic about Ronan. In fact, it is not only the Ironhoof family that has such a reaction. Other nobles have also noticed these changes. However, most of them just changed their views on Ronan, and thought about visiting more often in the future to improve their relationship. Few people, like Marvin, directly let their second son be loyal to Ronan. After all, even if the Marquis is gone, the second-generation Marquis of Wushon territory is Wiggins. For a long time, no one knows what will happen, and their situation is not as embarrassing as that of the horse-herding city, where people are always thinking about them. If you use 2 words to sum up their mentality, it should be no hurry. In the middle of the night, Diane dragged her tired body back to her house, but found that Breton was reading a book in the living room. "It's so late. Why are you still reading here?" Diane was a little surprised. Her son rarely reads. Breton drooped his eyelids. He shouldn't be so sleepy. But when he opened the first page and saw the first line of text, he found that his eyelids were particularly heavy. He suddenly heard his mother's voice, woke up all of a sudden, and immediately closed the book. "Grandpa said I lack knowledge in other areas, so I thought about reading these political books and learning." Breton stood up. "How is Grandpa?" Diane sat on the sofa tiredly. "He woke up, but I don't know the specific situation. It shouldn't be very good. He is going to go back tomorrow. Remember to send him off then. She has been married to Washinbeo for more than 10 years. And today is the first time she has personally witnessed the strength of Lu Lan's. Her father, an arrogant, unyielding, and ambitious man, didn't expect that his psychological defense line seemed to be broken in just half a day. After waking up, his whole mental state was not normal. According to Laurent, Orson should be like Lu Lan's, and it is not appropriate to take action in the future. When Diane heard this, it seemed that something collapsed in her heart, and she was still confused until now. She also understood the powerlessness of ordinary people in front of extraordinary people. Your grandfather is right. You need to supplement your knowledge in other aspects, but you can't give up practicing. Diane rubbed her eyebrows and said with all her strength, at any time, one's own strength is the most important. Just like Ronan. Only when one is strong can one have more opportunities and possibilities. Brother Ronan is indeed a role model for me to learn from. Breton nodded without hesitation and admitted, I will try my best to catch up with him. Diane sighed and got up and walked towards the bedroom. For now, neither Lillans nor Orson can be persuaded by her, and she can't change the overall situation. Perhaps, the only person she can persuade is Wiggins. But what's the use? Others are sleeping soundly now. Chapter 189 Temporary Lull in the Storm. The drama of Wushan Castle has ended, and the nobles, big and small, have set off to return to their respective territories one after another, just as they had agreed. Before Blanche left, Rollans met with her in person, expressed his best wishes, and asked her to bring a letter to His Majesty Bruno. As for the departure of other nobles, he only showed up symbolically. Although Rollans was wearing a coat and a hood, outsiders could still see the changes in the Marquis's appearance. He looked a little older now. Obviously, yesterday's battle had a great impact on him. But no matter what, the Marquis is still standing there, and his specific combat power is still unknown. And Orson, who challenged rashly, was even carried by others to get on the carriage. And there were even rumors that he was completely disabled. After all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and Orson paid the price for his arrogance. Ronan, I hope we will see each other again soon. On the back of the griffin, Blanche was waving goodbye to Ronan. It should be soon. Ronan smiled and waved, and bowed to Brawl and Knight Missy to say goodbye. The journey is long. Please take care of Her Royal Highness the Princess. This is my duty. Missy saluted as a knight. Brawl nodded. Please also say goodbye to Lord Rollans for me. After that, he gestured to start. Instantly, the griffins chirped happily, flapped their wings, and raised a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, they were in the air and flew away at a very fast speed. Let's go too, Jesus said to his subordinate Ramsay. And at the same time, he symbolically waved to the nobles of Wushan territory and rode away on their griffins. He looked down at the castle below from the air, his eyes revealing the unhappy light of the failed plan. Jesus came here this time with Orson. The main purpose is to find out the true details of Lillans, and find an opportunity for Orson, who is also a meteor level, to challenge him. In their expectation, Lillans, who was tortured by illness and suppressed, should find it difficult to exert the strength of the meteor level. Once Orson defeated Lillans, the latter would definitely suffer from the backlash of the old injury under the serious injury. In that case, even if they did not kill Lillans, the opponent's lifespan would be greatly reduced, and it is not ruled out that he would die in 1 or 2 years, or even shorter. Once Lillans died, Wushan territory would definitely be in chaos, and it would be easy to fish in troubled waters at that time. But he did not expect that the ending would be like this. Jesus had met Orson privately. He didn't expect that Rollans could control that special energy and cripple a meteor knight from the inside out. Even his subordinate Ramsay was secretly shocked when he heard it. Ramsay's strength is stronger than Orson, but he can't guarantee that he won't be hurt in a fight with Rollans. If he is not careful, he will also be injected with that inexplicable black energy by Rollans. Then won't he be crippled? It's not worth it for a meteor knight with a bright future to be crippled by an old man in his twilight years. After this battle, they gave up the idea of using a master to fight Rollans, which would be a big loss. Anyway, Rollans will not take action easily, and Wushan territory is not a monolithic entity, so other methods can be used to deal with it. And judging from Lillans' condition today, it is estimated that he will not have long left. As for Ronan, to be honest, Jesus did not take this junior seriously, although he admitted that the other party's strength and talent were unexpectedly good. For the current Wushan territory, the emergence of an excellent junior could not solve the problem. Wushan territory is not only facing the Black Gold Brotherhood and the Portland Thieves, but also has its own supporting forces behind them. Jesus drove the Griffin to the front and level with Ramsey. After returning, let the people below prepare, stockpile supplies, and prepare for the next battle. In addition, the action against the Giant Stone territory will also be launched. I think the time is ripe. Ramsey nodded. Okay, Father. We should indeed take some action. The territory of Moonlight Valley is too small, which is not in line with the status of Jesus' royal family. Of course, they will not go down in person. The kingdom does not allow the great nobles to rashly start a war. To put it another way, if they really want to go down, they must first find a very reasonable reason. In the square of Wushan Castle, as Her Royal Highness Jesus, Orson and others left, the convoys of other nobles also set off one after another. Viscount Marvin originally wanted to return with Ronan, but after seeing that the latter would stay in Wushan Castle for a few days, he did not wait. As the nobles left, Wushan Castle, which had been bustling for more than 10 days, finally quieted down. The busy servants in the castle also breathed a sigh of relief. They finally didn't have to be so tense every day. In the next few days, Ronan spent most of his time in cultivation. Apart from shopping, he occasionally accompanied Rollins to sit and stroll, or fought with Breton, which was much more relaxed than the previous 2 days. 5 days later, on January 7th, Ronan got up and returned to Shanlin town under the escort of a 12-man night team led by Gallo. Letting Gallo escort him was to ensure Ronan's safety on the one hand, and on the other hand, he was also carrying a mission. Layson of Shan is still in prison awaiting trial. These days, his interrogation has been going on, but I didn't expect this guy to be so tight-lipped. Except for admitting that he had occupied Shanlin town's resources and joined forces with Prince to frame Ronan when he could not defend himself. He did not admit the rest of the things. For example, he did not admit that he had any relationship with the Skeleton Society, let alone that he organized and planned Princess Blanche. He emphasized that this was Ronan's false accusation. Ronan didn't know whether the other party knew about the assassination at the Colosseum, but the other party was definitely related to the Skeleton Society. Therefore, the key witness, the assassin Shadow captured by Ronan, needs to be escorted here from Shanlin town. Although it is troublesome, depriving the title and territory of a noble is not a trivial matter. Even if it is done for other vassals to see, the procedure should be completed properly. However, Ronan knew that even if Shadow was sent to Wushan Castle, Layson might still not admit it. After all, Shadow only received the assassination mission from the president of the Skull and Bone Society, and he and Layson might not even know each other. But this does not mean that there are no other witnesses. For Ronan, although Joffrey, who surrendered to him, has no information in this regard, now that the Shan territory is in his pocket, he does not believe that no one else knows. Let's talk about the Knight Philoton, who was arranged by Layson to guard the Black Territory. The other party is a vassal of the Shan territory, Layson's most trusted subordinate, and he must have been exposed to much more information than a newcomer like Joffrey. Now, Ferreton is probably already a prisoner of Retta. Interrogating him might help us get more information about the Skull and Bone Society and Layson. So this time, Gallo led his team to Shanlin town. In addition to protecting Ronan and escorting Shadow, he also needed to send Layson's close subordinates and family members to be tried. Chapter 190. Entering the Swamp Castle. Gallo remembered the places along the way very clearly. Before nightfall, he would always take the team to find a manor not far from the main road to rest. These manors were small in scale. Some were the property of the Knights of the Wushan Castle Knights. Some were the territories of the Pioneering Knights. And some were the property of other nobles. But no matter what the nature was, they could stay for one night as long as they paid a fee. This was much more comfortable than Ronan's previous trips between the territory and Wushan Castle. There was no danger along the way, and no attacks or assassinations were encountered. The group arrived at the intersection of Seine territory and Shanlin town smoothly in the morning 4 days later. When Ronan and his 3 companions went to Wushan Castle, they had stopped at this fork in the road. At that time, he was still wondering whether Seine territory would belong to him when he came back again. And now this idea has been successfully realized. Tom. My lord. Please give me your orders. Ronan glanced at Shanlin, then looked at the knights such as Gallo beside him, and said, You should go to Shanlin town immediately to inform Rydar, and ask him to bring all the Shadow Assassins and the captured Territory Knights to Swamp Town. Oh, by the way, let Chahar, Wilson and others come as well. We are going to take over Swamp Town, he added. Although Ronan had asked Viscount Marvin to help control the entrances and exits of Sun Territory in advance. The power from the outside world could only be borrowed temporarily. If he wanted to really take over Sun Territory and maintain the security and defense here, he would have to rely on his own people to quickly carry out the work. Fortunately, for the current Shanlin town, the only enemy has been eliminated. In the entire territory, there are no other potential dangers except the unstable factor of Warcraft. I understand. Tom bowed and responded without delay, and drove his horse directly into the forest and rushed toward Shanlin Castle. Gallo glanced at Tom's departing figure. He wanted to follow him to Shanlin town, but it seems that he will not have the chance this time. I don't know how much change this gentleman has brought to Shanlin town in the second half of last year. Gallo, come with me to Swamp Town. Ronan smiled and said, Lezin's family and some of his knights are here, and the rest is up to you. Gallo came back to his senses. This is my responsibility. Lord Viscount. The distinctive feature of the Sun Territory is that it has swamps of varying sizes, but distributed everywhere. Their existence makes the air humidity here relatively high, and also provides a good growth and habitat environment for many creatures. Baron Layson raised his family's black buffaloes in this swamp. But according to Ronan's understanding of the swamp, it would be a waste of the value of the swamp to just use it as a base for raising buffaloes. Apart from anything else, the peat in the swamp is an excellent organic fertilizer and soil conditioner. However, Ronan only had a preliminary idea of how to develop it, and he needed to understand the specific situation of the swamp town first. Over 2 hills, a winding road leads to the town at the end. The houses in the town don't look much more advanced than those in Shanlin town, but there are more of them, which means that the population here is larger than that in Shanlin town. When Ronan and the others got closer, they could see that some people had already controlled the entrance to the town, and soon a knight galloped out from inside. The knight saw Ronan in the crowd at a glance, mainly because the silver-black eye symbol of the Wushan family was very conspicuous. Furious Snow, the captain of the 9th Knight Squad of Numa City, greets the Viscount of Wubei Territory. Ronan smiled and gestured. The Snow family. Is it the Snow family of Miss Cromie? Yes, sir, Faria said respectfully. Cromie is my sister, but she is not here today. As he spoke, he welcomed Ronan in. And Sue, Moss Tidy, who is responsible for controlling the Shan territory. And Baron Tarun Snow also came out of the town. Moss Tidy, the heir of the Tidy family, looks about the same as Marvin, but he is much taller. Baron Tarun Snow. Ronan didn't know much about him, only knowing that he should have the strength of the silver level. If the horse-herding city wants to form a knight group, this Baron will probably be the leader of the knight group. Meet Viscount Ronan. Both of them dismounted to greet him. Ronan also dismounted, exchanged greetings with the other party, and introduced Gallo. In this situation, Gallo not only seemed to be escorting the prisoners, but also seemed to be helping Ronan take over the Shan territory. After all, everyone has selfish desires. Viscount Marvin took good care of Ronan, but it did not mean that his men could perfectly execute Marvin's orders. If there was a dispute, Gallo would be there to witness it. Fortunately, Ronan's worries were unnecessary, and the people in the horse-herding city were very disciplined. According to Moss, when they first arrived at Sun territory, Fenris, who was stationed in the territory, led his men to resist. Unfortunately, Layson put most of the territory's combat power in the Black Territory, and Fenris had no people under his command. It was easy for Moss and others to break through the defense line and occupy the swamp castle. In the past few days, the people in the horse-herding city, in addition to guarding the main traffic routes here and prohibiting everyone from entering and leaving, did not do other things, such as confiscating property, looting money, supplies, etc. According to Moss, they are only responsible for controlling entry and exit, and other matters are taken over by Roning. Are all of Layson's family members detained? Roning asked as he walked. Moss shook his head. Only Layson's wife and daughter were captured here, and his son Morabi did not return to Swamp Town for the New Year celebration. That's a fish that slipped through the net. Ronan frowned slightly. Gallo, guess where Morabi should be now? Gallo pondered for a moment. Morabi should be a student of Wushan Supernatural Academy. Maybe he is still in Wushan Town at this moment? Wushan Town is located between Wushan City and Black Python City. This town is directly under Wushan Castle, and is guarded by Malonica Taylor, the leader of the Third Knights of Wushan Castle. Ronan shook his head. Morabi must have fled. What happened in Wushan Castle has long been spread, and Morabi should have been able to get the news. If Ronan was Morabi, he would probably flee to the southwest into the Earldom of Hyde, and perhaps hide to avoid disaster. The cultivation talent of Morabi is much worse than Breton's. Even if he is given time to grow, the possibility of becoming his opponent in the future is very small, and it does not pose a threat. If he escaped, he escaped. Ronan didn't care. I just don't know if Orson has contacted Layson privately. If the other party protects Morabi in exchange for Layson not confessing certain crimes or revealing certain information, will Layson agree to it in order to preserve the family bloodline? Of course. This is just his guess. My Lord Viscount. The swamp castle is in front. Moss pointed to the castle in front and said. Ronan looked over. The swamp castle is cleverly rooted in this wetland. Its main structure is made of dark hard stone. Even if it is subjected to the high humidity of the swamp all year round, it is still solid and well maintained. The location of the swamp castle is also very clever. It is located in the middle of a swamp. Only a road leads to the castle gate, and other places are surrounded by water. If there are enough people to defend the castle, it is indeed difficult to capture. Layson is indeed rich and powerful. I'm afraid it's hard to imagine the gold coins spent on building this castle. Ronan walked into the swamp castle with anticipation. Chapter 191 Financial Issues. The guards guarding the swamp castle have all been replaced by members of the Knights of the Horse-Herding City, and the guards of the Shan County have all been detained in the castle prison, together with the Knight Fenris, the wife and daughter of Rayson. Ronan took a rough tour of the manor. Compared with the Hillwood Castle, it is obviously more luxurious. Among other things, there are many magic crystal lamps here, which are rare items in the Hillwood Castle. But the humidity here is a bit heavy, and there are many insects. The castle servants need to take care of it regularly. Otherwise the furniture, clothes, books, etc. will easily mold. After a rough look, Ronan accompanied Gallo in the castle's fortress to conduct a simple interrogation of Rayson's family and the accompanying knights. When Fenris saw that it was Ronan sitting on the main seat, he finally convinced that the Baron Rayson they followed was really finished. It was you, Joffrey, who betrayed Lord Rezin. Fenris, who was tied up by chains, asked with gritted teeth. Joffrey stood beside Ronan. If it weren't for Ronan's special attention, he would probably have died in the prison of Wushan Fort. He didn't have a good impression of Fenris. When Rezin arranged him in the Black Collar tribe, the two had a dispute. Rezin paid the price for his stupidity. It has nothing to do with me, Joffrey said. Fenris, you and I have known each other for a while. I advise you to tell Lord Ronan and Sir Gallo of Wushan Fort about Rezin's relationship with the skull and bones without reservation. In this way, you may be spared some torture. Fenris had a gloomy face and did not continue to pester Joffrey. Instead, he wondered if he could surrender. Would he be accepted by Ronan like Joffrey? With this thought, his tone softened. But he really didn't know what the relationship between Layson and the Skeleton Society was. I don't know, but Ferrodin might know, Fenris said. Last December, Ferrodin left the Sin Territory and returned after a long time. Gallo looked at Ronan. This night, Ferrodin. My people will bring him here, Ronan said. If it's earlier, maybe we'll know tomorrow. Ferrodin was also captured? Fenris was shocked. Lord Layson just went to Wushan Castle to celebrate the new year. What happened in such a short time? Ronan did not stay in the fortress for long. He was not interested in the interrogation, and he did not intend to take in a professional knight like Fenris, who was difficult to control. On the contrary, other knights with weaker strength, even those ordinary guards and archers who made up the knight squad of Shan Territory, were more likely to attract his interest. The cavalry, archers and infantry of Shanlin Town were still in training. If these people of Shan Territory could be perfectly absorbed, the defense of the territory would be much easier to handle. Now he had 6 places under his command: Swamp Town, Shanlin Town, Qingju Village, Zigua Village, Huitu Village and Black Collar Tribe. Swamp Town, needless to say, was the most populous place in Wubei Territory and needed people to guard and maintain it. Shanlin Town was Ronan's base camp, with a large number of farmlands. iron and wood workshops, etc., which also needed people to manage. Zigua village was a sericulture base, and Huetu village was a ceramic base, which could not be abandoned. And Black Collar tribe. He learned from Joffrey that the land of the Black Collar tribe was very fertile, and the yield of crops was very high. Now more than 4,000 acres of land had been reclaimed, and more than 70,000 kilograms of grain had been delivered to Shan territory last year. It can be seen that the Black Collar tribe also has great development value. After counting, it seems that only Qinju village has no great value. Ronan can consider migrating more than 300 people from the Qinju tribe first. Are you the steward of the swamp castle? Ronan found a room at random, and asked Joffrey to bring Layson's steward over. Yes, sir. This is a middle-aged man with short brown hair. He should be very energetic at ordinary times. But after being imprisoned for a few days, he now looks very haggard. Your original owner Layson committed the crime of assassinating a noble, and was deprived of his noble title and territory. Now I, Ronan Wushan, am the new owner of Swamp Town. Tell me about the production, operation and financial situation of Swamp Castle, and I will allow you to continue living on this land. Saline is happy to serve you. Sir, just like when Ronan first entered Shanling Castle, he did not need Layson's servants to serve him, but he could get information about the castle from this group of people. Salen is obviously a qualified steward, and he has a clear grasp of the financial situation of Swamp Town. Take the breeding of black buffaloes for example. He knew the number of cattle in the ranch. There were 82 adult black buffalo bulls, 566 cows, and 164 calves. Ronan roughly estimated that if each cow was sold at an average price of 20 gold coins, he could earn more than 16,000 gold coins if all the cows were sold in a package. Of course, the price of 20 gold coins should be too low. Black buffaloes are large in size, and are good at plowing. A black buffalo of slightly better quality is comparable to an ordinary war horse, so it is not a problem to sell it for 30 gold coins. However, compared with the horse industry in the horse-ragging city, Layson's buffalo business is much smaller, with less than 1,000 cows in total. Ronan plans to distribute some of these cows to Shanlan Town and Haita Village to speed up land reclamation and increase grain harvests. In addition, Ronan learned from Salen that Layson also runs fish, shrimp, and other aquatic businesses. Although it cannot be compared with the aquatic business in Lake Town, it can also generate income every year. In the entire Swamp Town, there are still thousands of gold coins that fall into Layson's pocket every year. The only regret is that there are not many good fields here. In order to maintain the consumption of the population in the territory, Baron Layson needs to buy food from outside. It is for this reason that the other party will set his sights on the Black Collar tribe in the north. The 70,000 kilograms of grain transported from the Black Collar tribe last year saved him a lot of expenses. In addition to this information, Ronan also learned from the other party that the approximate population of Swamp Town is more than 9,800 people. After Wilson came and completed the census, the registered population in Ronan's territory seemed to exceed tens of thousands. Based on the experience of completing the previous fortune and prosperity achievement, Ronan guessed whether he would be able to complete 2 population prosperity achievements at once this time. After all, the second level of this achievement only requires the registered population to reach 5,000, and the third level is likely to be set at 10,000. However, Ronan has not figured out how to complete the attack the city achievement. It stands to reason that he has now occupied the Sin territory, which should be considered completed. But the achievement status has not changed. Ronan guessed that this may have something to do with the word city. Swamp Town is still just a town, not a city. Whether a territory can be called a city is mainly considered from the population. If Swamp Town has a population of tens of thousands, can it be considered a city? Ronan plans to wait until the census of Swamp Town is completed before considering whether to leave some of the thousands of slaves purchased from the Viper Slave Exchange in Swamp Town to make up the population of tens of thousands. It is very important for him at the moment to complete as many achievement tasks as possible and obtain attribute points and energy essence. Chapter 192, Rich Assets. Shanlin Castle. Tom, are you telling the truth? Butler Chahar raised his voice with an expression of disbelief. At this time, Elrin, Irene, David, and the political officer Wilson were all in the house. After hearing the news brought back by Tom, they were surprised and delighted. Butler, I won't joke about such a thing. Tom, who returned to Shaolin Town alone, had expected such a scene. He smiled and told Ronan about his experience in Wushang Castle, the assassination in the Colosseum, the night competition, and forcing Layson to accept the trial. All of this sounded thrilling and exciting. David's eyes were full of jealousy. It would be great if he accompanied him this time. Now Lord Ronan is no longer just the Baron of Shaolin Town, but the Viscount of the entire Wubei territory. Tom drew a big circle with his hand, with Sane territory as the boundary. The entire northern part of Wushang territory is Lord Ronan's territory. Everyone took a breath. Especially Wilson, who had lived here for many years. He didn't know how big the northern part of Wushang territory was. But now it has become Ronan's territory? Lord is really... Wilson felt dizzy and couldn't find words to praise. He had just taken over the government affairs of all villages, including Huitu village, not long ago. He didn't expect that the Lord would have another territory so soon. And it was the Swamp Town that originally belonged to Baron Layson. The population of Swamp Town has exceeded the total of Shaolin Town and its subordinate villages. It can be foreseen that Wilson's work content will be very heavy in the future. But this not only did not dampen Wilson's enthusiasm, but on the contrary, he saw the possibility of climbing up. The Lord has a future. So those who follow the Lord will have an extremely dazzling life in the future as long as they serve the Lord wholeheartedly. It is not impossible to change class as a political official. In fact, not only Wilson saw a bright road, but also Chahar. He wanted to be the butler in the castle since he was a child, and thought it was very difficult to realize this dream. But since he followed Ronan, he not only moved into the castle quickly, but also quickly changed from a close-fitting manservant to a butler. Now, in such a short time, he is going to become the butler of the Viscount. All this happened so dreamy that he didn't dare to believe it. If there were people who were still calm in the hall, it was Elrond and Irene. The former had communicated with Rydar, and knew what the Lord planned to do when he went to Wushang Castle this time. The latter didn't think too much and hadn't realized what Ronan's promotion from Baron to Viscount of Wubei meant. She just thought that Brother Ronan was so powerful, and her eyes were full of stars, seeing everyone immersed in surprise. Elrond reminded Tom, "Let's talk about what the Lord needs us to do." Wilson and Chahar immediately recovered from the surprise. Yes, they had to keep up with the Lord and couldn't slack off. The Lord asked Wilson and Chahar to help him take over Swamp Town. He must be dealing with some things. Tom said, in addition, "I need to notify the commander to escort the assassin and Layson's follower knights to Swamp Town. The knights of Wushang Castle will take them to Wushang City for trial." Elrond nodded. A few days ago, in order to conquer the Black Collar tribe, Reda almost transferred all the knights of Mountain Forest Town. In order to prevent Shadow from escaping, he was transferred to Grey Earth Village for custody. Now this assassin should be imprisoned in the cell of the Black Collar tribe with Faradin and others. After all, Shadow has reached the bronze level and has the ability to be invisible. If he is a little careless, he may escape. Reda knew the importance of this witness, so he transferred him to be detained under his nose. Tom looked at the sky outside. It was still more than an hour before dark. "Then I will go to the Black Collar tribe now and bring this news to the commander. Leave this to me." David stood up. "I have been traveling back and forth between the two places recently and am familiar with the mountain roads." Elrond agreed. "Tom, you should have a good rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, take Wilson, Chahar, and others to Swamp Town." "Okay," Tom agreed with a smile. This way, he would have time to meet his mother Leah and share the fact that he would no longer have to wear a mask. The change of ownership of the territory was a disaster for the people living in the Swamp Castle. Their good days were over. Similarly, the people living in the Swamp Town were in a state of panic because they didn't know how the new lord would treat them. Originally, under the rule of Baron Layson, most of them could make a living by working day and night for the Lord, and many people could save some private property for themselves. Now that the Lord has changed, how will the new Lord treat them? They are deeply worried about their property, safety and future. In order to calm the uneasy mood of the residents of Swamp Town as soon as possible and let them return to normal life faster, Ronan commissioned Thomas and Baron Talon to gather all the residents in Swamp Town the next day. Swamp Town is not like Mountain Town. The proportion of free people here is relatively high. They have many questions, such as what happened to the old lord, the identity of the new lord, how the new lord will treat them, etc. It can be seen that the people in Swamp Town are more active than the residents of Mountain Town. Ronan answered these questions very kindly. He focused on the crimes committed by Layson, so that the residents realized that their former lord was a criminal and sinful. At the same time, in order to further eliminate the panic of the people, Ronan promised not to infringe on the private property of the residents of Swamp Town, and to restore the security environment here as soon as possible, given Ronan's special status as a member of the Wushan family, and the friendly exchanges. The residents of Swamp Town have a basic understanding of the new lord, and their anxiety and fear have been reduced a lot. Next, Ronan will select a group of people from these people to help manage Swamp Town, such as recruiting servants from Swamp Castle, recruiting assistants to political officials, etc. Using local people to manage can enhance stability to a certain extent, as long as a stable environment can be maintained. When these people devote themselves to work, it is not important to them whether the lord is changed or not. My lord Viscount, you are really patient with the people. Moss, who was accompanying Ronan, couldn't help but sigh. In his opinion, the matter of appeasing people's hearts can be left to his subordinates, and as a lord, there is no need to waste time on such things. Anyway, the people will not leave this land unless they have no choice. Initial communication is still necessary, Ronan said with a smile. In this way, the people will feel respected, which can reduce unnecessary misunderstandings and suspicions, and let them quickly return to the normal track of life. Moss nodded thoughtfully. It seems that the upstart in front of him not only has a good talent for cultivation, but also has his own ideas on territory governance. No wonder his father thinks highly of him. At noon, Tom brought Wilson and Chahar to the Swamp Castle, and they were accompanied by 5 political assistants recently trained by Wilson. Since his people have arrived, Ronan began his action. The first thing to do is to take a census, and every household and every person must be registered. Wilson had done this kind of thing many times, and he would know the details clearly without Ronan's reminder. The second thing was to count the assets in the castle, including food, weapons, money, etc. Wushan Castle would not take these assets away, and all of them would go into Ronan's pocket. People say that killing and arson can bring gold belts, and occupying a castle can bring even more wealth, let alone other things. Just take Layson's deposit, which is more than 3,400 gold coins. And this is just cash, not including other materials. Although Ronan spent more than 1,000 gold coins in Wushan City to buy materials for making spell scrolls, relying on the rewards he received in Wushan Castle, the number of gold coins in his space ring actually reached nearly 7,600. Unconsciously, he didn't know that he was so rich. Chapter 193 Plan. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the swamp, dyeing it a warm golden color. From a distance, it looked like a quiet and mysterious painting. A dry hard dirt road crossed 2 bumpy wetlands, inserted into the stone forest, and went straight to the northern woodland. A few years ago, after Layson took over the Black Collar tribe, he built such a road to transport various resources. At this time, Rydar was leading a team of knights, escorting assassins and captives slowly into the swamp town. In the carriage, Faradin was tied up tightly and couldn't move at all. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar scenery in front of him, he finally believed that what Rydar said was true. Baron Layson couldn't come back, and Sean was finished. During all these days as a captive, he had never been as decadent and desperate as he was now. The team slowly crossed this hard dirt road and soon arrived in front of the swamp castle. Looking at the orderly knight squad, Gallo's eyes kept jumping back and forth between Ronan and Retta. He didn't know who was responsible for the fact that Shanlin Town could have such a squad so quickly. Lord Ronan, I see that your men have been equipped with ironwood armor. I wonder when the batch of weapons and equipment promised to us can be delivered to Wushan City. Gallo is the captain of the 1st Knight Squad of Wushan Fort. It was he who signed the order with Ronan. Ronan was still looking at his Knight Squad with great interest, but was suddenly stunned by Gallo's question. He pondered for a moment and immediately said, "Don't worry. There are still more than 3 months left in the 6-month construction period, and it will definitely be completed before the end of April." This is not what Ronan said. On the one hand, there is no war in Wubei territory, and the urgency of its own demand for weapons and armor has decreased. The products produced by the Ironwood Workshop can be used to complete the orders first. On the other hand, Ronan now has so many more laborers, and a little allocation to the Ironwood Workshop can greatly increase the production capacity. At that time, not only can Gallo's order be completed, but it can even start to sell to the outside world through the caravan of the Ironhoof family. My lord. While the two were talking, Retta had already turned over and dismounted. He came to Ronan and saluted respectfully, and reported at the same time, "The Shadow Assassin and the 5 Knights of Ferrodin under Laysan have been escorted here by me." Ronan nodded, patted Retta's shoulder with great trust. "Well done." While talking, Ronan noticed that Retta's practice progress reached 26/800, which was the result of his own practice. Ronan did not use any energy essence for Retta. Of course, Ronan did not add points for Macken during this period. Now, Macken has only reached 4/1500 through his own practice. In the same period of time, Retta has increased his progress by 26 points, while Macken has only increased his progress by 4 points. In other words, if he relies purely on his own practice, Retta's progress speed is 6 times that of Macken. Sure enough, the difference between the Scorching Sun qualification and the Golden qualification can still be reflected in the practice speed. After Ronan greeted Horn, Ginny and others who came with him, he began to hand over the criminals. After successfully handing over Shadow, Ferrodin and others to Gallo, Ronan had nothing to do with Laysan's trial, and the rest of the matter was handled by Washenbeo. In addition to the handover of criminals, the defense of Swamp Town also needs to be taken over by Ronan's people. After all, Moss and Baron Talon of the horse-herding city only came to help, and Ronan did not pay for the assistance. It was not appropriate to let them stay in Swamp Town for too long. That night, a simple but sumptuous dinner was held in the Swamp Castle. It was mainly to thank Gallo, Moss and Baron Talon for their care during this period of time, and also for tomorrow's farewell. After the dinner, Ronan summoned his knights in the study. After occupying the Black Collar tribe, Magician Jenny was responsible for the census. Retta handed over the census results of the Black Collar tribe. "This is the list of people in the Black Collar tribe. Thank you for your hard work, Jenny," Ronan said. Jenny bowed slightly, maintaining enough humility. "My lord, don't be so polite. This is what I should do." Ronan spread out the parchment, and the beautiful handwriting clearly recorded the personnel situation of the Black Collar tribe. The Black Collar tribe has a total of 1,270 people, the largest population among the 4 wild tribes. As of now, although the population census of Swamp Town has not been completed, the number of people registered by Ronan has reached more than 4,400. After the population census of Swamp Town is completed, the population will definitely exceed 10,000. "What is the current situation of the Black Collar tribe?" Ronan asked. "The situation is now under stable control, but perhaps because of the continuous change of leaders, the nerves of the people over there are tense." Ronan nodded slowly. "Joffrey, you were the leader of the Black Collar tribe before. When things here are over, you will go back to the Black Collar tribe to calm their emotions." Joffrey bowed and responded, "Yes, sir." Ronan turned to ask a question he was more concerned about. What about the casualties in this attack on the Black Collar tribe? After all, this was the first war in which all the troops participated, so there would definitely be casualties. The casualties this time were very small. Rydar reported truthfully. 1 cavalryman was killed and 2 infantrymen were killed. The cavalrymen were new recruits from Shanlin Town, and the infantrymen were guards, who followed you from Wushan Castle earlier. In addition, 12 people were injured. However, after so many days, the wounded have gradually recovered. Ronan breathed a sigh of relief, as he could still accept such casualty figures. A pension of 1 gold coin should be paid to each of the dead. Ronan thought for a while and said, "I will entrust Gal to pass on the 2 guards from Wushan Castle to their families." In order to gather troops, Ronan promised in Wushan Castle that as long as they were willing to follow him to Shanlin Town, they would be given a pension of 1 gold coin if they died in battle. This is not considered a breach of promise. In addition to the pension, the families of the fallen soldiers will also enjoy tax relief. Exempt their families from labor service in the next 5 years, and they only need to pay half of the taxes. Ronan looked at Rydal and Wilson. "If you recruit new soldiers in the future, this item can be informed in advance." "Yes, sir." Ronan glanced at everyone. "Although it is a happy thing for me to become the Viscount of Wubei territory this time, I hope everyone will not relax their nerves in the joy. After all, this is just the beginning. Let's not talk about the external environment for the time being. Wubei territory needs to develop and grow, and there are still many things waiting for them to do." But this sentence made everyone's eyes light up. Among this group of people, James and Horn wanted to restore the glory of their ancestors. Joffrey, Baburin and others wanted to get rid of their wild identity and build a career. David and others wanted to become canonized knights. Chahar wanted to be a butler. And Wilson also wanted to improve his class. They are all people with dreams. Now that Ronan has given them hope, they will naturally not miss it. Follow the adults until death. Ronan was very satisfied with this reaction. He smiled and said, "Starting tomorrow, McKen, you will be responsible for training the guards and taking over the defense of Swamp Town. Rydar, the training of new recruits will continue. We need more soldiers to patrol Wubei territory." Rydar nodded. "My lord, there are still cavalry, infantry and archers surviving in Layson's night squad, and they are now under the care of the Black Territory. As long as these people choose to surrender, they can stay and continue to be used," Ronan said. "It takes a lot of energy and time to train an ordinary person into a qualified soldier. Although this group of people once pledged allegiance to Layson, he is no longer with them. As long as they obey orders and follow commands, Ronan does not mind continuing to use them." "I understand, sir. In fact, Rydal also planned to keep them here. There is one more important thing," Ronan said. "In the future, the movement between Swamp Town, Forest Town, Grey Earth Village, and Black Collar Village will be very frequent. In order to ensure the safety of the road, we must organize cavalry to patrol the routes along the way. And at the same time, we must clear the dangers in time after discovering them. Communication between villages is inevitable. Apart from anything else, Wilson needs to take his assistants and the village chiefs of each village to other places to guide agricultural planting. In addition, communication between villagers, intermarriage, food transportation, and the transportation of silk and porcelain produced later all require a safe route. Now that there are no enemies in Wubbling, the matter of forming a hunter team mentioned before should be put on the agenda." Ronan said, "We will try to clear all the dangerous points around Swamp Town, Forest Town and several villages as soon as possible." Chapter 194 Continuous Achievements. Early the next morning, Galil escorted a group of prisoners back to Wushan Castle. After returning this time, with witnesses, the crime committed by Layson should be undisputable. However, it is foreseeable that it will be very difficult to eradicate the Skull and Bone Society through Layson. Although these days, Rydal has interrogated Ferredin and learned that Layson contacted the Skull and Bone Society through Viscount Teeny of the Purple Thunder Territory. But it is unlikely to drag the Purple Thunder Territory into the water based on Ferredin's explanation alone. First of all, the Purple Thunder family has an extraordinary status. Viscount Teeny himself is a powerful knight, and his daughter is married to Barrington, and his grandson is the heir of the High family. Secondly, verbal accusations are too unconvincing. In the absence of other evidence, Viscount Teeny can completely say that this is a rumor and slander by Ferredin, and he can just refuse to admit it, unless Layson can provide evidence that Viscount Teeny cannot deny at all. However, in the communication with Purple Thunder Territory, Viscount Teeny did not give Layson anything substantial. Even in the assassination of Ronan, the other party only delivered the message verbally through Ferredin, and even the verbal message was only one sentence, without any specific details. Regarding the matter of Purple Thunder Territory, Ronan only reminded Galil of friendship. As for how to judge Layson in the future, and how to track down the Skull and Bone Society, these are things that Wushan Castle needs to consider. After Galil left, Moss and Baron Talon of the horse-herding city also said goodbye. Their mission was actually completed when Ronan arrived at the Swamp Castle. The reason why they stayed here for 2 more days was entirely out of the friendship of the Ironhoof family. Now that Ronan's men have taken over the defense here, they have no reason to stay any longer. After sending the 2 groups of guests away, Ronan spent the next 2 days or more on patrol. And thus, he got to know more about this territory. The territory of Shan is actually a swamp. The south, west and north sides are surrounded by high or low forests, in addition to a road in the southwest corner leading to the outside world. The only traffic is the small road in the north leading to the Black Collar tribe. Going east from the swamp town is flat, but the wet ground, coupled with large and small lakes, rivers, quagmires, and dangerous creatures that often appear, make it difficult for people to move. And even if you go east through the swamp, you can only reach the seaside, where there are no human cities. So over the years, the area where Lei Sin and his subjects have been active is estimated to be around hundreds of square kilometers around the swamp town. Swamp Town is located in the southwest corner of the entire Shan territory. And this location is much more convenient to the outside world. The area where the subjects in the town live is basically concentrated in this place. On the one hand, the land in the south is drier and more suitable for living than the wet swamp mud. On the other hand, the only 67,000 mu of arable land in Swamp Town is concentrated in this area. So it is convenient for farmers to work here. When Luo Ning heard that Swamp Town had reclaimed nearly 70,000 mu of arable land, he was happy. After all, up to now, Shanlin Town has only reclaimed more than 30,000 mu of land. And Swamp Town is more than twice that of Shanlin Town. But when he thought about the population of Swamp Town and the per acre grain yield in this world, the smile on Luo Ning's face disappeared. More than 60,000 acres of arable land sounds like a lot. But in fact, if all of it is cultivated, the harvested grain can barely feed the tens of thousands of people in Swamp Town. The reason is that the grain yield is too low. In the years that Layson has been running Swamp Town, although he has been running the black buffalo industry based on the swamp, and at the same time cooperating with the development of aquatic products, fishing and hunting so that he does not have to worry about not having money to buy food outside, the problem of insufficient arable land has always existed. Moreover, Layson wants to quickly expand the population of Swamp Town, and this problem must be solved. But he did not find a solution. Or he did not think about turning the swamp into arable farmland. Perhaps for Layson, instead of turning the swamp into arable land, it is better to directly raise fish and shrimp, which can be used as food when hungry, and can also be sold for money to exchange for other materials. So after many years of entanglement, he turned his attention to outside the Shan territory. And then he joined forces with Prince to seize the food of the mountain forest town, and subjugate Joffrey to occupy the Black Territory tribe. Ronan rode on the cloud-stepping horse, looking at the vast but flat swamp, and couldn't help sighing, Layson, you really don't know what treasure is. There are many areas in this swamp that belong to low-lying swamps. The surface of this kind of swamp is flat and low-lying, and its peat layer is relatively thin and rich in nutrients. The peat in the swamp can be mined and used as organic fertilizer. This vast swamp is like a huge, natural organic fertilizer base for Ronan. Moreover, low-lying swamps like this can become fertile farmland once the water is drained. Layson was completely unaware of this, and instead took the risk to invade other nobles' territories, which was a bit of a waste of time. Ronan believed that as long as these organic fertilizers were used reasonably, combined with the planting techniques he taught Wilson and others, the grain output of Swamp Town would definitely increase compared with previous years. Before spring plowing, let Wilson organize people to mine peat to fertilize the farmland. Ronan turned his horse's head and ended his inspection of the territory, returning to Swamp Castle in the afterglow of the sunset. Master, Wilson has been waiting in the study for a long time. Butler Chahar has adapted to the new environment. In the past 2 days, he has managed Swamp Castle in an orderly manner, and even the newly recruited servants have begun training. How is the new castle? Ronan asked casually. Chahar explained unabashedly, it's more spacious, more majestic, and more solid than Shanlin Castle. Sir, perhaps this place is more suitable for your status. The Viscount of Wubei territory must have a decent castle to live in, and Shanlin Castle is really a bit shabby. I will consider moving. Ronan understood what the butler meant, but many of his craftsmen and industries were arranged in Shanlin Town, and in terms of living environment, he still preferred Shanlin Castle. While the two were talking, they had already arrived at the spacious living room, where the political officer Wilson and his assistant were waiting. Sir, you are finally back. Wilson and others hurriedly stood up and saluted. Ronan smiled and signaled everyone not to be too restrained. You came to me? Is the census completed? Yes, sir. Wilson took a pile of parchment on the table and handed it to Ronan respectfully. A total of 9,856 people in Swamp Town are all registered. Please take a look. Ronan's eyes lit up, and the population of Swamp Town did not disappoint him. Well done, everyone. As Ronan took the parchment, 2 lines of text jumped in his sight. Population prosperity achievement achieved. Attribute points plus 100. Energy and spirit plus 200. Population prosperity achievement achieved. Attribute points plus 150. Energy and spirit plus 300. Chapter 195 Promotion. With the completion of this census, the number of people under Ronan's rule has reached more than 14,000. meeting the requirements of 5,000 and 10,000 population stipulated in the second and third levels of the prosperous population achievement. Just like completing the lucky fortune achievement twice at one time. Roding also received 2 rewards at one time this time, as the 2 lines of prompt text disappeared from his sight. Roding's attribute points and energy essence increased by 250 and 500 points respectively. He did not check the attribute panel immediately, but carefully flipped through the parchment in his hand and read the statistical information. From the perspective of population structure, Swamp Town and Mountain Forest Town have something in common. The population over 50 years old accounts for less than 5%, and the population under 30 years old accounts for nearly 60%. It can be seen that the population of Swamp Town is still very healthy and full of vitality. I believe that as long as there is sufficient food security and childbirth is encouraged, the population here should be able to grow. In addition, judging from the identities and occupations of the people, there are not many serfs in the Swamp Town. Most of them are free tenants, and the rest are free people. However, no matter what their identities are, they will be dependent on the Lord if they live here. Among this group of people, there are farmers, herders, hunters, etc., and there are many kinds of people. With a larger population, there are naturally more people who know carpentry and masonry. Wilson, there are a few things you need to do. Wilson sat upright. Sir, please tell me. I will do my best. First of all, you need to assign these carpenters to the iron and wood workshop to speed up the production of iron and wood weapons and armor. The order for Washenbeo will expire in 3 months, and I don't want to delay the construction period. Secondly, these masons must be used. Shanlin Town, Huetu Village and Haita Village will be the key areas for future development. There will be more and more people there, and it is necessary to build more houses. Finally, there are those who can play with mud. Some of them will be transferred to Jim. The ceramic workshop is the focus of future development. In addition, blacksmiths must be integrated. There are many arable lands waiting for us to reclaim in Wubei territory. The production of curved plows and farm tools must be accelerated. With more people, only when they work together can they exert greater power. Wilson wrote down these things one by one, thinking of letting these people leave their hometown where they have lived for many years. He was a little embarrassed. Sir, what if these people are not willing to go to Shanlin Town or other villages? Roding raised his eyebrows. I not only pay them wages, but also arrange their food and accommodation. Why don't they want to? Tell them that as long as they work for me wholeheartedly, I will reward them with land. A serf can get 10 acres of land as long as he works hard for Ronin for 10 years. This is an incentive policy set before, and it is still applicable here. And taking the Swamp Town as an example, there is a lack of arable land here, and the importance of land to the people can be imagined. Now the Lord has provided them with a way to obtain land, which is a great thing for them. Wilson nodded quickly. They will definitely be grateful for your kindness. Sir, kindness, in fact, is not really. It just gives these people a goal to move forward. After all, even if the land is divided in the end, the property rights still belong to Ronin. The only difference is that the farmers can cultivate the land freely and pay less grain. Spring plowing is coming soon. Roding looked at Wilson and his 5 assistants and began to arrange the spring plowing plan. First of all the 60,000 acres of land in Swamp Town must be cultivated this time. Before sowing, it is necessary to ensure that peat is mined to supplement the fertilizer of the fields. Fertilizing tens of thousands of acres of land is a huge project. At that time, I am afraid that except for the grazing and breeding personnel, other laborers will be involved. But for Ronin, whether Wubei territory can be self-sufficient in food this year depends on this spring plowing, and it is worthwhile to invest more people. After spring plowing, it is land reclamation. Ronin plans to divide Swamp Town into several villages and form land reclamation teams based on villages. Finally, rewards will be given to villages and individuals with outstanding performance based on the results of land reclamation, so as to further enhance the enthusiasm of the people in the territory to develop the territory. Wilson, do you remember the last time I mentioned the matter of political affairs to you? Wilson's breathing stagnated, and then became a little hurried. He clearly remembered that the Lord had said that he would appoint him as the president of government affairs after the government affairs of the northern savage tribes were handled and the government officials were appointed. But the situation is different now. Now the Lord's territory not only includes all the savage tribes, but also a swamp town. When he thought of this, Wilson's eyes became a little eager. Roning smiled and said, "Congratulations, Wilson. From now on you are the president of government affairs of Wubei Territory." Since becoming a government official, Wilson didn't say how well he did his job, but at least he met Roning's requirements. Moreover, as he became more and more skilled in handling government affairs, the other party did not slack off, but was very active. This attitude deserves recognition, since his attitude is very good and his ability meets the requirements. There is no problem in promoting Wilson. "Thank you, sir." Wilson was so excited that he cried and knelt on one knee to express his loyalty. From a political officer to a political director, the salary increased fivefold, which was only secondary. The main thing was that he was recognized, which indicated that he could go further in the future. His experience immediately attracted the envy of the 5 assistants. Their boss and their master were promoted. When would it be their turn? Luo Ning smiled slightly. Promoting people is naturally to motivate people, he said to the 5 assistants, after Wilson becomes the political director. Shanlin Town, Swamp Town, and other villages will have vacancies for political officers. This is your opportunity. The assistants were immediately excited. This is indeed an opportunity for them. And when Wubbling becomes bigger and stronger, and has several small towns with populations like Swamp Town, Luo Ning will also need to appoint officials such as business, taxation, and finance. This emerging land is full of opportunities. It depends on whether these young assistants can seize the opportunities. Next, Roning continued to convey to Wilson and others the subsequent coordinated promotion of spring plowing and land reclamation. "Okay, that's it for today. You can come to me anytime if you have any questions." Roning waved his hand to see the guests off, picked up the parchment at hand, and said, "In addition, let this person named Pearson come to see me tomorrow morning." The parchment clearly read, "Pearson, the leader of the Swamp Town caravan. Roning can indeed use the caravan of the Tidy family in Muma City to sell iron and wood weapons, and even silk and porcelain in the future. But this does not mean that he does not need to form his own caravan. On the contrary, when the business of Wubei Territory really takes off in the future, it is very necessary to have his own caravan. To form a caravan, you naturally have to find someone who knows how to trade. It is too unrealistic to randomly find a farmer who can only farm to sell things. If you don't do it well, you may lose money and help others to shout. There is no such candidate in Shanlin Town. But Pearson in Swamp Town meets Roning's requirements. As long as Pearson is capable and willing to work for Roning, it doesn't matter even if the caravan he leads has served Layson before. As a businessman, the pursuit of profit is the fundamental. Chapter 196 Improvement. Ronin opened his attribute panel only after Wilson and others left. Level 4 Bronze Knight, 344/800. For Great Magician, 0 out of 1200. Attribute points, 564 Energy Essence, 1941. It is now the 15th of January. The 2 warm gift packages before this month brought him 40 and 50 attribute points and Energy Essence respectively, in addition to the sign-in at other times, and the newly obtained achievement rewards. His current attribute points and Energy Essence have increased to a very impressive number again. More than 500 attribute points are enough for me to max out the night level. He did not delay, and directly consumed all the attribute points. Level 4 Bronze Knight, 800/800. For Great Magician, 108/1200. In an instant, the mysterious energy that was generated for no reason entered Ronin's body, and was absorbed by all his internal organs. Luo Ning only felt his heartbeat was beating vigorously, and the blood was flowing more rapidly in his body. As long as he was willing, he seemed to be able to release endless power. At the same time, the improvement of mental power also made Luo Ning's 5 senses more acute. He could clearly feel the touch of the wind blowing across his skin, hear the birds singing in the distance, and everything around him seemed to become clear. Luo Ning stood up, picked up the Luyan sword, and came to the yard outside the house. He performed the 4th level fighting skills and magic without hesitation, quickly diluting the pleasure brought by the rapid improvement. Chahar, who was waiting in the distance with a kettle and a towel, found that he didn't know when he started, and he was completely unable to evaluate the strength level of the Lord. After a while, Roning stopped practicing, wiped the sweat, and said to Chahar, "Go inform Rydell. I have something to find him. The energy essence has accumulated to nearly 2,000 points, and it's time to consume it." Considering his own low strength and the dangers around him, Roning invested all his energy essence in McKin, which allowed him to skip the bronze level and become a silver knight directly. But now the situation is a little different. Roning's own strength has improved. As a bronze peak knight and a great magician, it is not common for him to have enemies who can make him powerless. Whether it is a monster or an assassin, at least in his own territory, he can move freely without the protection of anyone. Therefore, Roning's dependence on McKinn has decreased a lot. On the contrary, when the territory develops later, Rydell will become more and more important. In addition, the commander has made great contributions in this expedition to the Black Collar tribe, even if the energy essence is regarded as a reward. It is time for Roning to give Rydell some. In addition to Retta, there must also be a plan to improve Elrond's ability. After all, whether Lowlands can be cured is closely related to the level of this light magician. My lord, you are looking for me. That night, Retta came to Ronan's room. How was the inspection of Swamp Town these 2 days? Ronan asked. The public security problem in Swamp Town is more serious than that in Mountain Town. On the one hand, there are many people here and the living area is very concentrated. On the other hand, the Lord has just changed. Some people may think that the new Lord is easy to talk to, so they deliberately bully their neighbors and cause trouble these days. Ronan noticed this problem, so he asked McKinn to take charge of the public security here with cavalry and infantry, and arrest all those who quarreled and fought, and put them to work. In addition to public security issues, there are also threats to survival. The swamp is not peaceful, and dangerous wild beasts and magic beasts may exist. The hunter team formed by Retta is responsible for this kind of problem. In the past 2 days, I have led the knights to search the dangerous areas reported by the people. Retta reported 3 of them did not find any danger, and in another place, a 3-meter-long crocodile was found. We have killed it and carried it back. Ronan raised his eyebrows. The 3-meter-long crocodile is not big, but it is still a threat to the people who raise and fish in the swamp. Is it a magic beast? No. It's just an ordinary beast. Retta shook his head and added, Ginny knocked it out with 2 water arrows. Ginny is a water magician. The environment of the swamp town is very good for her, which has greatly improved her speed in meditation and refining mana. If Ronan builds a new city somewhere else later, Ginny can take over Swamp Town. Sir, after we finish clearing Swamp Town in a few days, I will take the knights to act separately. Rydell reported, Joffrey will lead a group of people back to Shanlin Town to clear from the Ironwood Workshop to Wushan, and I will lead the rest of the people to the north from the Black Collar tribe. Ronan nodded. Nighthorn and Joffrey both mentioned that many people from the former Wildling tribe died in the woods further north. Whether there is danger there, or there are other situations, Ronan's people need to explore. Now that Wubei territory is Roning's territory, it's time to go out and walk around. Okay. You'll be responsible for these things. If the prey is a monster, you can give it to me. If it's an ordinary beast, you can divide it among yourselves. Although ordinary beast leather can also sell for some money, the price is limited, and Roning doesn't lack that little gold. Yes, sir. Rydell agreed with a smile. I really want to use that crocodile skin to make a small leather armor. Roning smiled but said nothing. Although his 3 subordinates were all summoned, they were all living people with their own personalities, not NPCs, and it was normal for them to have their own ideas. You can ask Chahar to help with this matter, or you can ask Tom's mother, Ms. Leah, to do it. Ronan smiled and said, Anyway, you have a salary every month. If you have money, why worry about not being able to find people to work for you? That's right, sir. Rydell smiled and said, I just hope there will be more caravans coming in and out of the territory, so that it will be more convenient for us to buy things. There will definitely be caravans. Swamp Town is not as remote as Mountain Town, and merchants will definitely be willing to come. And we will also form a caravan. If you have anything special you want to buy in the future, you can also entrust our caravan to buy it on your behalf. Or take a leave and go to the horse-herding city to buy it yourself. The 2 of them exchanged some more, and Ronan found that Rydell really knew a lot about commanding and governing the territory, and it was worth his investment. He looked at the other party's cultivation progress, which was now 29/800, basically +1 every day. There is another thing I asked you to come here this time. Ronan pulled the topic back from training archers. Rydell stopped talking and looked at the Lord, thinking that he had something to arrange. Unexpectedly, a mysterious energy descended on him, making his fighting spirit and blood all active, just like boiling water. What is this? In such a long time since he was summoned, Rydar has never experienced the pleasure of adding points. This is his first time. I will first increase your strength to the silver level. While explaining, Ronan invested 771 energy essences in Rydar, allowing him to directly surpass the peak of bronze and successfully promoted to a silver knight. But as the level was promoted, mysterious silver-white lines appeared on Rydar's body surface, which was the sign of the knight's promotion to silver. It's amazing. Rydar clenched his fists, his knuckles crackling. Within a breath, my skin and internal organs have been incredibly strengthened. He had heard from Makin and Elrin that the Lord had such a magical ability, but today was his first time experiencing it, and it still felt incredible. Ronan asked with satisfaction, Rydar, do you have the confidence to challenge the gold level? At the beginning, Rydar defeated the bronze level Layson with the strength of a senior knight, and he was a higher level. Rydar listened to this, closed his eyes, and thought for a moment. This breakthrough naturally awakened a memory, which was helpful for his combat power and daily training. When he opened his eyes again, he shook his head. In the current state, it is difficult, unless the opponent is not good at fighting. Ronan nodded slightly. Gold Knights usually have been fighting for decades. Of course, there are some who are not good at fighting, but they are not many. Most of them are quite capable. It is indeed difficult for Riedel, a knight who has just entered the silver level, to challenge them. It doesn't matter. Time is on our side. Ronan was not discouraged by this. If he really wanted Riedel to win the gold, he would just put all the remaining 1170 energy essence into it. It's just that the current Wubei territory does not have such an urgent need for gold knights. After all, it is a very rare thing for a Viscount territory with a population of less than 20,000 to have 2 silver knights at the same time. Chapter 197 Caravan. The rising sun brings new vitality to the new day. Wilson, the political officer. No. He got up early. After he quickly washed up, he took only 2 pieces of bread and hurriedly left the swamp castle with his assistant, ready to start a new day of busyness. The air was humid, and even had a faint smell of mud, but Wilson felt it was very fresh. He took a deep breath and let the air of the swamp town enter his chest, which was really intoxicating. Political officer. Good morning. Salen, who was waiting outside the castle gate, came forward and greeted Wilson respectfully. A few days ago, Ronan dismissed Salen from the position of political officer of Swamp Town, and prepared to make him an ordinary citizen. However, in the subsequent territory inspection and understanding of the political affairs of Swamp Town, Salen's professionalism won Ronan's favor again. In addition, he has been wholeheartedly assisting Wilson in taking over the political affairs here in the past few days, and has also won Wilson's praise. So Ronan let him continue to handle the political affairs. However, Salen did not return to his post, but temporarily served as a minor government official, 1 level higher than an assistant, and his specific work was arranged by Wilson. Mr. Salen, Lord Wilson is no longer a government official. The assistant beside him whispered, yesterday evening, the Lord has appointed Mr. Wilson as the head of government affairs in Wubei territory. Head of government affairs? Salen was a little surprised. He had never heard of this official title, but combined with the meaning of the assistant's words, he knew that this position should be an upgraded version of the government official. Congratulations, sir, he quickly said with a serious face. Wilson smiled. This is all because of the Lord's kindness. It is your kindness and trust that made me who I am today. He turned around and bowed to the castle. Praise the Lord. The boss took the lead in saluting, and the others followed suit. Wilson actually enjoyed this feeling. He didn't expect that one day he would have a younger brother around him. It was the wisest decision in his life to muster up the courage to apply for the position of political officer at Hillwood Castle. After coming to his senses, Wilson led his men to slowly leave the swamp castle, saying as they walked, Selen, you have good abilities and are very familiar with the government affairs of Swamp Town. Although you are a minor official now, as long as you serve the Lord sincerely, it is not impossible for you to serve as the political official of Swamp Town again. Selen shook his head bitterly. The Lord will not let me be a political official. After all, I have been loyal to Baron Layson. The Lord is kind. Wilson emphasized Selen. Don't look at Lord Ronan with a secular perspective. The knight Tom who went to the horse ranch. You know. Right? Selen thought about it and nodded. I remember that he was one of the first knights to come to Swamp Town with the Lord. Yes. Wilson said. Tom once worked for Rayson, and even drew his sword against the Lord. But the Lord not only did not kill him, but gave him a chance to follow him. Now Tom not only has the Lord's trust, but is even valued by the Lord. At this point, he looked at Seelan and said earnestly, "So, work hard. The opportunity is in front of you. It depends on whether you can grasp it." Saran's eyes flickered. He didn't expect Tom's experience to be so wonderful. Moreover, isn't this similar to his experience? If Tom can be reused, why can't he? "I will." He believed Wilson's words. "Uh-huh. Good." Wilson laughed and said, "Then let's assign the craftsmen in Swamp Town according to the list today." On the other side, Ronan, who had gotten up and washed up, was enjoying breakfast. Bread, milk, boiled prawns, and fresh vegetables from Swamp Town. Although the taste is average, it is balanced in nutrition and easy to eat. "Master, do you need me to notify Galen and Bella from Shanlin Town to come over?" Chahar asked softly, while respectfully handing over the towel for wiping his mouth. Although Swamp Castle has recruited new servants, it has not recruited close male and female servants. So Chahar has been serving for the past 2 days. But Chahar also has things to do during the day, and is often away. He is worried that no one will take good care of the Lord. "No. I will go back to Shanlin Town in a few days." Ronan took the towel and wiped his mouth. "I heard that Carl's iron-making technology and Jim's kiln have made progress, but I haven't had time to see them yet." He handed the towel back. "Has the man named Pearson come?" "He has arrived a long time ago. I have asked him to wait in the living room for a long time," Chahar replied. Pearson, a tall and lean middle-aged man, was waiting in the living room at this time. Although the servant of the Swamp Castle poured him a glass of water, he did not dare to drink it easily, because he did not know why the new lord asked him to come here. Should he be held accountable for his service to Layson? Or should he be allowed to continue serving Swampburg like Saran did? Pearson hoped for the latter. Over the years, he had gotten used to traveling around with the caravan of Swampburg and selling goods. If he was asked to give up this career and pick up a hoe to till the land, to be honest, he would not be able to adapt. Footsteps sounded, and Pearson stood up like a spring. He turned his head and looked at the young man walking towards him with both nervousness and expectation. Silver hair and black pupils, the symbol of the Wushan family. He bowed deeply. "Meet the Viscount." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Pearson." Ronan raised his hand. "Please sit down." Pearson sat down nervously, his back straight, and asked carefully, "I wonder what instructions the Lord has for notifying me to come here." "Don't be nervous." Ronan's tone was very gentle. He knew that many people in the town felt pressured in front of him. After all, he did not use peaceful means to replace Layson. "I heard that you have been leading the caravan in Swamp Town. I want to hear about your experience." Pearson secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Lord was not here to cause trouble for him, and he seemed to be able to smell the opportunity here. Next, Pearson talked about his work content over the years. There are basically only 2 types of things sold in Swamp Town: black buffalo and aquatic products. For the sale of black buffalo, Layson is usually responsible for the lead. After all, only nobles can afford and buy in bulk. Pearson is mainly responsible for transportation and care work to ensure that the goods can be delivered to customers smoothly. For the sale of aquatic products, it is different. High-end fish and shrimp are monopolized by the Green family in Lake Town, and the targets of the smuggled goods in Swamp Town are generally ordinary people living in the town. Ronan couldn't help but wonder if Layson had business considerations when he attacked the Green family before. Pearson is mainly responsible for the sale of aquatic products. According to him, he has established cooperation with many merchants from other places over the years. Swamp Town can sell both fresh and dried aquatic products. "Sir, according to previous statistics, Swamp Town has an income of 300 to 400 gold coins in smuggled goods such as fish and shrimp every year." After introducing his work, Pearson decided to recommend himself. "Swamp Town needs a caravan, and I am willing to serve you." Ronan nodded with great satisfaction. Although he has a lot of money in his hands now, he doesn't earn much from business. Swamp Town has an income of 300 to 400 gold coins every year just by selling aquatic products, which is very considerable for a baron. Ronan will naturally not give up this income. "I do need a caravan." Ronan looked at Pearson. "I also recognize your ability, so I think we can talk about the remuneration of you and your caravan members next." The other party has a ready-made sales channel, so Ronan does not need to give up Pearson and rebuild a caravan. As for whether the other party will embezzle the sales money, there is no need to think too much about this issue. There are records before each shipment. Even if the other party can get a little extra money, it is the other party's ability. Business and sales are not so clean. For Ronan, as long as there is enough money in his account, it will be fine. But there is still one thing to consider. Pearson is just an ordinary person, and his men are also ordinary people. If you transport valuables, such as selling black buffalo in bulk, or selling silk, porcelain and other things in the later stage, it is not good without a knight to escort the team. When the time is right, you need to find a professional knight to serve as a transport officer or something like that. Chapter 198 Big Expenses. Ronan and Pearson chatted for a long time. On the one hand to learn more about the operation of the caravan, and on the other hand to determine the remuneration and expenses of the caravan members. In short, all the consumables of the caravan are provided by Ronan, such as pack horses and vehicles for transportation, rations for people and livestock on the road, etc. Pearson and his men are responsible for visiting customers, promoting products, and promoting cooperation. There is no such thing as bonus commission in this world. So Ronan gave all members of the caravan a fixed remuneration. As the manager of the caravan, Pearson's daily salary reached 20 copper coins, and his 9 deputies had an average of 5 copper coins per day. Compared with the period of Layson, Ronan increased Pearson's salary by 3 copper coins and each of his deputies by 1 copper coin. Such a salary level is already very considerable. You should know that Wilson's daily salary during his tenure as a political official was only 10 copper coins. However, there is a reason why they can get such a high reward. After all, the caravan brings 300 or 400 gold coins to the territory every year, and they have made a lot of efforts. This is a wonderful morning. Standing on the steps in front of the drawbridge of the castle, Pearson swept away the anxiety and uneasiness when he came, and the whole person recovered his former spirit. He didn't expect that he could gain the trust of the new lord so easily. Not only did he let him continue to manage the caravan in Swamp Town, but he also increased his salary, which made him look forward to the future more. Although the lord is young and kind, he is not as bad as the rumors outside. Obviously, Pearson's understanding of Ronan is still in the early version, and he knows nothing about what the new lord has done recently. He just made such a judgment based on his own feelings. Pearson could feel from the communication just now that this young lord was not simple, and his kindness was just to make you serve him more attentively. If he and his caravan did anything out of line, they would definitely be punished. But Pearson had a clear understanding of himself. He was just a businessman attached to the lord. Without the support of the lord, he was nothing. We have to gather those little guys to get ready to work. Pearson did not stop and strode out of the castle. Next, he and his men will complete the first task assigned by the lord. Not sales, but procurement. First, in order to cope with the next land reclamation work, Ronan plans to purchase 3,000 kilograms of wrought iron to make plowshares and various labor tools. Secondly, the cultivated land in Swamp Town, Mountain Forest Town, and several villages has reached 100,000 acres. And barley and wheat cannot be planted all of them. The diversity of food must also be considered. So this time, Luoning also planned to purchase crops such as peas, lentils, and onions. They can not only enrich people's food, but beans can also be used as excellent feed to feed war horses. The last and most important thing is that he needs to purchase food. The grain harvested in Shanlin town last autumn was self-sufficient, but after barely distributing it to the 4 villages in the north, it was no longer able to support the food of the thousands of slaves who were about to arrive, let alone support Swamp Town. According to Chahar's statistics in the past 2 days, before today's autumn harvest, Swamp Town had a food gap of at least 300,000 kilograms. Although the people need to spend money or labor to buy from him, he needs to pay for the purchase from outside. 300,000 kilograms of food will cost at least 900 gold coins, plus the cost of wrought iron and seeds. Almost 1,200 gold coins are gone. After all, Ronan admires Layson a little bit. After all, it seems that he has spent a lot of energy to support such a large swamp town. If Ronan didn't have enough money, he really didn't know where to get money to buy food. Of course, 300,000 kilograms of food is not something you can buy just like that. First, it is not easy to store food here. And second, he is not so bold as to give Pearson thousands of gold coins at a time. Pearson bought the wrought iron and seeds, And the main thing about food this time is to contact the purchase channel. When it comes to buying food later, Roning will arrange a few knights to bring soldiers with him, so as to ensure the safety of money and food. With more people, the cost will be higher. Roning stood on the tower overlooking the town. Although the expansion of the territory made him feel relaxed and happy, he also became urgent to make money. Although there are two gangs of people, the Black Gold Brotherhood and the Polish Thieves, who are causing trouble in Wishan territory. They are all minor fights and have not put the territory into a wartime state. This is why the grain prices in Wishan territory remain at a low level. The average price of barley, wheat, and rye is less than 4 copper coins, which is indeed relatively low. But once a war really breaks out, the price will not be this high. It is possible to double, triple, or even more. Wishan territory has 3 major grain production bases: Wushan City, Lingchuan City, and Black Python City. Although Wushan City belongs to the Wushan family, the Levi family, who manages Lingchuan City, also stands on Roning's side and speaks for him in Wushan Castle. However, when there is a real shortage of food, Roning may not be able to buy so much. In places like Swamp Town, where there is a shortage of hundreds of thousands of kilograms of food every year, it is easy for famine to occur and people to starve to death. Roning is a kind lord. He does not want to see his people starve to death. After all, one death means one less labor force. Food must be self-sufficient, and there must be enough reserves. While Wushan territory is still in peace, Roning must actively promote the progress of land reclamation. When he was full of confidence, a team of people and horses appeared from afar on the road leading to Swamp Castle, attracting Roning's attention. It's Tom, who is back. Before going to Wushan Castle last year, Roning passed through the horse farm city and bought 44 horses at a very favorable price at the horse farm of the Ironhoof family. It was just that he was in a hurry at that time, and Ronin didn't have the manpower to bring these horses back to the territory, so he could only foster them in the horse farm of the Ironhoof family. After returning to the swamp town this time, Ronin asked Tom to take some cavalry to the horse ranch city to transport the horses back. Speaking of this, I have to mention that Ronin now has a lot of horses. Excellent war horses, 10. Ordinary war horses, 29. Riding horses, 93. Pack horses, 27. The reason why Ronin has so many horses is mainly due to the confiscation of the wealth of the swamp castle. He seized 65 horses from Layson. Now even if Wubei wants to form a second knight team, Ronin doesn't have to worry about not having enough horses. This is a huge invisible wealth. Huh? Ronin looked at the team and found 2 familiar figures in the team. Ragna and Kurami. How did they get here? Outside the castle gate, Tom and his party stopped on the road in front of the drawbridge. Baron Layson probably didn't expect that the swamp castle he spent a lot of effort to build would fall into the hands of Viscount Ronin. Kurami looked at the castle in front of him carefully, frowning slightly. The castle is good, but it's a pity that the air here doesn't smell good. Ragna smiled slightly. You'll get used to it. Ragna is right. I was a little uncomfortable on the first day I came here, but after a good sleep, I felt that the smell of soul in the air was lighter. Tom smiled and turned over and got off the horse. Wait a moment. I'll go in and report to the adults. Ragna also turned over and got off the horse. Smiling, then I'll trouble you. He took a deep breath. And today, it was finally time for him to take action. Chapter 199, Unexpected Loyalty. Tom met Ronin on the way to the inner castle. Sir, I have brought back all the horses you bought in the horse city. Ronin nodded. Thank you for your hard work. You can inform Chahar later and let him handle the rest. I just seemed to see the 2 knights Ragna and Kurami on the tower. Why did they follow you to the swamp town? I was just about to report to you, Tom said. When I went to the horse farm to take the horses away, Ragna saw that I was the only professional knight in the team, so he escorted me back with Kurami. At the same time, they also wanted to take the opportunity to visit the swamp town. He added, although the 2 knights Ragna and Kurami do like to travel, I feel that they should have other things to visit you. Ronin thought about it, but couldn't figure it out. Maybe the 2 really just came to the swamp town to play. Let's go and meet them. If other people come to visit, Ronin usually won't go out to greet them, but he has a very good impression of Ragna and Kurami, and he has been taken care of by Viscount Marvin many times, so it is reasonable to go out to greet them. Long time no see. Ragna. Kurami. Ronin walked out of the castle with a smile and greeted them warmly. Long time no see, Viscount. In fact, it was not only Ragna and Kurami who came. Ronan also saw 8 or 9 unfamiliar faces, and from their clothes, they looked more like squire knights. Ragna also introduced, "This is Grotto Hartel. His father is Knight Sori, the captain of the 4th Knight Squad of Ironhoof Castle." Ronan had met Knight Sori at the banquet in the Horse Herder City. He was at the peak of the bronze level, and was just 1 step away from becoming a silver knight. In addition, he had danced a few times with Ginny Hartel. Viscount Marvin had asked Ronan what the girl was like. "Welcome to Swamp Town, Knight Grotto." Ronan smiled and stretched out his hand to shake his hand, then looked at the 9 unfamiliar faces behind the 3 of them. "Who are these?" Ragna smiled and said, "Those are our entourage and servants." Ronan nodded slightly, but was a little surprised. Not only did the other party bring Grotto, a stranger, but he also brought his entourage and servants to Swamp Town. Was he planning to live here permanently? Ragna seemed to know Ronan's doubts. He, Kurami, and Grotto looked at each other, and the 3 of them knelt on one knee at the same time. This sudden scene startled Ronan. "What are you doing, Lord Ronan? Please allow us to follow you. Become your knights. Fight for your glory. And fight for your territory." Ronan has always thought that his mind is relatively active. But facing such a scene at this moment, he still can't help but be a little stunned. He just guessed whether these people came with some needs of Viscount Marvin. But he never thought that these 3 people came to follow him. Not only was he very surprised, but even Tom, who accompanied him along the way, was shocked. Ronan, the heir of the Viscount Ironhoof family, a young senior knight, would actually choose to follow Ronan? In a trance, Tom realized that Lord Ronan is now the Lord of Wubei territory and has a broader future. His status and position are not comparable to the Lord of Shanlin Town. "You, get up first." Ronan did not agree immediately, but walked forward and helped the 3 people up one by one. Ragna and the other 2 were a little surprised. Shouldn't the other party say something like, "I accept your loyalty" at this time? What does it mean to help them up? Not accept? Let's go. Let's talk in the castle first. Ragna invited the 3 people to enter the castle. "I need to understand your thoughts. And before following me, you also need to know more about me." Ragna and the other 3 are different from other followers. The knights under Ragna are either surrenderers or knights promoted from ordinary people, and they don't have a particularly complicated background. But Ragna and the other 3 have families behind them. Even if they are loyal to Ragna and put Ragna's interests first, they will not completely sever their ties with their families. Therefore, there are some things that are customary but have changed here for Ragna, and he must let the other party understand first. The group came to the living room, and the servants served drinks and fruits to the lord and the guests. Ragna also took the opportunity to understand the situation of the 3 people. Ragnar Ironhoof, 21 years old, senior knight, second son of Viscount Marvin. Crammy Snow, 21 years old, intermediate knight, eldest daughter of Baron Terran, Ragnar's fiancée. It is said that the 2 are about to get married. Grotto Hatter, 17 years old, junior knight, second son of Sir Sori. Although the 3 of them were born in noble families, they did not have the right to inherit the family title or property. After all, they were either second sons or daughters. According to the inheritance rules, they could not be ranked above them, so their fate was already determined. Either they stayed in the family to help the family manage affairs, or they took some resources to follow other lords to seek status and wealth. Ragna and the other 2 chose the latter. Wubei territory, a new territory, and Lord Ronan has great potential. This is a very suitable object of loyalty. This is what they meant. And perhaps the family behind them also has such a meaning. Agree or refuse. In fact, Ronan never thought of refusing. When he was still the Baron of Shanlin Town, it seemed that having more than a dozen professional knights under his command was enough. But he is now the Viscount of Wubei territory. In the future, the territory will definitely develop. Not only the population will increase, but also the wealth will increase. There is a saying called, "If the neighbor stores grain, I store guns, and the neighbor is my granary," which means that the neighbor's military strength is not good. If Ronan wants to maintain the stability of the territory and guard the wealth of the territory, he needs more professional knights or magicians. After all, the extraordinary is the symbol of power in this world. But waiting for the people to awaken their own extraordinary powers and then waiting for them to upgrade from the primary level to the intermediate level and the advanced level. It will take many years, which is too slow. In this case, accepting the loyalty of foreign extraordinary people is an inevitable choice. Ragna, Kurami and Grotto are all good talents, and Ronan has no reason to refuse. I can accept your following. After understanding all this, Ronan gave the answer that the other party expected. But he changed his tone again. But there are 2 points I must tell you in advance. Ragna and the other 2 listened carefully. You say, first of all, since you have chosen to follow me, I hope you can obey my arrangements and carry out my orders unswervingly. This is what a follower should do. Ragna said, please do not doubt our sincerity. The interests of the Lord are above all else. Kurami also echoed. Grotto seemed to be a little less courageous. But he also said, everything is up to the adults' arrangements. Being loyal to the Lord and obeying the Lord's arrangements is the duty of a professional knight. Since Ragna and the other 2 chose to follow others, they were ready to obey orders. Ronan nodded. The second point is also the more important one. If you follow me, I will improve your treatment and your status. But at least in the next 10 or 20 years, I will not easily grant you territory. Ronan does not plan to create a few baronies in his Wubei territory for the time being. How Wubei territory develops, how the population is mobilized, and how the land is used is up to him, once he infests his followers as nobles. Then according to the laws of the kingdom, he will need to discuss with these vassal lords what policies he wants to implement in these territories. Although these vassals will basically respond to his orders, this undoubtedly brings the possibility of twists and turns in the implementation of his policies. For a long time in the future, all he has to do is concentrate on doing big things. If you can accept this, then I will accept your following. Ronan looked at the 3 people. You have time to think about it. Chapter 200 Formal Joining. In this world, the sons of nobles without inheritance rights follow another great noble for 3 things: wealth, power, and fiefdom. The difficulty of obtaining these 3 things is also in a progressive relationship. Someone has calculated that a freeman who wants to become a fiefdom noble generally goes through 4 stages. The first generation becomes an official or servant of the noble as a freeman. The second generation awakens extraordinary abilities, follows the noble to make achievements, and becomes a canonized knight. That is, the lowest noble, also known as a knight. The third generation is officially knighted on the basis of the knight, relying on merit. Although some special people can shorten the process of becoming a noble from a freeman, most of them rely on the accumulation of several generations, talent, and luck to enter the noble class. Although Ragna has good talent and an unusual background, it is unlikely that he will become a fiefdom noble in Ronan in a short time. This is the case for him, and it is even more so for Grotto, who has a slightly more ordinary background than him. As for Kurami, she is actually bound to Ronan. After all, the 2 are a couple who are about to get married. So the second point mentioned by Ronan is actually nothing to the 3 of them. My lord, these are not a problem. Ronan took the lead and stood up, kneeling on one knee again. I have thought about it before coming here. Please accept my loyalty. Kurami and Grotto also knelt on one knee and swore allegiance again. Ronan's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a knowing smile. In this case, what reason does he have to refuse? Then, I formally welcome the 3 of you to join Wubei territory. At this point, in addition to Joffrey, Ronan's knights have 1 more senior knight. Wubei territory now has 2 silver knights, 2 senior knights, and 3 intermediate knights. Such a knight team is already top-notch in combat power. Next, Ronan talked to the 3 about the treatment after joining Wubei territory. This is the same as other people. The corresponding remuneration is matched according to the strength level. The senior knight Ragna has a daily salary of 100 copper coins. The intermediate knight Kurami has a daily salary of 60 copper coins. And the junior knight Grotto has a daily salary of 30 copper coins. If they are attached to a position, such as Rydar as commander, McKenna as guard officer, etc., there are additional position bonuses. In addition to these, as a lord, Ronan will prepare a set of armor and war horses for them. However, Ragna and the other 2 brought these things with them, which saved Ronan's trouble. Now he only needs to provide accommodation for the 3 of them. When he was in Shanlin town, due to limited resources, Ronan let the knights live in the rooms of the inner or outer castle. But the castle is where the lord lives after all, and not all followers are qualified to live in the castle. Now the situation in the territory is gradually getting on track. And some things that were not considered before have to be planned. For example, Ronan can set aside a piece of land around the castle to build a noble community. And only the extraordinary people who follow Ronan, or the VIPs, who come to the territory can live in this community. Of course, this is just a concept at present. If you really want to engage in real estate, you must have enough population first. The current situation is that if followers want to live in better houses, such as those with independent courtyards and large areas, they can apply for land from Ronan and hire workers to build them themselves. For Ronan, the top priority of the territory now is to provide housing for the thousands of slaves who are about to arrive. And the construction of the noble community will have to wait for a while. After all, there are some empty houses in the outer fort of the swamp castle and the town. So it is no problem to arrange for Ronan and others to stay temporarily. After Ronan asked Chahar to take the 3 people to settle down, he left Tom again to ask about the situation of the Viper slave exchange. According to the steward Anthony, the Viper exchange has prepared 400 slaves who meet the requirements and can be transported at any time. At the same time, the remaining 600 slaves will be gathered in the next 2 months. Now that spring plowing is imminent, the territory is in need of labor. Ronan immediately asked Tom to notify Pearson to go to the Viper slave exchange after arriving in the Horse City, and let Anthony arrange for people to transport all the 400 slaves to the swamp town. Ronan planned to send all the remaining 600 slaves to Shanlin town. After all, there were still more than 40,000 acres of land that had not been reclaimed. As for the reclamation of Black Soil Village, Ronan planned to transfer a group of people directly from Swamp Town after the spring plowing. After all, there was a shortcut from Swamp Town to the Black Collar tribe, which was much more convenient than transferring people from Shanlin town. Ronan was very serious about farming, and he didn't want to spend hundreds or thousands of gold coins to buy food outside. That night, Ronan summoned all the knights including Rydar, Makan, and Joffrey, and held a welcome dinner in the swamp castle. While the knights welcomed Ragna and the other 2, they also felt a sense of pressure. Now that the Lord is so powerful that he can attract the second son of the Viscount family to pledge allegiance, more and more people will surely come to pledge allegiance in the future. David, Tom and others are still only junior knights. How to show their abilities to the Lord and gain more trust before more followers arrive is something they need to consider. Late at night, Ragna and Kurami lay on the bed, and the candlelight illuminated the room. "What are you thinking about?" Kurami asked in a low voice. Ragna, who was in a trance, came back to his senses and smiled. "Thinking about what Rydar told me at the banquet just now. There was no dance at the dinner, but there was a fight. In order to understand Ragna's strength, Rydar took the initiative to propose a fight. Ragna knew he would lose, but he didn't expect to lose more miserably than against James Monson. He has always been a very powerful young generation in the eyes of outsiders. But standing in front of Rydar, who looks about the same age as him, he was suppressed in all aspects and couldn't fight back. That Reda is so strong. I even doubt that Sir Sori is not his opponent." Kurami frowned slightly. "Not really. Sir Sori is a strong man who has stepped half a foot into the silver level. Reda barely defeated Baron Rayson a while ago." Ragna shook his head. He even began to doubt whether Rayson deliberately praised him. Maybe Reda won the match easily. In addition to Reda, Makan and Joffrey, I didn't expect that Ronan already had so many knights following him. Ragna couldn't help but sigh. The last time he came to Ronan's territory, he felt ordinary. But this time, after officially meeting this group of knights, he was really shocked. Most of them are young, have great potential, and 1 or 2 of them are very passionate and motivated. In time, someone will definitely stand out. For this point, Kurami deeply agrees. She didn't understand why Uncle Marvin would let his son follow Ronan, a noble who was younger than Ragna. It was not until she experienced the banquet tonight that she figured out what great potential meant. "Okay, don't think about it." Ragna laid down and hugged Kurami in his arms. "Tomorrow you will follow Rydar and others to carry out the clearing mission. So go to bed early." At the dinner, Ronan had made arrangements for Ragna and Kurami. If the caravan in the territory has valuables that need to be traded and transported, they will lead the escort. The reason why Ronan made such an arrangement was that Ragna was more trustworthy than Pearson, and he was a senior knight with sufficient strength. Secondly, Ragna was the son of Viscount Marvin, unlike Pearson who was just an ordinary person, and he could perform better in some formal occasions. Even later, Ronan could let them talk about the silk business with the nobles. After all, Ragnar must have the ability in this area because he was born in the Ironhoof castle, a family with strong business capabilities. In summary, Ronan felt that it was a very appropriate arrangement to let the two of them contact the caravan of Wubei territory. Of course, when they were free from business, the tasks of the two would be arranged by Commander Rydar according to the situation, such as the recent vigorous clearing mission, which could involve the two of them. Alas, Cromie smiled bitterly. The free days are gone in the future. Ragnar couldn't help but laugh. Compared with the free life of the two of them, who were dependent on the family before, they would have to obey the arrangements of others in the future, which was indeed less free. But they will eventually have to start their own family and plan for the future. They can't always rely on the family and have to go out. It takes a lot of courage for Kurami to accompany him and take the initiative to step out of the comfort zone. Ragnar is very grateful. I believe our tomorrow will be better. He couldn't help but kiss the other's lips. Good night. Well, good night. Chapter 201 The Magic of Magic. In the past few days, residents of Swamp Town have known that the knights under the new lord are clearing dangerous places in the territory. They may be for their own work safety, or they may be for the pleasure of noble knights serving them. One by one, they volunteered to deliver intelligence about dangerous areas to Swamp Castle. Rydal actively responded to the enthusiasm of the people. On the one hand, he arranged for the new grotto to record all these dangerous places. On the other hand, he divided the knights into 3 teams, led by himself, Joffrey, and Roner to check these places one by one. By mobilizing the masses in this way, aimless sweeps have become precise strikes. In the past few days, apart from other things, there has been a lot more meat in Swamp Castle, among which crocodile meat and green python meat are the most, which has made the knights and guards feast. As for materials such as crocodile skin and snake skin, the value is limited. Ronan did not ask again, and Rydal distributed them according to military merit. It may be because Layson also carried out a cleanup during his tenure as the Baron of Swamp Town. So the knights did not find any traces of monsters in the areas where the people around the town often move around. Although the harvest was limited, this operation left the impression of people-friendly in the hearts of the people, greatly deepening the people's favorability towards the new lord. As a lord, Ronan was not idle either. He invested in the evaporation project. In the past 2 days, Wilson and Seren have planned and divided the work of the people. Some people are responsible for plowing the land, and some are responsible for digging fertilizer. Some areas can be mined directly, but some areas need to be properly drained before they can be mined for organic fertilizer. This is not only a labor-intensive job, but also very time-consuming. It is already late January, and spring plowing is imminent. What is lacking is time. So Ronan thought of a simple but efficient way to use the high temperature brought by fire magic to properly evaporate the water. Since Ronan broke through to become a great magician, he has been learning new magic. Now he has mastered the 4th level magic flame light column. This is a spell that can last up to 10 seconds. It not only brings huge high temperatures, but also has the characteristics of covering a wide range. Ronan looked at the wetland in front of him. Below was the silty soil, and above was covered with water. This was the area he needed to evaporate next. At this time, his mental power was depicting the spell pattern of the flame light column more than 10 meters in front of him. Only after being promoted to a great magician can you cast spells at a distance. And as Ronan began to add points to the magician level, it seems that the casting distance has also been slightly improved. He had performed the flame pillar magic countless times, and was already familiar with it. As the spell pattern was completed, the magic power in the magic space was quickly drawn out, and the spell pattern lit up with red light to absorb the fire elements between the surrounding heaven and earth. With a hum, a huge flame pillar rose out of thin air on the water surface. Swish, fire and water came into contact, and the extremely high temperature directly evaporated the water, bringing rich water vapor and blocking the sight in front of him. However, Luo Ning did not need to observe anything. He just had to maintain this spell. 10 seconds later, the spell pattern rippled for a moment, then quickly dissipated, and at the same time the flame disappeared in the air. When the wind blew away all the mist, the water floating on the surface in front of me had completely evaporated, and even the ground seemed to be dry. However, if it is mined, digging out the upper ground, there is still wet mud underneath. It's really efficient. Ronan was very satisfied with the effect. He really hoped that there was a fire magician in the territory, so that he could let him serve as the swamp mining captain. It's a pity that in addition to him, the remaining 3 magicians in the territory are 1 light attribute, and the other 2 are water attributes. However, it is said that water attribute magicians can control water flow when they reach level 5. So this can also help drain the swamp. Right? That said, it is not an easy thing to become a level 5 chief magician. Take Ginny for example. Although I heard from Rydar that she has shown signs of breakthrough recently, even if she successfully becomes a senior magician, she will be 34 years old. To be honest, this kind of cultivation talent is not low. But if she wants to become the chief magician, it will take at least 30 years. In comparison, her daughter Irene will definitely be better. If she practices well, she may become a 5th level magician before she is 30 years old. But it still takes more than 10 years. In more than 10 years, this shining swamp should not be fully developed. And perhaps Irene can still use her skills. My lord. A cavalryman galloped over. Chahar asked me to come and inform you that Mr. Anthony from the Horse City has brought the slaves here. Roning's eyes lit up. He climbed onto the cloud-stepping horse and returned to the castle. Since you're here, why bring any gifts? Ha ha ha. Congratulations on becoming the Viscount of Wubei territory. Please don't despise these little things. In the swamp castle, Roning shook hands with Anthony enthusiastically. This time, the other party not only sent slaves, but also brought some crystal carvings, books and stationery, as well as more than a dozen bows and thousands of arrows. Although the value is only more than 100 gold coins, less than 1/10 of what Roning spent on the other party. It is not a small amount. At least Anthony knows how to do business. The other party should be able to see that Wubei territory needs to develop. And development requires manpower. And there is a shortage of people here. From the last 2 transactions, Anthony did not think Roning was short of money. And now that he has become the Viscount of Wubei territory, this is even more so. Therefore, in the eyes of the Viper slave trade, Roning is a high-quality big customer. It is necessary to use 100 gold coins to maintain the relationship with big customers. Sure enough, in the following conversation, Roning revealed that he needed to buy slaves, which made Anthony overjoyed. There was no other way. There were not many ways to obtain population. Although buying slaves cost a little money, it was the fastest way to get people. Although Ronan knew that this was immoral and deprived people of their basic rights and dignity, he could only follow the local customs and use this method. The only thing he could do was to treat these slaves better, let them eat well and work for him, and then give them a way to escape their fate. Let's buy 2,000 slaves this time. Ronan thought about it and reported a number. But I have another deal to do with you. Anthony's heart was already full of joy. Since the order was negotiated last year, his status in the Viper slave exchange has risen. Today, not only did he negotiate another big order, but he also had other deals to do, which really made him overjoyed. Sir, please tell me. I will do my best to complete it for you as long as I can. Ronan nodded and said, Actually, I want to talk to you about this matter, not the slave exchange behind you. Me? Anthony blinked, not understanding what Ronan meant. Chapter 202, Recruiting People. Although buying slaves is the fastest and most convenient way to expand the population of the territory, it costs money after all. At the price of about 1,500 gold coins for 1,000 slaves, Ronan could only buy 4,000 to 5,000 slaves with all his savings. It is far from the 30,000 people required for the achievement of prosperous population. In addition to buying slaves, there are other ways to expand the population. For example, Ronan can attract foreign population to join the Wubei territory by promoting some policies. These policies include but are not limited to leasing fertile land to people who come to settle at preferential prices, giving foreign population tax exemptions for a period of time to reduce their economic burden, protecting the personal and property safety of foreign populations, etc. Ronan will discuss and determine these policies with Wilson and others in the next period of time. But before they are officially determined, some things can also be arranged in advance. I want to rely on preferential policies to attract foreign population to join Wubei territory. But I need someone to help me promote this matter. Ronan put forward his own ideas. As the manager of the Viper Slave Exchange in Muma City, you must be familiar with Wushan territory and other places. I want you to help me promote Wubei territory in these places and attract free people to settle here. Anthony was stunned. He didn't expect that Ronan would talk to him about this matter. My lord, although free people have the right to move freely, the nobles in various places will restrict their movement to ensure the labor and tax sources in their territories. He thought about it and showed a difficult expression. I can help you promote it. But if other nobles are disgusted, I am afraid I can't do anything. Ronan nodded slightly. The situation the other party said did exist. Take Swamp Town as an example. If any noble promoted policies to attract free people to live outside, Ronan would probably expel the person who promoted it immediately. But there are always exceptions. Some pioneer knights and baronies that are about to go bankrupt may sell the population of the territory in order to cash in. Also, for example, some big cities have a large population and the lords have food pressure, and the relocation of the people will be allowed by default. The key lies in publicity and negotiation. Anthony, how are you treated in the Viper slave exchange? Ronan asked. The slave manager hesitated for a moment, then looked around. The guards accompanying the exchange did not come together, and the people on both sides were from Wubei territory. He then whispered, Excuse me, sir. My daily salary is 20 copper coins. But if the deal is concluded, I can get a reward of 3 silver coins for every 10 slaves sold. Ronan was a little surprised. He didn't expect there would be sales commissions here. I won't let you help me for free, he said. I am the same as the senior executives of your Viper exchange. For every 10 people you bring to my Wubei territory, I will also give you a reward of 3 silver coins. Ronan smiled and said, Compared to the slave trade, this way of attracting free people is much simpler. I don't need you to train, and you don't have to guarantee their loyalty to me. Of course, I have requirements too. Ronan added, I allow those elderly people without labor to join. But these people must be accompanied by healthy labor. Anthony was a little tempted. Before Ronan made an offer, he was ready to help based on the favor of 3 transactions. Now that the other party has also made an offer, he is more willing to give it a try. And maybe it will be easier to make money from Ronan than selling slaves. After all, there are very few large orders to buy thousands of slaves at one time. Before meeting Ronan, Anthony had never experienced it. Sir, do I need to go through the slave exchange for this matter? I said that this matter is only discussed with you. Ronan did not say it out loud. As for whether you want to inform your superiors, I don't care. The object of my cooperation is you. But don't worry. If this matter makes your superiors unhappy and drives you out of the exchange, I also welcome you to join here. If the daily salary remains unchanged, I will also allocate 10 acres of land to you. Anthony's eyes lit up. The conditions offered by Ronan made him completely worry-free. Even if he changed jobs, his life might not be worse than now. He stood up quickly. Sir, I am happy to serve you in this matter. Ha. Happy cooperation. Ronan laughed, shook hands with the other party in a friendly manner, and signed a cooperation agreement. Anthony has no plans to leave the Viper slave exchange for the time being. After all, Ronan's new order has not been completed yet. He should leave after getting this commission. What's more, the nature of his work allows him to complete Ronan's side business without abandoning his main business. How nice it would be to earn 2 portions of money easily. Ronan kept Anthony in the swamp town for one night. At night, he brought Wilson, Saran and others together to discuss and finalize the policy of attracting foreign population. The current land tax policy of Wubei territory is, for those who own their own land, they need to pay 30% as tax to the lord. For those who rent land, serfs need to pay 50%, and free tenants need to pay 40%. In order to attract population, Ronan discussed a new tax policy. First, Ronan will provide 5 acres of land for each freeman who joins Wubei territory. When a family migrates in groups, no matter whether they are men, women, young or old, or how old they are, everyone can get a share of 5 acres of land. Secondly, these lands distributed per capita will only be taxed at 10% in the first year, and only 20% of the harvest will be collected as tax in the next 4 years, and will be restored to 35% of free tenants after 5 years. Yes, Ronan also reduced the tax on free tenants in the territory. In fact, if we really want to recuperate, the current agricultural tax is very high. However, Ronan dare not adjust the current policy randomly. If we find that it is not right after lowering it, there will be problems if we want to raise it again. Just maintain this level temporarily, and then make appropriate adjustments according to the situation. However, Even if Ronan thinks this policy is high, in the eyes of Anthony, Wilson and others, it is still a manifestation of the Lord's kindness. Because in other territories, the agricultural taxes collected by the lords will only be higher than Ronan's Wubei territory, and will never be lower. Some lords have squeezed to the limit. After the people pay taxes and leave seeds for the second year, their food is extremely limited. They can only eat tree roots and grass to fill their stomachs. According to Anthony, as long as Ronan publicizes such a policy to the outside world, there will definitely be people to come to him. He is also very sure that this extra income is stable. For Ronan, this is a mutually beneficial and win-win thing. After all, Wubei territory is so big. He does not lack land. He lacks people. As long as people come, everything will be easy. Chapter 203 New Life in Shanlin Town. While Ronan was talking with Anthony, Wilson had already announced the Lord's benevolent policy towards them to the slaves, which to a certain extent eliminated the fear and anxiety in the slaves' hearts. At the same time, he also arranged for his assistant to register the information of the slaves transported to Swamp Town, recording their names, ages, and whether they have special skills. In the evening, when Ronan got the registration list, the siege achievement that had been silent for a long time finally responded. Siege achievement achieved. Attribute points plus 200. Energy spirit plus 400. Checking the achievement interface. The new siege achievement has also been updated. Owning 2 cities. Rewards. Attribute points plus 400. Energy spirit plus 800. Ronan analyzed that he completed this achievement after taking over the registration list. And the key lies in the change in population. He had previously guessed that only territories with a certain number of people could be called cities. Combined with the situation this time, he estimated that this certain number should refer to 10,000. In other words, he needs to have another town with a population of 10,000 to complete the second level of the Attack and Conquer achievement. Swamp Town can be renamed Swamp City. Ronan looked at the attribute panel with great satisfaction. He had 270 attribute points and 1,630 energy essence. The achievement brought great gains in a short period of time. The next morning, after Ronan sent Anthony away, he rode on the cloud-stepping horse and set off on his return journey to Shanlin Town. He stayed in Swamp Town for 10 days this time. Whether it was stabilizing people's hearts or using magic to help the exploitation of swamp fertilizer, these things could come to an end. It was time to go back to Shanlin Town. But although he left, he only took Joffrey with him. McKin stayed to train the guards, while Rydell took other knights to continue the clearing mission. It should take less than 2 days for the dangerous places in the Swamp Town to be cleared. And then Rydell will also take his men to leave here to clear other places. Ronan has made arrangements. Ginny will stay in the Swamp Castle at that time. As a water magician, she is very friendly to the environment in the Swamp Town. In addition to Jenny, Ragna and Kurami will stay here. They are responsible for maintaining the public security here, and are also responsible for the purchase of 300,000 kilograms of grain later. Of course, the role of the extraordinary is just to sit in charge, and the specific government affairs in the town will be presided over by Wilson and others. Although Wilson, as the head of government affairs, will run around in several places, the Saran government clerks and several newly recruited assistants here are already in place, and the cadre teams such as village heads and group leaders are also being formed. There is no problem in promoting farm affairs, such as fertilizing cultivated land and spring plowing. Wilson, Jenny and others are like civil servants and military officers, each responsible for different areas. Ronan did not go directly back to Shanlin Town through the woods from the outside, but led by Joffrey. He went through the swamp and stone forest from the path in the northwest corner of Swamp Town and finally arrived at Black Soil Village. The wild men in Black Soil Village were stunned to see the return of their leader Joffrey. They did not expect that the leader would become a follower of the new lord. The appearance of the former leader made the residents of Black Soil Village feel more at ease, which was also the purpose of Ronan bringing Joffrey here. For the next 2 days, Ronan stayed in Black Soil Village for a while, mainly inspecting the land here. As expected, the soil here is not only very fertile, but also has a large area of black soil. As long as it is cultivated well, the grain yield will not be low. Black Soil Village will also be one of the main grain-producing areas in Wubei territory in the future. After staying here for 2 days, Ronan passed through Gray Soil Village, Purple Fruit Village, and Green Bamboo Village in turn, and inspected the progress of local spring plowing. although there were no knights in these places. Rydar left guards to maintain law and order. The leaders were all Washenbao guards, who followed Roning in the early days. And their loyalty was not a problem. Roning also appropriately increased the salary for these people, so that they could work with peace of mind. At the same time, in order to prevent this group of people from having power and messing around, he would let people supervise. For example, the steward of Jenny and Horn is responsible for government affairs in Purple Fruit Village, and he will supervise and report the situation of the guards. The same is true for Green Bamboo Village and Gray Soil Village. Later, when Wilson arranges the role of village chief, it will be more rigorous. After walking and stopping along the way, Roning returned to Shanlinbao 7 days later. 1. Before Ronan entered the castle, a loud, impure dog bark came from inside. This sound was 70% like a dog barking and 30% like a wolf howling. He knew it was Black Tiger without even looking at him. As expected, a black figure rushed out from the inner castle and rushed straight to Ronan, rubbing against him enthusiastically like a dog. Black Tiger has grown so big? Ronan was very surprised. It has only been 3 months since he got Black Tiger, and this guy has grown to 60 centimeters in length, which is almost the same length and weight as the golden retriever in Ronan's impression. If he grows a little bigger, he can be ridden. Right? Luo Ning wanted to see which one was faster, the adult Black Tiger or the cloud-walking horse. He estimated that the Black Tiger had stronger explosive power, but the cloud-walking horse had better endurance. Not bad. You still remember me as your master after not seeing you for a month. And you didn't let me down. Luo Ning caressed the Black Tiger's head affectionately and pinched its soft ears, which felt very good. At the gate of the inner castle, Irene followed breathlessly. She was just playing with the Black Tiger, but she didn't expect that the well-behaved Black Tiger would howl and rush out. She guessed that Luo Ning was back. This time, it was true. With a surprised smile on her face, she threw herself into Luo Ning's arms as enthusiastically as the Black Tiger. Brother Luo Ning, you are finally back. Luo Ning touched the dog's head with one hand and the little Loli's head with the other hand, which felt very good. I haven't seen you for a long time. Irene, look what I brought you. He pulled his hand back and took out many books from the space ring. These are all carefully selected by me, including night novels, various knowledge books, and a necklace. As the only little Lolita in the castle, Ronan still loves them very much. This time when he was shopping in Wishon City, he also bought some gifts. Aaron took the gifts with a smile. But unfortunately, there were too many books and they were too heavy, and she could hardly carry them. Master, welcome back. The male and female servants, Galen and Bella, also ran out of the castle and happily helped to take the books. These days, the two of them were very worried. It's not that they are worried about Ronan's safety, but that they are worried about whether their jobs will be lost. After all, they already know that Ronan has become the Viscount of Wubei and has taken over the swamp town. The master only let Chahar and Wilson go, but didn't let the two of them, the male and female servants, go with him. Could he have found someone else there? Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't eat these days. If the master doesn't return to Shaolin Castle in the future, where should they go? Fortunately, the master finally came back, and they were relieved. Ronan greeted them and put the necklace on Irene. Is Elrin in the castle? The teacher is out. Irene replied. The wife of the village chief Han of Jingye village gave birth today. It is said that the situation is not good. The village chief Han had no choice but to ask the teacher to go over and take a look. Ronan was stunned for a moment. Elrin can also help women deliver babies? He didn't know that this magician with light attributes had this ability. Several families in the town have had babies born in the past month. The teacher has visited several times, and once used magic to save a woman who was bleeding heavily. Ronan praised with approval. Let's go to the home of the village chief Han. The arrival of a new life is a happy thing. Chapter 204 Birth Policy. The birth process of Han village chief's wife lasted too long, so she had no strength at the end, which was a very dangerous sign. However, after Elrin arrived, he immediately used the exhilaration spell, which gave her strength instantly. In the 2 minutes that the exhilaration spell lasted, she successfully gave birth to the child. Although there was a small tear, the bleeding stopped quickly under the effect of the healing spell, and she recovered. Thank you for your help, Mr. Elrin. Please stay for a simple meal tonight. and Village Chief's old mother was already preparing dinner. She took out the good food and dried meat she had saved, and even slaughtered a live chicken. It was hard to refuse such a kind offer, so Elrin had to agree. When Roning arrived at Han's house, although there was the sound of a baby crying in the simple courtyard, the adults were all smiling and happy. "My lord, you are back." Elrin, who was sharp-eyed, saw Roning outside the yard and immediately stood up to greet him. Han was stunned for a moment, and then his heart was beating wildly. He didn't expect that the Lord would return to the territory and condescend to come to his home. "Lord, your arrival is really an honor for our family." He hurriedly followed him out and welcomed Roning in a little awkwardly. His family was also nervously moving stools and wiping the table. "It seems that everything is going well." "Congratulations, Village Chief Han." Roning congratulated while taking the child from the other old mother and holding him in his arms. The child didn't look very good, even a little ugly. But children are like this when they are just born. When they grow up a little, they will be much better. "Have you chosen a name?" "Not yet." Han shook his head. Ronin smiled and said, "How about I give him a name?" "Sure." Han was so surprised that he was almost unrecognizable. "Of course. It was a great honor for my child to be held in the arms of the Lord. But I didn't expect that the Lord would also name him. If this matter were to be told to others, I'm afraid the other village chiefs would be envious." "Is it a boy or a girl?" Ronin asked. "It's a boy." Ronin handed the baby in his arms to Irene, who was eager to try, and held him for a while he stroked his chin and thought carefully about the child's name. After a long while, he slowly said, "Let's go to Galen." He explained, "I saw this name in a book. Galen, an upright, brave and powerful knight. I hope your child can become such a knight and a hero of Wubei territory as described in the book." "Galen, Galen." Han listened to the Lord's words, and his eyes lit up. He seemed to see his child holding a sword and riding a horse in the future. "Thank you for the name. I will teach him well and serve you in the future." That night, because the Lord was a guest, Han's family prepared an unprecedented sumptuous dinner. For this, they not only killed chickens and ducks, but also went to the castle to buy 2 live fish. Although the craftsmanship was a little worse than Mrs. Bandler at the beginning of the castle, they had tried their best. In view of the host's enthusiasm, Roning was not polite and ate and drank. However, he left 3 gold coins when he left, saying that he was thanking Han for his hospitality and as a gift to Galen. This meal was simple for Shanlinbeo, but it was too expensive for Han's family, and Roning didn't want to cost them money. On the way back, Roning said to himself, the living environment and hygiene of the people are still a little poor, even for the village chief Han. The structure of their house made Roning frown. Their bedroom, kitchen, and chickens and ducks were basically raised in several connected rooms, and the smell was really bad. The dinner table was moved to the yard. Otherwise Roning might not be able to eat. "Galen, tell him when Wilson comes back that the people should separate the living rooms and chicken coops when building houses later. Let them not worry about theft. The security of the territory will be further strengthened. The rule of law will keep up, and thieves will be severely punished." Galen quickly wrote this down. Elrin said, "Sir, this matter should not be completed smoothly in the short term. After all, this involves the family environment of each resident, and they don't have so much time to transform it. Of course, this is a long process." Ronan nodded. "This is all the residents' own business. The Lord's mansion only advocates and suggests, and allows them to expand and repair the house free of charge. Life hygiene may seem like a small problem, but the impact is not small. A good living environment will make people healthier and children will grow better." "Elrin, I didn't expect you to be able to deliver babies." Ronan changed the subject. "When did you get this skill?" Elrin was a little embarrassed. "Your Excellency misunderstood. I just used the exhilaration spell to help them give birth, and then used the healing spell to avoid unexpected situations such as bleeding." "That's also amazing," Ronan said with a smile. "It's not something that everyone can do in this era to reduce the risk of childbirth. It's a pity that there is only one light magician, Elrin, and he can't handle more women in labor. So he is destined to be unable to assist in large-scale childbirth." The 4 of them walked and talked. When Ronan learned that there were 6 newborns in Shanlin town in the past month, he decided to implement a fertility policy in Wubei territory. After all, childbirth is also a way to increase population. After a discussion with Elrin, Ronan initially determined two policies. The first is for pregnant women. Pregnant women are exempted from labor during pregnancy and within 3 months after giving birth. And pregnant women are prohibited from participating in heavy physical labor. For those who force pregnant women to participate in heavy physical labor and cause miscarriage or even death of pregnant women, different degrees of whipping will be given according to the situation. Secondly, if a baby is born successfully, 10 trees can be cut down for free and a 10 square meter house can be built. At the same time, in the next 3 years, the child can apply for 100 kilograms of grain reward from the Lord's mansion every year. These two policies are substantial and can benefit the families who give birth. Ronan believes that with their promulgation, it will definitely bring a good change to the birth of Wubei territory. Your Excellency has always been kind to the people of the territory. Elrin stroked his gray beard, which he had grown at some point. May the light always shine on you and the residents of Wubei territory. Ronan hadn't heard such a charlatan's words for a long time, and he couldn't help but smile for a moment. He looked at Elrin's current state of practice. The other party had raised his level to the level of 33 to 400 of a senior magician through his own practice. Although the speed was not slow, it would probably take another 3 years to become a great magician through his own efforts. Back to the castle, Elrin sent the finished spell scrolls to Ronan's study. Sir, the Warcraft leather purchased last time has been completed. The success rate has been greatly improved this time. There have been 5 failures in total, and the final product is 50. Ronan looked at the pile of spell scrolls in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. If he sold all the 50 spell scrolls, he would have another 850 gold coins. Although after deducting the 495 gold coins spent on purchasing materials, the net profit was only 355 gold coins. But this was only the profit for more than a month. If it were a year, relying on the sale of healing spell scrolls, Wu Bailing would have a net income of more than 2,000 gold coins. Elrin is really good at making money. Keep 20 spell scrolls and sell the remaining 30, Ronan said, and put the spell scrolls into the space ring. These are strategic materials, and Wubei territory needs to reserve them when necessary. Ronan can also give these things to his knights as rewards. Elrin, I can see your contribution to the territory, and your ability is also very important to Wubei territory. Ronan looked at the light attribute magician. So this time, I decided to improve your strength. Chapter 205 The Great Physician of Wubei Territory. Although the combat power of a light attribute magician is limited, it is still very useful for a territory. Take Elrin for example. He can not only bring wealth to Ronan, but also convey the Lord's kindness to the people of the territory to stabilize people's hearts, and can also play a different and significant role in medical treatment and combat assistance. In addition to these, Ronan also hopes that the other party will be able to cure Lilian's disease in the future and let him get rid of the erosion of the soul-devouring search. If Rydar and McKin are regarded as hard power, then Elrin is soft power. Therefore, it is not a waste to spend energy essence on Elrin. With 367 points of energy essence consumed, Elrin's level was directly upgraded from Senior Magician to 4th level Great Magician, 0/1200. And Ronan now has 1343 points of energy essence. Since he decided to upgrade Elrin's level, he did not hesitate and continued to invest 1200 points, allowing the other party to directly become a 5th level Chief Magician. The surge of mental power triggered the surge of light elements in the space around Elrin's body, making him look like a golden Buddha statue. Very solemn. Ronan did not disturb Elrin, who closed his eyes to feel the changes. He looked at the latter's level progress. Elrin FAO, Chief Magician Light, 0/2000, plus it takes 2000 energy essence to break through from the Chief Magician to the 6th level Wizard. This consumption is amazing. If it is accumulated purely by monthly sign-in, it will take a year and a half to help Elrin upgrade again. If you want to become a great wizard from a wizard, and then become an 8th level wizard, the amount of energy essence you need must be astonishing. Ronan couldn't help but frown. Miroslav said that only by becoming an 8th level wizard can you master the light attribute magic to clear the soul-devouring surge. According to Lilian's own statement, he can live for 7 or 8 years under normal circumstances. If you only rely on monthly sign-ins to obtain energy essence, can you upgrade Elrin to an 8th level wizard in 7 or 8 years? Ronan didn't know, because he was not sure about the amount of energy essence consumed in the later levels. It seems that the energy essence in the later levels needs to be used with caution. The priority of upgrading Elrin's level must be the highest. After all, it is related to Lulin's life. Ronan doesn't want this old man to die because of the erosion of the soul-devouring surge. However, Wubei territory also needs a general who can stand alone. And it is also necessary to improve Retta's ability. Among Makin, Elrin and Retta, Ronan may first upgrade Retta's level to gold level, and then upgrade Elrin. As for Makin, as Ronan's own strength improved, the requirements for his guards gradually decreased, so Makin's improvement could be slowed down. While he was thinking, Elrin slowly opened his eyes, his blue eyes sparkling. How is it? Ronan came back to his senses. Elrin bowed deeply to Ronan to express his gratitude. It feels great. Sir, he went on to say in detail, this time I mastered 4 magics, namely purification, holy judgment, aurora shadow, and aura of tiredness. Purification? Ronan's eyes lit up. Will this magic relieve Lulin's symptoms and prolong his life? In the following introduction, Ronan had a general understanding of these 4 magics. Purification can only dispel dark energy and some negative effects, and its effect on soul-devouring surge is probably limited. However, Ronan is still ready to find an opportunity to take Elrin to Wushan Castle to try it out. Holy Judgment. This is an offensive light attribute magic that can release strong light energy to cause damage to the enemy. Although it is a little less powerful than the 3rd level fire magic Pyroblast, it is much stronger than the 2nd level magic punishment that Elrin has just mastered, which to a certain extent makes up for Elrin's weak attack. As for Aurora Shadow and Aura of Tiredness, these 2 magics are both auxiliary spells. The former enhances speed, and the effect is a little stronger than the 3rd level wind attribute magic Speed. The latter is a weakening magic that can make the enemy feel frustrated and reduce their willpower, which sounds a bit useless. I wonder what the effect will be if I add the invigoration spell to myself and the aura of fatigue to the other side during a group battle. Sir, in addition to magic, I have also awakened some useful memories. Oh, tell me about it. Ronan was a little curious. When Rydar and Makin were promoted, they also awakened their memories, but they were all about training and fighting. After becoming the chief magician, I have a lot more knowledge about herbalism and magic potions in my mind. Take magic potions for example. I can use various materials on the monsters and some herbs to make magic potions, such as hemostatic potions, recovery potions, burst potions, etc. Ronan's eyes lit up. Herbal medicine, magic potion. These 2 names sound very bluffing. As far as Ronan knows, the treatment methods in this world are simple and crude. Generally speaking, minor illnesses are treated by oneself. And for major illnesses, doctors will use bloodletting, enema, vomiting, taking herbs and animal products to treat them according to the situation. The latter 2 methods can be barely accepted, but the first 3 methods are simply torture for patients. The previous body was not in good health. The doctor said that it was because of poor diet, so he vomited many times. The Silva Magic Energy Chamber of Commerce also sells magic potions, but this thing is not cheap. Elrin's awakening of the production of magic potions this time has brought new development areas to Wubei territory. What about herbal medicine? Ronan asked. What is there in this area? Elrin thought for a while and said, there is a lot of knowledge about medicinal materials that can assist in making magic potions. In addition, there are also treatment plans for ordinary people's headaches, coughs, and other diseases. Clap, clap. Ronan couldn't help but applaud. Great. This is a great joy for Wubei territory. Ronan said, Elrin, I plan to reduce the production of healing spell scrolls, and you will focus on herbal medicine and magic potions in the future. Wubei territory does not have a medical system yet. Since Elrin has the ability, he will make up for the shortcomings in this area. I will increase your daily salary to 3 gold coins per day, which corresponds to the chief magician, and give you an additional 100 gold coins as the initial research fee. The research of magic potions is generally very expensive. Although Elrin has memory bonus and is not starting from scratch, failures are inevitable during the production process, so he naturally needs to give the other party a sum of money to start. Of course, the finished product is still sold as Ronan, and the money earned will naturally fall into the account of Wobbling. Thank you for your trust and support, Elrin said gratefully. Sir, I want to recruit 2 assistants in Wobbling to help me collect and organize medicinal materials and handle some trivial matters. Okay, you can do these things yourself. Ronan naturally would not refuse. In addition, You can teach those herbal medicines that are useful to ordinary people to people you trust according to the situation. I understand. Elrin does not mind using his knowledge to help Wubbling. This is his duty and obligation. Irene is learning how to make spell scrolls from me now. I will teach her the knowledge related to magic potions. He smiled and praised, although this child is a little naughty sometimes. She learns things very quickly. When she becomes a senior magician in the future, she can also try to make magic potions. Okay. Irene has good qualifications and can't be wasted. Ronan was still thinking about finding a teacher for Irene. But now it seems that it is not necessary. Elrin is very suitable. Although one of them is light attribute and the other is water attribute. And the types of magic they designed are different. The theoretical knowledge and the principles of magic casting are interoperable. Not to mention that after Elrin's level was upgraded, his knowledge and insights in all aspects were enhanced. So it was more appropriate for him to teach Irene. In addition, after the magic potion is successfully made, it is very valuable whether it is sold or kept in Wubei territory for its own use. In this case, if one more person masters this knowledge, Wubei territory can have more output. Ronan thought for a moment and said, Ginny is said to be showing signs of becoming a high-level magician. If you need help later, you can ask her to assist you. Elrin nodded. When he was in the black-collar tribe, he and Ginny had exchanged ideas on magic, so they were acquaintances. Magicians are naturally interested in these things, and she should be very happy to learn. Chapter 206 Progress. Sir, come and see. The next morning, the craftsman Dean enthusiastically invited Ronan to visit the expanded iron and wood workshop to see the loom he had recently tinkered with. According to the drawings provided by Ronan and Dean's many improvements, Ronan has seen the prototype of the pedal loom. Congratulations, Dean. This loom is already about 50% complete. He sat on the stool in front of the loom and tried to step on the pedal twice, recalling the scene of weaving in his mind and feeling the feedback from the loom in front of him. The loom frame should be similar, but the rotation when stepping on the pedal continuously is a bit jerky, and the pedal mechanism is not smooth enough. It should be carefully polished to optimize its transmission mechanism. Also, have you tried the effect? Ronan asked while fiddling with the bamboo reed. Dean shook his head awkwardly. Sir, this loom was fully assembled 2 days ago, and I haven't tried to operate it yet. Master Dean is famous in Wishon territory. At this moment, he was inspected by the Lord and acted like a student who was inspecting his homework. It's not that he was afraid of Ronan's authority, but he was very concerned about his own production results. You can ask Leah to help you try it, Ronan suggested. But before trying it, this loom still needs a lot of improvements. He began to give suggestions to the machine, such as the bamboo reed was too sparse. The gauze was based on 800 reeds, and the bamboo reed made by Dean was estimated to be less than 300, which needed to be modified. In addition, there were problems with the hield, and the tools such as the scissors, the reeds, and the shuttles that matched the loom also needed to be made. Ronan raised all the questions he could think of, especially when he said that he hoped to have a loom in use when the cocoons were harvested this year, which made Master Dean feel a great pressure. Ronan was optimistic about this. After all, pressure is motivation. It was only February, and there were still 6 months before the cocoon harvest this year. With Master Dean's personal ability, it was still possible to transform it. After inspecting the loom, Ronan took a look at the production of ironwood equipment, with William recruiting apprentices and carpenters from Swamp Town being sent here one after another. The number of people involved in the production has reached more than 20 people. Now the production capacity of ironwood shields, ironwood armor, and other protective gear has been greatly improved, and there is no problem in completing the order of the first ninth squad of Wushenbeo before April. Even according to William's estimate, it is estimated that there will be a batch left. Ronan promised to provide sufficient food, so that they can produce as much as they can, and also let the other parties study the possibility of ironwood arrows. Now, Rydar and McKen are training new infantry, archers and cavalry, and it is estimated that there will be 2 knight squads in the first half of the year. Let's not talk about whether there are enough professional knights for the time being. The number of the 3 types of soldiers mentioned above can reach more than 200 people, and the required protective gear and weapons need to be equipped. After inspecting the iron and wood workshop, Ronan turned to Kales's blacksmith shop and Jim's pottery workshop. When he left last time, Ronan assigned Jim the task of firing bricks and modifying the kiln to increase the temperature inside the kiln. This matter was known to Kales, in combination with the fact that high temperature is also required for smelting molten iron. Blacksmiths, potters and masons took the logs from Shanlin town and fired a batch of bricks. Then they used these bricks to build a blast furnace for smelting iron and a kiln for firing porcelain. Unexpectedly, they achieved unexpected results. First of all, Jim has been able to fire white porcelain. Although the success rate is less than 30%, it has been a good start. In order to reward the efforts and achievements of several people, Ronan gave Jim and his apprentices a gold coin and 5 silver coins respectively. At the same time, they arranged the next stage of tasks for them. Improve the ability to control the temperature of the kiln to increase the success rate of porcelain firing. Collect various colored ores to make glazes of different colors. And try to draw patterns on the blank to form patterned porcelain. Although being able to successfully fire porcelain is already half successful, more attempts are needed to produce exquisite, unique, high-value and rich finished products. After the success of this firing, we can consider moving Jim and others to Huetu village to settle down. After all, the kaolin vein is there. Refining mud and firing in Huetu village saves a lot of effort compared to transporting materials back to Shanlin town. On the other hand, Kales has built a blast furnace for iron smelting according to the drawings drawn by Ronan. However, although the blast furnace looks decent, it is still a little bit lacking in the iron smelting process. Occasionally, a little molten iron can be obtained, but most of the time, the iron blocks thrown in do not melt, and no molten iron flows out. Ronan watched Kales and his apprentices add materials to the blast furnace, blow air, and smelt. There should be no problem with the process. And there is no problem with the blast furnace. The fuel used is also made of high-quality charcoal, which can bring higher temperatures than ordinary wood. After comprehensive analysis, Ronan considered that there was something wrong with the blower. Although the blast furnace was not very large, the matching blower was still a little small. Even if the apprentices worked hard to pull, the amount of air blown in at a time was very limited. Without sufficient oxygen entering from the bottom of the blast furnace, it would not be possible to generate a temperature sufficient to melt the iron. This problem was easy to solve. Ronan asked Carls to contact William the carpenter and ask him to arrange 1 or 2 apprentices to make 2 larger ones in the shape of the blower. If the blower could be replaced, then Ronan would have mastered the ability to smelt molten iron. In the later stage, he would cast farm tools in batches, which would take Wubbling's farming technology a step further. Although pig iron cannot be used to make weapons, if the skill of frying steel is supplemented, the way to get steel would be much simpler. The only pity is that Wubbling did not find an iron ore vein, and it is estimated that iron ore will need to be purchased from outside in the future. While watching the iron smelting, Ronan was also wondering if he could use magic to transform the iron smelting furnace. For example, he could create a fire magic array in the iron smelting blast furnace, and use magic cores or magic crystals to generate high temperatures to melt the iron ore. But after thinking about it, Ronan did not continue his research. First, he did not know how to make such a magic array. Second, whether using magic cores or magic crystals as energy. The cost was very expensive. A fully functioning magic crystal would cost hundreds of gold coins, and using it to smelt iron was simply a waste of money and an unnecessary increase in costs. In contrast, using wood as fuel, although it was a bit more troublesome to collect and process, was much more economical than using magic cores and magic crystals. After 2 days, Ronan had a good grasp of all the situations in Shanlin town, and everything was moving in a good direction. After arranging the development direction of the territory, he devoted his time to practicing and making level 3 and 4 spell scrolls. Time flies, and it is March in a blink of an eye. These days, Wilson and his assistants shuttled through several territories under the escort of several cavalry squads. Thanks to their active supervision, spring plowing was carried out in an orderly manner in Shanlin town and Swamp town. Land preparation, seed treatment, sowing, fertilization, irrigation, etc. Every job has changed. Although this change still has a lot of room for improvement, it has improved a lot compared to the previous barbaric sowing method. With the popularization and standardization of field management work in the future, Ronan believes that this year's grain harvest in Wubei territory will definitely be better than in previous years if there are no unexpected situations such as natural disasters. Master, Knight Roner wants to see you. The male servant Galen came to the door of the study and reported respectfully. Has the food arrived? Ronan put down his pen and drew a horizontal sword on the paper. Bring him to see me. Chapter 207 The End of Layson. Ragna has adapted to the new life since he followed Ronan. After completing the clearing mission in Swamp Town over the past month, he took Kurami and 3 other knights to sweep the wilds around Grey Soil Village. After clearing the threatening wild beasts and monsters around Grey Soil Village, he returned to Swamp Town and began to carry out the task of purchasing food. Sir, 300,000 kilograms of food have been safely transported to Swamp Town. In the study, Ragna reported the results of his work to Ronan. Wilson and Chahar are arranging people to transport and store this batch of food. Although most of this amount of food will be consumed in Swamp Town, some of it will also be dispersed to places such as Shanlin Town and Black Soil Village, which requires secondary transportation. Fortunately, the routes between several villages are now relatively safe, and there is no risk even without night escort. Thank you for your hard work. Purchasing food is actually a simple job. After all, Ronan grew up in Yuma City, has friends and connections there, and even got some discounts for roaming. But transporting 300,000 kilograms of food takes a lot of time and energy. This time, the food was supplied by a Chamber of Commerce in Lingchuan City. They did not have enough reserves in Yuma City, so they could only transfer food from Lingchuan City. Lingchuan City is to the north of Wushan City, and is 500 to 600 miles away from Swamp Town. Although it is not too far, there are many things to prepare, and it is also quite cumbersome. Ronan is still very happy to try this kind of long-distance food transportation, because this can train Ronan and his team's transportation capabilities. If there is a war in the future, logistics will also have certain experience and foundation. Sir, there is one more thing I need to report to you. After talking about the grain transportation, Ronan began to tell about his experience in Lingchuan City. It's about Lei Sr. Oh! Ronan became interested. The bird path from Shanlin Town to Wushan Fort was built 2 days ago. Ronan tried to send a greeting letter to Lu Lands, but because of the short time, he has not received a reply. If there is a reply, perhaps we will know the final judgment of Layson. Layson admitted to the crime of occupying Shanlin Town resources and assassinating you many times. He also admitted that he had contacted the Skull and Bone Society. But Layson denied the accusation revealed by Faradin that the Skull and Bone Society was related to the Purple Thunder family under Earl Hyde. Ronan frowned slightly. He knew that it was not easy to prove that the Purple Thunder family had a relationship with the Skull and Bone Society. But he did not expect Layson to directly deny the confession of his confidant. How did the other party quibble? Ragna replied. The other party only said that when attacking the Black Gold Brotherhood, they accidentally obtained a stronghold of the Skull and Bone Society. So they asked Faradin to send a letter to Yuanguang Town and accuse Faradin of being forced to give false testimony and saying that Yuanguang Town was the Purple Thunder territory. Yuanguang Town is located in the southeast of Wushan territory. It used to be a vassal of Wushan Castle. However, in the subsequent wars, the lord of the place was killed by the Black Gold Brotherhood, and Yuanguang Town also fell into the hands of the other party, and it has not been taken back until now. What did Faradin say? Ronan asked. Ragna couldn't help but sigh. Faradin cried that he was sorry for Layson's trust, and Big Gallo back, saying that the other party tortured him into confessing and forced him to forge testimony, and then committed suicide in court. This, when he met with Faradin in Swamp Town, the other party expressed his hope to follow him like Joffrey. But Ronan did not agree. Unexpectedly, the other party's final outcome was to commit suicide in court. Ronan really did not expect that the other party had such courage. Perhaps facing Layson, Faradin's oath to follow the other party in the past worked. What was the final result? Ronan asked. Under the jury of the officials of the kingdom, Lord Wiggins, the officials of Black Python City, and many nobles of Wushan territory, Layson was finally sentenced to hanging. 4 days later, on the morning of April 5th, the execution was carried out. Ragna sighed. Gallo was also unlucky. The people of Black Python City accused him of framing the nobles and asked Wushan Castle to try him. Ronan lamented Layson's ending, and was shocked by Gallo's experience. However, it seems that this accusation can only discuss Gallo, and it should not have much substantial impact on him. After explaining these things, Ronan took out the things in the drawer. This is the healing spell scroll that Elrin made in February and March. Please take it to the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce to sell it. Although Ronan asked Elrond to focus most of his energy on the research and production of herbal medicine and magic potions, he did not stop making healing spell scrolls. After all, with Elrond's current strength as the chief magician, making a second-level spell scroll does not require too much mental and magical power. Nor does it take too much time. Just take time to draw one every day. Recently, Ronan has also used up the materials he bought in Wishan City to make more than a dozen third and fourth level spell scrolls, such as Wind of Detection, Speed, Pyroblast, etc. However, he was not going to sell them, leaving them for himself or his knights. Also, notify Pearson for me and ask him to purchase 50,000 kilograms of iron ore and transport it to Grey Soil Village from the road in Swamp Town. In the past 2 months, after William made a larger blower, the iron blast furnace was finally able to completely melt the iron blocks into molten iron, which meant that Wubei territory could use casting technology. Since he could make iron by himself, Ronan no longer needed to buy wrought iron from outside, but could directly buy iron ore and make it himself. A kilogram of wrought iron on the market costs at least 40 copper coins, while a kilogram of iron ore is sold at between 5 and 8 copper coins. Although a kilogram of iron ore may only produce 30% to 40% of iron in the end, and you need to prepare fuel, labor, etc. when refining. But after some calculations, it is still more economical to refine it yourself. 50,000 caddies of iron ore. Ragna hesitated. Sir, it takes time and effort to smelt iron yourself, and the output is very unstable. Why don't you just buy wrought iron? He didn't know that the blast furnace for smelting iron had been built in Huetu village. To be precise, the iron-making area has become a confidential area, in addition to instructing that no unrelated people are allowed to approach the operation area. Ronan also arranged guards to guard it. At the same time, he issued a gag order to blacksmiths such as Kales. Anyone who leaked it would be punished the most severely. Ragna smiled at Ragna's suggestion, saying that he wanted to try it, and then changed the subject. There is a baron named Kona near the brilliant city that is about to go out of business, and many people are fleeing. Anthony has helped me gather 560 civilians. I need you to bring food and a caravan to take these people to Shanlin town. There are many barons and pioneering knights in Wishan territory who go bankrupt every year. Anthony has already targeted these territories with difficulties in operation. Moreover, this is not the first group of people that Anthony has pulled. Last month, he recruited 864 freemen in Yuma City, and now they have all been arranged by Ronan in Shanlin town. If the more than 500 people this time are included, the population of Shanlin town has reached 3,500. Okay, sir. Ragna sighed in his heart. It seems that he will be busy in the future. Chapter 208 Accidental Injury. Since January, the entire Wubei territory has begun to prepare for spring plowing. If by early April, after these months of busy work, of the 100,000 acres of land that Wubei territory has reclaimed, in addition to more than 30,000 acres planted with vegetables and flax and other crops, the remaining more than 70,000 acres are all planted with 2 grain crops, barley and wheat. After the sowing is completed, it should have entered a relatively slack period. However, Ronan had already made a plan, and the people in the territory could not be idle. Wilson, the head of government affairs, formed reclamation teams in Shanlin town, Swamp Town, Black Soil Village and other places based on villages, and began the new land reclamation work in full swing. Now, in addition to being equipped with curb plows and iron farm tools in each village, Ronan also pulled a lot of black buffaloes from Swamp Town and distributed them to the village chief. With these things, compared with previous years, the difficulty of reclaiming new arable land this year has decreased a bit, and the speed has naturally increased a lot. On this basis, Luo Ning also formulated a reward and punishment plan. As of early July, each family in the top 3 villages in terms of cultivated land area will be rewarded, and the village chief and team leader responsible for reclamation will receive a little more reward. These rewards include allocating land, giving food subsidies, allowing house expansion, giving monetary rewards to individual capable people, and even making exceptions to allow slaves with good performance to get rid of their slave status directly, etc. There are rewards and punishments. For the village that ranks last in reclamation data and has a gap of more than 3,000 acres with the previous ones, the village chief and team leader must resign, and at the same time, The tax of each household will be increased depending on the situation. With sweet dates in one hand and a big stick in the other. Under the two motivations, each village has entered the reclamation business in full swing. And even from time to time they send spies to each other to check the reclamation situation of each village. And there seems to be a competitive mood. Heavy labor will inevitably consume more food. However, Roding is not in a hurry. He still has 3,000 gold coins in his hand. So it is no problem to buy 2 more 300,000 kilograms of food. From the lord to the slaves. Everyone in Wubei territory is very busy. But the external environment is very comfortable. There is no special situation in the territory. And the border of Wushan territory is also surprisingly quiet. I wonder if the Bolant Thieves group and the Black Gold Brotherhood are also busy with spring plowing. So there is no trouble? In 2 months, Roding's magician training progress has exceeded 1,000. In just 3 weeks, he can become a Silver Knight and Chief Magician. Fortunately, there is such an attribute panel that can add points. Otherwise, Roding would have to spend a lot of time on training every day. And he would not have too much energy to travel back and forth between several territories. He has merged Qingzhou Village, Zigua Village, and Huitu Village into Sanfang Town. Haita Village originally had more than 1,000 people, and later 600 slaves were allocated there, with a population of nearly 2,000. So Roding renamed it Haita Town. Sir, this land has been planted with mulberry seedlings. In the mulberry field of Zigua Village, Horn was accompanying Roding to inspect the mulberry field. Roding sighed a little. At the beginning, only 10 acres of land were planned for planting mulberry trees. But now it seems that it is too little. But there is no way. How could he know that he would take over the swamp town and become the lord of Wubei territory in such a short time? How is the survival rate? Roding squatted in front of a ridge, observing the small mulberry seedlings in front of him. Although it is only a cutting of about 20 centimeters, the 3 leaves on it are very vigorous. Obviously, this small mulberry seedling has survived successfully. I checked, although there are many that did not survive. We have made sufficient preparations according to the layering and cutting methods you mentioned. We have dug out all the unsurvived ones and replaced them with new seedlings. Now the mulberry seedlings in these 10 acres of land are basically alive. Horn was a little emotional. It is much more convenient to use cutting and layering methods to propagate mulberry trees than to use mulberry seeds. Very good. Roding smiled and said, next, pay attention to watering these mulberry seedlings. And apply fertilizer again after 30 days. Don't worry. Sir, I have asked people to compost fertilizer according to Chahar's method. If it is not enough, I will transport some fertilizer from Swamp Town. As one of the only 3 intermediate knights in Wubei territory, Horn's combat effectiveness is lower than that of Krumi and Baburin. Compared to improving his strength, he seems to be more willing to devote himself to the breeding industry. This year is the first year of silkworm breeding, although it is mainly about trying and accumulating experience. It is also very important. You have to choose people who are thoughtful, obedient, and patient. Roding reminded, I will let Leah bring her apprentices to settle here, and the loom manufacturing site will also be moved to Zigua Village. You have people prepare the houses. Zigua Village is the future sericulture base. Arranging industries such as textiles and loom manufacturing here will save the trouble of moving silk cocoons and other things around. Cotton opening, silk reeling, and weaving are naturally handed over to Ms. Leah. After all, she is not only experienced, but also successfully wove a silk scarf that Roding gave to Lu Lands as a gift. As long as the cocoons are taken out, even if the loom of the craftsman Dean cannot be put into operation, silk can be woven under the leadership of Leah. But it is just a little slower, more laborious, and rougher. After inspecting the mulberry field, Roding and Horn turned back. On the way, he continued to teach him about his experience in raising silkworms. For example, controlling the indoor temperature and light, cutting mulberry leaves into pieces, and feeding them during the first and second instars, wiping the mulberry leaves clean of moisture, regularly checking for sick silkworms, regularly cleaning the silkworm room and removing silkworm feces, etc. After all, he had really done this, so he was much more confident and detailed when talking about it. In the past 2 months, Roding began to explore papermaking. The bark fibers that were already being soaked in Shanlin town were estimated to have softened. After returning this time, he could continue to try the subsequent steps of crushing and stirring. I believe that it should not be difficult to make paper. When there is enough paper, Roning can write books on sericulture and leave his experience. Even if he leaves Wubei territory for something later, Horn and others can refer to and learn from him. Following the country road, the two returned to the village. Roning was about to ride his cloud-stepping horse back to Shanlin town while it was still early. But he didn't expect to hear the sound of hurried horse hooves coming from outside the village. He and Horn couldn't help but look over. It's Tom, who followed the commander to sweep. Tom has good potential. He has learned a lot from following McKinn or Rydell for a long time. After the matter in Swamp Town came to an end, he was pulled into Rydell's mopping up team and shuttled through the mountains and forests every day. Roning frowned slightly, seeing that the other party seemed a little embarrassed and panicked. "Sir!" Tom tightened the reins, stopped in front of Roning, hurriedly dismounted, and knelt on one knee to report, "Sir, the commander is injured." Roning's heart skipped a beat. His face changed, and Horn beside him also showed an expression of disbelief. In today's Shanlin town, the silver-level Knight Retta is the top combat force. He was just carrying out a sweep mission. How could he be injured? Could it be that he encountered a powerful monster during the sweep? Roning only thought of this possibility, but it didn't seem reasonable, because Retta was responsible for the northern mountains and forests, not the Wushan Monster Mountain Range to the west of the Ironwood Workshop, which was in charge of the McKinn team. In comparison, the McKinn team is more likely to encounter a powerful monster. "What's going on?" Roning asked in a deep voice. Chapter 209, Weird Valley. In the dense forest, a mopping-up team of 5 professional knights is resting. This team is led by the commander of Wubei territory, Rydell, and consists of 4 junior knights: Tom, George, Warden, and Dandy. They have been living in this forest for almost a month from Black Soil Town, and the food they brought with them has long been eaten. But it doesn't matter. There is no shortage of wild beasts, wild vegetables, wild fruits, and magic beasts in the forest, and they are not short of food. In this mopping up, Rydell basically played the role of a raider, and the wild beasts and low-level magic beasts encountered were handed over to the 4 junior knights to deal with. This can not only eliminate the points that threaten the territory, but also temper the courage of the knights under his command and improve their actual combat capabilities. Rather than saying it is a mopping up, it can actually be said to be training. This is the case with Rydell's team, and the mopping up team led by McKinn and Joffrey is also the case. Now, except for Ragna, Kurami and Horn, the professional knights under Ronin are basically training in the mountains and forests. Whoosh! Rydell jumped down from the towering tree. He had just taken a rough look at the surrounding environment. "I vaguely heard the sound of waves from above. I guess if we go a little further north, we will soon reach the end of Wubei territory." Wubei territory is blocked by the Wushan Monster Mountain Range in the west, and connected to the sea in the east and north. Now that Rydell heard the sound of waves, it means that he is about to reach the northernmost part. The sea. I have never seen it. Tom was a little yearning. The other 3 also nodded. They have lived here since they were young. They have heard of the sea, but have never seen it with their own eyes. However, this did not prevent them from talking about rumors about the sea. What magnificent waves! A wave can flip a cow over, and other strange things. As Rydell listened to the serious discussion of several people, his mouth curled up. Speaking of which, he seemed to have many memories of the sea in his mind, but most of them were sailing on the sea with people and horses, and he didn't know where the destination was. "Okay, guys, don't talk about your crappy stories." The commander interrupted the conversation. "If you want to know what the sea looks like, just go over and take a look." Everyone smiled awkwardly, picked up their weapons, and continued to head north. There is a saying that goes, "If you look at the mountain, you will die." Even though Rydell heard the sound of the waves, it took him a long time to get out of the woods. When night fell, they climbed the last mountain by moonlight, and their vision suddenly became clear, and they felt like after many twists and turns, there seemed to be no way out. But when you look up, you find another village. Going down from this hill is a concave valley, and the valley opens to the vast sea. Is that silvery white the waves? Wow! So wide. Under the night sky, although there was moonlight, the sea was pitch black, and only the surging waves would reflect the moonlight, presenting a silver ribbon. It was a pity that they came a little late. If they came to the beach during the day, the feeling would definitely be more magnificent than now. Among the 5 people present, only Rydell frowned slowly. He could feel a chaotic elemental energy in the valley below. which made him feel a little uneasy. Moreover, the color of this valley is very strange. Although the shadow cast by the mountain peaks under the moonlight makes the light in the valley not very good, Rydell feels that this valley is a bit unusually gloomy, and there seems to be a lavender light surging. This valley is not right. Rydell's solemn expression was finally noticed by the people around him. They quickly put away the amazement and joy when they saw the sea and paid attention to the surroundings. But their senses were not as sharp as Rydell's, and they could not see anything. "My lord, what's wrong?" Warden asked cautiously. He had never seen the commander show such a solemn expression. Rydell shook his head slowly. This was just his feeling, and could not explain anything. "Let's go down and take a look." He took the lead and walked in front, whispering, "Pay attention to the surroundings and stay alert." Tom had been highly alert for a long time. They quietly held the knight's sword in their hands and followed Rydell from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. Although everyone was cautious, they did not encounter any danger. But when they approached the foot of the mountain, they saw a scene that made their scalps tingle. At the bottom of the valley, humans were decomposed to the point that only gray-black skeletons were left. Cold moonlight, salty sea breeze, dense human skeletons. Tom and others had experienced a lot of fighting these days, and ordinary scenes could not scare them. But the scene in front of them made their scalps tingle. Sir, what is this? What is going on?" George stuttered. Rydell was also tense. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a scene in the uninhabited northern border of Wubei territory. "Don't panic. Stay alert," he whispered. "This may be a battlefield from a long time ago." Rydell came to a corpse and picked up the long sword on the ground. It was rusty and broke into 2 pieces with just a little force. It is obvious that this group of people have been dead for a long time. If they are the wild tribes who fled here, it should be more than 10 or 20 years. Right? 2 wild tribes fighting each other caused such a tragic scene? This seems unlikely. After all, they are all fugitives who would fight to the death. "Sir, there seems to be a cave over there." Tom pointed to the bottom of the opposite hillside. There seemed to be a huge cave. Rydell frowned, hesitated for a moment, and walked slowly over there. He is now a silver knight, and can deal with general dangerous situations. And they came out this time to eliminate the hidden dangers of Wubei territory. It is impossible for them to encounter such a thing, and not dare to investigate because of fear. Tom and the other 4 also followed. It is safer to follow the commander than to stay where they are. There's something strange about this cave. The more tense Rydell's expression became. The closer he got to the cave, the more chaotic the elements of heaven and earth around him became. And the colder the air became, as if there was 10,000 years of ice hidden in the cave. Finally, they arrived in front of the cave. "There are footprints here," George exclaimed in a low voice. There was a lavender light shining in the cave, illuminating the ground at the entrance. In the alternation of light and darkness, several people clearly saw the footprints left on the soil. "Is there someone in this cave?" Rydell raised his eyes and looked inside. There must be danger, but his desire to explore was getting stronger and stronger. "Should we go in and take a look? Or should we observe outside for a while?" Just as he was hesitating, footsteps came from the cave. "Damn it. It's time to patrol again. I don't understand Nebula. Why do we have to patrol this remote place where no one comes?" "Shoo! How dare you say that to the guard officer? Aren't you afraid of death?" "Hee. If he wants to kill us, it depends on whether the captain allows it. He is not the only one who is good in bed." The ordinary conversation made the people outside nervous. "Back off. Hide," Rydell ordered quickly. The 5 people quickly dodged to the side and hid their bodies behind the huge rocks next to them. Chapter 210, Unkillable. The footsteps became clearer and clearer. And soon, 3 figures appeared at the entrance of the cave. Under the condition of unknown light source, 3 long shadows were projected outside the cave. Rydell quietly poked his head out from behind the boulder, and as the shadows swayed, the 3 people appeared in his field of vision. They were all very burly, about 1.8 meters tall, with almost the same height. Their animal skin clothes made them look like wild people. Rydell muttered secretly. Could they be from the wild tribe? Among the 4 wild tribes, the strongest black-collar tribe leader Joffrey was only a senior knight. If these people living in the cave were the same group of fugitives as Joffrey and others, their strength would not be much stronger. He was relieved. The 3 people walked out of the cave, stretched their backs, and breathed in the air outside. They were talking and laughing. But suddenly they were stunned and quieted down. One of them sniffed. "What's that smell? Oh my God. I smell a living person?" "No doubt. It's the smell of a living person." "Uh-huh. Let me smell where they are." The three of them sniffed the air desperately, and their faces became more and more excited. Rydar's heart was slightly shocked. The other party's sense of smell was so sharp. He quickly retracted his head and made a gesture of silence to the others behind the boulder. Tom and others heard what the other party said. At this time, their hearts were beating fast. Their heartstrings were tense, and they didn't dare to move at all. Step, step, step. There was no dialogue, only footsteps. And they were getting closer and closer to the boulder where the 5 people were hiding. Rydell's face darkened. He knew he was exposed. In this case, instead of waiting to die, it is better to take the initiative and catch the opponent off guard. Whoosh! With a long sword in hand, Rydell flashed out from behind the boulder. Under the moonlight, his speed was as fast as a ghost, and his momentum was as fierce as a roaring tiger. Ha ha ha! There is really someone. There is meat to eat. Catch him! The 3 people were not scared, but came up excitedly. Bang! Bang! The battle broke out, but it was one-sided. Rydell used his agile body to directly avoid the joint attack of the 3 opponents, and then kicked 2 of them away with a powerful leg skill. And the long sword in his hand successfully pierced the heart of the 3rd person. Commander is so strong. Tom and the other 4 saw this scene as soon as they came out from behind the boulder, and their mouths opened into an O shape in shock. Rydell finally breathed a sigh of relief. This valley is indeed strange, but the people here are not strong. But just as he was about to draw out his long sword, the enemy whose heart was pierced raised his mouth corners, revealing a puzzling smile. "I caught you." He raised his left hand and grabbed Retta's arm, then raised his right hand and stabbed Retta's chest with the long sword in his hand. The sudden scene made Retta feel a warning sign, and his back was cold. He didn't have time to think about it. Kicked the ground with his legs, and immediately pulled away. Swish! The sword still cut Retta's leather clothes, leaving a bloody mark on his chest. Retta pulled away and tried to seal the wound with his fighting spirit, but it seemed to have no effect. On the other hand, the opponent, who was obviously pierced through the heart, rushed towards him as if nothing had happened. What's going on? Rydell didn't understand. Dodged the opponent's attack with his injuries, and pierced the opponent's body with a sword again. This time he directly pulled back to prevent accidents. After being pierced for the 2nd time, the opponent still seemed to be unharmed. At the same time, the 2 people who were knocked away by Rydell also surrounded him. What the hell is this? Rydell had never encountered such a phenomenon before. He could easily kill them, but he couldn't kill them. Bang! Bang! Kicked the man away again, and a brilliant light burst out from Rydell's long sword. Explosive flame slash. This is the fighting skill that Rydell remembered after being promoted to the silver level. Although it is very difficult to master, its power is proportional to the difficulty of learning. The extremely compressed fire attribute fighting spirit emits a dazzling light, illuminating the entire valley. With a bang, the explosive flame slash fell directly on the monster who rushed over, and it actually directly chopped the opponent into powder. Rydell had a question mark on his face, and his whole thinking was half a beat slower. The power of the explosive flame slash is indeed strong, but it is not enough to smash people into powder. What is going on? What happened tonight was beyond his understanding. Obi! You killed Obi! 2 heart-wrenching screams shook the valley, and the huge sound of the explosive flame slash just now alarmed the people in the cave. Go! Rydell shouted in a deep voice, and at the same time he slashed 2 flames to prevent the other party from rushing over. This scene is too weird. He must evacuate with others first. Just as they left, 7 or 8 figures emerged from the cave. After hearing the report from the 2 survivors, they roared angrily and chased after Rydell and others. In Zegwa village, Tom recounted his experience that night with lingering fear. One of the people in the group was very strong. George and I were too slow and were caught up. The commander had to stay behind to protect us. Tom's face was full of gratitude and respect for Rydell, although the commander's strength is comparable to that of the opponent. After being entangled, another bronze-level person from the opponent followed up. 1 against 2. The commander forced the 2 back with the explosive flame slash, fighting and retreating. They fought for 3 miles before the opponent stopped chasing and retreated. Ronan's expression was solemn. Was Rydar seriously injured in the fight? Yes. In addition to the scratch on the chest at the beginning, the left arm was pierced in the subsequent battle. Tom looked disappointed. With the healing spell scroll issued by you. Sir, we thought we could heal quickly. But strange things happened one after another. The wound on the commander's arm could not be healed. Not only did it bleed all the time, but it also showed a tendency to rot. You should know that the skin and flesh of the Silver Knight had been strengthened at the bronze level. Even if the injury was not serious, it could slowly heal without healing. Although the time of recovery is uncertain, there will definitely be no rot. How is Retta doing now? Ronan climbed onto the cloud-stepping horse. He had been planning to return to Shanlin Town, but now he had to go to Black Earth Town to see what was going on. It's not good, Tom said bitterly. It took us 10 days to get back. The commander was so weak that we had to carry him on our backs for the next 2 days. It was too unbelievable that 2 external injuries could harm a silver-level knight to this extent. And the guys in the valley couldn't be killed even by stabbing, which was even more unbelievable. What on earth were those guys? Were they still human? How could such things exist in Wubei territory? Would they chase them to several towns along the route? Ronan felt heavy-hearted, but had to face it. Horn, go to Shanlin Town to find Mackin, and ask him to bring Baburin to Haida Town. Yes, sir. Whether it was for defense or to explore the strange valley, Ronan needed to gather people. Tom, follow me, Ronan called out, drove the cloud horse, and rushed to Haida Town at the fastest speed. Chapter 211 Injury. When Ronan arrived at Black Earth Town, Rydar was lying on the bed and sleeping. This orange-haired knight has always looked strong and sturdy, but now his face is as pale as paper, without any of his usual heroic spirit. Although his left arm was bandaged, the bandage was still stained with blood. 10 days have passed, and the wound is still bleeding. No wonder Rydar was exhausted later, and even had to be carried by someone to walk. Ronan slightly lifted the other's arm and untied the bandage. Tom was right. The wound on the arm really showed signs of festering. Such an injury, if it is normal, it is estimated that it has begun to heal. This puncture wound did not hurt the bones. With the powerful recovery ability of the Silver Knight, it would not be a problem under normal circumstances. Although Ronan's movements were light, it still woke Rydar up. My lord, you are here. He wanted to sit up, but his right arm was powerless. Lie down well. Ronan patted the other party's hand and took out a healing spell scroll to use. The gentle light sprinkled on the wound, and there seemed to be no sign of change. What on earth did the other party use to cause such an injury? Ronan got closer to observe, and he found that the wound was slightly black. Could it be that the other party's sword was coated with poison? It shouldn't be poison. Rydar denied it. I feel that it is a special kind of fighting spirit that can erode my flesh and blood, and prevent my fighting spirit from stimulating my flesh and blood to heal. As the person involved, Rydar was very clear about his injuries. After hearing this, Ronan thought of Lu Lanz's injuries. The other party was also eroded by a special energy, and could not be healed for a long time. When you use your fighting spirit to stimulate the wound, will that special fighting spirit devour your fighting spirit and grow stronger? He couldn't help asking. If Retta was also attacked by the soul-devouring surge, it would be troublesome. That's not the case. Retta denied again. It won't devour my fighting spirit. To be precise, it imprisoned the flesh near my wound and turned it into a special stone that the fighting spirit couldn't penetrate. To put it simply, it was like insulation. Ronan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't the soul-devouring surge, it would be a blessing in disguise. What about the wound on your chest? Ronan lifted the blanket and checked it. The wound on the chest was similar to the wound on the arm at first, but the situation improved on the 3rd day, as my fighting spirit was able to pass through. It has now healed. Ronan saw that the 20-centimeter long wound near the abdomen had scabbed. It's also strange that one wound can heal, but another one can't. Why are there so many strange things in that valley? Sir, I guess it's their strength that caused the 2 injuries to be different. Rydar had analyzed it carefully a few days before returning. The wound on my chest was left by the Bronze Knight, and the piercing wound on my left arm was left by the Silver Knight. Their strengths are different. In addition, the depth of the wound may also be a key factor. Ronan nodded. What the other party said made sense. The stronger the strength, the greater the power of the special fighting spirit. The deeper the wound, the more the opponent's fighting spirit invades the flesh, and the more serious the injury. So until now, the injury on Rydar's arm has not improved. Sir, I suspect, in addition to the silver level, there are other beings of the same level or higher in that cave. Because during the battle, Rydar, who had been talking, suddenly began to breathe more heavily, and his fatigue became more intense. We'll talk about the analysis after you recover. Now you should have a good rest. Ronan stopped the other party from talking and asked Tom to bring a new bandage to rebandage the wound. George has gone to Swamp Town to inform Elrin, and he will probably arrive tonight. As the only great physician in Wubei territory and a magician of light attribute, this kind of difficult matter can only be handed over to Elrin to handle and study. Fortunately, although Rydar was weak, his injury did not deteriorate to the point where it could not be recovered, considering that the abdominal wound could suddenly improve. Perhaps the left arm injury could also improve in the end. I just don't know how long it will last. Ronan bandaged the wound and then led people out of the room. Warden, Dandy, you two stay here, and let me know if anything happens. Yes, sir. Tom, ask the cook in Black Earth Village to cook some barley porridge tonight, and make some broth and other easy-to-eat food. I'll go right away. After arranging to take care of Retta, Ronan rode the Cloud Horse to the north of Black Earth Town for a tour. It was really unbelievable that there was such a strange place behind his territory. From the description of Tom and Retta, the group of people were obviously different from Joffrey, Ginny and others. Moreover, the other party had bronze, silver, and even gold levels, and it was impossible for them to be the power of the escaped nobles. The key is that they can't be killed. Not that they can't be killed. Ronan frowned, and one of them was blown into powder by Retta's explosive flame slash. He was keenly aware that the power of explosive flame slash could not directly blast people into slag. And there must be something worth thinking about. They can't be killed by swords, but they were blown into powder by fighting skills. Could it be that their bodies are very special, and when huge external fighting spirit invades their bodies, they will explode? This situation of turning into powder is very similar to an explosion from the inside out. So Ronan made such an analysis. Do you want to go to this mysterious valley? Ronan returned to Black Soil Town and asked Tom to gather a team of infantry here to strengthen patrols in the north, especially at night. During this period, he has been thinking about how to deal with the mysterious valley. I must go, and I can't leave such uneasy factors in my territory. The threat of these things is much greater than that of monsters. All Ronan has to think about is when to go. Now the high-end combat power of Wubei territory. 2 silver knights, a chief magician, and Ronan himself, a bronze knight and a great magician. In addition, he has a 6th level fire dragon swallowing spell scroll in his hand, which is enough to repel the Golden Knight. With such high-end combat power, Ronan has the confidence to go and explore. However, for the sake of safety, he has to wait for more than 10 days. On the one hand, he waits for Retta's injury to heal, and on the other hand, in more than 10 days, he will be able to accumulate enough attribute points to become a silver knight and a chief magician in one fell swoop. At that time, he will have a greater grasp of exploration. Time passed slowly, and in the middle of the night, the sound of horse hooves came from the quiet Black Soil Town. But Elrin was seen holding a torch and riding a warhorse into the town. Behind him were George, Ginny, and Kurami. Commander Retta was injured, which was a big deal. They came here to visit, and to see if Ronan had any tasks to arrange. Chapter 212 Treatment. A large group of people gathered in Retta's room. Beside the bed, Elrin was carefully examining the wound on Retta's arm. At his feet was a medicine box containing the potions he had prepared recently. This should be of special energy. Elrin held Retta's arm and looked at it carefully for a long time before making his own judgment. He gently put his arm back on the bed. Since it is energy, I can try to use purification to see if I can dispel this effect. Purification is a spell that Elrin obtained when he became a great magician. Using it can dispel dark energy and negative effects. Elrin raised his hand, and a faint golden light flashed on his index finger. He quickly drew in the air, and soon completed the spell pattern of purification. With a hum, the surrounding light elements were attracted and rushed towards the spell pattern to form a light golden light that shone on the wound on Retta's left arm. Hiss! Like the sound of a flat tire. Under the light of the purification technique, black smoke rose from Retta's wound, as if it was burning. Everyone was amazed when they saw the scene. No need to explain. They all knew that the purification technique must have worked. My fighting spirit can pass through the wound? Retta showed a surprised expression, and the pain in the wound began to ease. The effect of the purification technique was immediate. Elrin, you are worthy of being our great doctor in Wubei. Thank you for this time. I will treat you to a drink later. In the room, everyone also began to praise Elrin's ability. In fact, after everyone learned that Elrin could produce healing spell scrolls, they took the initiative to build a good relationship with him. Seeing Elrin's new ability at this time, the status of the great doctor in everyone's heart has been improved again. As a professional knight, who can guarantee that he will not be seriously injured? With such a person who can save his life at a critical moment, how can he not build a good relationship with him? Elrin smiled and said, "It's not enough to treat me once. You have to let me drink to my heart's content." Ronan also laughed, standing aside. At every dinner, Elrin drank the most wine. Chahar couldn't help sighing twice. It is said that knights like to drink. But how can a light magician like to drink so much? He also complained that all the wine in the castle was drunk by Elrond. While talking, the great doctor took out a small dagger and scraped the rotten flesh on Retta's wound. Thanks to Retta's strong willpower, he didn't say a word during the whole process of removing the rotten flesh. Then, as several rays of healing light fell, the fresh wound on his arm slowly stopped bleeding and showed signs of healing. This puncture wound is too deep and hurts the muscles inside, so the effect of the healing will be discounted. But fortunately, the wound area is not large, Elrin said as he took out a bag of powder from the medicine box and sprinkled it on the wound. This is my latest powerful growth-promoting powder, which can speed up wound healing. But it is only for junior and intermediate knights, and the effect will be discounted for senior knights. Rydar is a silver knight, and the effect of the powerful growth-promoting powder is probably not too great. It's enough to use it a little. Rydal felt the burning pain in his wound, without being bothered by that kind of energy. This kind of injury will be almost healed in 10 days. After dispelling that strange energy, the rest is not difficult. Ronan's heart was relieved. Elrin, you should stay in Black Soil Town for the time being. There are some strange things in the valley in the north. If they follow, your ability should be able to restrain them. The purification technique can purify this kind of energy. I wonder if it can kill those monsters directly. Sir, we have heard George's general description of the situation over there. What is going on? Elrin asked. Since George has already said it, Ronan does not need to hide it. Fortunately, they are all insiders. This matter still needs to be kept secret. Only your own people know it. Don't talk about it in the territory, let alone spread it out. The people in the territory will definitely cause panic if they know about this matter. And outsiders will also increase their curiosity about the valley if they know about it. Everyone present nodded silently, especially Kurami. Not many people could spread this matter. She and Ronan had the motive. After all, they had a family behind them. But since Ronan said so, she would not say anything nonsense. Since she decided to be loyal to Ronan, she should put the other party's interests first. Next, Ronan told him what he knew, and Rydar, who had recovered some spirit, supplemented it on the side. As the person involved, Rydar understood those guys much more deeply than George. It was precisely because of this that everyone's mood became more solemn. Although the valley is a little far from us, and although we cannot develop there in the near future, those weird things seriously threaten the safety of the territory. We can't just leave them alone without them coming. He was a little hesitant at first, but now Elrin gave him confidence. Wait for McKen to come, and then wait for Retta's injury to heal. I am determined to lead the team to clear the place. Ronan expressed his thoughts. He looked around at everyone present, and said by then, all the intermediate and above extraordinary people in Wubei territory. He paused, and changed his words, except for Kurami. The remaining intermediate and above extraordinary people are all ready to go together. As for the primary knights, Ronan plans to take Tom, David, Grotto, and Thomas. These 4 people have the best performance among the primary knights and are worth training. Although they may not be able to help much in a fight, taking them with them can get training and increase their knowledge. My lord. At this moment, Kurami stood up. Why exclude me? This question made everyone in the room stunned. Generally, for such arrangements, Retta and others will acquiesce, and others who surrender to Ronan as wild tribes probably won't ask more questions. It was the first time that Kurami asked a question directly. Ronan didn't think the other party was a troublemaker. On the contrary, if he were in Kurami's position, he would have the same doubts in his heart. As for whether he would express his doubts on the spot, it depends on each person's personality. Some people are unwilling to express themselves and will accept it silently. Some people are more straightforward and may ask on the spot. If Roner is here, he and you, and I will take him with us. Ronan explained, but I have arranged other important things for him. He should not be able to make it back when we are doing this. In fact, he was reluctant to let Ragna, Kurami, Grotto, and others take risks. Injuries were fine. But if something fatal happened, the families behind them would definitely intervene. The reason why he was willing to bring Grotto this time was mainly because the junior knights would not be killed. But Kurami was different. She was a mid-level knight, and she might have to participate in the battle. And Ragna was not there. So it would be difficult to explain if something happened. Like now, it would be good to let Ragna run the caravan and lead the transportation, and let Kurami maintain the law and order in the swamp town. But Kurami was unwilling. In terms of strength, she is the strongest among the 3 intermediate knights of Wube: Kurami, Horn, and Barrington. Now the latter 2 have gone. But she is excluded. In terms of gender, Ginny is also a woman, and she is also a magician. If she can go, why can't she? Sir, since we choose to follow you, it means we are willing to fight for you. Kurami knelt on one knee. Ragna is Ragna, and I am me. Even if I die in this operation, it has nothing to do with you, and Ragna will not think it is your fault. She said in a deep voice, please allow me to follow this operation. Ronan smiled. He didn't expect the other party to be so enthusiastic, and this set of rhetoric made it difficult for him to exclude him again. Okay. In that case, then let you follow this time. Prepare well. Chapter 213 Mobilization. Although Elrond's ability can effectively restrain this strange energy, for the sake of safety, Ronan waited for Retta's injury to improve while waiting for the arrival of the 21st of this month. Black Earth Town and the northern area of Grey Earth Village have deployed defense forces. But the group of people in the valley did not seem to have any intention of coming, and the territory was stable. While waiting, Ronan inspected the construction of houses and land reclamation in Black Earth Town, and also devoted more time to practicing swordsmanship and fighting. Now he is a bronze-level peak knight. Although McKen has reached the silver level, the opponent's strength is improving very slowly, and the progress of practice is only 18/1500. In other words, although McKen is not much ahead of Ronan in strength and physique, his defensive swordsmanship is quite strict in close combat. Even under the guidance of Rydar, Ronan could only fight with the opponent for 20 to 30 rounds without losing. If he was eager to find the opponent's flaws, he would lose his composure first. However, such a record was without using fighting skills. Once McKen used fighting skills, Ronan would appear to be somewhat passive. The opponent was a Knight of Earth attribute, and his 2 fighting skills, Earthshaking and Rock Snake, had a great impact on Ronan, especially the Rock Snake. This huge python formed by controlling the land has super strong impact and is very fast. Once hit, it will be scratched and knocked away, or it will be smashed to pieces by the snake head. Ronan barely avoided it by casting speed magic on himself, but his fire explosion could not destroy the rock snake in one go. If Ronan's sparring with McKen was barely passable, then he seemed powerless when facing the healed Rydal. First of all, the opponent's strength was stronger than McKen, and his fighting style and fighting skills were also several levels stronger. Once Ronan fell into the opponent's fast attack rhythm, he would soon be defeated. Although Ronan had never won against either McKen or Rydal, his performance was already remarkable. After all, his age was there, and the actual practice time was only more than half a year. It was already very good to have such a level. Time passed slowly, and it was April 21st unknowingly. As the familiar words emerged, Ronan's attribute points and energy essence increased to 184 and 753 points at once. Ronan consumed all these attribute points without hesitation. In an instant, silver lines lit up on his body, which was the mark of promotion to Silver Knight. He successfully became a level 5 Transcendent. Level 5 Silver Knight, 12/1500. 5 Chief Magician, 0/2000. Silver Knight is already a mid to high-end force. People with this kind of strength, even if they are of ordinary origin, can have a place as long as they are loyal. It is very likely that they can become a knight in a few years, or even more than 10 years. As for the level 5 Chief Magician, it is even rarer. Such people will be treated preferentially by nobles no matter where they go, even if they are not nobles. After all, compared to knights, magicians have many special abilities, such as making spell scrolls, making magic potions, etc. Behind these abilities are interests, money, and even deterrence. After becoming a silver knight, Ronan had new fighting skills and magic to learn, among which the most powerful ones were the fire attribute explosive flame / fighting skills, and the red flame snake magic. Explosive flame / This is Rydar's specialty. It is difficult to master, but it is powerful. Red flame snake. This is a level 5 fire attribute magic, although its power is much weaker than the level 6 fire dragon swallowing the sky. It should not be underestimated. Unfortunately, there is not enough time. According to the plan, Ronan will lead the team to the strange valley as soon as the sun rises. With limited time, he can only learn while walking, and first master the fighting skills and magic that are less difficult to get started given to him by Lu lands. For example, instant burning, whirlwind cross / wind roar, etc. The next morning, in front of the simple fortress of Black Soil Town, in addition to the professional knights and magicians who were dispatched this time, Wilson and his assistants, Chahar, Galen and others stood on one side, and there were guards lined up in the back, and the people who couldn't help but stop and take a sneak peek. Ronan stood on the steps and looked at his subordinates, wearing armor or leather armor below. He was a little excited for a moment. Unconsciously, his subordinates have become a strong force. The first echelon is naturally the 3 summon followers, Reda, McKin, and Elrin. The second echelon is Joffrey, Cromie, Horn, Jenny, Baburin, 5 middle and high-level extraordinary people. If Ragna is not out, there are 6. The third echelon is David, Tom, Thomas, Grotto, for seated players with great potential. To the north of our territory, there lives a group of weird and dangerous monsters. They may go south at any time, threatening the safety of everyone in Wubei territory. Ronan spoke loudly, mobilizing before the war. In order to restore peace to the land where we live. In order for us to live in peace on this land. In order for our families, friends and even future generations to no longer be threatened by these monsters. I, as the Lord of Wubei territory, am destined to fight them. His eyes swept across the group of people below. You are the top fighting force of Wubei territory. Although the enemies we face in this operation are mysterious and dangerous, even if they are scourges, we must bravely pick up the long swords in our hands and smash them. For our homeland. Elring clenched his fists and waved his hands just right, shouting, for Wubei territory. With his shout, others couldn't help but start shouting, for Wubei territory. For Wubei territory. Suddenly, the shouts became one, and the atmosphere before the expedition was mobilized. Those who had little experience, such as David and Tom, immediately became excited and shouted loudly with flushed faces. Roding's words were not only for Rydar and others, but also for the guards, officials, housekeepers, servants and even the people who stayed here. Let them know that the Lord is not fighting for himself, but for them, for this homeland. This will help increase the cohesion and centripetal force of the territory. Although there are few people now, and their qualities are uneven, the sooner the foundation is laid, the better. After a lively moment, Ronan began to call the troops. Every time he called a person's name, he would take the lead in applauding, creating a full atmosphere, making them proud to follow the Lord to fight. After the selection of the troops, Ronan encouraged them. Then he told Wilson and others to pay full attention to the territory during this period. This trip, even if you rush to the round trip, it will take 10 days, plus the rest, exploration, processing, etc. before the war. The time spent before and after will definitely not be short. The cultivation of farmland in the territory, the maintenance of order, and the resettlement of the people brought back by Ronan. All these things need to be handled by the professional knights who stayed behind in Wilson, Chahar and others. When the sun shone over the hills towards the fortress, Ronan looked up and immediately felt full of energy. Let's go! Chapter 214 Harbor Concept. It took 10 days for Rydal, Tom and others to return from the Weird Valley, mainly because Rydal was injured and could not travel for a long time. Now it won't take that long for them to go to the valley from Black Soil Town. On the one hand, they are in good spirits and have plenty of physical strength. On the other hand, the monsters and wild beasts along the way have been cleared, and everyone's main energy is on the road. It took them only 4.5 days to get close to the weird valley again. Sir, the place ahead is where the battle took place that night. Rydell pointed to the woods in front and said. Everyone looked over and saw that the woods not far away, which were as big as half a football field, were in a mess. Tall trees were broken in half, and trunks, branches, and leaves fell and splashed everywhere. The low grass and trees seemed to have been hit by a hurricane, and they were all tilted here and there, and some were even uprooted. There were fresh holes everywhere on the ground, which were obviously bombed by powerful fighting skills. Just from this battlefield, it is enough to know how fierce the battle between Retta and the group of monsters was that night. Those who did not know Retta's true strength, such as Kurami and Grotto, had a clear understanding of the combat power of the commander of Wubei territory after seeing this scene. At the same time, they also had a more direct understanding of the danger of this operation. Not only them, but also Ronin. Fortunately, when he was on the road, he had already distributed the more than 700 energy essences he had accumulated. He first needed a warrior who could stand alone, and according to Retta, he needed about a year to barely fight against the average gold level. In order to deal with the possibility of a gold level enemy, Ronin, in addition to the 6th level spell scroll, also added all 500 energy essences to Retta, increasing his cultivation progress to 583 out of 1500. He used all the remaining 253 energy essences on Elrin. In this battle, Elrin was naturally a supporting position. He only needed to use purification and healing spells on the injured, or use light binding and fatigue aura in time when the battle situation was not good. The frontal battle was left to Retta, McKen and others. Everyone rest here. After lunch, we will recover our physical strength and go over to observe the terrain in the afternoon. Ronin was not in a hurry to attack. He first observed closely to see if there was any valuable information. Elrin, keep your magic power. Don't worry, sir. My magic power has been refined to full state and can fight at any time. During this journey, even if they encountered sporadic monsters, they were all handed over to the knights to deal with. Elrin did not lose any magic power except that he consumed a lot of physical strength on the road. Everyone began to rest on the spot. In the past few days, they could roast the meat of the killed monsters, but when they were close to the target point, in order to avoid being exposed by making a fire, they could only take out the dry food in the package to fill their stomachs. Ronin took out clean water and fruits from the space ring and distributed them. He was not worried about being exposed. If others asked him how he could take things out of thin air, he would just say it was a magic toy. But everyone was just curious, and no one asked. This is a spell scroll for healing. Although you 4 junior knights cannot use it, you still have a share. It is a reward for everyone's action. Ronin took out 12 spell scrolls and handed them to Tom, asking him to distribute them to everyone. At the same time, he took out the spell scrolls of Wind Tentacles, Purification, Holy Shield, Pyroblast, and Speed, and gave them to other people. Of course, these scrolls are of high value, so he did not plan to give them to his subordinates. After the action is over, if there are any left, he will take them back. Spell scrolls are a bit like weapons and ammunition. Ronin took out so many at once, and this battle was very rich. Not to mention, the market price of a Pyroblast spell scroll is as high as 70 or 80 gold coins. Ronin took out 5 at once, not to mention the more advanced spell scrolls. In the eyes of his subordinates, their lord is a local rich man. They also feel more and more that it is right to follow this lord. Especially Joffrey. When he followed Layson, he was lucky not to be suspected by the other party. Not to mention that the other party gave him a spell scroll before the battle. Ronin did not mean to show off his wealth. He just wanted to be safe, and at the same time did not want any accidents to happen to these subordinates he favored. After eating, drinking and resting, everyone set out again. The closer they got to the valley, the smaller the voices they communicated with each other became, and gradually only the slight footsteps remained. Not long after, they climbed the mountain behind the strange valley. The last time Rydar and others came here was at night. They only saw a silver-white line in the distance, and guessed that it was the sea based on the sound. Now it was daytime, and they could really see the scenery in the distance, which was indeed the sea. What a spectacular view! Jenny's eyes flickered. She had read about the sea in a few books, but had never seen it in person. Now, just by looking from a distance, she felt the magnificent scene described in the book. Except for Kurami, who had been to Pointed Horn City and seen the sea, everyone else had more or less the same feeling as Jenny. Ronan had seen the sea, so he didn't sigh much. At this moment, another idea came to his mind, an outlet to the sea. Wubei territory is surrounded by the sea to the east and north. Is there a place suitable for building a port? Although there seems to be no land to the east of this continent. You can reach the Principality of Vera by going south along the east coast of Wubei territory. Going north and west, you can reach the north of the Screaming Sea, and then going south into the Screaming Sea. The east side of the route can reach the capital, and the west side is the territory of the Earl of Screaming Island. Going south all the way, you can reach the Pointed Horn City in Wishan territory. In the future, if the trade of Wubei territory develops, it seems more convenient to use sea and land transportation than land transportation. Then the key is that Wubei territory needs to have its own port. However, it is not possible to build a port along the sea. It is also necessary to find a suitable location, such as the depth of the water, the seabed terrain, etc. At the same time, if you really want to build a port, you must have professional people, such as experienced captains, sailors, and seaport construction craftsmen. It is impossible for civilians or serfs in Wubei territory to complete such a job. It seems that Roning has the opportunity to go to Pointed Corner City or other seaport cities to find talents familiar with this knowledge. But that's all for later. Building a port is not something that can be completed in a few months. It requires a huge amount of manpower, financial resources, and material resources. Roning can make a plan first, and then consider the advancement. Retracting his thoughts, he carefully surveyed the valley, but because the location was too far from the bottom of the valley, he did not find anything unusual. They had to use the trees as cover and go down along the mountain. The closer to the bottom of the valley, the easier it is to see some dry bones, some human and some beast. I don't know what fierce battle happened here. It seems that no one is patrolling? Roning glanced around, and there was no human figure. He used the wind of exploration to confirm the current situation again. Within hundreds of meters around, there was no trace of anyone except themselves. Are they all hiding in the cave? Roning frowned slightly, looking at the cave under the hillside opposite. It would be too abrupt and too reckless to just break in. McKin, Joffrey, you take Tom and the other two to watch from behind, and the rest of you disperse. Ronan whispered. Everyone hide and observe for a while. Chapter 215 Attack Strategy. Roning and his party watched behind the hillside for a whole afternoon. Even when the sun set and dusk fell, no suspicious creatures came out of the cave. To be honest, he was a little sleepy waiting. Fortunately, when the sun completely set and night fell, the cave lit up, followed by light and shadow shaking. Here they come, Roning reminded in a low voice. Everyone's heartstrings tightened. After waiting for a long time, they finally saw the enemy. Soon, a team came out of the cave. Last time, Retta saw only 3 people. But this time the number of people increased by 3 times. A total of 12 people. It should be that Retta led people to break in here last time and raise the other party's vigilance. So the number of patrols increased. Under the moonlight, the group of people formed 4 teams of 3 people each, and then began to patrol in the 4 directions of front, back, left and right. One of the groups was facing the direction where Roning and others were. According to the information provided by Redar and others, these guys have a very sensitive sense of smell. They had already taken shelter that night, but their whereabouts were exposed because of the smell. Roning sensed that the wind was blowing from the southwest in the forest at this time, and it would not blow their breath to the valley below the hillside. Moreover, there was still a distance of 100 or 200 meters below them. Even if the other party's sense of smell was as sensitive as a dog, the possibility of smelling their scent should be very low. Roning's worry seemed a bit redundant. These patrolmen had no intention of going up the hillside at all. They just patrolled back and forth around the bottom of the valley. If the flat land at the bottom of the valley is regarded as a rectangle, then the 4 teams are going back and forth on the 4 sides of the rectangle. They look like they are guarding the border, preventing people or objects from entering the valley. Is their alert range so small? Both Rydell and McKin flashed a puzzled look. If they were responsible for the defense here, they would definitely set up a warning point on the hillside and arrange personnel to stand guard. There is no need for 12 people in this bare and flat valley below. 3 or 4 people are enough. Time passed slowly. Half an hour. An hour. Ronan watched the group of people moving back and forth. They were like the monster set in the game. And they would only go back and forth along the established route. The mentality of the crowd also changed from tension at the beginning to doubt. And even felt a little boring at the end. "My lord, what are we going to do?" Rydell asked in a low voice. When they came, they had already formulated a plan for how to deal with conflicts in the event of a conflict. But they did not expect such a scene of no conflict now. Let's observe them first. Understand their habits. And then see if there is a chance to take one person away without making too much noise. This observation lasted for 3 days. Through the intelligence collection during this period, Luo Ning and others confirmed 2 things. The first is that the people in the cave will not come out during the day. Every day when the sun rises, the patrolling people will return to the cave. Every night when the night falls, they will come out of the cave. They repeat the same thing every night. Just like a robot with a set program. Tireless and never bored. Ronan couldn't figure it out. Don't these people have to worry about food and drink? Is there enough water and food in the cave? As for the second thing, based on the information obtained from the battle that night by Retta, and the comparison of the other party's clothing observed in the past 2 days, the strength of this group of people can be roughly judged. This patrol team of 12 people should be led by a bronze-level knight, with 2 senior knights, and the rest are probably junior and intermediate knights. The overall strength is not strong. Another night. After observing for a while, Ronan and others quietly withdrew from the hillside and returned to the temporary camp 1 mile away. There is no need for us to continue observing. This group of people in the cave cannot think with common sense. Continuing to observe is just a waste of time, and no more valuable information can be collected. When everyone heard the Lord say this, their expressions were shocked, and they were finally ready to take action. Everyone needs to collect enough dry firewood tomorrow morning, and rest at noon to restore physical strength and spirit as usual. In the afternoon, we will take dry firewood to the cave and light a fire for them. Do you want to use fire to force them out? That's a good idea. They are in a closed cave, and once smoked, they will definitely not come out. Some people are puzzled, but some people have already understood Luo Ning's intention. I have been thinking about a question these 2 days. Why don't they come out of the cave during the day? Luo Ning asked himself and answered. After thinking about it, I thought of a possibility. That is, they don't like the daytime, or they hate the sun. There are few records of creatures that fear the sun in this world. But Luo Ning had seen many in books before he crossed over. For example, the vampires in many movies and TV shows are very afraid of sunlight. And some will even turn to ashes once exposed to sunlight. These things are fictional on Earth. But in this world where extraordinary powers exist, it is still very likely that such creatures that fear sunlight will appear. Right? Since they don't want to come out, we force them out. The other party can smell the smell, which means they need to breathe. When Ronan sends smoke into the closed cave, it is like using smoke to smoke a vole hole in the field. The people inside will definitely find a way to rush out if they can't stand it. As long as they rush out and come to the sunlight, Ronan is likely to occupy the geographical advantage. To put it another way, even if the other party is not afraid of sunlight, Ronan needs to lead them out of the cave before dealing with them. After all, this cave is someone else's territory, and there may be traps and mechanisms inside. Knowing these dangers, if Ronan does not consider the other party's geographical advantages and rushes in with people, it is tantamount to throwing himself into a trap and a sheep into a wolf pack. He doesn't want to learn from Wiggins on the battlefield. Next, Ronan discussed the attack plan for tomorrow with his subordinates. They didn't go to sleep in their respective caves until midnight, leaving Tom and others to take turns to keep watch. As the morning passed, familiar words emerged. April has passed, and today is May 1st. Time passed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed since he left Black Soil Town. It was time to blow the horn of attack. He also wanted to see what unusual things were hidden in the cave. Ronan added all the attribute points to himself, and then slowly closed his eyes to rest. There was no conversation that night. The next morning, everyone began to collect dry firewood in the mountains and forests. 1 bundle, 2 bundles, 3 bundles. Ronan even collected a large pile in the space ring. The knights were very strong, and each person could carry several bundles. Anyway, those guys didn't come out during the day. So they directly moved all the collected dry firewood to the flat ground at the entrance of the valley. Time passed quickly, and it was afternoon in a blink of an eye. Ronan stood up and looked at the quiet cave entrance. It's time to attack. Chapter 216 Beast Roar. The afternoon sun was quite strong. The knights turned into strong men, carrying bundles of firewood on their backs and placing them in front of the cave. Ronan poured out all the firewood in the space ring and threw it inside the cave entrance. He casually cast a few elementary fire magic small flames, and the dry firewood in the cave entrance was directly ignited and burned at a very fast speed. Jenny, get some water. We need smoke. I'm happy to serve you. Sir. It was also elementary magic. Jenny skillfully used the water-gathering spell to wet some of the firewood, and the smoke suddenly became much thicker, and some even rushed out of the cave. Ronan turned to use the wind spell, not only sending enough air, but also blowing all the rising black smoke into the cave. When everyone saw the scene, they laughed unconsciously. It's good to have a magician. Look at this fire, water, and wind. Although some fighting skills have similar effects, they are basically more violent and may directly disperse all the firewood. Under the blessing of the Qifeng technique, the smoke all drifted into the cave passage. At first, everyone could not hear any reaction from the cave, but soon, they faintly heard roars and shouts from inside. Luo Ning raised his eyebrows and curled his lips slightly. Throw dry firewood in, one bundle at a time. Jenny, keep using the water-gathering technique to create smoke. Everyone worked together to make the fire burn vigorously, and the smoke thick. Everyone was like a child who did something bad when he was young, and they were very excited. Why is there no movement inside? Will they be suffocated to death by us? It's possible. Even we can't stand such smoke. Everyone started talking at once. The roars they heard at the beginning were gone now, which made them have to make such speculations. But at this moment, the ground suddenly shook, and then a roar seeped out from the mountain. This was not a human roar, but a roar from an animal, and it was different from the roars of wolves and howls. This roar was deep and majestic, as if it came from the depths of the earth, shaking everything around, making people unconsciously feel a chill in their backs and numbness in their scalps. Whether it was Ronan, Rydar or others, their faces changed, just when everyone was in doubt. The second roar came. This time it seemed to be a little closer to everyone, and the sound was a little clearer. What is this? Joffrey's face changed. He had lived in the mountains for a long time, and had never heard such a roar. The only two ladies in the field, Jenny and Kurami, both looked a little pale. Everyone, step back. Stay away from the cave entrance. Originally, Ronan was going to surround and kill the people who came out, but the changing situation made him feel that this arrangement was a bit inappropriate. Everyone immediately stepped back after hearing Ronan's order. Before leaving, Rydar and McKen threw all the remaining firewood into the cave entrance. No matter what was inside, they would burn it first. The flames were blazing, and although Jenny was still performing the water-gathering spell, the distance was a bit far, so the effect was greatly reduced, and the thick smoke was much weaker. At this time, the third roar came, and the ground shook faintly, as if the giant beast was slowly approaching, and the ground shook unconsciously, which was frightening. This is not an ordinary monster. Ronan's face changed slightly. He was ready to take out the fire dragon swallowing the sky scroll if the situation was not right. I just don't know if it was his illusion. He felt that this deep and majestic roar seemed to be mixed with sorrow and fatigue. There was no time to think about it. The fourth roar came. This time, there was not only a roar, but also endless cold and violent wind. Boom! The surging energy directly dispersed all the firewood piled at the entrance of the cave, and the smoke also surged out, bursting out of the cave and spreading outside. Back off! Ronan shouted loudly. The crowd, who had already retreated 100 meters, retreated again in a hurry. At the same time, in order to fight against the smoke, Ronan directly used the wind roar magic. The violent wind was mixed with dense small wind blades, fighting against the smoke that rushed out, making a chaotic roar. Rydar, McKen and others also used fighting skills and attacked the cave entrance. After a roar, the world became quiet. When the smoke cleared, the cave entrance had been bombed beyond recognition, and the earth blocks that collapsed from the mountain covered half of the cave entrance. Everyone's pupils shrank, and they saw a shocking scene. The cave entrance was completely frozen, like an ice crystal passage. The ice crystals reflecting the sun's brilliance shone brightly, and everyone seemed to feel that the temperature of the surrounding air had dropped a lot. Luo Ning frowned. What kind of monster could cast such a large scale for a spell? But after this wave, the roar of the beast seemed to disappear completely. I don't know if it was holding back a big move in the cave, or what it was doing. Everyone just felt that this was the calm before the storm. Be alert and be on guard. Commander Rydar reminded everyone who was shocked by the ice crystal passage. Tom, David and other knights swallowed their saliva unconsciously. They felt that they should not appear in the next battle. Fortunately, the Lord asked them to come here just to learn more and see more, and did not intend to let them participate in the battle. Who is it? Who dares to break into the Master's territory? The powerful voice, accompanied by angry roars, and the messy and hurried footsteps quickly approached the cave entrance. Ronan raised his hand. Prepare for long-range attack. They don't need to care about the other party's identity or role. Since they are in a hostile state, they can attack as soon as the other party shows his head. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, 5 figures rushed out of the cave at a very fast speed. Attack! Ronan roared loudly, and took the lead in releasing the wind roar. As his order was issued, Rydar, McKen, and Elrin took the lead, and Joffrey, Kurami, and others hurriedly followed. The 5 people rushing out from the opposite sides seemed to have prepared for being bombarded by fighting skills and magic. As soon as they came out, they used their own methods. Suddenly, a huge skill bombardment began in front of the cave. There were many people on Roning's side, but the result of the bombardment was evenly matched. Be careful. There is probably a gold level on the opposite side. The smoke and energy of the collision dissipated, and the troops of both sides were revealed. The 5 people on the opposite side, led by the white-haired female knight in the middle, and there were 4 people on the left and right sides. Their strength was estimated to be at least high-level knights. In addition, when the aftermath of the skill bombardment dissipated, 8 people ran out of the cave. The 8 people were dressed in gray uniforms. They were the ones who patrolled every day. Their strength was estimated to be at the primary or intermediate level. Roning looked past these people and looked into the cave. At this moment, the 2 sides had deployed their troops, but he still did not see any trace of the monsters. The other party still had hidden power. You? The burly knight beside the white-haired woman pointed his sword at Rydar, looking a little surprised. I remember you. The guy whose arm I pierced that night. How did your injury heal so quickly? He thought that he could not kill an opponent of the same level with just a sword, but he believed that Rydar's left arm would definitely not heal in a month or 2. But at this moment, Rydar stood in front of him intact. Who are you? Luo Ning asked. Why are you hiding in this cave? Hee. Fair-skinned little devil. The woman licked her bright red lips. Your appearance pleases me very much. How about you surrender to me? I will love you well. You guys are not bad either. How about you all surrender to me? Chapter 217 Tactical Coordination. In front of the cave in the strange valley, the words of the white-haired female knight sounded a little unbelievable. Ronan had not yet persuaded the other party to surrender, but was persuaded by the other party. More importantly, the other party licked her red lips, with a charming look on her face. This was not because she was attracted to Ronan's strength, but clearly because she was attracted to his body. It would have been fine if she was attracted to him alone, but she didn't expect that she was attracted to a group of people. Is she a psychopath? Elrin reminded. The one standing in front of you is the Lord of Wubei territory. Viscount Ronan. Since you live in his territory, you are the Viscount's subject. Please adjust your attitude. Hee. The white-haired woman smiled charmingly. Sorry. My master is Lord Elliot. You are not qualified to let Natalia surrender to you. Elliot? Ronan hurriedly searched for this name in his mind, but unfortunately, he did not find any relevant information. He looked at the others. They were either wildlings or low-level guards and summoned characters. They probably didn't have access to this kind of information. Who is Elliot? Ronan asked. The white-haired female knight's eyes were obviously getting colder. He put away his joking thoughts and didn't want to talk nonsense with Ronan and others. You all deserve to die if you dare to step into the master's restricted area. Nebril, the red-haired knight who was not killed that day, is left to you. The others will follow me to kill all the intruders. I am happy to serve you. My most beloved lady. The tall knight took the lead and rushed straight to Rydal. But it was no longer Rydal who greeted him, but Macken. Your opponent is me. According to the plan, If there is a gold level opponent, then Retta and Elrond will deal with it. The former will fight head-on, and the latter will use magic such as light binding to assist. They don't seek to defeat the opponent, but only to delay the opponent. Retta's figure moved quickly, and rushed straight to the white-haired woman. Kill! Ronan raised the flowing flame sword and cooperated with Retta to launch a full-scale attack. His target was the Bronze Knight, who was stabbed several times by Retta that night but failed to die. In the flat valley, a chaotic battle quietly began. Soldiers against soldiers. Generals against generals. The strength of this group of people is similar to Ronan's assessment. Joffrey's opponent is a senior knight, and another senior knight is fought by Kurami and Baburin. The remaining patrolmen are all left to Horn and Ginny. Tom and the other four will see the situation. If the opponent is just a junior knight, then they can take action. If there is an intermediate knight on the opposite side, they will attack in pairs, or even 4 people to try to distract the enemy's attention. To be on the safe side, Elrond will assist everyone with the Invigoration spell and Aurora's Shadow in the battle. And at the same time, he will cast the aura of fatigue on the opponent's strong men. Such a battle plan had been formulated and announced 2 days ago. At this moment, everyone performed well and basically executed according to the plan. With a loud bang, Ronan suppressed his opponent with a sword, and at the same time raised his right foot and kicked the opponent in the chest, kicking the opponent away. Putting aside the opponent's weird body, Ronan, who was at the silver level 200 out of 1500 progress, completely crushed the opponent in strength, speed and combat power. This Bronze Knight was not his opponent at all. If it weren't for Rydell's negligence that night, it would be impossible for him to be scratched in the abdomen by the opponent. Earth and stone spikes. The opponent quickly got up, knelt on one knee, and slapped the ground with his palm. The ground began to tremble, and long spear-like earth spears began to drill out from the ground in front of his palm, rushing towards Ronan. If he couldn't dodge in time, he would definitely be stabbed with several holes. Ronan didn't dodge, and touched the ground with his long sword and swung it violently, and an arc of flames flew out from the tip of the sword. Instant burn. The silver-level fighting skills were used by him, and the huge power directly lifted the ground in front of him. Those sharp earth spears, with a diameter of 10 centimeters, were defeated by the surging power before they could spread to him. Although the power of this move cannot be compared with Rydar's explosive flame slash, it is much stronger than the earth and stone spikes. Makin is also of earth attribute. I can't beat him, but it's enough to deal with you. Ronan rushed over with the remaining power of instant burn. When the opponent resisted the arc of flames, the flowing flame sword pierced the opponent's body. This piercing feeling was different from usual, as if it was not piercing through human flesh, but more like piercing into the body of a scarecrow. Your sword can't kill me. The man laughed wildly, ignoring the long sword piercing his body, and raised his hand to strangle Luo Ning's throat. Really? Luo Ning pinched the other's wrist, making him unable to move, and at the same time injected surging Do Chi into the Luoyin sword. Buzz. The Do Chi was directly transformed into a raging flame after being transformed by the Luoyin sword. Ah! The man let out a painful wail, and then cracks began to appear from the place where the Luoyin sword penetrated his body. In less than 2 breaths, the cracks spread all over his body. Luo Ning looked at the other's face from a close distance, as if he was looking at a dry and cracked earth. With a bang, the man was crushed into powder right in front of Ronan, just like the explosion flame slash that night that turned the opponent into powder. It seems that my guess is correct. Your body is not afraid of ordinary penetrating injuries, but if the extraordinary power is injected into your body, you will suffer huge damage from the inside out. It's like the 2 powers are incompatible with each other. If they meet, there will be a violent reaction. As long as the energy injected is enough, it will turn into ashes. Ronan looked at the gray-white powder on the ground. There was not a trace of blood. This phenomenon was also very strange. Could it be that they just have the appearance of humans, but they are not human? Yuden! The tall Knight Nebular shouted anxiously. He didn't expect that he would be the first to lose people, and he was the 3rd combat force. He wanted to quickly injure the opponent and end the battle, but he didn't expect that Makin's defense ability was very strong. His sword could not injure the opponent in a short time. That night, if Retta had not been scratched in the chest without knowing it and then besieged, Nebular would not have been able to pierce Retta's arm. At this time, in a one-on-one situation, although Makin did not have the upper hand, his defense was very tight, and he would not be defeated in a short time. On the other hand, the white-haired golden knight Natalia attacked swiftly and ghostly, and each attack was accompanied by huge power. And she actually suppressed Retta. The high-level fighting skills of wind and fire collided, turning the battle area they were in into a scorched earth battlefield. Natalia flashed to Retta's front. Go to hell! But at this moment, her tentacles stretched out from the void and bound her like a long snake. This was exactly Elrond's light-binding magic. You are the one who will die. Retta made a cold move, and the instant burning fighting skill rushed towards the opponent with a scorching flame. Even if there was a fighting spirit armor to protect the body, it would be a serious injury if it took this blow without any other defense. This move was unavoidable, and Natalia actually prayed loudly, Master, your loyal servant prays for your power. As she prayed sincerely, complex dark patterns appeared on her body, and endless black flames descended from the void and covered her whole body. In an instant, she seemed to have the energy to destroy the world, and she broke free from the light binding in an instant. Disgusting light attribute magician. Kill you first. Natalia changed her target and killed Elrond, whether it was purification or light binding. Although it could not cause her any harm, it made her feel uncomfortable and disgusting from the bottom of her heart. Rydar, protect me, Elrond shouted. He was a light magician, and his support was greater than his attack. How could he resist the attack of the Golden Knight head-on? Don't worry. I won't let her get close to you. Rydar was on Elrond's side. Even if Natalia was fast, she couldn't get past his defense. Seeing that they could hold her off, Ronan turned his attention to Macin's opponent, the Silver Knight Nibrel. Heal you, and I can complete the achievement of King of Slaughter. His mental power moved his magic power, and he used the 4th level magic tentacles of wind. This spell, which is somewhat similar to the light binding spell, has a strong control power. Even if the opponent is a Silver Knight, it can still be trapped for a short time. Strong men fight. Victory or defeat is in a moment. Opportunity. Macin stabbed the ground with a sword, and the ground seemed to come alive. The ground under his feet turned into a huge python and broke out of the ground. It opened its bloody mouth and bit Nebular, trying to swallow him up. Master, your servant needs your power to kill the invading enemy. Just like Natalia, when the dark energy enveloped Nebular, he was able to break free from the tentacles of the wind and jump away. Unfortunately, he was still a step slower. The rock snake bit one of his legs, swung its head wildly, and directly tore the opponent's right leg off. With a bang, Nebular was hit hard by the huge force 100 meters away. Macin, go help others. I'll take care of this person. Leaving the silver and gold levels for Ronan to finish off was part of the plan. Okay, sir. Macin swept the battlefield. Joffrey was firmly in the upper hand. Horn, Jenny and Tom not only suppressed the patrolmen, but also killed 3 of them. The only disadvantages were Kurami and Baburin. Their opponents were high-level knights, and even though Kurami was at the peak of the intermediate level, with Baburin's cooperation, it was a bit difficult to deal with him. Kurami had been blown away several times, and Baburin was even stabbed in the waist, with blood flowing and staining his armor red. Then let's get rid of you first. Macin kicked the ground with his legs, and rushed out like a cannonball, killing the high-level knight. Chapter 218 Blackhorn. In the Strange Valley, the fierce battle continued, but the battle belonging to Nebular was about to end. You will definitely be judged by the master. Nebular used the long sword as a crutch and struggled to stand up, shouting incomprehensible words. Ronan carefully observed the other party's broken leg. Not only did the wound not bleed, but it seemed that it had no other effect except affecting the other party's actions. Who is your master? Elliot? The flowing flame sword was blazing, and Ronan approached Nebular step by step. Why have I never heard of this name? Ha ha ha. Ignorant humans. You haven't even heard of the name of Lord Elliot. Nebular's expression suddenly became a little crazy, just like a fanatic looking at their god of faith. She is a great messenger of God, the embodiment of holiness, and the perfect queen. He stared at Ronan madly. Just watch. Even if I die today, you will not escape the judgment of the master. Ronan frowned at this look, looking at the other party's fanatical look. Perhaps only some churches and nobles can cultivate it, but as far as Ronan knows, the main body of this world is still ruled by lords of all sizes, and there seems to be no powerful church. I don't know who Elliot is to cultivate such a believer. In other words, this kind of thing that can treat people as food is destined to be not a good thing, no matter what the identity of Oriat is. These guys in the cave cannot be kept. Before your master judges me, accept my judgment on you. Nebular. Ronan rushed to the opponent and slashed at him. Nebula raised his sword to block. But he couldn't keep his balance under the huge impact and staggered back. It's over. Ronan quickly caught up with him, came behind him, and stabbed Nebular's heart with a sword. As the fighting spirit poured in, the Silver Knight howled in pain, and then exploded like the Bronze Knight just killed by Ronan, turning into powder. King of Killing achievement achieved. Attribute points plus 300. Energy essence plus 600. This is the achievement reward for killing a level 5 extraordinary unit, allowing Ronan to obtain a lot of attribute points and energy essence at one time. He came back to his senses and looked at the battlefield. Makin had killed the senior knight and freed Kurami and Baburin. The latter two immediately joined the battle group of Horn, Jenny and others to encircle and suppress the patrol soldiers. I believe they will be cleared soon. On the other hand, the white-haired female knight Natalia is now facing the joint attack of Retta, Elrin, and Makin. When Elrin finds the right opportunity, he will use the light binding technique to restrict her actions, even if it only makes the opponent pause for 1 or 2 seconds, which is a huge opportunity for Retta and Makin. The gold level is 1 level higher than the silver level, but it does not mean that the gold knight will not be killed by the silver knight. Putting aside the challenge of the geniuses, with the same combat experience and skills, the gold knight can only face 3 or 5 silver knights at the same time without losing the upper hand. If there are more people, there is a possibility of being surrounded and annihilated. The current situation is that Retta and Makin should have more combat experience than the other party. And with the difficult light attribute magician, Natalia is already stretched to the limit. The killing of her subordinates, Wutan and Nebular, made her even more confused. Swish! Retta's sword brushed past the opponent's wrist, cutting the opponent's delicate skin and tender flesh. Although there was no bleeding, the fighting spirit had a burning effect after it passed through. Natalia roared wildly, her messy long hair flying. Like a mad woman, she wanted to struggle out of the battle group, but her way back was blocked by Makin. Damn it! You all deserve to die, she roared angrily. Her sword skills became more and more swift, but her footwork became more and more messy. Puff! Swish! Hiss! The confused Natalia was stabbed by the long sword continuously, and there were more and more burn marks on her body. If the wound would bleed, she would have been stained with blood at this moment. She is going to fail. Ronan approached slowly with a sword. If Retta and Makin had not held back, one of them would definitely have pierced Natalia with a sword. The reason for the fight was mainly to save the last blow for Ronan. I don't know when Ronan started, but he already had the habit of King. Natalia's perception was very sharp. Although she was caught in a melee, she knew that Ronan was approaching. Combined with his previous record of killing Wutan and Nebular, she understood that this Ronan was also a silver level. Once she was besieged by 3 people, plus the magician outside. She couldn't escape. Master, now is the moment of despair. Natalia burst out with rich energy, and when fighting with Retta, she pulled away with a huge impact force. Even if Makin came from behind, she didn't care and directly grabbed Makin's sword with her hand. With a puff, the long sword cut her palm, but she still didn't stop at all, and jumped to the hillside. You forced me to do it. She threw away the sword in her hand, took out a black horn from her waist, and blew it violently. The low sound resounded throughout the battlefield, bringing an uneasy atmosphere. Woo! In the cave, the low roar sounded again, responding to the sound of the horn, and the earth trembled. Natalia blew the black horn again, this time more urgently and louder. Stop her! Rydar and McKinnon felt something was wrong, and rushed over quickly, trying to grab the black horn. But the sea of fire gushing out of the cave completely blocked them from Natalia. Ronan concentrated his mind, and looked beyond the sea of fire in front of him. He knew that the creature in the cave had come out. Although the sea of fire distorted his vision, it rekindled the previously frozen dry wood, intensified the fire, and blurred his vision with the dark smoke. But Ronan could vaguely see the flames. Behind the black smoke, a huge figure broke through the cave entrance and slowly walked out. With a low roar made people's backs cold, as if it came from the suppression of blood. Everyone who had finished the battle looked at the cave entrance, and their scalps numbed immediately. 7 gods. What is this? The youngest Grotto was shocked and took 2 steps back and sat on the ground. Cromie, Jenny and others also trembled unconsciously. In fact, Their psychological quality is still good, which can be seen from the battle just now. But this does not mean that they will not be afraid. The scene in front of them is enough to scare them. Ronan had changed his position, and his sight was no longer blocked by the sea of fire. He finally saw what came out of the cave. Standing at the entrance of the cave, was a giant creature that was 9 meters long. Its huge body was covered with hard ice-blue scales, reflecting the luster of steel. The wings on its back were still very large even when folded. I don't know how many meters the wingspan would reach when it was unfolded. And the most frightening thing was its pair of ice-blue eyes, as big as copper bells, which seemed to have no emotion. Looking at them would only make people feel uneasy and scared. Ronan's heartbeat slowed down. Is this a dragon? Chapter 219 Dragon. Are there rumors about dragons in this world? The answer is yes. Everyone who has studied at Wushan Supernormal Academy has basically heard of it. It is said that dragons are the most powerful and magical creatures in the world. They have a long lifespan, and it is not a problem to live for 1,000 years. They are gifted and powerful. It is said that once they reach adulthood, they are at least level 9 magic beasts, and very few can even exceed level 9. They can soar above the 9 heavens and sink into the abyss. They can spit out flames that destroy the world and spit out ice that is freezing cold. Of course, these are just rumors, limited to books or appearing in night novels. In the real world, almost no one has seen a dragon with their own eyes. But today, Ronan and his party can brag to the outside world about their glorious deeds this time. They saw a dragon. Of course, if they can go back alive. Tremble. Ignorant intruder. Natalia screamed madly. She leaped up and stood firmly on the dragon's back. Fly. Carlos. Fight. Carlos. Use your flames to devour everything here. Wow. The dragon spread its wings, and a flap of its wings raised a fierce gust of wind, pressing the flames on the ground close to the ground. It jumped into the air, and everyone's vision suddenly became dark, as if covered by a huge black curtain. People looked up. The dragon's wings spread out, more than 10 meters long. It circled in the air, as light as a dark cloud, and as heavy as a moving mountain. Its ice-blue scales reflected the afternoon sun, exuding a cold breath, shocking and chilling. The dragon Carlos slowly lowered his head, and flames rose in his ice-blue pupils. Whoosh! The flames were like a flood, covering the sky and burning all the tiny humans on the ground. Are you going to die? The knights and magicians suddenly felt extremely desperate. In front of such a huge monster, they felt the suppression from their blood, which made them feel small and powerless. And they had no idea of resisting at all. Take up your courage. The battle is not lost yet. Elrin exuded a dazzling brilliance all over his body. He turned the output of mental power and magic to the maximum, and the cheering spell enveloped all the extraordinary people. The warmth of blessing eliminated the pessimism and depression of the people, and gave them a moment of clarity. Mackin jumped to protect the people in front of him, and slapped his palms to the ground. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and the rocks and soil grew as if they had life, forming a dome, blocking the heads of the people. Rydar used the instant burning fighting skill to fight fire with fire, and resisted the flame sprayed by the dragon in the air. Unfortunately, the dragon's breath was a little more powerful, pouring down, and actually swallowed up all his fighting spirit, and then descended with the remaining power. The wind roars. Ronan cast a magic spell, and most of the remaining dragon's breath was swept into the air and dissipated. Only a small amount of dragon's breath fell on Mackin's earth prison barrier, and it did not cause much impact. The three of them worked together, and finally cleared a safe area in this dragon's breath. But looking at other places around, it has become a sea of fire. Even if Ginny used a water-gathering technique, she could only barely wash out a passage. Fighting is no longer something that they, the beginners, intermediates, and advanced transcendents, can participate in. Crommy, Horn, take them and hide in the cave, Ronan shouted loudly. Although there may be traps in the cave, at least they will not be sprayed by dragon breath. Elrin, use light binding. Mackin, Rydar, Joffrey, use the wind tentacle scroll. All aim at its right wing. Yes, sir. Ginny opened up a small path, and Crommy and Horn used fighting spirit to disperse the flames, leading everyone to the cave. One of the 4 people who were called to stay by Ronan cast a spell, and the other 3 took out the wind tentacle spell scroll that had been allocated in advance and opened it for use. I wonder if all 4 binding spells can be used to bind this big guy for a short time. Ronan was not sure, but he had taken out the only one, which was also his strongest attack method at present. The 6th level fire attribute Magic Fire Dragon Swallowing Heaven spell scroll. Natalia on the back of the dragon looked at the 5 humans struggling and resisting on the ground, and unconsciously showed a mocking smile. Mortals actually want to compete with legendary creatures. How presumptuous. She blew the horn, and the dragon under her made a low humming sound. Carlos, continue to burn everything with your flames. The dragon opened its bloody mouth again, condensing its hot dragon breath. But at this moment, for tentacles of light wrapped around its right wing. However, it did not take this level of binding force seriously, and it felt that it only needed to gently vibrate its wings to destroy it. But at this moment, more than a dozen wind streaks emerged from the void and wrapped around its wings. If it was just the light binding spell that made it disdainful, but being bound by 4 binding spells at the same time, its wings were temporarily unbalanced, so that its huge body staggered a little. It works. Ronan's eyes lit up, and he immediately urged his mental power and magic power to be infused into the spell scroll. Suddenly, the fire dragon roared out and rushed towards the dragon in the air. Carlos sensed the danger, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. The fire breath condensed and his mouth gushed down. Rumble 2 energies collided in the air, like 2 missiles colliding in the air. The momentum was so great that even the earth was shaking, and everyone's ears were roaring. Ronan didn't expect that the power of the fire dragon swallowing the sky was stronger than the dragon's breath. It rolled the dragon's breath back and covered the dragon. No! Natalia on the dragon's back never expected such a scene. The hot flames kept hitting her whole body, making her suffer endless pain. Finally, her body seemed to have reached its limit. Countless cracks covered her fair and smooth skin. And then with a bang, she exploded. King of Killing achievement achieved. Attribute points plus 500. Energy essence plus 1000. Luo Ning didn't even have time to read the content of the new achievement task before killing another level 6 extraordinary creature. In less than 10 minutes, he completed 2 achievement tasks. The dragon in the air was swept by the flames, and even though it had strong defense, it felt the pain of burning. However, a smug look flashed in its eyes. Finally, it successfully got rid of the person who enslaved it. Although it was in pain, its cry contained relief and joy. Carlos endured the pain and fluttered his wings, ready to leave. Elrin, give me the Aurora Shadow. Quickly. Rydar, Macken, you work together to throw me towards the dragon. While speaking, Ronan cast a light body spell on himself. My lord, this matter can be left to me or Macken. Yes, my lord. It is too dangerous to climb on the back of the dragon. Rydar and Macken hesitated. I must do this, Ronan said in a deep voice. Come on. The two had no choice but to bend down, one dragging one of Ronan's feet. When Elrin's Aurora Shadow fell on Ronan, the two shouted loudly and threw Ronan into the air like throwing a stone. The dragon was not high from the ground, about 30 meters, under the effect of light body technique and Aurora Shadow, and with the full force throw of 2 silver level knights, Ronan rushed into the air like an arrow, and caught up with the giant dragon that was slowly preparing to leave in just 1 or 2 seconds. The giant dragon suddenly turned around and saw a figure falling on its back. Carlos? Chapter 220, Going Up to the Sky and Down to the Sea. It was naturally risky for Ronan to climb onto the dragon's back in this way. Although the height of 30 meters was not enough to kill him, the dragon could fly higher at any time. If he didn't die from falling from 30 meters, he might not die from falling from 300 meters. But opportunities always come with crisis. Such a dragon had a fatal attraction for Ronan. Don't forget, there was a contract scroll from the 7-day login reward lying quietly in his space ring. Dragon, a legendary creature. There is no magic beast higher than it. If he could take it as his own contract magic beast, it would be a great thing for Ronan. So facing such an opportunity, Ronan decided to give it a try. Of course, he didn't just climb onto the dragon's back without any consideration. First of all, although the dragon was very strong and shocking from the beginning, after careful listening and observation, its voice revealed fatigue and weakness. Secondly, the level 6 fire attribute magic fire dragon devouring the sky not only reversed the opponent's fire breath and killed Natalia, but also caused considerable damage to the dragon itself. If the dragon is strong enough, It should not be harmed at all by the residual power of the fire dragon devouring the sky magic. Ronin judged that the dragon had not reached the peak of its dragon life, and its current strength was estimated to be only level 5 or 6. Finally, even if Ronin was thrown from the sky by the dragon, as long as he operated properly, there was still a good chance of survival. There were risks, but facing a weak dragon of level 5 or 6, he felt it was worth a try. In fact, many of Ronin's judgments were correct. For example, in terms of strength level, Carlos is currently only a level 5 dragon, and he is indeed in a weak state. This is mainly because he has been imprisoned here since birth. Not only has he never eaten enough over the years, he has also been enslaved by Natalia with the horn, which has kept his physique and spirit in a state of decline. In the battle just now, 1 frost breath and 2 fire breaths have consumed most of his dragon power and energy. However, although he is very tired now, he is very happy in his heart. His plan succeeded. In fact, since Carlos walked out of the cave, he has been looking for an opportunity to escape from here. After it was clear that this group of little reptiles could deal with Natalia, it has been waiting for the opportunity. When it saw Ronin cast the fierce fire dragon swallowing sky spell, it knew that the opportunity had come. At the last moment, Carlos took away almost 50% to 60% of the power of the fire breath, killing Natalia. Free. It has been imprisoned for who knows how many years, and today it is finally free. But Carlos was not happy for long. He was shocked to find that the human who used the scroll on the ground appeared on his back. For a few seconds, he was stunned. This also gave Ronin time, in order to prevent being thrown down by the dragon as soon as he came up. He immediately took out a wind tentacle scroll from the space ring after he stood firm. The wind turned into a rope, tightly tying him and the dragon's body together. This is a 4th level wind magic. Although its binding force cannot trap this huge creature, don't underestimate its binding force. At least it can tie Ronin to the dragon. Carlos seemed to realize something. He roared angrily, flapped his wings, and his huge body was as flexible as a fish in the water. He turned 180 degrees in the air and turned his back to the ground. He wanted to throw Ronin down in this way. Fortunately, Ronin was ready in advance. No matter how the dragon swung, sprinted, and rotated, he stuck firmly to the other's back. The fierce wind whistled in his ears, and the strong wind made Ronin's silver hair flutter. Carlos was madly rushing to the sky. The thin air and the sudden drop in temperature made Ronin feel a little uncomfortable. But he was a silver knight after all, and his physical strength was very high. As long as the fighting spirit was running, he could slow down the impact of the outside world on himself. When he came to the high altitude, he tilted his head and looked down. At this time, let alone whether he could see Rydar and others on the ground clearly, even the strange valley was only the size of a palm. Ronin saw the undulating hills, valleys and plains between the hills. He also saw the vast swamp leading to the sea. But the distance was too far to see the small town at the beginning of the swamp. In addition, the most visible sight was the magnificent and endless sea in the north and east of Wubei territory. It is a good thing to have a flying mount. Ronin remembered the shock and desire that the Griffin team brought to him when Blanche came to Wushan Castle. If he could get this dragon, why would he end the others for having griffins? Sensing that the effect of the wind tentacles was gradually decreasing, Ronin drew its spell pattern and cast a chain on himself again, binding himself tightly to the dragon. His eyes became decisive and resolute. Come on, Carlos. Surrender to me. Language cannot communicate. Only violence can make monsters surrender. And the dragon is no exception. Ronin took out the dagger he had taken from the shadow assassin from the space ring and stabbed it fiercely at the back of the dragon's neck. Clang! The dragon's dragon scales have very strong defense, and the dagger stabbed on them actually made a metallic collision sound. Carlos was disdainful in his heart. Stupid humans actually wanted to pierce its dragon scales with such an ordinary dagger. It was simply dreaming. But the next second, it roared in pain. Ronin changed his mind. The sharp dagger no longer pierced the scales directly, but pierced into the gaps between the scales. Puff blood spurted out and sprinkled in the sky. Roar! Carlos roared angrily. It hated that it couldn't control the size of its body, and couldn't get rid of the wind tentacles. It hated that its tail wasn't long enough to sweep down the human on its back. It also hated that it wasn't strong enough. If it could reach level 7, the scales would be so tight that there would be no gaps, and it would be impossible to be stabbed in like this. And what it hated most was the person on its back. It really wanted to turn the other person into ashes with a breath of fire. But its neck couldn't turn around. So it couldn't spit its breath on Ronan. Ronan didn't understand dragon language. So he didn't understand what the other person was saying. But looking at the other person's state, and the emotions he conveyed, he should be cursing him. Right? Submit to me. Ronan stabbed into the gap between the scales again. But this time he didn't use a dagger anymore, but used the Lian sword instead. When he stabbed in, he also stimulated his fighting spirit, forming a hot flame. Ha! He held the hilt of the sword with both hands, pushed the sword forward, and directly sank halfway into it. At this moment, Carlos was like a broken water tank, and its blood was like the water in the water tank constantly gushing out. I know you can understand me, Ronan shouted loudly. As long as you serve me as your master, I will spare your life. The dragon also has a temper. Being threatened like this, Carlos no longer climbed high, but directly folded his wings and dived down. The sharp fall made Ronan very uncomfortable, and even the flowing flame sword almost slipped out of his hand. He quickly put it back into the space ring, and used the wind tentacle again to strengthen the binding. Ronan only felt that the speed was getting faster and faster. I don't know how long it dived. The speed of the dragon dropped sharply. The overweight state pressed Ronan tightly on its back, unable to move. And then, plop! Huge waves exploded on the sea surface. And Carlos actually plunged into the sea with his head. Gulp gulp. Ronan didn't notice it, and drank a few mouthfuls of seawater. Fortunately, he was familiar with water, so he quickly closed his mouth and held his breath. The impact before entering the water just now made him feel a little dizzy. But fortunately, he was not shaken off by the opponent. Otherwise it would be troublesome. He cast a spell again, while adjusting his state, trying not to make violent movements. The internal organs of the Silver Knight were strengthened, and his breathing was extremely long. It was no problem to hold his breath in the water for a while. However, Ronan was a little panicked. If this guy stayed under the water and didn't come out, wouldn't he suffocate to death? Fortunately, Carlos's condition was much worse than his. It was already in a weak state, and after dozens of minutes of fierce speeding, its physical strength was already very little. After falling into the water, it can still swim at high speed, but soon the speed dropped sharply. Swimming in the water is more physically demanding than flying in the air, so the dragon can only rise to the surface of the sea. Ronan noticed the dragon's fatigue. He looked up at the increasingly bright water surface, knowing that this guy was about to break out of the water. The opportunity has come. Splash. A man and a dragon rushed out from under the sea, almost at the moment of coming out of the water. Ronan directly spread out the pyroblast spell scroll, and a huge fireball with a diameter of 2 meters hit the dragon's head. Carlos, who was midly exhausted, was knocked off balance by this blow, and barely maintained his flying posture and flew towards the shore. But Ronan's attack was not over yet. He took out the second, third, and fourth pyroblast spells. Boom! 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 Pyroblasts exploded on Carlos's head one after another, and they were almost in the same position. To be honest, the flames did not cause much burning damage to the dragon, but the fierce impacts made it dizzy and unconscious. With extreme exhaustion of physical strength and dizziness from the impacts on his head, Carlos could no longer maintain his balance. It whimpered and fell headfirst onto the beach below,